Welcome to the Legacy European Tour Regional Finals. We are here in Sofia and we have a lot of magic to show you. The format of the day is Pioneer and we have a lot of the most better competitive players today here on the field. Top 64 makes day 2. We have 9 rounds of Pioneer. And what round are we going to see first, Terry?
So we are here for round 1 here in Bulgaria, and we had Andrea Maguchi versus Arna Hushenbeth for the main feature match, but sadly one of them has to re-sleeve their deck list because of the ruling by the judge. So we're going to be going to our backup feature match. There were multiple LCQs yesterday. We have the winning LCQ player here as our backup feature match, but will be our main feature match for now. And what's interesting is a deck that I don't see much in Pioneer, and I did see some talk on social media about it. It's a team or combo deck playing Grinning Ignis. Now, for those who don't know this deck, it was popular in Historic because of the elemental that lets you bounce it to your hand and add 3 mana to your mana pool. They use Hazoret's Monument to reduce the cost of the Grinning Ignis, to keep comboing, and to actually net yourself mana. You also play things like Risen Reef, Burgee, you have Elvish Mystics and other elves to ramp you, so it's going to be a really interesting combo deck going down to our feature match. And also, what are they going to be playing against?
So they are going to be playing again Gruul Vehicles, and this deck hasn't been playing too much, but definitely we have seen it a bit on the format. What do you think are the key cards here, and do you think there's any change from the Brothers War that make this deck more relevant?
Yeah, so this was a deck solely designed to be like, okay, let's be real, Rakdos isn't great against mono green combo. Why don't we try and design a deck that beats it? This is a deck that tries to go faster than mono green on the early turns. You have things like 4 Sky Sovereign Console Flagship, but here they're only going for 3, which is an adjustment to the list. But they now have access to Obliterating Bolt, the new lava coil that allows you to hit Planeswalkers, which actually really helps with this deck because a struggle that this deck had is obviously tackling Planeswalkers. Blue-white controls an awkward matchup, especially if you have removal spells that don't hit Planeswalkers. Now, the main card you want to look at when you're looking at this deck list is the Acronin War. This card wins games and honestly is the reason why this deck is doing decent in the Pioneer format right now. I'm very interested to see gameplay on this deck because I think it's a very undercover deck in the format, as it honestly only came about maybe 2-3 weeks ago. I would say I started putting this deck on the map. Very unique matchup for round 1, to be honest. You wouldn't expect the Pioneer Regional Championship to have, what is this, Gruul Vehicles or Gruul Aggro against the Teamer combo deck.
Definitely a very interesting matchup to see, and one fun fact is that Dimitar here playing the combo deck, he not only won yesterday Last Chance Qualifier, he also won Classic Qualifier in Warsaw last month with the same format, Pioneer, and he brought this exact deck that he says it's his pet deck and that he's been tuning it to do well in the format and obviously having a lot of success with it.
Mm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. To be honest, I find that many Magic players care a lot about the cards that they bring to the tournament. But in actuality, if you bring the cardboard that you're comfortable with, you're going to be put under pressure a lot when you go to a high-stakes event. And if you're comfortable with what you're playing and you make the right decision every turn to your information that you have on the table, then ultimately you will win a lot of games. And clearly here, Dimitar chose the right deck to bring, his pet deck. Honestly, predictions-wise, let's get some predictions going. Twitch chat, can you put a 1 if you think Teamer Combo is going to win, a 2 if you think Gruul Vehicles is going to win? I'm tempted to go Gruul Vehicles, and the reason is because both decks are looking to play Elves, but one of these decks is playing Removal. But then you also have the argument, well, look, Teamer Combo has a way to just combo and kill the opponent, so it's really going to be down to who disrupts and does their game plan more than the opponent. I'm going to go Gruul Vehicles. What are you thinking, Filipa?
Well, Gruul Vehicles definitely might have some advantage, especially I see that the sideboard has some spicy options for the player here to maybe try to stop Dimitar from his combo, but it's going to be really tight because Dimitar, as I said, is an experienced player with his deck and he tested a lot of the formats, so definitely is going to be prepared and will pay the best of it. We have started here, both players started with a land, and here we already have an elf on Dimitar's side.
Yeah, this is actually a big deal because look at the Gruul vehicle side of the board. No ramp, no disruption. They're getting to untap with an elf here. This is a big deal. They need to play a premium 3-drop that helps with their combo or disrupts the opponent. Let's see what they got.
Exactly, and an Innkeeper here from Demeter making a treasure token, and now every creature that enters the battlefield, Demeter is going to gain 1 life.
Okay. So, again, just ramping more. That's good because... Oh, okay, we have a spell.
Already breaking
Okay.
the treasure to play another elf and using the elf's mana.
Wow. That's surprising to me to use the treasure instead of tapping the elf to cast the elf. So clearly, I would assume that is not a mistake, and Dimitar saying, look, I know how to manage my mana. Okay, and this is a creature that gives +1/+0 and haste. That's going to be our Reckless Stormseeker coming in, bashing in for 3. Now Dimitar gets to untap and see what he can play with.
Yeah, and it should be day now. This card as a day and night version, so...
Collected Company.
Collected Company, it resolves. Here's Spyros clearly stating he has no mana. So let's see what Demeter can find in the top 6 cards.
I see a Burgee, a Risen Reef, and a Fauna Shaman as options. I would assume you go for the max value. Obviously, Fauna Shaman does help if you need to find specific cards. Like maybe you go Burgee, Fauna Shaman, but I would assume, not knowing Dimitar's hand, we're going to see a Risen Reef and a Burgee. Let's see, though. Okay, Risen Reef and Fauna Shaman.
You were pretty close there.
I mean, it's not hard to be pretty close when there's only 3 choices. Gaining 2 life from that Innkeeper there. And I assume we're going to see the turn being passed back after you have the Risen Reef trigger, of course.
And Igno's deck here being like a very, very different choice for this deck and a very interesting choice.
Definitely. We need to see some disruption here from our vehicle's player. See the Cronin War there in the hand.
Yeah, but wonder if there's the 4th mana to be able to cast it.
Not looking good. I'm actually surprised that the logic behind keeping this hand in the blind. Oh no, it's not in the blind actually with this tournament. My mistake, it's open deck list. Of course. I wonder what the logic is behind keeping this hand with Gruul vehicles, because the hand is so slow. I haven't cast a removal spell yet. Don't forget they had 2 mana on turn 2, didn't do anything. So I'm very interested to see what they have here. It should be high impact, because you kept this hand for a reason, didn't you?
Exactly, and here the Akron War entering the battlefield, and it's going to steal a creature there.
That's the Fauna Shaman. It's a 1-of. That's cool. Okay, the Fauna Shaman gets haste. That's an attack in for 5. No blocks. There is some pressure.
Definitely some pressure from the Gruul vehicle player. And let's see if Demeter has another Coco. That would be very interesting to see. What do you think Demeter needs here?
It's not a lot, because you're very close. You have a lot of mana. You have ways to draw cards. It's going to be... Okay, another Collected Company, so still needing to smooth out the board. For those wondering how the Fauna Shaman attacked, we do have the Reckless Stormseeker in play, which gives a creature +1/+0 and haste at the beginning of combat, and that's why it's 5 damage and not 4.
Exactly. So Reckless gave haste to itself in the turn that it entered, and then the following turn it gave haste to the Shaman. And here, Demeter's deck has a lot of options, definitely being able to gain a lot of life with so many Innkeepers on the board, and creating the treasures as well. Now, 3 Innkeepers, that's pretty good. I don't know if it's exactly what you want to see from a Coco, though. Do you think Demeter is happy about this
Honestly,
outcome?
would you take 3 Innkeepers against an aggro deck? I think I would. Every creature that you cast gains you 3 life. That is relevant. 1 life, 2 life is okay. 3 life is definitely relevant. Now, something important, a second spell is being cast day and night. correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that it should become nighttime at the end of turn.
Nighttime is when a player doesn't play any spell for the turn.
Okay, there you go. I don't understand day and night. Great commentary to start the day. Needed my morning coffee. The Acrone War will tick up here in the main phase, causing... Okay, the Acrone War needs to tick up. The Acrone War hasn't ticked up, so we're going to get a judge down right now to sort that out, as the Acrone War has not ticked up. Oh, there we go. It ticked up just now. Okay, great. So what that causes is all creatures that Dimitar has have to attack next turn. So this is a way that you can kill that annoying Risen Reef. You don't have things like Ren and 6 in the format to ping it, so it's because it's just going to hang back, isn't it?
Yeah, and then the third click of the Acron War, the third chapter of the saga, is to destroy every tapped creature, right?
Mm. Now, you do have Fauna Shaman as an option to activate. I wonder exactly what you would find in this deck. Let's kind of look at the deck list and see if you would actually want to activate it. So you have to discard a creature card to find a creature card. So I don't think you can get things like Sky Sovereign, because that's not a creature. That's not... Yeah, so they just... Oh, they actually attack. Okay, cool. Prioritizing damage makes sense. They're gaining 3 life every turn. But the Acroan War is gonna wreak havoc unless Dimitar can provide a combo or a way to destroy it. And I don't think there is a way to destroy it in the main deck here.
Yeah, and here Dimitar's creatures will have to attack, and then since their power is the same as their toughness, they will die, since the Acron War deals damage equal to the power to the creatures. So everything attacking here against Spyros are Gruul vehicle player.
Burgie. Uh-oh. Wait. Oh, okay. No combo, just passing back. That won't get destroyed because it is untapped. So here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So you could have activated Fauna Shaman in response to the Acrone War, because that taps it, doesn't it? But choosing not to activate it, maybe doesn't even have a creature in hand. Potentially. Oh, maybe that looks like a chariot to me, getting 2 wolf tokens when it enters the battlefield.
Yeah. The crew 4. And crewing chariot, grieving at 8 with the Stormseeker, and now attacking.
That's
just with the
chariot,
pressure. Yeah. Making a copy of one of the tokens.
Yeah, that Acrone War did bits, as we would say in the UK, did bits. We get those cats corrected on the table. Big draw step for Dimitar. Essentially, Gruul Vehicles is saying, look, you gotta rebuild your board. You gotta provide some sort of combo. If not, you're potentially going to be dead next turn. You have removal spells in the Gruul Vehicles deck, can clear the way, or just cause the combo pieces to chump. That's rough if you have to chump with your combo pieces.
Exactly, and here Dimitar playing third Coco of the game.
Okay, get 1 red mana from the Burgie. Elf. Think. Oh, wow. Do they whiff? Not whiff, but they have very few choices again from this collected company. So that's a runaway Steamkin and an elf. That's not what you want to see. Every time they cast a red spell that gets a +1/+1 counter, it's not bad, but can you do anything with that 1 red mana?
And let's see what Dimitar ends up deciding here. Definitely looking like a tricky spot to be in. And you did say that the Gruul player here had the advantage, in your opinion, and I think it's showing a bit here how the game is turning up. That Acron War was just very, very good against this matchup.
Yeah, 100%. And not only that, we also have the layer of the Hydra hiding there in the lands. I wonder if that's going to be activated. The way that our Gruul Vehicles player smacked the top of their deck, I presume they need to top deck. For those wondering about the Arna Hushembeth versus Bengucci match, we're going to show it to you when we can. They have to re-sleeve their deck list, so maybe we can peek into the match during sideboarding of this game.
Activating the chariot again with using 2 cat tokens. Attacking for 6, copying a token. Actually, probably attacking for 1 more from the Stormseeker, so attacking for 7 here.
I'm surprised that they didn't use the Stormseeker to crew, and I'm also wondering what they're going to do with their mana, because they haven't activated Lair of the Hydra, so they have to have something. I assume it's going to be a Sky Sovereign, right? That's a very... No, because then you would give the Sky Sovereign haste. So I'm very interested in what they're going to cast post-combat here. Could be... Because if it was a Crone War, you'd use a Crone War to crew your Chariot as well. So I'm interested to see.
And here just a block to the chariot and the rest of them passing through. The emitter already at 6
so
life.
So now day and night should flip, right?
Exactly. Now
no
it should...
spells were cast.
Yeah, no spells were cast, right? Yeah, it should be night.
Yeah, so it should be night down. We're going to have a judge go to the table if we can. Yeah, we'll go get that sorted.
And Ari just went to check what happened here because no spell was cast by the Gruul Vehicles player. So because of Stormseeker, that should be becoming night now.
Okay, sorry about that, everyone. We have the judge down there. We're going to be swapping over to our other table while the judge discusses with the players about what's happened. So we're going to be seeing Andrea Mengucci versus Arne Huschenbeth. We do have information on the deck list. We're playing. I saw the Twitch chat asking everyone wants the deck list. Arne Huschenbeth, is it Phoenix? Andrea Mengucci, red-black mid-range. Are you surprised by those deck list decisions?
I'm not surprised. I saw during the week that Mengucci, because he tweets out a lot, he tweeted that he was really indecisive all week on what deck he should play. He ended up choosing Rakdos, which is the second most played deck here in the tournament, I believe. So that makes sense to me, Rakdos being one of the most powerful decks here in the format, and having some new cards, not many, but definitely some new cards from the Brothers War. One that I want to talk about is Misery's Shadow.
Ooh, yes.
So Misery's Shadow for 2 mana is a 2/2, and if a creature from your opponent would die, you exile it instead, and for just 1 colorless mana, you can give it +1/+1, and you can activate this any number of times that you want at any time. So it makes this card really good in this deck. How do you think this match is going to go against Arne that is playing Izzet Phoenix?
It's tough because generally speaking, red-black mid-range has an advantage against Phoenix. What does a Phoenix player want to do? They want to accrue slow amounts of card advantage, overpower the opponent, whereas Rakdos mid-range is all about disrupting, destroying, and discarding. So if the Rakdos player can discard the Treasure Cruise, prevent them from Galvanic Iteration, the Treasure Cruise, it makes it very awkward. You have an unlicensed Hearse, or 2 unlicensed Hearse were on the table. One was bounced with Arawara. That's exactly what Mengucci wants to have on the board.
Exactly. I noticed that the Hearse has 8 counters on it, so Mengucci already exiled a lot of cards from Arne's side.
Yeah. We are getting confirmation on live shows right now. We are getting that sorted for you all, so please be patient with us. And for those wondering about our backup feature match, we will be tuning back into them later on, but I'm sure many of you want to watch Arne versus Mengucci right now. So that's a piece of the puzzle. I see a Temporal Trespass. I see a Fiery Impulse. Is that... No way, that's a Treasure Cruise and a Spikefield Hazard. Now the graveyard is empty while Treasure Cruise is tempting. How many cards we getting in there? So we're going to have 3 extra cards, and then we're going to have 5 total, and Treasure Cruise is 8. So you could just take 2 and then cast the Treasure Cruise if you would like. But you also have a big grip of cards, so it's down to what Arne thinks is reasonable enough to put him ahead against double and license Hearse, because don't forget that graveyard is going away next turn.
Yeah, and Hearse being a card that I think it's from New Capina, so it's a fairly recent card and has played so much in Pioneer and basically even in more formats. It is just such a staple and making Izzet Phoenix life a bit more difficult here.
Most definitely. Okay, so not choosing to take that. What are we going to do? Is that another piece of the... No, that's... Oh, Treasure Cruise. Okay. Nice. Wow. Okay, this is going to be 3 cards. Galvanic Iteration, Lava Axe, and Thing in the Ice. Thing in the Ice is a nice pickup, actually. Just a good threat. Gets value for all the spells in your hand. Also got Hall of Storm Giants in hand, too. Great way to apply pressure. Very hard to kill that with Ward 3, so... Going to be an interesting turn for Arne. A lot of tanking to do here, because only having access to 2 mana, no untapped lands in the hand. See what he does.
Definitely a lot of decisions. And is it Phoenix deck is a
Ooh.
deck that is not easy to play. Not every player is going to bring this. They have to master the deck to play it perfectly because it has so many decisions. Looks like a Burnout the House.
Okay, Phoenix comes back from the graveyard. Okay, we're gonna use our channel land to mill 3. Get Bone Crusher Giant back to hand. That is some value, especially against an Arclight Phoenix with 2 toughness and an Unlicensed Horse on the table. Not bad for Mengucci here. What's gonna happen?
And both of these players are very known in community. Definitely the best among the best competitive players in Europe, right? Mengucci being it was an MMPL, and Arne won a recent championship, right?
Yeah, but I'm thinking, isn't this just lethal? I assume the Unlicensed Horse has 8 cards under it. There's an Arclight Phoenix, so you can Bone Crusher the Arclight, cast the Bone Crusher, crew the hearse, and attack for 8. I don't know what I'm missing. Just kill the Arclight, crew the hearse with the Bone Crusher, and attack. I'm interested if there's a blue card that could disrupt this play. Lightning Ass doesn't kill the hearse, and there's only 1 mana.
Unless there's something wrong with the life totals, I totally see it. Okay.
Okay.
We have a removal spell there on the Phoenix.
Okay.
We have the Bone Crusher, crewing. And yeah, this is game.
Right. Interesting. I wonder if that was to play around Spell Pierce, but you have so much mana, so not too sure about that. Maybe the life totals were a bit messed up. Maybe Arne wasn't on 8 life. We'll have to see. But yeah, we're going into boarding. We're trying to get their deck list up on our screens right now. I believe that we have a new Brothers of War card on Arne's side of the table. What is he packing in his sideboard?
So it looks like there's a new card from Brothers War, and it's just like a better version of Anger of the Gods, right? Or at least a more versatile one.
Yeah.
What do you think of this card, Brotherhood's End?
So I think there's something very important about this card, and it's that it destroys not only a big board from Mengucci, a lot of Bone Crushers, a lot of Blood Tithe Harvesters, but it destroys Unlicensed Hearse. We tuned in with Mengucci having 2 Unlicensed Hearse on his side of the board. Arne clearly wants to destroy these. A Braid is 1 for 1. Why don't you try and get some 2 for 1 value? So I wouldn't be surprised seeing Brothers' End coming in. You definitely want to try and have as much card advantage as possible. Looking at the rest of his board, you have things like Aether Gust. You don't want to bring that in against Rakdos. Of course, they're playing red, but there aren't big red bombs. Maybe Arne has a game plan against something like Fable the Mirrorbreaker, and you want Aether Gust for something like that. But I would be surprised if that came in. You have things like Brazen Borrower. That's good value. You bounce something, cast that. Definitely a lot of choices, and it's actually down to the Phoenix Pilot. Phoenix is not a clean-cut deck.
And I have a question for you. What do you think of this young Pyromancer on the sideboard here? Because Arne is bringing 2 copies of that. Do you think it's a good card in matchup or not at all?
So this card actually, surprisingly, is for mono green. It applies pressure, attacks planeswalkers nicely, make chump attackers. I wouldn't be surprised seeing this come in against Rakdos, make your board wide, get through. Let's do some analysis on Andrea's deck before they obviously go into game 2. 3 Extinction Event, 2 Duress, 2 Go Blank, 2 Pithing Needle, 2 Rendering Volley, 2 Reckoner, Bankbuster, 1 Abrade, 1 Sky Sovereign. Definitely Go Blank, Duress are coming in. Pithing Needle, I wonder exactly what deck that would be for. Nice against mono green. Could be potentially nice against blue-white control. Rendering Volley, Reckoner, Bank Buster, Abrade. It's definitely a hard one to sideboard beyond 2 Duress, 2 Go Blank. Maybe 1 or 2 Extinction Event. I'd be surprised if all 3 came in.
I've noticed from these sideboards that it looks like both decks are well prepared in sideboard against mono green.
Definitely.
Probably these players knowing that it's going to be one, if not the most deck played in the format and this weekend. And do you think Brothers War changed a lot this set or the format or?
Honestly, I feel like Brothers of War was a sideboard set. All of the decks that we're looking at, they have some Brothers of War in the sideboard, maybe a couple of Brothers of War cards in the main, but it's not a set that's looking to impact the Pioneer format as heavily as other formats. I definitely think that Misery Shadow is a card to keep an eye on, because Misery Shadow turns Dreadbore into a way to exile Arclight Phoenix. It's a card that you can dump mana into in the late game. You know, Rakdos has a problem where you don't have too much card selection. You have Fable the Marebreaker and Blood tokens, but that's about it to try and control your draws for the lands. You have the channel lands. You want something to actually dump your mana into. Other decks, Mono Green, 10 mana, that's Storm the Festival coming back from the graveyard. Arclight Phoenix, you could hard cast Treasure Cruise. So it's definitely a lot of that. But we're going back down to the tables now, or shortly, and this is going to be our backup feature match. As we're getting information on their games, we had Gruul Vehicles winning game 1, and that's the Akron War coming down with an Elf bashing in for 1. Don't worry, we will be back with the Andrea match versus Arne. They're just taking some extra time to sideboard.
Yeah, and you know what I think? I think that Brothers War, it's not exactly the set that might shape up the format, but the fact that we have the best competitive players having to test so much for this weekend, both here in Europe and also in DreamHack in America, it might actually change the format. Some deck might come that we never see before because these players tested a lot, so maybe we'll see some differences here.
Definitely a rough game for our teamer combo. We saw, what, 3 Cocos cast before tuning away?
Yeah.
And they managed to lose that. Oh no, they managed to win. Sorry, the score changed on our screen.
That makes a bit more sense,
Yeah,
right? From
I was
what
gonna
we were
say 3
saying.
Cocos to not win it. Oh wait, no. Is it? What's happening here? Yeah. We're right. Yeah.
And the Akron Ward ticking for 2, so next turn Dimitri has to attack.
4 mana. What's this gonna be? Don't forget, when our Gruul Vehicles player casts a spell that is going to be 1 red mana from the Burgee, will they remember this trigger? That's a Chariot.
We have Chariot, creating 2 cat tokens.
Yep, get the red mana. I think that's 2 Akron Wars in hand. Rough. Can't
Definitely
attack.
rough. And we talked in the first game on how good this Akron War is.
Okay. What's going to happen here? See, what can we see in their hand? I saw a Runaway Steamkin and a Botanical Sanctum, I believe. Okay, that's a Runaway Steamkin.
Paying 2 life, right?
Yep.
Instead of red because of the dragon on the table. Also a recent card. I think from Dominaria United.
Okay. That is going to be killing the Elvish Mystic. What else do we have in hand? Oh, yeah. We have a lot of mana being generated here. With our Gruul Ignis being reduced in cost, you can now keep bouncing it to your hand, equal to your life total, I believe. I haven't seen this combo before in Pioneer. Unique deck. So the Runaway Steamkin is going to generate 3 mana every time you do this 3 times. And
Here we go.
What are they going to do with all this mana? Oh, I see. This is infinite, right? Because you have the Runaway Steamkin dealing damage. It's a loop.
And I guess that's why it's called a combo.
Yes. For those wondering about finals, we will have that corrected for the other round. Please don't worry about that. Just set up things that need to be changed.
And Steamy going for one counter again.
So
Can you explain us what's going on here, Larry? What is this combo all about?
I need the exact wording of the dragon that's on the table to work out because they're using one-ofs to do this combo. They're not using Hazard's Monument. So this is a combo that does not come up normally.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you see every day playing Pioneer. But this is the fun part about these tournaments is that we are always seeing new decks, some improvements, some changes, and as we said, this is Dimitar's pet deck. He is tuning it every time. He keeps changing it to be good
Okay,
against the format.
so I have the exact wording here of Defiler of Instinct. It's a 4-mana 4/4 with first strike. As an additional cost to cast red permanent spells, you may pay 2 life. Those spells cost red less to cast. If you paid life this way, this effect only reduces the amount of red mana you pay. Whenever you cast a red permanent spell, Defiler of Instinct deals 1 damage to any target. And that's going to be
That's going to be a 2-0 for Dimitar here, just winning this game. And what a game we had. Definitely showcasing the power of this deck and showing why Dimitar was able to win Last Chance Qualifier yesterday and the Classics Qualifier last month in Warsaw. So very well played. Congratulations to Dimitar. And we are switching now again for our other feature match, which is Andrea Mengucci on Rakdos mid-range versus Arne on EZ Phoenix.
So we see a lot of mana on Andrea's side of the board. Even more mana now with the Castle Lock through. And what's this going to be? That's a Fable of the Mirror Breaker making a Goblin token when it enters the battlefield. Also seems to be daytime because there's a Graveyard Trespasser in the graveyard.
Fable making the 2-2 here, entering with a counter on it, and Mango still having 3 mana open.
Okay, big draw step for Arna. Need to make land drops. That's a piece of the puzzle. I think that's a third piece of the puzzle in hand. Not looking too great, with definitely with an empty graveyard.
And what did Mengucci use to empty Arne's grave?
There must be... I think I see an unlicensed hearse at the top of Andrea's graveyard. That's a Charter Course. Trying to find lands. There's a Steam Vents. There's a Spikefield Hazard. So the land drop is going to be made this turn. I'd be surprised if Pieces of the Puzzle wasn't discarded. You've got 3 copies of that. Potentially Spikefield Hazard, I guess, if you're worried about flooding. Because at the end of the day, if your hand's full of spells, that means there's more lands in your deck to be drawn.
Exactly. And if I'm correct, I'm trying to see Mengucci's graveyard, and it all seems like graveyard 8. We see Earth. I think that's a Goblink, right? In the middle between Trespasser as well. And Mengucci playing here 2 Goblinks in the sideboard and definitely being very happy to bring them in against Arne, I assume.
Definitely. This is showcasing the power of Fable of the Mirror Breaker. In Andrea's main phase, discarding 2 lands, looting them away, getting 2 fresh cards. You have Castle Lock Thwain on the table. We're going to see a lot of cards drawn. There's no pressure on Arne's side of the board.
Yeah. The attack making a treasure also might be relevant. Even like Mengucci's lands do stuff, right? Like it's not like he's running out of things to do. With Castle to draw cards, with Ive to make a creature. It's not like Mengucci's going to run out. And that's also a great feature of this red-black deck.
Yep. No spells being cast day to night.
Yeah, and here they are reminding the trigger. That's why it's good to have the token, right?
Yeah, definitely. Piece of the puzzle. Big start. Opt.
We see a shredder, yeah.
Wow. That's what we were saying. You got all spells in hand, your deck has way less spells. Has way more lands. So, Arna only getting 1 opt from the piece of the puzzle. That's rough.
It's rough. What ideally would Arne see from the puzzle there?
Honestly, with your graveyard getting so fat, and you're playing against Rakdos, you want to tune your hand. You want to see removal spell for this Goblin token. You want to find a way to destroy the flipped Fable. You also wouldn't mind a Treasure Cruise, to be honest. Never can say no to Treasure Cruise, but you definitely wanted to find Phoenixes.
For sure. And it's kind of curious how
Oh, go blank again from Mengucci to interrupt you there.
yeah, nope. Totally legit because Go Blank is huge here. One of the best cards, as we were discussing against Is It Phoenix, not only making Arne discarding 2 cards, it also makes him have to exile his whole graveyard.
Rough.
It's really rough here for Arne.
Looking to discard the Opt, and is that Spell Pierce as well to go alongside it? Some sort of alternate art card. Going to be a rough turn for Arne.
Yeah, all this all this graveyard 8 from Menguchi has to be a nightmare for Arne because red-black runs so much of it. The Ursus, the Goblin sideboard, the Hive also exiles when it attacks. Graveyard Trespasser. A lot of ways to deal with the graveyard. And it looks like Arne is going to untap here, draw step. We see an island from the top, so...
And this is what we were saying earlier. Remember that piece of the puzzle? Do you discard it to the Charter Course? Look at this. Only one piece is left. That's an Arclight Phoenix, Treasure Cruise, and a Charter Course. That's actually not terrible. Okay, what can we do? Oh my gosh. Okay, what are we going to do there? Just 2 damage to each creature. Oh no, but you have not cast enough to bring back the Phoenix. That's the new card from Brothers of War.
3 damage to all creatures and planeswalkers. And it also has another option in it.
Yeah, Brotherhood End. Destroying the artifacts on the table or the creatures. Okay, that's a Bone Crusher Giant going on an adventure there.
Although we might say that Anger of the Gods might be a bit better against the Phoenix because Phoenix doesn't have planeswalkers and Anger of the Gods does exile the graveyard,
Yeah.
the creatures that died, right?
Yes.
So
But that's why Phoenix plays it, because they don't want to exile their own Phoenixes.
exactly.
You have sick turns at like beginning of combat, 3 damage to each creature. Your Phoenixes go to the graveyard, but if you go Opt, I don't know, Spikefield Hazard, boom, the Phoenixes come back. So it's a lot nicer to have sweepers that put the Phoenixes into the graveyard, because they can just come straight back.
Yeah, I think it's always ideal for the Phoenix player to see this card in others people's sideboard even.
Yeah. Okay. Should be a big turn for Arne.
Chart a course here, drawing 2 cards, having to discard 1, discarding a land.
To be honest, it's not looking too promising as of yet.
No.
Phoenixes in the graveyard is going to make it difficult because of that Charter Course not looking great.
I see that Arne does have an Auto Aura, but Auto Aura against this Ragdoll midrange and it ends up not being as good because you don't want to send a Bone Crusher back to somebody's end and have them be able to cast Stomp again. Graveyard Trespasser as the ward discard a card, so
Yeah.
the creatures usually from the midrange, Rakdos midrange, a bit difficult to go back to the end. And what do you think Arne is trying to do here?
So, I mean, find threats. That's it. You got no threats on the board. You got to get threats down. That's a Hall of Storm Giants. It's not too bad. But this Bone Crusher Giant hits hard. You're at 10 life. That's 4 damage. So it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, and not only Bone Crush Giant, I think there's an Hive as well. So if Menguchi decides to attack with the turn Hive into a creature, it's even a bigger attack.
Okay, Bone Crusher hits in for 4 damage. I assume you're going to cast a removal spell on that. Although Bone Crusher Giant does deal 2 damage if you target it, you'd rather take 2 than 4. So, yeah, rough. Because normally you want to cast your removal spells to get back your Phoenixes, not in the combat step for the opponent.
Definitely not a great spot for Arne to be in, especially when Menguchi already won game 1.
Okay. That looks like a Lava Axe. What are we discarding? Ooh, Spirebluff Canal. Rough. Just 2 for 1ing yourself against the card that's a design 2 for 1. I believe that was a Treasure Cruise quickly flicked into Arne's hand with another land. And what did we say? We said this for many turns. You go into a game where you're screwed, there's more lands in your deck, and if you're unfortunate, you'll draw more lands. And that seems to be what's happened to Arne. Rough. Rough spot. Hard to navigate. That's going to be an Abrade on the Bank Buster. That's nice. That's a cyborg card as well, by the way. It's surprising, but very nice cyborg card by Andrea. And I wonder if this Crackling Drake's just going to come down. Put a big body down. Draw a card. slowly try to chip away at Andrea's hand.
Yeah, and Arne does have a lot of one drops that he can still cast.
Yep.
And the land now.
Something important to highlight is that Crackling Drake is not like Enigma Drake. Yeah, you have to kill it. That Crackling Drake is going to be like 27 power or something, because it counts cards in the exile.
Exactly.
Right.
So Dreadbore, they're dealing with the Crackling Drake. And now I wonder what Manguchi is going to follow. Just turning Ive into a creature, 3/3, attacking, exiling something. So deciding to exile the axe and just swinging for 3 damage.
Rough draw. You have Treasure Cruise, Phoenix, Spitefield Hazard, and a Fiery Impulse. You have 2 spells in the 2 instants and sorceries in the yard. So Treasure Cruise costs 8 mana, you have 4 in the yard, but if you delve away your graveyard, you can't really cast Fiery Impulse well. So what's the plan? Probably, maybe you just have to cast Phoenix and say go. That is rough.
It's definitely not the spot that Arnie wants to be. Him
Oh,
trying
attacking.
to... Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So, Mango down to 14.
I actually like that. If you logically think about it, okay, let's say Andrea has a way to counter the Fiery Impulse. Yeah, there's the Extinction event. If you have a way to counter the Fiery Impulse, at worst, you're taking 3 and you're at 5. That's going to be the Phoenix exiled by Extinction event, which is rough. That's an Unlicensed Source, which is even rougher.
Oh. And Earth being so good, winning game 1, and now he's just going to start going at the grave again.
Yeah. And Manguchi's saying, look, you didn't cast anything high impact to get Phoenixes back last turn. You hard cast your Phoenix last turn. So clearly that's not... You haven't really got good ways to get them back. Let's just exile things now. 2 lands and a Consider. That is absolutely terrible for Arna here. Not what you need. You need threats. You need threats or you're going to die.
And Arnie only has 2 mana left. Just playing land, passing.
That's going to be the
again.
Hive.
Yeah. And that land is like, even if your opponent has removal during his turn, this land is going to start dealing a lot of damage. And Arnie being already at 5, taking 3 damage, going to 2. A Bone Crusher is lethal at this point, right?
I believe so, but this is... So Fiery Impulse plus Spikefield Hazard to exile. Okay. Sure. So I'm surprised... Couldn't have... Oh yeah, no, you couldn't counter it, because the way Arna sequenced it, you couldn't exile the graveyard. Good sequencing there. You just have to deal 1 and 2. You can't deal 3, because Andrea will just exile the graveyard. His spell mastery. Got basically no cards in deck. Is Andrea gonna win by mill? Potentially.
That would be fun to watch. Well, what other win cons does Arne have at this point?
That's a good question. A lot of it's in exile. I believe there's 2 Phoenixes left. We did see a Thing in the Ice or 2 in game 1. Going into the board, though, for Arne, that you could potentially have Young Pyromancers in there. You have 4 Ledger Shredder and 1 Thing in the Ice. I don't even think he cast a Ledger Shredder this game, did he?
Yeah, and here Arnie attacking for 7 with the land and saying to Mango, like, okay, you're also in a 2-turn clock, but Mango having the removal there, I think a push and paying the ward cost.
Wow.
So that was just really, really bad for Arnie.
Yeah.
I like the way that Arnie was like, okay, you're putting me in a clock, I'm going to do the same.
I like that. Good assessment. Trying to win a game where you're flooded. That's a card being drawn for Andrea. Trying to find a threat as well. That looks to be like a Shieldred. That should lock up the game, shouldn't it? Unless there's a Lightning Axe in Arna's hand, which I don't believe he has. You attack for 4 with the Unlicensed Hearse. Then you have a trigger in Arna's draw step. So, let's see.
Yeah, and even if Arnie tries to draw for solutions, he dies because Sheldred triggers again. And Sheldred being one of the cards that has played so much.
Yep.
I really like this card. Okay, so let's see what happens here.
Twitch chat being Twitch chat, as we have Arne thinking to untap here. What? I wonder, I believe he has a consider in hand, right? We saw the one consider from the pieces of the puzzle. Oh no, from the treasure cruise, my mistake. Saving it for the main phase, good logic. You want to get Phoenixes back to win this game. Clearly doing some sort of maths. What can you get into the graveyard? Basic island to the graveyard. That's another consider. That's what you want to see. You need to find these threats. You need to find the Phoenix. You have to kill Andrea somehow.
You have to find a way. And we see a lot of considerations from Arne's side. This Phoenix deck is really tricky to play with so many different lines.
100%.
Up tier to the bottom, draw. Drawing a Shredder.
Okay. Now you can't trigger the Shredder because the second spell has already been cast this turn. But what's good is you can get a threat down. So I don't hate that. And I think Arne still has a consider in hand, and logically, it makes sense to hold it. Connive. If you cast either those two spells on Andrea's turn, you get the Connive. If you cast them in your main phase next turn, it helps you find a Phoenix. You get even deeper into your deck. So I don't hate being patient there, and also just representing things. You're representing Otawara. Stuff like this, so...
Exactly. Menguchi has a lot to play around because Arne has so many instant speed answers. And what is the second card that we see there from Arne's side? We see a Consider.
And I think it's a Fiery Impulse.
And Fiery Impulse.
Okay, Grave... Oh, that's another Shieldred. I assume that Shieldred is what... Oh no, go for Graveyard Trespasser. Oh yeah, it's just lethal, of course. The trigger is lethal, drain for 1.
Yeah, that's it. Trigger is enough.
That's Andrea winning. We're going to be tuning into Table 2 quickly to see what's happening here at the end of our second feature match.
Congrats on Menguchi on a clean 2-0 year against Izzet Phoenix.
Yes.
Definitely all those Graveyard 8 being worth it in the end.
So we're actually tuning into a third table. We have Mono Green versus Spent Spirits. We're going to try and get the result of our other feature match that we had going with Dimitar versus... Gruul Vehicles, obviously Dimitar being on the Teamer combo, our LCQ winner from yesterday. So we're going to be getting that information for you as soon as we can. But while we are here, we're going to be watching a WillHallExp get exiled by a Skyclave Apparition. Now, I actually used to play a lot of green. For those who follow the mocks, I almost qualified for the mocks with Mono Green. Didn't get there, but I am experienced with this deck, and I found Bant Spirits to be your literal worst matchup. I got eliminated for top 8 against Bant Spirits. And yeah, this is not what you want to see as the green player.
And the Spirits deck here looking to have an advantage. Look at all that portable all 2 Skyclave Apparitions.
Yeah.
Just looking really good here for Lorenzo.
And I want to say I don't think these life totals are correct. I have no clue how you'd reduce Lorenzo to 5 on this board. I mean, I guess you could attack with Lair of the Hydra, but I assume that these life totals are wrong. We're going to get those corrected too as soon as possible.
Yeah, and the players are 1-1, so this is our third match here. Or third game of the match.
Okay, so you have a Cure on 4, you haven't activated it. I guess you're thinking, should I untap a basic forest to activate Lair of the Hydra? Logically, I would assume you would, unless you're, thinking of attacking with it? Oh, just say go. Okay.
Lorenzo untapping here, our Bant Spirit player. And only 3 mana. That's something that stands out to me.
Yeah, but as soon as you find that 1 green, normally there's a Coco in hand.
Uh-oh. Are we? Is it time? We do have a lot of feature tables. We want to bring the most magic this weekend for you all. So hopefully you're enjoying this. Trying to get the least that air possible. Just a lot of magic, because that's why we are here. That's what we love to see.
Another forest off the top for Callum. Don't forget, any big creature, that's a card drawn from Cura. Any storm, any Karn. Massive hits. This is going to be a Nykthos activation for what exactly? Oh, you're just going to do a massive... Wait, are they actually on 5? I assume you would do this if they're actually on 5. Are you going to play the other Nykthos as a way to ramp? You have what? But no, it's not ramp. They're just ramping with the Kiora untap trigger. Okay, so this is going to be a layer of the Hydra for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's going to be a 6/6, I believe.
And Lorenzo stopping their column before attacks. And there we have the Coco we were talking about.
Okay, cards 2 vertical there for me to see. I did see a Lord, but not much else. This is where you could potentially have ways to tap the layer of the Hydra. You have things like Strangleroot Geist. You have the other tapper, the 3-mana 2/1 flying. I don't remember the exact name because they don't play it much anymore. See what? No. Oh. Okay, there's the Strangleroot Geist. Nice. So that's going to be tapping the layer of the Hydra, tapping the Skyclave Apparition and the lower.
And here, Callum just say go. One of the things about the mono green deck that I've noticed is every time I'm playing a mono green deck that looks like they are doing nothing, there's so many top decks that changes that. Karn, like as long as they have mana, there's so many like Storm Festival, Karn, just changing completely the game.
Yeah. Twitch chat laughing at me. I got the card name wrong. I need my morning coffee. It's not Strangleroot Geist. It's Shacklegeist. My mistake.
Yeah.
2-mana 2/2 flyer. Tap 2 spirits to tap target creature an opponent controls. While they attack the Kiora here for 3. Because don't forget the Lord is on the table.
Yeah. It's not only early, but it's also extremely early for you because you're still maybe adapting to the UK time, which is 2 hours earlier than here.
Yeah, it's actually 7 a.m. UK time. I woke up at 4 a.m. UK time. Got to do coverage for you lot. You should have been in the plane I was in yesterday. The plane was actually bobbing up and down in the air. Literally, the whole plane was screaming. But we're not talking about my plane. We're talking about mono green, as I believe we whiffed another draw step, which is quite difficult to do with green. We do still have a Kiora in hand, so it's not the end of the world if you do find something impactful. And that Wolfwell Haven is going to end up being ramp on subsequent turns. But with Shacklegeist on the table, it's going to be very hard to attack for lethal. So
Kiora entering the battlefield.
Oh, Spell Queller.
Spell Queller, one of the best cards in the Band Spirit deck.
Identify and look. I have a way to present blockers for an Old Growth Troll, and I'd rather you not draw cards with Old Growth Troll. Same as a Cavalier of Thorns. Every big creature that our green player can top deck off the top, Kiora insanely buffs that, and I don't mind the Spell Queller there.
And draw here for Lorenzo. Any way to close this game? That's the question. He's definitely doing some math there. I like the finger math that we see a lot.
So much flying power do we have? We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the air. Okay, Mausoleum Wanderer there, being able to counter Storm the Festival potentially, because it is a 2/2. Also just a good blocker. And also, if you have 2 spirits, I mean, you can tap any attacker. This must be at least putting them dead next turn. So it's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 12 damage on 16 life.
Callum going down to 4.
Yeah.
And Callum needs to draw something here. I'm not sure what exactly. Maybe Karn?
For those wondering about, oh, that's a Cavalier of Thorns. For those wondering about time on the round, etc., we have the head judge down in the feature match area. They are monitoring. So if you think that they should be in turns, the judge is managing that. So you will be notified when they do. But soon this Cavalier is going to be put on the stack. Not really sure if it helps too much when you're at 4 life against flying attackers, and it can be tapped.
It does have reach, so Cavalier does have reach, which is good, but it's only one creature, and the
Yeah.
Band Spirit goes so wide, and this just being good game, and Lorenzo here starting well this weekend. That's where you want to be at, like just getting his spirit up, being 1-0 here at the regional finals in Sofia. And today we also have the regional finals in America, so both days, a lot of Pioneer. So it's really fun to see all these competitive Magic being played. And that's it. I think we're just going to take a short break, and we'll have different casters for the next round. Who are the casters for the next round, Barry?
Yeah, we're going to be getting Will back on, as well as that was just a really good round. Honestly, I thought that Arne versus Mengucci was very tense. I thought that Arne got a bit unlucky in round 2 there. We also saw the nice Teamer combo deck. We saw a bit of mono green. That was a really great round. Don't forget, as soon as players are shuffling up and playing, we'll be showing it to you. So please stick around, be patient, and we'll have some magic back with you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LEC European Championships. I am Will, and I'm joined by the one and only Big Z himself, Matej. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. Great to be back in the booth. Hi, Twitch chat. I've missed you so much, and I'm glad to make a new friend, Will.
Well, that's how it is. We're gonna roll through. We're going into round 2 of Pioneer action this round. Who are the 2 players we're going to see in this round? And I believe you found 2 spicy decks for us to be able to feature.
So I was on the lookout. I wanted to find like spicy decks, but then the good players are playing the spicy decks.
Even
So
better.
I got two really good ones for you. So the first off, we're gonna see Mark Tobias of Germany. He's playing Storm Herald combo.
Of course he is. Of course he is.
Like he's usually known to be like a Jeskai Ascendancy player, but he's always known to bring really big brews to tournaments. Like he's been doing that for ever since I know him, and I know him pretty well on that regard. So
cool.
So he's going to play that one. And on the other table, hopefully we'll get to see Yo Larson, Pro Tour winner. He's playing humans, but not traditional mono white humans. He's playing 4 or 5 color humans, and he's playing Prime Speaker Vanifar.
Exactly. Well, that little combo deck's great. Obviously, one on Joel, he actually won the last big European Pioneer event back in the day before the whole COVID situation happened and stuff. It looks like the players are shuffling up, so we'll see if we can get down to the players. See if we can get down to those guys. Fingers crossed. If not, you're going to be looking at us too. Looking very dapper today, I must say.
Yeah.
Reminder for everybody watching, obviously this weekend there is 2 big events on. There's us and there's DreamHack, and everyone's playing for spots on the Pro Tour. Goal 1 though is make day 2. They need to have a 6-3 record by the end of today, so they then get invited back tomorrow to play. We got 409 players today, all battling out to try and get their spot on the Pro Tour for Philadelphia. I'm so happy it's back.
Yeah,
I can't tell you how much it makes me feel good that there's a Pro Tour coming. There's another World, which is going to be paper. I can't wait for it. And
and the I think the added kind of stakes for like regional championships are new for everyone, but I think the thing that makes this really special is that the 2 first place players go to Worlds as well at the end of the year. The Worlds invites were never like on display so close in Europe for us, so I'm really excited for that.
I think it's crazy. Like, I literally don't believe that. So 2 people from this tournament are going to walk away with World invites, straight there. Has there ever been I say easier route? Obviously, we all had to qualify to this, but just spike this tournament and you go to Worlds. What a feeling that must be.
Yeah, exactly. And all the World's invite and a dosh of cash in your pocket.
Oh yeah, and enough money to get you there and have a good holiday with it. Exactly.
Exactly.
So we're going to see both players shuffling up here. Looking at these 2 decks, so what's on the combo side? What's the combo? Talk us through the people at home that don't know how this works.
Yeah, it's pretty complicated, but actually what Mark Tobias wants to do is just load up his graveyard with a bunch of auras. The most important ones being Colossification, which gives +20/+20. As well as there's Burning Anger, which makes your creature tap to deal damage equal to its power to a player. And the way he wants to bring them back is with Storm Herald, which is a 3-mana 3/2 haste. And so what you can do is, like, if you have those 2 big auras in your graveyard, you play Storm Herald, they return, you put the trigger from the Colossification on the stack, and you ping them for 20 thanks to the Burning Anger. Easy enough, right?
Easy, right? Easy. Let's see if we can pull it off. And then we're against the classic. Is it tempo? I say it's not. I say classic. Is kind of, we see it a lot, but this is a different sort of build, right? We're not looking for the Phoenix side build here. We're more on a Drake build. Is that right?
Yeah, it's something that we traditionally called is a Drakes. But what Alessandro Danesi brought to the table is it's really cool that he's trying to go for more like the combo finish with Crackling Drake that he plays 4 of, and he plays like 1 maximized velocity to give it haste and a swing.
I love
for
that
a lot.
card.
He also playing Kazul's Fury, so meaning he wants to finish off the opponent in either one big swing or like attack and Kazul's Fury to the face for all that damage. So, but all the other cards are really similar cards that you've seen in Is It Phoenix before.
I'm pretty sure I've played these Drake lists back in like the old standard sort of time. They're the same sort of cards we're seeing then now being brought into modern. I love the take that we're taking. Normally when you see an island and a mountain, you're like, okay, cool, I'm playing against Phoenix. But like this could be a completely different. Unless like Mark will know what he's playing against. This is an open deck list tournament for everybody watching at home. So players, all of the decks are playing. They get to look before the round, during sideboarding, and obviously after if they really want to.
Yeah, exactly. And I think one of the biggest issues for Mark could be the fact that Alessandro is playing 4th in the ice, so which could kind of disrupt the combo without actually targeting anything. So you could just in response you can bounce all the creatures to the board, and that's gonna be a really problematic for Mark. But he was really confident in his deck and like the lines of play, and he even mentioned that his one opponent didn't know what his cards did, and I don't blame him.
Exactly.
Neither did I before I looked up the cards.
So we're starting off just with the couple of land, and we're going to mill ourselves 4 cards. Doing his game plan, what you said, he wants to get these cards in his graveyard.
And nope, but Spell Pierce. Right
Oh,
away.
don't bother about going that sideboard. You don't need to get out that on an adventure token.
Yeah, Alessandra's playing 3 Spell Pierces, and they're serving him really well here early in the game. Remember, Mark is playing a teamer, so blue, red, green. Doesn't have green mana yet, and he has a bunch of green spell that he would, I assume, would like to deploy. He did mulligan though.
And this Fable, what do you think about Fable? We've seen this pop up in like multiple formats now, all the way from Legacy all the way down to Pioneer. This card, if you told me a 3-mana enchantment was going to turn up in Legacy, Pioneer, Modern, and be really effective and really good at what it does, I wouldn't have believed you, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean, it was I call it the new Tarmogoyf because it was also flew under the radar when the set was released, was quite cheap, and now it's being played across multiple formats. And look at that, Storm Herald attack.
just turn it so it's get in there.
Yeah, so 3 mana, 3 to haste. No auras in the graveyard to bring back temporarily, but he's offering the trade. He's I assume Mark has probably maybe a backup one in his hand. We'll see. No?
He's just going to take the 3 points damage there, drop himself down.
And the fact that Fable is being played in these decks, I think it's more as a consideration for the Crackling Drake approach and Thing in the Ice as well. It's really heavy on the spell side. No Ledger Shredders, no Arglite Phoenixes, so he's really going heavy on spells and just trying to go for a quick kill rather than being maybe a bit more resilient on that side. Okay,
it helps with things like we've got treasure cruises, right?
Yeah.
Like it helps. They literally just ditched 2 land in the graveyard and drew 2 spells off the Fable, and now they get to go treasure cruise. I like to draw another 3.
Yeah, of course. Why not, right?
Wheels are turning and burning over here on the Is It Tempo side as we're going to get into make a treasure token.
Who doesn't like drawing cards, right?
Oh, everyone. I prefer to kill my opponent when they've got a handful of cards.
No. Drawing cards is better than killing your opponent. Everyone knows that.
So it looks like the light might have been knocked or dimmed a bit there.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's right. We can make out what these cards are. We can work through this.
Yeah, no plays from Mark, so his deck really hasn't gotten going yet. But we'll see what.
We've now got the pseudo Kiki Jiki on the battlefield as it got flipped over. Obviously, doesn't have haste, so it's not as good, but it does the job. It's a threat. It needs to be killed at some point. So if we start copying our Drakes, that's going to be they can draw us cards. They can hit really hard.
Yep.
As
here comes the crack.
Here it is. Look. Speaking of the devil.
Draw a card. Best phrase in Magic.
Ooh, that's a good one. All right, has anyone got any better phases, chat? Any better lines? I like pick 'em up, son.
Or my other old school one is take 2.
Or what life you at?
Yeah.
Okay, as we're going to see, a Fable come down and it's just catching that Spell Pierce.
Yeah, another Spell Pierce.
That Spell Pierce. 2 in this game have both disrupted twice and hit the big sort of what he wants to do. And we're just scooping it up. That's enough. That's enough. I can't deal with this Drake on the battlefield. It's going to get copied. There's going to be too much damage coming across the phone, so we're just going to scoop it up. And we're going to go to sideboards.
Yeah, that's kind of like an unfortunate thing for Mark. Like, he really didn't get going after that mulligan. Like, and 2 Spell Pierces, I think, really were kind of nailed in the coffin for him too. That he just couldn't get going. He needs to load up his graveyard, and he didn't even draw like Ledger Shredder, which would maybe allow him to do with more things. Or he's playing 4 Otherworldly Gaze, which also allows you to kind of it doesn't really make sense to counter that, and you can load up your graveyard very easily thanks to the flashback on that.
So going into cyber, what sort of cyber cards has he got? What sort of stuff will he be bringing in?
I'm looking at I'm looking at Alessandra's sideboard and trying to find some graveyard removal. He has some hearses, but if he knows what Mark Tobias is doing, like you didn't really make out that much from them, but yeah, here you can see Alessandra's deck. All right, the main.
Yeah, we can see that on the screen now for everybody at home.
So 4 Crackling Drakes, 4 Fables, 4 Thing in the Ice, and then all just spells for the rest of the deck. Really cool. I think playing 3 Spell Pierces in this sort of approach is very good. As it was shown.
Well, it was seen there. Game 1, it almost basically won the game by itself. Yeah, he didn't actually do the damage, but it stopped the game plan enough for them to be able to do theirs, and we were able to take down the dub there. So you reckon Hearst are coming in here?
Hearst is probably coming in, and maybe Aethergus as well, because maybe he wants to stop the Storm Herald from coming down. So. We're probably going to see those cards. Try to play more at instant speed. He has 2 Obliterating Bolt main, which is a great new addition for like blue-red decks. Even Rakdos decks are playing like 1 or 2.
It's
So
the exile effect, right?
yeah,
It's
it is,
actually
and
really
targeting
prominent.
planeswalkers as well. Like that's the change from Lava Coil before. Like Lava Coil was already played in a couple of decks before, just because it could kill that deck. And you're getting a preview of Yo Larson's deck, who's playing on the other table, which we're going to take a look a bit later. So. Yeah, no, I mean we already kind of spoiled it a little bit there, but yeah, Yo Larson's playing Prime Speaker Vanifar humans. As you can see, it's a couple of really fun cards like Bloodlust Insider or Kelvin Strike Team. Cards I didn't expect to see at Pioneer so early on. Yeah, here's Mark Tobias's deck if you want to know how it works. So
There we go.
just to run you through the deck. So the linchpin of the deck is Storm Herald, which is on the top left, 3 mana, 3/2 haste when it enters the battlefield. And this is the fun part that people don't know. You return the auras to the battlefield, but you don't have to put them on Storm Herald. You can put them on other creatures, and that's why Satyr, Wayfinder, Ledger Shredder, and Merfolk Seed Keeper can be important because you can play out the creatures. And even if they kill Storm Herald in response, you can bring the auras and target your other stuff. And as I mentioned, the main combo being Colossification and Burning Anger, meaning +20/+20 from the Colossification, and then the Burning Anger to shoot your opponent, and using the kind of the trigger from the Colossification, which taps your creature when it enters the battlefield, but in response you can Burning Anger them, or you can you can try to find other ways to kill your opponent. But yeah, this is mainly how it goes.
And this is what I love about like Paper Magic being back, right? We get to get these early rounds in, and we get to see all these brews that people brought. Because as much as I love this deck, and I hope God it starts winning and it starts going through, and we start seeing it in the late rounds, and we see it tomorrow.
Yeah.
But just the brews that people turn up with the first couple of rounds always surprises me when we get to see these awesome type of things like this. Like Marcus brought an absolute brew that we kind of see some iterations of it in the past, but he's brought it here. I would not have guessed anyone turning up with this deck this weekend.
Yeah, to be fair, and Chad's right. 61 cards. I'm boo. Yeah, for me as a competitive player, I don't know where you stand, Will, but I'm definitely on the 60 card train. But I mean, like I forgive Mark. He's a brewer. He needed to fit everything.
You need that extra card, right? You just need that extra. Maybe you need that extra land or something like that. But I don't mind the 61. I don't know the whole math behind it. I feel like I'm more on the side because you get people tilting like in chat going, "Oh my God, there's 61 cards!" But we're gonna have 60. The world's melting. But
yeah.
we're good. We got into that. The players are now just. I think that's just finishing off sideboarding, having a quick look through.
Yeah, still sideboarding. Yeah, still sideboarding. So I'll mention a couple of other cards that are pretty important in the deck. So one's Merfolk Secret Keeper because the adventure mills you for 4. Then it's just a lowly 0/0/4, but can do a decent job blocking. So that's not too bad.
Not Drakes. Drakes have
not
flying.
Drakes, not Drakes, unfortunately. Gather the Pack is a good addition. It's you're gonna reveal the top 5 cards, and you can put 1 creature in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. If you have Spellmaster, you can return 2 creatures, so that's also very nice. And then Traverse the Oval Walls card we don't see in Pioneer that often, just because you don't have that easy ways of getting Delirium. Because there's no Mishra's Baubles, right? There's no random enchantment lands like you have in Modern, right? Where it's much easier to get those card types in your graveyard.
I love it. I love it. I love everything about it.
Yeah, it's still pretty cool because he has a nice mix. He has a bunch of auras, instant sorceries, creatures. So he can definitely get that Delirium up and going with that much mill. And then because it's really important, the deck really is. I mean, it can win without Stormhell, but it would have a really hard time doing so.
A pretty hard time. Something's got to be going wrong on the other side of the battlefield for that to happen. But it's Magic. We've seen things like that happen before. In fact, many times we see that on camera, and that's what we love about it. So in the cyber, what do you like bringing in off this deck? Like what? He knows he's against Izzet Drakes. What am I bringing in?
So one of the things that I spoke to Mark about, and he was like, everyone's bringing Graveyard Hate, and he said last round he actually beat an unlicensed Hearse in play. His opponent having Graveyard Trespasser. You would think this deck is really susceptible to Graveyard Hate, but one of the cards that he has in his sideboard is Silent Gravestone. So it's a 1 mana artifact that says cards and graveyards can't be the targets of abilities. So he kind of turns off a lot of the Graveyard Hate from his opponents.
Well, we see a lot of that in the format. Like everyone's running. That's like almost the Graveyard Hate of choice is Hearse. So you play that. That's a nice little counter to that.
Yeah.
Which I don't think many people will be prepared for. They'll be like, hold on. There'll be a card read as always.
Yeah.
What does this card do? And then you're like, oh no, like that screws over my whole game plan. I put in my 3 or 4 Hearsts to go with it.
Yeah, and it's the Silent Gravestone is really good because also there's not that much artifact removal being played. Like some people are playing a Braid, like but
Yeah.
with like one, right? He's bringing in four gravestones. He has a couple of like counterspell inside war stuff like Phyrexian Revoker, Pithing Needle to stop some of the hate cards from his opponent potentially. But I think that's one of the big advantages of Mark is that his opponent is gonna get to know the combo, but also Mark can know which graveyard hate cards his opponent's bringing in. And if he sees Hearses, he can bring the Gravestones. If he sees Tormod Scripts, he can bring the Pithing Needles, right, to stop that.
Yeah,
So it's like he has a nice big advantage thanks to open deck list. Even though he did say that he wasn't a fan of open deck list. He wanted to really surprise his opponent with his deck choice.
Yeah, I mean, we don't get to choose, but I feel like I'm on being an Infect player. I'm not a fan of the open deck list side of thing because I don't want people to know to keep that handful of removal. I know to try and win that game one, but here we go.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so we're shuffling up. Looks like we've got a keep from Dennis.
Yeah, it looks like another mulligan for Mark, and that's the problem sometimes with the deck. You're playing a kind of combination of cards. Right? If you draw the auras in your hand and you don't have Fable, you're already kind of in a bad spot. And so we'll see if Mark can get a better 6 going.
You sign up for that though. When you play a combo deck, you got to accept that sometimes you're going to have to mulligan, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't have one half of the combo. You need ideally 2/3 of it or ways to turn it on. Let's see if he can keep this hand here.
Yeah, he's going to keep this. I think I saw Otherworldly Gaze, 2 lands, and Satyr with Wayfinder. I think he's going to get nice, good plays. Yes, is a charm as well. One is a charm.
And we're just going to there's some green
61st
mana.
61st card is a charm. I can tell you that.
Now what we're going to do on the other side.
Yeah.
Dennis is going to lead off with just an OR.
Yeah.
Okay, is it a Spell Pierce? Spell Pierce check. No.
Not on all other. It's card disadvantage, Will. Like, you got to know the basics. You can't counter a spell that has like a cheap flashback cost. Okay, Fable and another Gaze go in the graveyard, and he's going to draw 1. I'm not a huge fan of that card, but it can do a job. Look at that. Satyr Wayfinder.
We do see it a lot in graveyard type decks, right? In the synergy decks.
And he found land already, a Burning Anger in the graveyard. Yeah.
We're setting up.
It's like, okay, so that's what it is. Okay. So he's getting closer. Mark is really setting up.
Just consider end of turn.
For those of you just joining, like Alessandro Danesi is playing is a tempo, but it's actually I would call it a Drake's probably the closest description. Even though he's playing only 4 crackling Drakes, there's no Enigma Drakes or anything like that. But he's leaning on the Drake side rather than on the Phoenix Shredder side.
What other threats has he got in that deck? Has he got some Thing Ices as well?
4 Thing in the Ice as well. Yes.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of a different approach, I think.
So we're playing. Are we playing? I think it's only land in hand.
It's still considered Fire Impulse, and now okay, he already has the unlicensed Hearse in his hand. No Silent Gravestone yet, so that the Hearse can already do some damage here, exiling one of the Burning Angers and maybe
one of the
front. Yeah, one of the Gazes. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna have to change that round.
Okay, he's gonna go for the Gazes first.
I imagine the judges might ask him to put his spells in front of his lands.
Eventually, yeah.
You know what I mean, like. Gone on those days where we could have our cards upside down and sidewards and whatever we want to do, but until that happens, we're going to carry on with it.
Mm-hmm.
Just going to exile 2 there, get 2 underneath the Hearse as we're going to untap. 3 mana.
Fable. That's great. That's really good for Mark, even though he's probably digging for that Silent Gravestone to protect his graveyard, so he's probably not going to want to dump his combo in his graveyard right when the next chapter triggers. Oh, look at that.
Well, the judges on the token, just not the lands in front of spells, but whatever.
Can I get a shout out for the judges? Like the ones here are total rock stars. Like making it so easy for us and the players.
I always say is that they don't get enough credit at this event. Like they are the ones enabling this coverage. Really, they do all the running around for us. They move the players across where we need to. People were just watching, so we've got the feature match A, and then we've got a feature match B, the backup one. Yep. But Pioneer is quite a quick format.
Mm-hmm.
So if any of these tables end up finishing, we are taking other players from around the hall that are going to sideboarding and moving them to the feature match. So we're going to have the maximum amount of time of players playing in the feature match as we see a Thing in Ice come down for the turn.
And that's a really big problem for Mark. It's because Thing in the Ice is one of the things that can really disrupt this combo without that doesn't really play around like targeted removal because it bounces all your creatures. Remember, with Storm Herald, you don't have to put the auras on the Storm Herald. You can put them on any of your creatures. And with Thing in the Ice, if that triggers, triggers in response to the Storm Herald trigger. It's a big deal for Mark, and as well it flips into a 7/8, right? Like
Yeah.
that's just a massive block.
Just the flip side of that is, oh, by the way, there's also a big creature you now have to get off the battlefield.
Yeah, and I know that Alessandro already has a bunch of spies. I think I saw Kazul's Fury as well. So he's going to start with Fiery Impulse. It's ticking down already. Tick-tock.
And as of next turn, that's now now it's almost activated for next turn. Right, next turn we can threaten to flip it at any time we need to, as long as we've got the right cards in hand.
Yeah. And if you're watching the stream, come join us in chat. We're interacting, we're answering questions. If anything unclear, just pop it in there. And we always like to have a good time. We have a great community in the Twitch chat as well.
Oh, I love Twitch chat. They always make me laugh with the comments. It's great. As we see, oh, is that a rending volley?
It is.
Rending volley.
That's
Take down that thing in ice.
Yeah, takes down Crackling Drakes and Thing in the Ices.
But this Hearst is going to keep growing.
Yep.
Or are we in response to the type? We're going to flash this back?
Yep.
Love it. Value.
Digging for that Silent Gravestone. It's going to go to 3 then. Yep. I analyzed her just to 3 because in response to the targeting from Hearst, Mark decided to flash back the Otherworldly Gaze. So the Hearst only gets 1 additional kind of card exiled underneath it. It's not. I don't really like using dice to mark like unlicensed Hearst cards, but it's the best way for us.
It helps the coverage, right? It
It's
helps
much
the coverage.
easier. Yeah. So we appreciate that help.
There's a Consider gets cast. I'm just going to put that land in the graveyard. We don't want that. As we draw another one. Classic.
Yeah, I think Alessandro's hand is not that great. I mean, he has the Hearst going, but I think I saw Kazul's Fury, and he has that thing he has dying.
Is
just
an
an Ether Gust.
Yeah, it's an
Ether Gust, 2 lands, Kazul's Fury, and I think a Spike Field Hazard. So not a great hand. Like he's really relying on that unlicensed Hearst doing his job. But it might get overworked very soon with the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Once it flips, you can target your Wayfinders and really stock up your graveyard. So.
And start going off. Yeah, it's a very good card and being able to exile 2. But when you start pitting 4 cards in every turn, you're only fighting half the battle there. You're still going to at some point lose with the cards going in there and getting brought back. But
let's see.
How are we going to swing this bit? So, we've got the control aspect, right? I feel like is it Tempo's decided that they want to be the control matchup.
There's Gather the Pack, so it's going to have Spell Mastery. It means
can we turn that off in response though?
I don't think he can. I think yes, but he would have to exile. Yeah, he can turn it off, but I don't think Mark cares about that too much.
Little do you know, look at that. Look, he's definitely getting rid of them. I think I would be in that situation. Yep. I don't know if that's lack of experience playing with it or not. Like, am I waiting to hit the key cards, or am I just trying to turn off my opponent's spell so they only get the 1? Like. It's an interesting line. I think I would have been baited into what we just did then, but obviously you're a lot better than me, so you feel like you should have waited in that spell?
No, it was fine. It was fine. He's still like, there's no threat of a Storm Herald coming down just yet. And look at Mirrorfox. Mark is like going into the plan like, I'm going to dump so many cards in my graveyard that your unlicensed Herd is not going to be able to manage everything. Burning Anger was milled there.
I was about to say, what was that red card? I couldn't quite make it out.
It's the Burning Anger. That's one of the auras that he can try to go for the kill, but it's going to be difficult against the unlicensed Herd so far. But maybe if Mark finds the Silent Gravestone, that could really help him accelerate the game. But Alessandro is he needs to approach this game for kind of multiple sides, because he has the Fable is going to be something that he needs to care about. He doesn't really have anything going on. No Crackling Drakes, no Thing in the Ice. He's just doesn't have any action. He really needs to get going with like a Treasure Cruise, with like a Fable of his own, just stuff like that.
And we see the one, he's got 2 Sages in the main, 1 in the board. Obviously, we've seen 1 milled over there, so he does have a couple of answers in the deck that can get that Hearst off the battlefield. And just looking at that hand from Dennis, it doesn't do much. Yeah. It's just a couple of land and a couple of like dawdly little spells that he needs some sort of interaction for these to be able to go off. But the more he does this and turns and burns through his deck, just if he manages to have 7 land, 8 land, plays a Drake, flings at his opponent, take 20, game over.
That would be sweet. Look at Alessandro's like worried, like what is going on? It's like I need to know.
That's the other part about it being an open deck list tournament. Yes, you can see what your opponent's on. Doesn't mean that you know what the deck does.
Exactly.
So he's having a little look there. Son, how he wants to go through the turn. Like we're gonna turn out. We're gonna Spike Field Hazard. I suppose we've got to get rid of the one of these 2 threats. Before it's got Summon Sickness last turn. If it untaps this turn, we're going to be able to start activating it and generating value. So we're just going to exile the Wayfinder there. Play a land for the turn, tapped.
Pass. And not much else left in Alessandro's hand. It's all on Mark. What does he have in his hand? Oh, there we go. So no gravestone. He's going for the pithing needles.
Yep, I'd like to get rid of this.
Yes, it's like. Yeah, well, I mean, like the one positive for Alessandro was that he was able to really slow down Mark as well. So have him play his game a little bit. But with Alessandro not drawing any card draw spells for a while now, this might favor Mark, especially if he has something else. Especially even Storm Herald can start attacking. You know, I said that he can't really win without his combo, but you know, sometimes he can swing for 3.
So the hearse is going to. I imagine that's what's getting named. He's going to stick at 7.
Sure.
That's still a 7/7 on the battlefield if we can end up crewing it.
And then now, is it Charm? Okay.
Get to ditch our combo pieces that are probably in our hand into our graveyard now. They're safe.
Finally, yeah. But he's thinking about the Ether Gus, I think. No, he's saving that.
What do you think about that? Do you like using it here, or do you like saving it for?
It's I mean, it's fine now. Alessandro can draw a Spell Pierce at any time, right? So like he's probably figured that he probably doesn't have it. So might as well try. Or if he did, like tries to going to try to go for it now. Lots of stuff exiled. And Alessandro can okay, here's one classification and Fable. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe he already has okay. No, just swing with the Kiki-Jiki, the reflection of Kiki-Jiki rather. Ooh, here comes Opt. So
we are trying to tell the judge that obviously the spells need to go in front of the lands. If everybody talking about it in chat, we are trying to pass that message along.
I didn't want to be the bad guy, you know, to talk about these things. But we'll see. Oh, thing in the X. That was a good draw from Alessandro, even though he doesn't have too many spells. With the Ether Gust, maybe if he draws a Treasure Cruise, he can really he can start being aggressive and make Mark's board a bit less threatening.
At least you've got some sort of threat though, now something that we can actually play on, something that can impact the board.
Yep.
That's another threat that Mark has to kind of play around, right?
Yeah,
like
it's a blocker for the reflection.
Well, yeah.
Not winning through aggro. Oh, there we go.
There you go, chat.
There we go.
Are we happy now, Twitch chat? We got it for you. We got it for you.
Twitch chat, I'm happy. I just didn't want to be the mean guy, you know.
I'm happy being the bad
players.
guy.
Yeah?
It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Good cop, bad cop.
Oh yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So we're gonna go in here. What have we got?
Okay. You're not gonna swing with the thing in the eyes. That we know that. Alessandro, like.
That's why we pay you the big money for those insights.
Expert analysis right here at this regional championship.
Mind for everybody that's just tuning in, welcome. Obviously, you are watching the Legacy European Championships. We have 409 players this weekend, all battling it out to try and get a slot on the Pro Tour at Philadelphia.
Okay.
That's next year, I believe. But the big fight thing for this weekend is 2 players are going to walk away from this tournament with invites to Worlds.
Yes.
That is the big one this weekend. That's what everyone's going to be, realistically, what I'd be coming to play for. Yeah, Pro Tours, I want to do that.
Yeah, for sure. And Mark's going to want to do that with a Traverse the Old Vault, finding a Satyr Wayfinder. You would think he's going to go for Storm Herald, but no, he just wants to put more and more stuff in his graveyard. And it's going to be, if he flips over an untapped land now, he can actually even copy the Wayfinder with the reflections of Kiki-Jiki and really start loading up his graveyard.
So here, with the Aether Gust, is this a good point that the Aether Gust could be used? Put it on top of the deck?
I mean, he's probably will still want to stop the combo primarily, but this is going to give Mark a really good like setup for the following turns. Like he can play it now, but I don't think like next turn Mark's just going to do the same thing, right? Play the Wayfinder and try to copy it again. So he can give us a bit more time. Hopefully.
I'm thinking if we put it on top for the mill trigger, we end up milling the Fable.
Okay, yeah, but if the Satyr Wayfinder doesn't, I mean, yeah, sure, but he probably want to counter. It's good idea, possibly a good idea.
I don't know if that's what he's thinking about. He's thinking.
Yeah,
he's letting himself. He decided against it.
Yeah,
and he does have that untapped land. Plays it for the turn.
Yeah, well, that's the part about Ether Gust. You have to know how to play it correctly. But we'll see. So yep. So gonna copy it in the upkeep. Looks like.
Mill another 4. Get a copy token.
Shredder. Yep.
Cool. Let me see the mystical disputes. They obviously came in.
He boarded in a lot of cards. Like the needles, the rending volleys, and the disputes.
Did he board over 61 cards though? That's the question.
Yeah.
A man that's not scared of playing 61 cards is not scared, I imagine, of boarding up to 62, 63 cards.
Yep.
We just pass the turn back. Token that then gets removed.
Yeah.
You got to feel good if you're Mark's spot here, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, but Mark knows that, like, Alessandro really isn't enjoying much now. Okay, this is an important card, so Otherworldly Gaze. He's now digging for action, so he ideally wants to have Storm Herald or Traverse to find it. He also has a Boseiju there, but I don't think he's going to need it. Like, yeah, how nice of Alessandro to show us the Ether Gust on camera. It's like, look, I have it. Yeah, with the Pithing Needle on Unlicensed Hearse, you can't really use it anymore, so it's gonna make Mark's graveyard safe for the time being.
Let's have a little think. How are we going to go through this turn? Can I count how many cards are left in your deck?
Yeah,
How many more times?
running low.
That's something that you're going to have to think about right on Mark's side. I don't think there's no like cards like Endurance or anything like that in this format, so just shuffle it all back in.
Yeah, but now Mark has 2 creatures in play, so he doesn't need to be scared of the Storm Herald getting like killed in response or anything like that. So I think he looks like he's gonna go for it. So Storm Herald.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Let's see.
Okay, it's on the stack. What are we going to do, Dennis?
Okay. And Alessandro's thinking, what do I want to do here?
Are you
with
firing
my
up
Ether
here?
Gust? Look, he's struggling with making that decision. It's tough.
I think you have to, right?
Mm.
Like if you don't, you're just in so much trouble.
Yeah, now look, you're gonna get a good look at the grave. So there's 2 Colossification, plus 20, yes. But what do you want to do with it? Is there a Burning Anger in the graveyard? I didn't see
I
one.
didn't see one in there either. No.
Yeah, let's see what Mark's plan is here. And maybe that's what he's considering.
What do you think you'd do here if you're in this position?
Probably counter it because I'd be scared. But he's reading.
Like I feel like I want to counter it this turn. I get a counter off my thing in the ice.
Yeah, but
and
he's
if I
like,
top deck a Treasure Cruise or something like that.
but he's probably thinking it's like, okay, you're gonna get the Colossifications back.
Okay.
Yeah, but what happens now? It's like you don't have the anger. Yeah, so trigger on the stack. Okay.
Play a land. That's
Play
really
a
cool.
land.
Pay 2 life.
Yeah. It looks like he just said, okay, resolve. The
Yeah.
Storm Herald resolves.
I think it's on the battlefield.
Yeah. It looks like based on the breeding pool, it looks like Mark just wants to play his land.
Why are we playing it untapped? That's the question.
For like Fable activation potentially. Ooh, I get it now. I get it. The plan is now to go into combat, attack, and in combat use the Fable to copy Storm Herald and bring the classifications back in attack.
Oh, I
That's
love
the
it.
plan. That's the plan. No burning anger, but look now. There's the attack. And now in combat, copy my Storm Herald.
So, are you bouncing this now? Like he's holding on to this to dear life, and we're firing off now.
Yes.
Do you like the timing of this? Is this good timing?
I mean, it's a bit tricky because like
Oh, wait, I think this is very tricky. Like I think he's playing it very well. He's held on to it for a reason. Right?
so
He
he's
knows
gonna
what doing.
so he's gonna Ether Gust the Storm Herald on top. Yeah, that fizzles the reflection of Kikijiki trigger, and it's just we're gonna try to do the same thing next turn. Is my guess.
We need something like a Treasure Cruise off the top here, right?
Yeah, that's pretty sick. So no need for burning anger. So if you copy the Storm Herald in combat, you can put those classifications on your tapped attacking creatures, and so it doesn't matter if they're gonna get tapped. They're tapped already by virtue of attacking. No, I see one of Twitch streamer Elliot Busso, who's playing in the tournament, joining us in Twitch chat.
I actually did a deck tech with him yesterday.
Ah, nice.
Which we're currently getting that edited up, and hopefully we can get that out to you beautiful people watching at home.
Elliot's a great player, and
Spicy brew.
And
Spicy brew.
He brings the spice.
See if we can find out what his record is. Maybe we could get him in the feature match in the next couple
Yeah.
rounds. As we see
I can have a look.
we're tapping feet. We're playing again. We're doing a repeated
Yeah, it's like, yep, here's the Storm Herald
Seen this
again.
before. Attack. Go to blocks. After blocks, I would like to activate. Target this. You're going to get rid of one of the creatures here. That gets exiled for... And a token is now made. Trigger.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the key things about Paper Magic being back, right, is we have to remember our triggers now.
Yep.
For the last couple of years, We've had computers do it all for us. Now we're
Yep.
back in paper magic. We actually have to remember this, and then we're just going to play a 0-4 end of turn.
Yeah, so basically same thing happened, but because they're yeah, it just killed the you brought back the classification, killed the thing in the ice, and Mark Tobias is not a classification in his graveyard. He does need to rush at this moment, yeah. But there's an opt digging, Fable, finally some action for Alessandro, but he's gonna try to like do his best in terms of bluffing now, because we know he only has a Kazoo Sphere in his hand. Though actually that can he can sack it, right, to
So he could block, sack it, shoot
something, yeah.
Or well, I suppose we could shoot it now, right, and get rid of the Fable on the other side. That's
yeah.
threatening.
That's another, yeah. So yeah, any target. It's an instant, any target. So
Mark-
that's what he's thinking about.
Like I say,
oh,
Mark's not making this easier. All is it like you literally are? How do I play against this deck? And
Yeah,
this is one of the things I
exactly.
like about bringing these brews to tournaments is you get the advantage of your opponent doesn't know. Like if you play mono green, okay, I
Yeah.
know what they're doing.
So
Like-
so I see Joel TV in the chat asking like, so what's the combo? So the main combo is you play Storm Herald, and that allows you to bring any number of auras from your graveyard to the battlefield until end of turn, of course. But you bring back Classification, which gives +20/+20, and Burning Anger. So with the Classification trigger on the stack that taps it, you shoot your opponent for power equal that on the creature, and you try to kill your opponent there. Here's the Kazoo's Fury
Yep.
play that we mentioned.
So that's gone. That's off the battlefield now.
Yep. So one problem less, but still.
Yeah, but we're empty-handed, right? That's not what we want to be when we're the blue player. But we are. I feel like we're just a treasure cruise away from being able to get back in this game if we're able to get back into this game.
Let's see. I mean, Mark still has a bunch of cards in his hand, so maybe he's thinking he can maybe upkeep even Otherworldly Gaze. Flash it back.
Oof.
Bunch of lands.
I think that might be 3 lands.
Not great. He's running out of cards as well.
Yes, we're talking about
Slowly.
that. It's got to be concerned about this. Especially as the next turn, Dennis is going to have access to looking at 2 cards next turn, one for the turn, then he can ditch it and draw another one.
Mm-hmm. I thought this would be a fast match, right? Like Mark either like comboing
You
off
did say
really
that
quickly,
to me. You did say that.
or fizzling quickly. But this one's been dragging on for a while. I wouldn't say it's a common way how these matches go. And Mark's just swinging.
Just go.
Take 3.
This is plan B, right?
Yeah.
Plan B. Just turn my little dolly creature sideways.
Okay, so Saga.
Redraw. We're
Okay,
ditching
redraw.
that.
Okay, 3 mana.
Another Fable. We spoke about this card and how good it is, and I honestly, this card is so powerful for what it does.
Yeah, and it's good now. It's like the blockers really need it. But okay, Wayfinder.
Okay.
Okay, finds another classification.
I'd like to know how many cards left in that library. There can't be too many
Not
now.
Too many, no. Probably. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably around 10.
I'm
10
about to say,
to
I
12.
reckon around 10.
Still plenty. Remember, both players won their first round, so it's not like we're showing you like a weird deck that can't really win anything. But yeah, Mark.
Well, so on the other side, Dennis is threatening the combo next turn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like swings and roundabouts here, going crazy.
Yeah, like the double reflections of Kikijiki, like make a big board. Swing at you, but Mark's still at 18, so now then Alessandro has to.
Ooh,
He's
the
gonna
thing in
discard.
it.
Yeah, he's gonna
I
discard.
can't
it.
like that. We don't have enough, cards in hand for that to be relevant at the minute.
Ooh, chat's good at counting. They said like 11 cards. I mean, genuinely, guys, impressive that you managed to count so quickly.
Never underestimate Twitch.
No.
chat.
I've learned my
underestimate
lesson.
them.
I've been on Twitch since the Justin.tv time.
Oh,
so,
old school.
Yeah. So I know. Ooh, Hall of the Storm Gods, Storm Giants rather.
We're just getting in there. Ooh, we
Ooh,
don't-
no fear.
that is
Trade. Okay.
What are we missing here? Maybe like. What's
Let's
that
see.
off the top?
I'll just let Mark surprise us. He's boarded in quite a few sideboard cards, so I assume he's boarded off maybe some of the Burning
Oh, but
Angers.
looks like he's passed the turn back.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything. Looks
Is
like.
this it?
Okay, gonna flip again.
One's gonna flip.
Yep.
One's gonna be untapping for the turn, so it doesn't have summoning sickness.
Yep.
Oh, is it?
Yep. So draw, flip the other one. Now.
How does this game go from? I thought that Mark was
Right?
so far ahead, and now he's just gone back to Dennis. It
Yeah,
looks like
sure.
Dennis is gonna end up taking it down. He's counting his land. Can I play
Okay.
Storm?
Untapped land.
And get a giant
he's just-
going?
yeah, he's just gonna go for the reflection. So what that does is like end of turn, you copy your reflections. You make one with haste. You copy the other one, and you just make a bunch. Okay.
4 cards left.
4 cards.
Go big or go
Oh,
home.
there's the Burning Anger though. Does he have it? Oh, he has
Oh
Storm
my
Herald.
god. Oh my god.
Does he have it? No
I'd like
card.
to-
I did no card from Alessandro, and here comes the classification.
Play this.
And the Burning
Add this to
Anger,
it.
and boop, boop, take 43, take 63.
My word. How did that was such a back and forth swinging game. Love to see it.
He does it.
Okay, well that
Game
means
three.
we're going to game 3. I want more of that matchup. I want to see more of that combo happening.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get the deck stuff up on the screen for you. So we'll see if we can.
Maybe. I mean, I am looking also at our other table, and there's stuff going on there as well. But we'll see, because these guys are going to sideboard again. Gonna try to figure out what to do. Oh, that was cool. I'm glad you got to see
On
it.
the last turn, so obviously he was digging through his deck
Yeah.
to try and find the threat, right? He was
Yes.
waiting to find it, and then in the last like top X cards, top 8 cards, he managed to flip it over and get there. So
Yeah.
we've got the
There you see the deck list from Mark Tubiage, and you can see the big combo of Burning Anger and classification on a.
we don't
on
see
a
this
creature.
too often, so people,
No.
this might be the first time they watch. It's definitely the first time I'm kind of seeing this deck as well. So.
Yeah.
It is open deck list tournament chat, so if you ever want to, if you want to look at
Yeah.
what the players are doing, you can. I believe it's !deck. Might be able to get that up, or standings. You'll be able to
Yep.
see it on MTG Mini. Feel
Yeah.
free to go out and
Go to MTG
check it
Melee.
out.
Yeah, find the tournament, and there you should see all the deck lists by this time now. So it's a big field of 409 players. The most represented deck in the room is actually Mono Green Devotion.
shock. Who would have
Yeah, but we're going to try to avoid it for a bit, because we know we're going to see
We
a
know
lot.
how that works. We know
Yeah.
statistically we're going to get them into the later rounds. So
Yes.
we're going to bring on these fun decks that we're seeing like this. I'm saying that Marcus deck popped off there.
Yeah.
Like love to see it. It was absolutely awesome. We managed to, what was that, 60 odd damage we ended up doing
Yeah.
on
that's great.
our last key turn.
And there's some spicy decks. Like I went through all the deck list 3 times. Right,
I know
to try
you're
to
very thorough with your work, and I enjoy this. Like
Yes.
you always come to me going, "I found this deck. I found this deck. I found this," and I'm like,
yeah.
"Brilliant. Let's see it.
Yeah,
Brilliant. Let's see it."
there's some even some like new cards, and it's always what I like. It's yesterday was the release date for
was about to
Brothers
say.
War, so always when you have these tournaments, I love these, because like you really get your first taste of the new cards, right? And with Monarch Green Devotion, they were pretty happy about getting some new cards inside. The Stone Brain, Cityscape Levelers, Haywire Might. So all Monarch Green Devotion decks play some of the new cards. But I saw some other spicy ones. Like I can tease maybe. I saw Teferi Temporal Pilgrim.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Okay, so you can see that maybe in like a control
Yeah.
spell, right?
We can see it go. These are the sort of decks we hope are going to start winning, so
Yeah.
we can start getting them on the feature match for you all. Because Pioneer, we thought was a soul format, right? We
Yeah.
thought like we know that the top 4 or 5 decks, a couple of fringe twos, but we're trying to get all these decks that are winning, that are doing all these extra sort of spicy decks. We're playing the newer cards, and I kind of like this of Magic of old, right? In the old Pro Tours, you used to have the set was released almost like a week or 2 before the Pro Tour. A little bit of time to test, a little bit of time to get the cards, and then play with it. And now we're seeing it come back now with the set. Obviously, Brothers War just got released, so
Yep.
we don't know if this meta now of Pioneer has been solved, right? We've got a whole influx of a set coming into it. Are we going to mix it up? People more obviously saying Mono Green's going to get crazy with these extra artifacts that they can go find, which is playing into their game plan. But we're seeing 2 decks right now and not even bothering about that.
Yeah.
They're coming in with their own game plans, and we're going to be going to this game 3.
Yeah. One of the other cards that the new cards that actually Alessandro is playing is the Obliterating Bolt. It's a upgrade on Lava Coil, another like new card that made its way into a bunch of different decks. Like Rakdos Midrange is playing it. The Gruul Vehicles decks are playing Obliterating Bolts as well. But I'll give you another spicy one.
Go for it.
I wonder
Spice
if
me.
Thrawn Spider. Do you know what that does?
Is that the 2 or 3/5 that whenever they cast a spell you get a 1/2?
Nope. No.
Okay, go for
It's a 3 mana 2/4 artifact. Enters the battlefield. Both players get a Power Stone token.
Yeah.
And for 7, you look at the top 4 and you put an artifact in your hand. And there's a couple, like 3 or 4 guys in the room who are playing like different variations of blue X, like blue black or blue red kind of artifact decks. And so they're really trying to maximize their artifact counts for like improvise. I
Okay.
saw Herald of Anguish, if you've ever heard of that card, like an improvised
Yep.
demon. So that kind of stuff. Battle at the Bridge, like a removal spell when you tap artifacts. So a bunch of players are trying to go this artifact route, and they also got some new toys in the new set.
And that's the sort of decks we're going to try and get you on camera this weekend. We get chat. So if you are watching or you're not following, make sure you hit that follow button. Obviously, we bring you events pretty much every month at the minute. We've got a couple moving forward. The next time that this screen will be live after this weekend will be in Barcelona, and that will be modern. I believe that's the second weekend in December that's going to be. So hit that follow button, get that notification when we go live if you're a big fan of the modern formats. As
Even better, go play.
Or go play, exactly, go play.
Yeah, these tournaments are great. I actually was at the same kind of tournament in Copenhagen as a player. Lovely, like great, really smooth. Like the judges, they're doing an awesome job.
That's
like
one
tournament
thing.
was fast. All the players were really nice, and yeah, like and there's stuff on the line. You can win qualification, and the next finals after Sofia is Naples. Like,
Exactly.
what a city to go to.
I've never been. I've never been.
neither.
I keep being told that it's great because obviously if people don't know Legacy, obviously it's a Italian company, and they keep telling me I need to be in Italy, and I'm like, what? Just to eat pizza, or is it pasta? Like, you know, I'm a big foodie. I love my food.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so planes are now kept out in 7, and we're just starting off with a tap land into a traverse.
Yeah, looking for a land for Mark, building up his mana. Let's see, thing in the ice. That's something that
still
Alessandro
need to
really
work
needs.
on.
Yeah.
We still need to work on the spells being in front of the lands, though.
Yeah, we need to move them back.
We're gonna go. We're sending Filipa. She's gonna go and sort that out for us.
I get it. It's a tough habit to crack. Like if you're used to it, I get it. Like I'm not gonna scold you for it. But
were you ever in that format? Did you ever used to put your lands in front of spells, or was you always traditional?
Never. However, what I used to do back in 1999 when I started playing, what I used to do when I played my creature cards, I turned them upside down so my opponents could read them immediately, and it kind of showed that it has summoning sickness. So that was kind of like one of the things I did. But yeah,
Love to see it.
Lost that habit as well. But Otherworldly Gaze now, it looks like. Yeah, after playing a land, it's just setting up his graveyard again here for Mark. Probably he wants to set up. Yeah, exactly. This is what I wanted to say. Setting up Pithing Needle. Alessandro stepped out, so no Spell Pierce. Now he can really turn off the hearse. Oh, another thing in the. Oh, no land, no third land though. So Mark really can try to take advantage with Fable. Okay, maybe set up for the combo next turn already.
There's a couple of treasure cruisers over in Dennis's hand as well. They're not going to be very good when you don't have a graveyard at all.
Here we
We're
go.
going to start trying to fill it up here.
Yeah, Alessandro's playing really fast because they only have, as you can see the clock, they only have 7 minutes left in the round.
Remember when you told me this was going to be a quick matchup?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I lied.
It's all good.
I lied.
It's all good.
You'll get to know me a bit more, but yeah.
It's all, look, if as long as every round we get the action we get here where we get people flinging 60 power creatures at each other, I'm all about that.
Yeah. So draw for the turn, and now the
Fable
second
trigger.
chapter. Yeah. And Mark can really threaten the combo, but against 2 open mana, it's always going to be a bit more difficult there. And I think he sighted out parts of the combo. So he does discard Colossification and an Otherworldly Gaze. No Burning Anger yet. So let's see.
Treasure. Wait a minute there.
Slow your horses. Yeah, this goblin's gonna eat a Fire Impulse, and the thing is going to go down to 2 counters, and now it's a huge problem for Mark. If Alessandro has 2 cheap spells, he can flip and already swing for 14.
That is
on his turn.
So scary.
But he can die on the backswing, right? With the Storm Herald potentially. Oh, but at least one Rending Volley.
That's that threat. The turn we were talking about.
Yeah.
Completely smashed.
Yeah, slowing down Alessandro, but I don't think Alessandro minds getting slowed down here. He has a bunch of spells in his hand that he gets to deploy.
I think he drew a land for the turn. He's got 4 in the graveyard. There's definitely a Treasure Cruise in the hand, and I think is that Crackling Drake as well.
He has a Crackling Drake in his hand. Yep, a Treasure Cruise and Steam Vents. Okay, so he does have 4th untapped land. Maybe he's gonna go for Crackling. Try tap out. No. Fable of his own.
So out of all the cards in his hand of Treasure Cruise, Fable, and Crackling Drake, he went with Fable.
Yeah.
Like how many have we seen cast this game? So like 7 or 8. Like this card, and players relying so much or putting so much faith in this card being able to do its job, then potentially other cards in the past that we would have been able to see come down.
He's still thinking. I think Mark has a Storm Herald in his hand, but doesn't have a Burning Anger in his graveyard yet. He has double Colossification, and he got 2 mana Satyr Wayfinder. He's going to maybe try to go set up for the combo next turn. Doesn't mill a Burning Anger though, just 2 lands and 2 Ledger Shredders. But he can.
You got a bit Seiju there if you wanted it.
Yeah, but I don't. Maybe he doesn't have an untapped green mana yet. Not sure if he would even want to play it. So goes for the Sanctum, tapped. Okay. Just passes. Okay, big turn for Alessandro.
This is scary now, right? And now
yeah, very scary. Yeah, because we know he has Cruise. He still has that Fable trigger. Okay.
Gets just with Drake and
Cruise.
I think he had multiple cruises.
Okay. Makes sense.
Deciding how he wants to go through the turn.
Very. I mean, it's all kind of there's like the couple of big turns that both players are trying to set up, right? And trying to disrupt each other a little bit here and there. But here he's trying to show. Okay, it's 2. It's still 2. Okay, he was like, yeah, we probably like should be on 1, but he didn't realize that he didn't play cruise, but yet. But he
Now
only
it
used
is.
Fable. But now he's gonna play the cruise. Now he's gonna.
5, 6,
Yep,
7, 8.
go to
That's
1.
enough. And this is where it's scary, right? There's so many 1-drop spells in this deck. We can now we've got the thing in ice at instant speed when we want it to flip it. So as soon as Mark goes to the combo, we can kind of disrupt it for a turn and potentially try and win on a crackback with something like a hasted Drake, I guess.
Yep. Let's see.
Get a treasure token.
Important. The more mana you have available, the more you can bluff. And now is I think it's a problem for Mark, because in response to the Storm Herald, with the trigger on the stack, there can be some things done with the thing in the ice. So let's see.
We call it
But
shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
In the UK.
However, I think knowing Mark, he probably can do some other stuff. As long as he finds the Burning Anger, I think it's going to be allow him to win anyway. Like if the Storm Herald's going to get into play, and Alessandra's going to try to flip the thing in the ice, he can copy the Storm Herald in response and try to get another trigger on top and try to win with the Burning Anger. But he doesn't have one yet, so that's the issue.
So they're both a race both on the edge of their seats of who's going to
Yes.
pull the trigger first.
Yeah, but exactly.
Good morning, Kathy and Lily, another one of the legacy casters.
Here's the gather the pack. We'll look at should be 5, I think.
Yep, that's 5.
Finds 2 creatures. Yeah, Spellmaster, he definitely does have that. It looks like he's just trying to build up the board for now. Like if the thing in the ice flips, I mean it's not great, but if it just gets stuff off the table temporarily, it's fine. Storm Herald has haste, so why not? But I think Alessandro, with the amount of cards in hand he has, like he can also try to threaten Mortal.
So I got a question for you.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
If Thing in Ice triggers down and has then to the point where it has no counters, can we then copy it before it flips with no counters? Or is there a state with a point where you can do that?
I think I would call a judge just to clarify up the situation, but I don't think you can get another like the returning. I think what you copy with the thing in the ice is what you have on the card at the moment, either 0-4 or 7-8.
So you do it once it's flipped with the trigger on the stack of bounce and everything, you then just copy it then?
Yeah, you can copy, make it a 7-8. Yeah.
Don't know if we can get some sort of weird like double bounce effect.
No, I don't think so.
And it looks like we're gonna just flip here at end of turn.
Yeah, looks
turn
like,
open.
yeah. Looks like
I suppose it would also make sense before the Fable flips into a creature, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna want to keep the reflections. Yep. Ooh, in response. Okay, so he's gonna copy the Wayfinder in response to the opt on the stack and the thing in the X trigger. So he's gonna mill 4 more cards. No Burning Anger still. It's
how many does he play in the
some-
main?
He has 4 in the main deck, but I think he sideboarded out 2.
Okay.
Because I think we only saw 1 last game, so I assume
Yeah.
he has like 2. Just as a safe.
Always really unlucky and had all 4 in the bottom half of in the back last
I
like 4
think
cards.
he might have 1 in his hand, so we'll see.
Untap. Fable flips.
Now that's a potentially a lot of damage coming in for Alessandro, right? Like there's the 7-8 of Awoken Horror, and still like Crackling Dig in his hand. Like if he had something like a Maximized Velocity, right? Like he could maybe even kill Mark already. So remember, Crackling Drake counts not just the instant source in your graveyard, but also in your exile.
I kind of like setting that up for next turn, right? If this Fable lives, I can play my Crackling Drake next turn, just copy it. And worst case scenario, if they kill it in my Fable response, I can still copy.
Yeah.
But instead, he decides to deploy it this turn.
But now, like, there's a lethal is being threatened. Like this is this is the problem now. Because Crackling Day is massive. I don't know how big, but it's surely at least 10 power. And with the reflection of the Kikijiki on the battlefield as well. Even though it's not active yet, he can't use it yet. But he has 2 mana available. I see Spikefield Hazard.
I see, looking at his hand, it doesn't look he's actually got any much disruption here. So
no, double Cruise and Spikefield.
He might have forced Mark into a position where Mark has to go for it. Can't really play around anything. He has to go for it, and it turns out it might actually pay out for him.
Yeah, Chad has asking a good question, like, oh, can't you just flip the thing in the ice in response to the burning trigger activation? It's like, yes, you could, but it's still going to come through because it's going to look at the last amount of power the creature had before it was removed. So that's not going to help you. The only way to really stop the combo is in response to the Storm Herald trigger being on the stack, because then there's no creatures to put the auras on after that has resolved. And what's we'll see. If I think Mark really just needs a, if he plays, for example, Wayfinder and flips Burning Anger, he's got to win. Yeah, now they're going to count the Crackling Drake. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, just 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's tiny. I misspoke.
It's still not bad. It's still not bad. Right, here we go.
Wayfinder.
Let's flip it. Let's go.
Like, will we find
Big
a
flip.
Burning Anger? Because if so, Mark can play the Storm Herald, and I think he can win this turn. Let's see.
4 cards.
1,
Let's
2,
go.
3, 4.
No.
Still, there's an otherworldly gaze. In theory, if he has an untapped land, he can also block the Woken Horror for a turn. Still, I don't know. I mean, probably double Crackling Drake is gonna be enough though.
We also know that there's the 1 damage spike
Spike
hazard.
Hazard, yeah,
That will be able to do the
Yeah,
the
he
lethal,
should.
right?
He should. I think Alessandro has lethal. So if Mark doesn't survive for another turn or doesn't kill his opponent right now, okay, untapped land. So last chance saloon, otherworldly gaze, or another Wayfinder. Ooh, another Wayfinder. Now he has to find the Burning Anger. 1, 2, 3, 4.
What's that?
No, it's a Storm Herald. I don't think he found the anger. I think he has one in his hand, maybe just one left in his library.
I think that's it. Unless there's something in his hand that we're not quite seeing here. Fable.
He's trying to pull out a lot of blockers, but I think he's just gonna go spike field. Your
That
guy.
makes the Crackling Drake a 6
Copy
creature.
Crackling Drake. Yeah, copy. That's gonna be game. No. We'll see. So he's gonna copy the Crackling Drake. Still play Fire Impulse, and there's the handshake. Alessandro Danesi weathered the storm, Herald, and won the match 2-1.
We're just going to see if we're able to get another.
Yeah. It looks like it's too late in the round. These players were almost ran out of time as well, so I just assume there's probably not many matches left in the tournament, if at all. So I don't see anyone on the other side.
I think all our matches are finished for the round. So that's going to end up being us.
Yep. But it was good fun, right? Like
that was a spicy deck. Like
it was so close too. Like I think Mark milled over so many cards to try to find that Burning Anger and mill it in his graveyard and play Storm Herald. He really gave himself the best chances to win, but just didn't get there.
No, but we got to see a 60 power creature flying, and I'm happy about that. Like that, we saw what the deck was about. Unfortunately, took the eldest round, but we do see the Izzet player being able to go into day 2 or to go 2-0. Sorry.
Yeah.
On that one, I think that's the end. That's going to be the end of the round. We've got no more matches for you all, so make sure you stay tuned. I am Will. This is Matej, and we'll be back very shortly.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. I'm HaramGG, this is Filipa, and we're here back in Bulgaria for round 3 of the finals event. We're going to be having some insanely high status players down in the feature match area. Philippa, what are we going to be watching this round?
So everyone was asking for it, so we are going to watch Nassif in blue-white control.
Ooh.
It's the deck that he plays the best, one of the best players in Europe for sure, and he's going to be playing it against Rakdos mid-range. And I've heard you have a funny story with Nassif, right?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, me and Gab are close friends. We're actually staying in the same hotel room. And last night we were chatting about his deck list, what we think about the metagame, what's it going to be like. And Gab actually fell asleep mid-conversation with me. And what's funnier is when he was asleep, he was snoring and then said, I think I'm going to mulligan. Oh, I was like, what? Yeah, in his sleep, he talked saying, I think I'm going to mulligan. So hopefully down in the feature match, he's not going to be mulling. It's going to be a very cool match. I think that going into this event, it was very hard to pick a deck list, you know, and especially someone like Gab, who's quite indecisive at some points. You know, it was a very difficult decision to him, and as normal, he had to register blue-white control for this event because why wouldn't he? And also on the backup feature match, interesting deck list decision, because I think going into this event, you know, kind of the elephant in the room was mono green, right? And bringing something like Rakdos mid-range, Javier Dominguez, is definitely also a very interesting decision. As we see the players here trying their opening sevens, we're going to see information or get the information on who's on the play. But yeah, in this matchup, we're seeing blue-white control versus Rakdos mid-range. Let's be real, it's ultimately a mid-range battle. Gab's looking to draw cards, and Michael's looking to apply pressure and discard cards. So have you seen much of this matchup? Do you have any opinions on it in the Pioneer format?
I do play quite a bit of Rakdos mid-range. It's definitely one of my favorite, but this is what I was going to say. If they are able to have a Thoughtseize turn 1, it gets a bit difficult on blue-white control, because what blue-white control has going on for them is that your opponent doesn't know when you have a counter. So this will allow Michael here playing Rakdos to play spells with much more confidence, knowing what Nassif has in hand. And here, what are we seeing that Nassif has?
So I can see 3 lands, a Wandering Emperor, Supreme Verdict. It seems to be
A portable hole?
Portable Hole, and that blue card there, I can't quite make it out. We're going to be getting Gab's deck list up, because I would guess that's Behold the Multiverse, but I don't even know if he plays that in his list. Or maybe it's a Censor? I can't... Oh, it's...
Wandering Emperor going
It's
to
a
the
Saw It
grave.
Coming. My mistake. It's a Saw It Coming. Thank you, Twitch chat, and also just received the deck list as Michael loses 2 life and discards the Wandering Emperor. That's definitely a really annoying card in the matchup, because Rakdos mid-range, if we look at their list, how many Planeswalkers are they playing? No Planeswalkers in the main. And that's actually going to hurt Rakdos a lot here in the blue-white matchup, because the way you actually get cards back against blue-white control is the free activations of Planeswalkers. So, you know, Wandering Emperor, just a good removal spell, puts threats on the board. I'm not surprised about this discard. And also just having the Saw It Coming on Gab's side of the board. I would say that it's going to be a slow game. Portable Hole's going to slow things down. Saw It Coming is nice to have.
But actually, Michael will be able to saw it coming, because he already revealed it with Thoughtseize.
Yeah. Sure, yeah, you can see it coming as we see the irrigated farmlands tapped. What are we going to see from our Rakdos player? You know what, let's leave this to Twitch chat. Why don't you put a 1 in the chat if you're rooting for Gab, a 2 in the chat if you're rooting for Michael. Let's see, who are we supporting?
One of the cards that I really like from the Rakdos is this new Misery's Shadow, the 2-mana card from Brothers War, but Portable all deals with it, so I guess it's not that great against Nassif here. But definitely a card I want to look out in this tournament to see how it performs in the Rakdos mid-range, to see if it's actually an upgrade or not. Castle Lochwain, and there he is, the card that I was just talking about, Misery's Shadow.
Yeah, definitely. Misery Shadow, a good threat to put on the board, but also something that's secretly amazing is Castle Lochwain. What was I saying? You need ways to get cards against blue-white control. Your life total doesn't matter against control, does it? Well, Castle Lochwain, you don't care about your life, you care about cards. Let's turn your life into cards at hand. You actually want to see that? But Gab did anticipate seeing Castle Lochwain in the metagame to Field of Ruin he has access to, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, obviously Gab having those 1 and 2 ups for those niche cards in the format.
Field of Ruin is just overall good. Like you have Ive, you have Castle, Lockwain, and that's only like in red black. You also have the Den. So some players play with the Den that gets the Goblin, and also in Phoenix and Izzet decks they play with the 7/7 land, the Owl of the Storm. So
Yeah.
definitely Field of Ruin, a great choice by Nassif here for this weekend.
And we see Field of Ruin off the top, probably just going to hold up the Saw It Coming because Michael will see it coming, but it's still a powerful spell. But I think what we should do is some analysis. This is a new Brothers of War card. Why would you want to play something like the Misery Shadow in this metagame? What is it good against?
It does have the great ability that Kalitas add, but for 2 manas. So the ability that if a creature from your opponent would die, exile it instead, and then the amount of pressure that it can get is it's just really good. Like you can put it early on and then just keep mana up to pump it for just 1.
Yeah.
It's overall just great pressure. The exile ability is relevant in this format.
100%. Old Growth Troll, Cavalier of Thorns, any creature that triggers when it dies. A lot of things that you can turn off. And also, we're seeing the mana ability being used here to apply pressure. Michael said, look, I know that you have the Saw It Coming. So what I'm going to do is just pump 3 mana into my Misery Shadows. I know you have the Supreme Verdict, so you can pay 4 mana to kill my creature if you'd like. But it just makes it really awkward for Gab, and hitting in for 5 here really does potentially disrupt his hand. Now, I think I see a Detention Sphere in Gab's hand. And I'm wondering how you should navigate this turn. You have a Supreme Verdict Detention Sphere. Is that an Otawara as well? That's really nice, because what you could do... Okay.
Foretelling a card there, obviously, like the opponent
Yeah.
knows that it might be the Saw It Coming.
Yeah.
Ive entering tapped and Misery attacking for 5. And see, this is when the card is amazing. Like, you know your opponent has a counter. It doesn't matter. You have to remove your creature. Otherwise, I'm going to keep dealing so much damage turn after turn after turn. And Nassif already at 10.
But look, Nassif identifying, if you want to pump mana into your shadow this turn, I'm going to untap. I have Detention Sphere plus Saw It Coming up next turn. So now we can pay 3 mana, get rid of the creature, still have 2 mana up for that counterspell. So now while Gab is at 10 life, look at the board. Michael can yet again spend mana to activate the Hive if he really wants to try and go under counterspells, just put pressure on with uncounterable threats. But it's going to get a bit awkward if we can see maybe a Teferi Hero or something like this. And you've got the Field of Ruin to stop the Hive. Michael isn't drawing cards with Castle Lockthwain because he's been drawing cards and pumping his creature. So it's actually putting Michael in a really awkward spot. This kind of pseudo-uncounterable game plan that he was going for, Gab has easily worked around it, and he has to pass back. Is this just going to be a castle activation on the end step? Who knows? But Gab clearly navigating this game the way he needs to navigate it to win.
Definitely. And here, like, Ive for 3 damage is not enough of pressure for Michael to be doing, and he knows that. He knows he needs to do something else. Otherwise, Nassif is just going to steal the game. Because look at the amount of counters that he already has in hand.
Yes.
Playing Auto Hour as a land. And yeah, we see Bone Crusher Giant here, the Stomp ability.
Easy Dovin's... I would Dovin's Veto this, because you're going to have to Saw It Coming the Bone Crusher Giant, right? And you do have open deck lists, so Gab knows no Planeswalkers. So in my opinion, I would assume that you're going to use the Dovin's Veto. Let's be real, Nassif, he's going to think about it deep in the tank, but I would assume Dovin's Veto. It's a really nice use of this card, and it also insanely disrupts Michael, right?
Yeah.
Michael didn't draw with Castle Lockthwain. Who's going to go for the Bone Crusher Giant. You just straight up counter the Bone Crusher Giant, didn't even take 2.
Yeah, and it doesn't even go to the adventure since it's countered, it goes straight to the grave, so you end up also like taking the creature that would be played later on. So
yeah.
And Nassif has plenty of mana still. He still can activate the Field of Ruin in case Michael decides to go for the Ive. Okay, we have a Thoughtseize here.
Nice. Yes, definitely. Now, okay. Now, as much as I'd like to be biased towards Gab, let's be real. He's got a Supreme Verdict and a Counterspell. If he goes land, 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 he could potentially lose the game, right? He needs more than what he has in hand. And this is the part where Blue-White Control potentially struggles in Pioneer because you don't have a lot of card filtering in spots like this, right? There's no Castle Vantress in play, and the opponent has a Castle Lockthwain. So you might be able to answer a couple cards in Michael's hand, but if Gab does not draw well, he ultimately will lose this game. So
and that Repaster did resolve, and it exiled his own Bone Crusher just to do the draining, so he knows that probably Gab doesn't have a lot of ways to bring things from the grave, so maybe exiling Gab's grave is not that relevant. The life drain from exiling a creature is more relevant, right?
Yeah. So Gab decided not to counter the Trespasser.
Why do you think Gab made that decision to not counter the Trespasser there?
Is Gabriel Nassif. It's hard to justify a Hall of Famer's plays, but I would assume that, yeah, I would assume that Gab is attempting to play around the fact that he is top decking, right? That's the logic that I was describing. If you're in top deck mode, it makes your life extremely awkward, right? And a counter spell is way more valuable than a sweeper, especially a sweeper that's public information. Because Michael is just going to play one threat, attack with that one threat until you cast the sweeper. I would assume that this is going to resolve.
The thing about the Rakdos mid-range deck is that it can put a lot of small threats, so Gab cannot like counter them all, right? He needs to find some way to draw more cards to get some advantage.
Yep. Wow, deciding to counter the Blood Tithe Harvester.
Yeah, and here Aden entering tapped. Michael has 2 black mana remaining. And let's see, this top deck is important, and it looks like a land.
Yeah. And this is, again, you could have an amazing early game with blue-white control, but if the top of your deck lets you down, it's going to make your life rough. Especially, there's now Den of the Bugbear, and Hive, and Castle Lock Thwain. 1 Field of Ruin isn't getting rid of 3 valuable lands.
For sure, like, and Asif is already at 9, because early on that Misery did give a lot of damage, and it's getting difficult here. We got Shieldred.
Ooh, playing around Make Disappear as well, I believe. Shocking in the land. Yeah. Type play. Playing around Make... Wait, no, but it's public deck list. No, they know Gab isn't playing Make Disappear. So they probably just have a follow-up spell, right?
Yeah. Or they might be bluffing.
Oh
one.
no, Gab has 1 Make Disappear. Of course he does. Gabriel Nassif in classic fashion.
One off.
Forcing his opponent to shock in his land, because maybe he drew the 1 of.
And Shieldred is a card that you really need to deal with, so not looking great.
Yeah, this is really rough.
I like the day and night tokens.
Gab is almost potentially dead, right? I don't know what he... Did you see what he drew?
I think I only saw lands. I don't know if it's an Eigenjo though. No, I think that's a counter and an Eigenjo.
Yeah, so the problem is here, you animate any land, Gab has to Field of Ruin, you attack for 4, and then Gab is guaranteed to draw a card which triggers Shieldred, putting you to 1. So...
Yeah, Field of Ruin there.
Gab's looking for a miracle.
Yeah, because now is going to be at 1. And what do you think is the best top deck that Gabriel Nassif can have, knowing the deck very well, as you do?
So here's the problem. Gab not only has to top deck a removal spell for Shieldred, he also has to top deck a way to kill Den of the Bugbear. And I don't know about you, but I don't know any card in this deck that I can see from quick glance that would achieve that play. So I would assume dead, because he would have to draw cards, and if you draw cards, you take 2 from Shieldred, so has to be dead.
Yeah,
March of Otherworldly Light, not gonna do it.
and the lands just finish the game even if there's a removal, so...
Yeah, just Gab forcing the kill, right? He has to animate Den of the Bugbear here to win. If not, Gab can pay a lot of mana to exile the Shieldred. So let's see what Michael's gonna do.
Thoughtseize.
Yeah, game over.
Yeah.
Not gonna show it to him.
And we are going to have a game number 2. And what do you think that Nassif is going to sideboard? How do you think the sideboard is going to work on both sides?
So this matchup is all about trying to both answer and provide threats against Red-Black. And I actually watched Gab dismantle Red-Black last round on the field when I was on my break. And it seems like it's very close. I would assume that Gab is going to want to bring in things like big threats like Dream Trawler. Maybe you're going to bring the Angels in, potentially even the Hullbreaker Horror. You want good top decks. Why did Gab lose that game? He didn't top deck well. So you want to put as many things in your deck that you can top deck that you can pull back into the game. Now, the problem is that Gab knows Gab's deck way better than us. And I don't know how you sideboard in a deck with multiple 2-ofs and 1-ofs, so it's hard to predict. What will be easy to predict, though, is Rakdos mid-range, because, let's be real, all you want to do is board in things that disrupt control. Duress, potentially Go Blank. You want things like Kolaghan's Command, maybe even Reckoner Bankbuster, draw a load of cards. So Red-Black has a very clear sideboard plan, and Gabriel Nassif's sideboard plan is his custom, in the tank plan. And what's even funnier is he told me in the hotel last night he's not sure how he's sideboarding in the Rakdos matchup. So that's why I don't know how he's going to sideboard, because he himself seemed to not know.
It's a tricky decision because you really need to have a good end, because with 4 Thought Seizes and 2 Duresses after sideboard, that's 6 disruption spells for only 1 mana. So Nassif really needs to keep a good end with some way to win. What is like Gabriel Nassif win con here with the blue-white? How does he usually end up winning this match?
Yeah, so blue-eye control, you're looking to drown your opponent in card advantage. You have all the removal spells, you have all the counter spells, and then you're going to win either through maybe the Wandering Emperor tokens, the Hall of a Storm Giant attacking. You can exile all the permanents with Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, and do what you'd like, but that's very rare in Pioneer. But generally speaking, the win con is just drowning the opponent out, and then the little things in the deck will win you the game. Rakdos mid-range against control, like Michael identified, you want to use ways that Gab can't interact with to apply pressure, right? The the Misery Shadow at the beginning of the game, it dealt so much damage because Gab couldn't do anything. You just play it, pump it, attack, play it, pump it, attack. Gab can't counter an activated ability. So we're going to see the red-black player again attempting to put pressure on Gab whilst navigating around. Does Gab have a counterspell up, or does Gab have a removal spell coming down?
This seems really difficult for Gabriel Nassif because it needs to have counters. It needs to have to remove things, but also then you have the black-red land, so he also needs to have Field of Ruin to kill the Hive, to kill maybe the castle, to prevent your opponent to start drawing cards, to also destroy the den. So it's really tricky here, but Gab is on the play now, and that will change a lot this game plan, right?
Yeah, it's ultimately it's a rough matchup, right? Because they'll discard your best card in hand, they'll put pressure to take your removal spell. Ultimately, I believe that this matchup will come down to top decks on Gab's side. I think it's directly proportional to how many good cards Gab draws, ultimately speaking. As we see players sideboard, I can see Gab brought in the Angel, which is nice to see. I can't really see anything else that Gab brought in. Hard to see from our angle, but yeah. Oh, I can see him sideboarding out some portable holes. Okay.
That's an interesting decision, right? Because I would assume for this kind of matchup, portable olds would be good against the Misery Shadow, which was a really big pain in game number 1. But obviously, Gab is one of the best players in the world, and he doesn't do anything by chance. He has a reason to do everything. He's a very, very thoughtful player. Every decision that he makes, I've watched a lot of games played by Gabriel Nassif, and it's really, really spot on to see how a decision that he makes during sideboard that doesn't seem relevant ends up shifting the whole game afterwards. So I'm excited to see this game.
Yep. Players now shuffling up, looking to go into game 2. As you said, Gab, Riel, Nassif is going to be on the play. Oh, my mistake. Gab's doing a pile shuffle. Okay, cool.
Just making sure.
Discussing our backup match, for those tuning in who don't know, we do have Javier Dominguez on the backup match. That's Rakdos mid-range versus Rakdos Sacrifice. We were going to have Javier Dominguez as the main feature match, but they did have a deck check, I believe, so we had to put Gab on. So we're going to be having some also high-stakes magic on the backup feature match after this game.
Yeah, and Javier Dominguez is playing Red-Black, which doesn't surprise me because we saw on our first round that Mengucci was playing Red-Black as well, and they did test together. They had the Latinos house, as they call it, which was Spanish, Portuguese, and Italian players, and I know that Mengucci and Javier decided to bring the same deck to the tournament, which makes sense because they test what they think it's going to be the best deck, and they just end up going with it.
Yeah.
And I know these players tested a lot. They tested all week, some intense testing. And it's really nice to see these events now with the Pro Tour back, which is one of the biggest tournaments of Magic ever, and with the invites to the world, because the players that get first and second place here this weekend, they get invited to the world. So high stakes. These players really, really, really want to spike this tournament.
Yeah. I'm very impressed with the level of play of this tournament. I've been walking through when I was walking through the hall last round on my break, insane levels of play. You have insane matchups. Like every round, we're seeing big names clash against each other, people that we haven't seen in a long time since the Pro Tour. So it's really great to see everyone back in the hall again. And also just the spirit. Everyone seems really happy. I was speaking to players. Everyone's loving the event, the structure. So, yeah, you know what? Props to Legacy. Props to FoxHound Factory for hosting this stream as well. Overall, been lots of fun. But you know what hasn't been fun? The most common judge call I saw was the day-night token. A lot of people accidentally forgetting the day-night token. So for those looking to go to your paper tournaments, I advise you, make sure you understand day-night. Because I actually didn't really understand it until this morning.
It's also a fairly new mechanic, right? With Midnight Hand and these sets. So it's not the most common used, and some players sometimes forget to bring the tokens. Although it's really used because Graveyard Trespasser, which is one of the most played cards in Pioneer, does work with day and night. So
yeah. Now we do see the players. We just have it on our screen now. There is a Thoughtseize. Is this another Wandering Emperor going to be taken? Turn 1. It looks like I see a Sot coming, a Shark Typhoon.
yeah, we have a Genjo,
Yeah.
which is a land that also has a cool ability. Really rough here for Nassif. Again, turn 1 Thoughtseize from Michael. It hurts a lot for the blue-eyed control player. And what do you think of this end from Nassif? I do like the Shark Typhoon a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, I think in general, against discard decks, you can't mulligan. If you have lands and spells, you can't mulligan. Because, okay, let's take it this way. Let's say Gab says, look, I need a portable hole, turn 1, or whatnot, and you mulligan to portable hole. Then Michael's going to cast a discard spell and take your portable hole. There's no point in mulliganing for a specific card in the matchup, because it will get discarded. What you do need is lands, because you need to play your lands so you can cast your spells. And that's specifically why top decking is so important, is because you need lands, you need spells, you can't really mulligan, it's very hard.
Yeah, and here we have Misery again. It looks like a flashback from last exact same
Yeah.
start from the Rakdos player. Turn 1 Thoughtseize, discarding again the Wandering Emperor, and now we have the Misery again.
Yeah. For those wondering, I'm not saying Gab should mulligan for portable hole. It was a theoretical if Gab wants to mulligan for a card. There's no point because it will get discarded. That was my point as this Shadow attacks in for 5, uncounterable. What's this? Oh, gonna chump with Shark Typhoon potentially?
Yeah, making a 1/1, drawing a card. I like this play.
Yep,
Getting the
Teferi
most
Hero.
cards that Michael doesn't know about.
Yeah. Now the question is, do you chump? Because, well, maybe you can't chump. I don't know when Michael pumped the creature, right? Because normally you pump after no blocks. So, I assume that Michael pumped... sorry, you pump after blocks. After no blocks, and I assume Michael just pumped it in general, so I
Mhm.
guess Gab can block the 5, so we'll have to see. Gab takes the 5, okay.
Going to 15 here, drawing a land, which is not bad because it does have the fairy in hand, which he definitely wants to be casting on turn 5.
Yeah, and we do see the Aganjo in hand.
Foretell, another card. Yeah, and Genjo works really well when you have Teferi because Teferi then untaps 2 lands, and then the Genjo only costs 2 because you have Teferi, which is legendary, so it's discounting you 1 for the Genjo. So it works pretty well if you use the plus ability on Teferi.
Yeah. Okay, Shadow in. Are we gonna pump? Yeah, I was thinking that. Aganjo's only legendary creature, sadly. Wasn't too sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Twitch chat, for correcting that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Pump for
So
4.
unfortunately, not the discount.
Okay. Cycle irrigated farmlands. Here we go. What's Gab gonna do? Ooh. Castle Ardenvale, I believe, off the top. Great way to produce chumpers, but this might just be a Teferi Tuck, a Teferi Draw. Probably a Teferi Draw. You got a 1/1 in play to chump with. And let's say that Michael has a removal spell. You have a counter spell. So
And
this
now
is
it
looking
makes
amazing.
and now it makes sense why that shark didn't block, right?
Mm,
Gab does plan turns
That's-
ahead.
yes.
Everything makes sense, right?
Yeah, Gab really thought into the future. Twitch chat, how many of you would have chumped there? Because that is game changing. The fact that Gab has a counterspell and chump blocker up here could swing the game.
Really good play by Nassif here, looking ahead. And that's what you need to be doing as a blue-white control player, right? Like looking what is going to happen, what I need to do now. Like they have to plan ahead more than other decks.
Yes.
Really enjoying seeing the gameplay here.
Yes, for those asking about live totals, that's controlled by the judge down at the table, so we'll send a message down to them, but we have no control of the live totals here in the booth. Sorry about that. Okay, what is our Rakdos player going to do?
Really interesting to see what Michael is going to do here because he definitely needs to deal with that Teferi.
Yeah, it's rough. And you know there's a counterspell as well because of the information from Thoughtseize. Yep, chump, easy block.
And we know there's going to be a counter probably coming. And yep.
Ooh, Croxa.
Croxy is interesting choice because knowing that Gabriel probably does have the sword coming on the foretell, it's kind of awkward to counter the Croxa, right?
Yeah, this is a really awkward one to navigate. You could counter it because you don't lose 3 if you wanted to. You don't lose 3, and you can't discard a card from the foretell zone.
But then you leave your opponent open and you don't know if they have a follow-up for 2 mana, so they might like cast another creature.
I would assume, because don't forget the life totals are a bit off. I would assume that you want to discard a card, a land, because you have ways to gain life in this deck now post board. Duress. Okay, 2 lands, nice.
Yeah, but 2 nice lands, right? 2 lands that have abilities.
Yeah.
And we have a land there entering untapped.
Twitch chat actually talking about the new Teferi from Brothers of War, and as a Blood Tithe Harvester hits the table, we're gonna get a blood token. Is the new Teferi better than the old Teferi? And I think the simple answer is the old Teferi is simply way better. The new Teferi provides threats, but you get them from Wandering Emperor already. The Teferi removes things, draws cards, untaps lands. It's way more impactful than the 5-mana Teferi. And it's similar to something like 5-mana Ashiok in Blue-Black Control. Blue-Black Control didn't play 5-mana Ashiok because 5 mana is so much mana in Pioneer, whereas Teferi, this Teferi Hero of Dominaria, sure, it's quote-unquote 5 mana, but really, Blue-White Control's looking to get that late. You untap the 2 lands. Come on, it's more like a 3-mana Planeswalker, especially with Foretell cards in the deck as Gab draws a card. That's a Behold the Multiverse.
And Build the Multiverse is really good here, being able to draw a lot of cards, and that's exactly the position where Nassif wants to be. Darius didn't eat anything. Now he drew a relevant spell that you will draw him more cards. He does need to deal with this board.
Yep. We do have the Angels coming down. It's Starnheim Unleashed. It's Foretell, and you can make X 4/4 Angels with Flying and Vigilance.
Yeah, and we have 2 Angels coming down.
Yeah. We're going to get those tokens sorted for you. If we do have them in the feature match, we have a big box of them, so I'm sure the judge is looking for them right now.
And the Vigilance is so important here because your opponent won't be able to attack, or if they attack, you can block, and then you are able to attack, and they have Flying, so your opponent cannot block.
Yep. And what's even sweeter is Gab has Lyra Dawnbringer in his sideboard.
Ooh.
There's some hidden text on Lyra that gives your Angels +1/+1 and lifelink, I believe.
Lyra Dawnbringer being a sideboard card for Blue-White Control. That's been used since I started, but sometimes they stop playing it, then they come back, right? It really depends on the meta that we are seeing here.
Yeah, it's rough actually as well for Michael, because not only is there a Teferi, 2 4/4 Flying Vigilance, you know about the Saw It coming, he can see it coming a mile away, but he can't really do anything about it. There's so many things that Michael has to answer here. He's being pulled in so many different directions with, honestly, not a lot of mana to tackle this. It's going to be awkward to see Michael navigate this, but let's see what he does.
A Croxa again. There's already one in the grave, second Croxa entering.
Rough. Gab's on 6, so you have to really think about this.
Do you discard your build? Yeah.
I don't hate that. You're drawing a lot of cards with Teferi.
Yeah.
You have them on a 2-turn clock with the Angels. but also you have things like the Shadow on the board, the Blood Tithe Harvester. Okay, they're not going to attack. Wandering Emperor off the top. Okay.
That's a really, really good draw here. Are we going to see the fairy eventually minusing? I think no. I think the angels will be able to close the game before that, but
Yeah,
it would
Gab
be
actually
fun.
making potentially a mistake. If he's looking to draw a card with this Teferi Hero, remember we spoke about that Lyra. You have that Lyra you can draw and cast here to gain, what is it, 10 life? So
Mhm.
I assume Gab is thinking about minusing the Teferi, because you would have drawn a card to dig for the Lyra.
Good question there. And it looks like Gabriel is really, really thinking what is he going to do. Probably he's thinking of two different lines and he's thinking about turns ahead, the outcome that it might have. And this is open deck list, so I'm sure Gabriel Nassif is thinking about every card that your opponent might have.
Mm. Multiple ways for Gab to live here. We can make a 1/1 from the Castle Ardenvale. We got a counterspell in for Foretell. We've got, oh okay, return Crocs on the end step. I assume you're gonna counter this. It's 2 damage. Return the Crocs, so that's annoying. They're not too close for Croxa in the graveyard. It's 5 cards and there's only 3.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
technically
Croxa
4
plus
with the K
5,
command.
yeah.
Yeah. So there's going to be the K command. There's going to be the 3 other cards in the graveyard. They still need 1 card, but they have the blood token. So it's going to be okay. Yeah, I agree with this counterspell. I think it's very hard to not counter that because this Croxa is a threat.
And at this point, Gabriel has so many options, so it's a good spot to be when your blue-white control player in your Teferi has 7 counters on it. You have 2/4 Vigilance, Angels. You have so much mana untapped. A
Yeah.
Wandering Emperor in hand as well.
So at worst, Gab can make a 1/1 and oh no, he doesn't have double white. He doesn't have double white for this Castle Ardenvale. Actually, he cannot make a 1/1. Yeah, so I guess you can just Wandering Emperor and yeah, I love this play. You block, he has to pump, and then you can Wandering Emperor to exile it and gain 2 life. Pump. Twice, okay?
Killing 1.
And now I would expect the Wandering Emperor to gain 2 life, then you go to 8, double Croxa doesn't kill you. Yeah, love this play. Force Michael to be somewhat mana screwed this turn now, having to pay 2 to pump there.
And this is a concession here for Michael. We are going to watch a game number 3 here. That's really fascinating. And what do you think has the advantage now on game 3 being the Rakdos player on the play?
So it's quite simple. Like we were discussing earlier, going into game 2, Gab really can't mulligan. If you mulligan for a specific card because you think it's good in the matchup, Michael will just discard it. So Gab has to hope that he has a good opening hand, and Michael is hoping for a disruptive hand. So I would assume that Rakdos is favored because you have multiple duresses coming in. You have the Thoughtseizes in the main. It's going to be rough for Gab. His hand is going to be ripped apart if things go right for Michael. Now, ways things go wrong for Michael is maybe he keeps a slow hand because he has a Croxa, and Croxa's good in the late game. Or maybe he keeps a slow hand because he has a Shadow in hand, a Misery Shadow. But maybe Gab has Gab can easily punish a slow hand. So I honestly think it's 2 key factors. How well does Gab draw? That's Magic the Gathering. But it's also how quick is Michael going to be?
Exactly, and Michael needs to keep an hand that allows him to have a lot of pressure against Gabriel Nassif because he knows he's playing against one of the best players in the world. If he lets Nassif start getting a lot of cards, things are not going to get easy at all because he's not making mistakes. Michael here needing to keep a very good hand. And on Nassif's sides, what do you think he's looking for as an early, as a top 7 cards?
Yeah, so easily you need lands. 3 or 4 lands, great start. Because you just need to hit your land drops and you can claw back with Supreme Verdicts, Behold the Multiverse or card advantage to Fairy Hero of Dominaria. It's very easy to come back. What's not easy to come back from is missed land drops. Gab needs to hit his first 4 or 5 lands. That's the first thing. So if I'm going to pick an opening hand, it's going to be 3 or 4 lands, a counter, a removal spell, and a threat. That's all you need. Lands, counter, removal spell, threat.
And I really like the way that Gabriel and Steve constructed this blue-white control list here, having so many options. It seems to do pretty well against a diversity of decks. And was he thinking, you that you know him, was he thinking about bringing another deck, or he was always sure he's going to get this one?
Yeah, so Gab actually on his live stream was torn between multiple decks like Gabriel Steve normally is. He was between blue-black control, blue-white control, blue-red Phoenix. He also was talking to me about mono-green. He was all over the place and settled for blue-white control. Now, you guys can't see it, but we can see it. Gab actually did take out a few cards coming into Game 3 here, and I think the logic is that Misery Shadow really changes the matchup. Portable Hold normally isn't that great against Rakdos, but when you're playing against a threat, Rakdos on the play can get a Shadow down, and Gab literally cannot counter it because he's on the draw. Maybe you most likely want some portable holes in to answer that type of threat as we see the players here shuffling up for the third game.
Really excited to see how this game is going to turn out and what the players are going to do here.
Yeah, you can see Gabriel Nassif's sideboard there, so maybe you can make some there. I see one portable, at least one portable hole coming in. Makes sense. Gab loves changing to one ofs, two ofs.
I like Dream Trawler, I saw it as well.
Yeah.
It's a great card against more aggressive decks.
Watching Hall of Famers play Magic is like watching someone paint a very nice painting, you know? At first you're like, what are they painting? What are they painting? And then at the end, it's just the last stroke of paint is like some immaculate, beautiful design. And that's what it's like watching Gab. You're like, why the heck are you doing that? And then 2 turns later, you're like, oh, right, yeah, I'm done. So...
No, it's really interesting because I always get excited to play Magic after I see these kind of tournaments, high stakes tournaments with so many great players, because I always think, no, I could do better, you know? Like, you see all these complex plays, and it's why we love this game so much, right?
Exactly. Now, Twitch chat, let's ask Twitch chat some questions. Twitch chat, if you were coming to Sofia, if you were going to play in this event, what Pioneer deck would you bring? I want to see your suggestions. What would you bring, Filipa?
I would bring red-black mid-range for sure.
Ooh,
What about
nice.
you?
Honestly, I would bring mono green, and my logic is I haven't played Pioneer for a couple weeks. Been focusing on other formats, and mono green, very explosive deck. I have a lot of practice with it because I did play the 24-player Mox qualifier with it, and ultimately I just love green. Really good deck, solid deck. 80 players, 90 players brought it to this event today. Pretty decent.
For sure. I've been playing a bit on MTGO Pioneer just to test the format, to be able to give you here good commentary. And I like to see how diverse the format is. Although we have like top 3 decks that play a lot, mono green, Phoenix, and red black, you also have all these other decks that play like the Band Spirits, the Gruul Vehicles, Band Spirits.
Definitely. Okay, players have their opening. I saw lands and spells. Gab's going to keep that. Lands and spells you probably got to keep, unless the spells are really bad.
And Michael, you're really considering.
Now, I would assume that Michael is going to really think about a hand because it doesn't have Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize is a big kind of advantage. It's the way you get an advantage with this deck. You get perfect information. Am I meant to pump my Misery Shadow? Or am I meant to cast my Fable the Mirror Breaker? You know? And Thoughtseize really helps in this matchup, especially with how many options that Rakdos is getting now, as well as you don't really get punished too much for mulling with Rakdos, right? You have a lot of ways to get card advantage, especially against blue-white control. So it's going to be an interesting decision.
Definitely, and Michael needs to have that explosive end we talked about to put a lot of pressure on Asif, and maybe he has like
Dream
not
Trawler.
that.
I see Dream Trawler and March of Otherworldly Light in his hand. That's a Thoughtseize.
Again.
Okay, so we see 4 lands, like I was saying. What did I say? 4 lands, counterspell, removal spell, and threat. We have 4 lands, a counterspell in Dovin's Veto, a removal spell in March, and a threat in Dream Trawler. You have to take the threat, and now Gab can just hit his land drops and pray. Exactly what Gab is looking for.
Michael is probably really happy he got rid of that Dream Troll though, because that card is really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, definitely.
And I do like the Otawara. I do like that Nassif has Veto. A lot of great cards.
That's a Shadow's Misery off the top. Ooh.
Again?
That is rough. Brilliant top deck there by Michael. I would assume you're going to play that so that it can't be countered.
Yeah, Thoughtseize out of the board.
Rough. Big top deck for Gab. Ooh, that's the
Angels,
Foretell Angels.
yeah?
Let's get the exact name for Twitch chat. It is the Starnheim Unleashed Foretell card. Now you could now here's a very awkward spot for Gab. Fable of the Mirror Breaker is a card that is very powerful in Rakdos and very good against blue-white control. Yeah, you have to hold up the Dovin's Veto. If Gab let Michael untap,
Another Totsis.
okay,
This is really rough now. So, Nassif here considering, and
yeah. In Magic, if you can force your opponent to not have a decision, you most likely want to do that.
another
Wow.
one.
Don't forget there's an Urborg in play. While that land is red, the Urborg allows it to tap for black.
Urbok being really good here, making Michael being able to play the two Totsis this turn. And it's looking pretty good. Now the Misery is going to start attacking, dealing some damage.
Yeah. Already, I knew Twitch chat would point out he did not use red mana. He used black from Urborg. As Gab has 3 mana, you can now March of Otherworldly Light, the Shadow on the table, so not too bad.
Exactly. Urbog is a legendary land that all lands are swamps. It's also good with the pain lanes, for example, allowing you to get the black without having to ping yourself.
Okay, there is some questions about the life total. Don't forget the judge is monitoring the life total. He's just checking to make sure that both players have them right because the life pads were different. Okay, so I don't think this is that bad for Gab, right? He can March of Otherworldly Light, the Misery, and just hope that the Misery Shadow is the best threat out of all the cards available to Michael.
Yeah, and Michael didn't play any of the lands that become creatures yet, which is also nice to see on if you're on Gab's side.
Yeah. I would assume that you're going to take 2. You're going to say, okay, and if Michael pumps, you'll obviously exile, but I think you're looking to use this March on the end step, because even though we know Gab doesn't have a counterspell, we know he doesn't, Michael doesn't know that, so...
You always assume your opponent that is playing blue-eyed control as counterspell, right? At least I always assume they have it.
Yeah. Oh, and Gab does have a Dovin's Veto, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, but if it's a creature, it doesn't work, so...
Yeah. He must have drawn that while we were working out the life totals. My mistake, Twitch chat. Okay, Gab takes 2 damage. What is Michael going to put on the stack? It looks like 2 lands in his hand. I can't quite see. Wow, I think it's 2 lands as Gab exiles it. Now we're going to have a Dovin's Veto off the top. Does Gab have a 4th land? He does. He can now foretell his angels and have Dovin's Veto up. So Michael needs to find something like a Shieldred off the top. A Shieldred will be good. Fable is not good enough. You need to have a non-creature threat off the top here. Okay, making 2 1/1s with Soakin' Sand on the end step, the channel land. That's a good start.
Is it enough?
What do you think about 2 1/1s versus blue-white control? It's okay, it's not amazing.
I mean, once Nassif
That's
makes
another land off the
two
top.
angels, though.
Another land off the top, hitting in for 2. Gab can pull away with this game. Big draw steps for Gabriel Nassif here. As he rips off the top, what do we find? That's a portable hole. Okay. What will Gab do? I wonder if he's going to be patient with his foretell or not. So for those who don't know, what's under foretell is Starheim Unleashed. Yeah, Gab being patient. Double Dovin's Veto, portable hole, 2 damage is not a lot. Think about it. Gab can just take 2 life to draw an extra card before casting it. That's a Blood Tithe Harvester.
And we have the Harvester making a blood token.
That's good because now Michael can loot away the land he has. That's a Wandering
Oh,
Emperor.
that's a really
Wow.
nice top deck from Nassif. Although it does need lands,
Yeah. But it's also awkward in a sense. You have portable hole. Yeah, you're going to go for Wandering Emperor. Because with blue-eye control, you want to be mana efficient, of course. And 4 mana is mana efficient. But, yeah. It's all about what Michael draws here. Because if he has to use the veto, the board is going to get... Oh, Thoughtseize. Wow. That's really good.
that's really good. It's going to get Dovin's Veto, probably. Or
Maybe you just flash in the
maybe,
Wandering
yeah,
Emperor in
exactly. That's what I
response.
was thinking, yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
And now
I assume you take the portable hole. If you take a veto, then he has veto hole. Doesn't make sense. So.
it depends on what Michael has in hand, right? Do
Yeah.
we have access to know what he has in hand?
In hand is a Shadow's Misery, or Misery Shadow, sorry.
Yeah, the new black card from Brother War.
Yeah.
I'm liking to see this card. I was really on the lookout to see how it performs, but so far from the matches we saw from Andrea Mengucci and now from Michael, it seems like a very nice upgrade for the red-black deck.
Yeah. Honestly, I would say it's very close right now. It's looking good for Gab, but Forethought, think about it. Michael has had all 4 Thoughtseize in his deck has been cast this game. So it's down to what does Gab feel comfortable doing here? Because you could maybe send the Blood Tithe Harvester at the Wandering Emperor and a 1/1. So if Gab exiles the... No, because then you make a 2/2. So it makes things really awkward for Michael. Even though it's public information that the Wandering Emperor is on the table, there isn't really a great way to attack. Let's try and work it out. So if you send the Blood Tithe Harvester at the Wandering Emperor and a 1/1, then you just make a 2/2 and block, right?
Yeah.
If you send everything at the Wandering Emperor, then yeah. I think this is the play that you have to make.
Yeah, now Gab is going to get the 2/2.
I think you make, yeah, and block a 1/1.
Would you block a 1/1?
Yeah,
Okay.
because you have the Angels, right?
Oh, yeah.
Angels block a 3/2. You just want to make sure that you have a board presence and you have chump blockers for things like that off the top.
That's really smart here from Gabriel Nassif and not a surprise.
Big draw.
We
That's
got a
a land.
land.
That's not bad. That's going to be
And
2 Angels.
already, let's... And now Michael needs to have some removal from these angels.
Yep.
What would be the best top deck here for Michael?
Probably, potentially Fable of the Mirror Breaker, or I don't really know.
Another harvester gets you another. Oh, but you don't have any, so even that would then be impressive. Because if you had the blood token, then the second one you could at least kill one of the angels. But
Okay, so let's say you don't block. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lands. So that's a potential 7/7. You also know that Michael plays Croxa. So you have to be thoughtful. If I don't block this, Michael has Croxa, potentially discarding... Obviously, you have the 2 Dovins you can discard. Potentially gets awkward in a couple turns. But then also, the Angels provide a 2-turn clock. I would assume that blocking with the 2/2 is reasonable. Because you force the pump. Even though it's being blocked, you force at least 1 pump. So I would assume you block with the 2/2.
and I'm really liking to seeing these angels here. Like this card, this Foretell card, has been really, really amazing, and I like to see how it's just
Yeah.
winning games. It won last game. It's going to most likely win this game.
Yeah. I wonder if Gab... Imagine if Gab top decks Lyra Dawnbringer. Lyra Dawnbringer is a very good draw. Teferi Hero of Dominaria, a very good draw. The only 6 mana threat, Dream Trawler. Oh no, that was oh, no, that should have been discarded, right? Yeah, it was discarded on turn 1. So yeah, Gab has a lot of his premium draws are all castable.
Star Aim Unleashed the Angel, also known as the card
Double
that makes
block.
Angel really good.
Wow, Gab double blocking, because you know it's a 7/7.
Yeah,
You've got 8 power.
it can
So-
only trade with 1.
Yeah, and that's a bank buster coming down. You can pay. Wow, very, very ballsy play by Gab. Essentially assuming that Michael is not going to have Fatal Push in his deck. Irrigated Farmlands off the top, that's not terrible. You can cycle that.
Yeah, but now I'm not sure Gab is that favored anymore. This Bankbuster can start getting a real advantage and really fast here
Portable
for
Hole.
Michael.
Portable Hole off the top. Only 1 mana. Bankbuster can't draw a card.
Yeah, and you still keep
Domin's Veto.
Veto. Yeah.
But I think the main win condition here is Michael's on 14 life, Gab has a 4/4 flyer, and also multiple Dovin's Vetoes to protect it from removal spells. And look at Michael's hand. He has no hand. You take the Bankbuster, he can't draw cards anymore, and then you're just bashing him for 4.
That is a really, really good play here, and
Should be exiled. Yep.
under the portable hole, it's not going to the grave. Which is relevant because Michael does play with Croxa.
Gab deciding, should I attack with a 2/2? I would assume that I would.
It does have vigilance, right? So
Yeah, both have vigilance. Might as well. I guess the idea is maybe Gab doesn't want to give Michael the decision to block or not, and he would rather have the decision to block or not. But I think because you want to put a lot of pressure on Michael, it's most likely that you just want to attack. Because if, let's say, Michael draws Blood Tithe Harvester, potentially he could kill the 4/4 Angel. So it's down to if, yeah, okay, Gab says, look, I want to have the decision of if I want to block or not, so I'm just going to attack for 4 in the air.
I just want to make a point here. I'm not sure if the time is correct, but if it is, there's 2 minutes and a half left on the clock.
Yeah. Well, that's a start coming for Gab off the top. A 4/4 ends the game quick. 2 minutes is not, you don't need more than 2 minutes to kill with a 4/4 in the air. Gab is looking like he's in a great spot here.
Yeah, and now it saw it coming. It's just...
Don't forget, though, as well, this clock may be inaccurate compared to the judge's clock, because don't forget, there's the head judge down there monitoring the time. So if it's extra turns or whatever, the head judge will be there to keep track of that.
Yeah, and one of the great thing about these foretell cards is that they are protected from disruption, like Duress and Totsis. If they're in the foretell area, you cannot do anything about it, right? You cannot Totsies them.
That's it. Gabriel Nassif wins the game. The hand is extended by Michael. Well played by both players. What a match. Really showing that every card counts. Very difficult to navigate. It honestly was very tough to commentate too. That was very swingy. Overall, what did you take back from that? Oh, sorry. We're tuning into the other match. We have a mono green devotion mirror. While we're trying to contemplate the board state, what did you think about Gabriel Nassif's match?
I definitely think that I was surprised by the play of Gabriel Nassif thinking so many turns ahead, not blocking with the Shark Typhoon token, to then be able to protect his Teferi like 2 turns after. That was really neat, and I think both players played really well. It's a difficult matchup, and I think in the end, Gabriel Nassif's sideboard, the way he played, just got him the game.
Most definitely. Now, we have a Nissa who shakes the world on one side, and we have a Pelucranos on the other side of the board. To analyze this board, just tuning in, it's going to be difficult, but let's look. So there's no Nykthos on the left, but Nissa does double every forest that you tap. There's also Sky Sovereign, but there's Karn on the other side of the board, so you can't crew the Sky Sovereign because it's an artifact. But you have Pelucranos with a lot of devotion. You have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are there any Willful Heavens? There is. So that's 8 devotion on the right. And on the left, there's no Nykthos, so it doesn't matter. On the left, you have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana, assuming that both elves don't have Summoning Sickness, and including the Kiora untap.
You know, one thing that I'm looking in the board that it's really nice, I'm seeing the Stone Rain there, which is a new card from Brothers War, and it's being played in these mono green. It's great against the mirror because you can just go for your opponent's Karn, right? And take out their win con.
Yeah, and I think it potentially named Storm the Festival, because I think that looks like 2 storms, or we'll have to see, but I would assume they named Storm in this game particularly, as a Cavalier of Thorn comes down. Don't forget Kiora will draw a card because that's power 4 or greater.
Cavalier here looking at the top 5 cards.
As a Nykthos.
Nykthos, other ones go to the bottom.
How much devotion do we have? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, with no havens. So that's 12 mana. You can untap Forest. Oh, okay, you can just use your elves and untap the Nykthos. Wow, yep. It's pretty good. That's a lot of mana. So that's going to be 11 plus 9, so they have exactly 20 mana.
That's not too much for a mono green, right?
So you have Karn. We don't have the deck list, but I would assume that Karn is going to fetch something like... Oh, we're going to Cav first. Wow, this is a tight play. You get more devotion on the table.
We have some comments here because...
Wait, what did someone do?
Because the Cavalier cards went to the bottom.
Oh. Yeah, that needs to be sorted. Well, that can't be sorted now. Okay, I will go speak to the judge.
Thank you. Yeah, Ari is going to confirm. So basically, for those of you that are hearing the commentary, what happened was that Adrian there, he did Cavalier, he looked at the top 5 cards, he did choose a land, but he put the other cards on the bottom instead of in the graveyard.
Now, let's be real, you can say, oh, you should be experienced with green. How do you not know that? Well, wait a second. Storm the Festival puts cards on the bottom. There's big lights. There's the stream pressure. So let's have some forgiveness for the mistake of the Cavalier. I believe that the judge has said something. I don't think it can be reversed. The judge did. When I walked over, the judge was saying something about the Cavalier, and I believe they just got a warning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really relevant here as well. I don't think Adrian could win anything by the cards going on bottom instead of the grave.
Actually hurts yourself because of Pestilent Cauldron,
Exactly.
right? So, is that what is is that the new? Oh, that's the new artifact, the new Meteor Golem.
But
it triggers
better.
on cast, yeah. So you can destroy the Karn. It has an Earth for 8, and it basically when you cast it or when you attack with it, it uses the Meteor Golem's trigger ability.
Yeah.
For those ones.
Being on the cast though is super important because even if this card is countered, the trigger already happened and you already are able to destroy a permanent. And also it triggers again when you attack it. So if you attack with it, it's an 8/8 trample and you can again destroy something.
And it draws a card.
It's a really, really upgrade from the recent set Brothers War.
Okay, now don't forget there is that Nissa who shakes the world. We did tune in, so we don't know if it's been activated yet or not.
Yeah. Another Cavalier.
Oh my gosh, this is so many cards. Don't forget, we are getting close to time, so there is a lot of time pressure here.
Playing this mirror, it's not easy at all. These board states get so complicated. That's why Stone Rain can be so important in stopping your opponents.
Yeah. Okay, so you can now crew the boat, because there's no Karn on the other side of the board. It can now be activated. You can now attack with it. You can now animate Lair of the Hydra to make it a 3/3. Vigilance, haste. Don't forget, Nissa gives haste. Okay, deciding to go with the land, though. So floating 2 first, then animating it. Okay. Then we're going to cast a Sylvan Carotid, whatever. Probably going to attack with everything. Kill an elf. Yeah, I would potentially attack with all, assuming that we're going very close to time. Of course, the Pelucranos and the Troll might eat some things, you know? But at the end of the day, you want to kill quickly, so let's see what happens. Oh, only attacking with the bow? Potentially, a lot of things have summoning sickness. Don't forget, we just tuned into this match, so we don't know what's been cast this turn or not. So, yeah. Potentially all the Cavaliers have summoning sickness, and I assume maybe they're just saying, look, I have lethal next turn, you can go ahead.
Exactly, and they are not into turns yet, so they know they have enough turns to win, even if they're on time. You have to understand that the players are nervous. This is a feature match for such a large event.
Definitely.
Being on the feature table, knowing that like close to 1,000 people, I don't know how many viewers we have now, are watching your game live. All your friends are going to rewatch this. And you're doing already so well, right? These players both 2-0.
Yeah. Okay, that's a Cavalier of Thorns. They're going to make... what is that?
The Karn, so he cannot activate it.
Yeah.
I think it's a Power Stone, right?
Right, okay.
Yeah, so he cannot use the Power Stone because of Karn.
Yep. And they're activating Nykthos in response to the Cavalier because they're hoping to hit a Nykthos from the Cavalier. Because obviously, Legendary rule, if you put a Nykthos into play, you can't activate them both first before sacrificing them. That's not how Magic works. So they're activating it first, type play, hoping to hit a Nykthos here off the top.
This is being quite the game here, and Mono Green does
No
end up...
land.
Oh, I see the fairy there. Very cool card. I see that some lists, instead of the fairy, they are playing Nicol Bolas.
Oh, yes. That was actually an early innovation before Teferi.
Yeah.
People played Nicol Bolas. But I think people move away from it now because Nicol Bolas doesn't really help you combo too much. Nicol Bolas really solved the fact that on Magical Line, it's very hard to do the loop quickly. But if you use the Chain Veil in Nicol Bolas, you can exile all the opponent's permanents in play and hand and then ultimate it to win. But on paper, that's the extended hand, as we did have the withdrawals on the right-hand side. Adrian winning that Mono Green Devotion mirror down in the feature match. That is going to be... Oh. Okay, apparently we have some more matches to watch. We're going to be tuning into that, actually. We have more paper gameplay for you, so please stay put. We're going to be getting that on screen now.
So we are going to have the players to watch, which means
Oh, I understand.
players that are known to the public. How are they doing? So we see the prize there at a 1-1-0. Javier Dominguez, one of the best players, 2-1. Canister 2-1 as well. Arne, that we saw lose the first game against Mengucci, is now 0-2. Juza is 2-1. And why don't you tell me about the players here on the right?
So we got Frank Karsten with, 2 losses and a draw. Christopher Larson, 3-0. Andrea Mengucci, 2-1. Gabriel Nassif at 3-0. We saw an amazing match there in the feature match. And we have Andre Strasky.
Yeah, and the reason that some of them have only 2 scores and the other one already have 3, it's because some of these players haven't finished their match yet, so we don't have the results yet. So, for example, Arne is 0-2, but he might now become 1-2 or 0-3, depending how he does in this match.
Yeah. Awesome. I think that's going to be it here for round 3 of the Legacy European Tour down here in Bulgaria. I've been Andrew, this has been Filipa, and we're going to be going back to Will and the other casters for the next round.
Yeah, exciting to see next. See you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4 of Pioneer action at the LEC Championships this weekend. I am Will. I am joined by Matej, and we've got some beautiful, spicy decks that you managed to find for us. Who are we going to see and what decks are they playing?
It took a lot of time, a lot of work. I was scouring the top tables incessantly, talking to players, seeing how it plays out. But we get a couple of good ones. So the main match we're going to feature has mono white humans.
Yeah, it is what it is. We know what that does.
Yeah, it's fast. It's good. But the other one deck is Jund Citadel in the hands of Samuel Eberhard. So combo with Bolus's Citadel and a bunch of good green, black, and one Rakdos Mayhem Devil. That's very strong, and we can combo out the opponent really fast. I already see a Bolus Citadel in the hand, so we might be in for a fast one. But his opponent does have mono white humans, so he can put him really under big pressure when it gets to it. So let's see how it plays out, because this is interesting.
The big cards that the Rakdos player is going to be looking for in this matchup, just try and slow down the mono white player.
The John deck wants mana acceleration, so he wants like Llanowar Elves, Gilded Goose, and other things like that to play out really fast a Bolus Citadel with hopefully enough of a buffer on life total, because you pay life once you play Bolus Citadel. So let's see how it plays out.
That was a Mayhem Devil off the top, as we see. Obviously, mono white being on the play, that's going to be big in this matchup.
Huge.
And they get to start off with a 1-drop, exactly what they want to do.
Yeah.
2-drop of choice. Oh, this is the one that hits counters on.
Yeah, Luminarch Aspirant on the Hopeful Initiate, but it puts a counter on the.
I was about to say, talk through that line. Why did we put a counter on itself instead of the creature that can attack this turn?
Next turn he can attack with both and put the training counter on the Hopeful Initiate. So while it's a bit less damage now, next turn he's going to be able to average it out damage-wise and just build out his board. Samuel Eberhard's hand looks a little slow. No mana acceleration on turn 1 is already a problem, and I think he's a fairly slow hand. So he's going to have to try to play it a bit more defensively. So first, Priest of the Forgotten Gods. That's a key piece. Next turn, I think he's going to add a Catacomb Sifter or maybe a Voe Strider, even a Mayhem Devil as a 3/3 can do some decent blocking. Another Luminarch Aspirant.
I think he's going to have to, because the pressure that we're getting put on here is huge. So we're going to start putting the counters. So I think we're going to add 1 counter. 2 counters to it.
Wow, okay.
Tap sideways. Training means obviously because the power's got it's got high power, it gets a counter itself. And this is going to be for 4. This is 6 points of damage
already. Yeah, on to turn 3. And remember with the Bolus Citadel, you can win at a low life total, but you need something like a Prosperous Innkeeper in play to be able to keep going off the top of your library. So let's see if Samuel Eberhard gets there. I think he drew a Gilded Goose.
Yep, it was Gilded Goose for the turn there.
Yeah,
he's got a couple of 3-drops in his hand. He's just deciding, I imagine, which one he wants to go with. He's got the red source that he needs.
Yeah, it's tough when he wants. I mean, the Mayhem Devil could be decent.
Problem is, these creatures, when they've got 1 toughness, sure. Yeah. Now that thing's got 4 toughness, and next turn we're adding another 2 to 3 power to the board and toughness. So that Mayhem Devil might not even be able to do what it needs to do and ping off these little creatures early. And that's the advantage of being on the play for mono white, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and that's kind of the, I wouldn't say problem. That's something that's like relevant in the format. The die roll can be really important, especially in a format with Thought Seizes, Llanowar Elves, like all these really powerful turn 1 plays that you can do. And if you're not doing them, like it can be sometimes really hard to catch up. Let's see how Samuel plays this, because I think he can go Gilded Goose and Priest, or he can play like Mayhem Devil or Voe Strider from his hand. So I'm curious which line he decides to take, because he's going to have to start blocking somehow, and I don't think he'll get to Bolus Citadel yet.
No, I don't see. We might not see this game at all. It might just be over. And looks like we're going to play the Woe here. It gets 2 creatures, so we can if we need to. We've got 2 creatures we can now sack, make your opponent get rid of a creature, draw a card, add 2 black floating, but I don't think we've got anything for 2 in our hand that we can really cast this turn, so it's not going to be super ideal.
It's not a soldier token. That one, it's a goat. The Woe Strider makes a 0/1 goat, so goat and soldier, they don't really look alike, but we'll see. The other plan that Samuel can maybe try to do or hope to do is just try to take all of the damage and try to win on the board with something like Mayhem Devil. Try to stabilize. Use the Priest of Forgotten Gods to make his opponent sack. Maybe use some triggers in response as well. So like ditch the Bolus Citadel plan for now and try to go for like a value plan.
I think you have to, and I talk about this a lot. Like, you need to know your role in the matchup, right? Like, if you're person, you've got open deck list, you see your one, you know you're the control deck in this matchup. You need to keep them at bay, not try and do your game plan, because you're not going to be able to get a chance to cash your big 6-drops. Clearly, look at this. We're at least 3 turns away from it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we're setting up for that sort of big mayhem turn that you said, that maybe we take this huge hit if we can.
Yeah.
Because there's also a move on the battlefield. We could also turn that sideways.
Yeah.
Pick a couple counters on that, make that a 4/4.
Oh, but he's only attacking with 2. Interesting. So he put the counters on the aspirant, like one more counter on the aspirant, another on the hopeful initiate, and that attacks gives mentor. So now it's 4, and it's like attack for 9.
Yeah, that's a 9 power coming across, not lethal.
Yeah. You also remember the one white humans deck play 4 Brave the Elements as well. So as if he gets them low enough,
Blocking doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, unless you put up nice, different colors of creatures, then it helps the goat is white.
An undermade token, in my opinion. I feel like we need more goat tokens in Magic the Gathering.
It's a fun art. Like the original art that came out with it is also pretty funny. So there's a bunch of cards like with goats. So but let's see what how it ends up. Oh, it's probably explaining. Judge getting involved, probably explaining exactly what has happened. So maybe he forgot to put a counter on one of his.
It was. I think it had like 3 counters last time.
Yes,
They've only
it
picked
did.
1.
Yeah.
It's also quite scary when you look at the mono white players missing their land drops. You're like, oh, that means that the hand's just full of gas. You know what I mean? So once I've dealt with these, they're going to either advance the battlefield or maybe they're just stuck with a load of 3 drops and this is your out. Your one way is that they're going to keep flooding with the 3 drops, not be able to cast them, and you can get back in your game next turn.
The thing is, if Samuel Eberhard had won the die roll and played first, I think the game he would have been in complete control of the game. Because he could have played turn 2 priest, turn 3, play Woes, try to sack tap sack his creatures to make Manfredi sacrifice a creature, play another priest of the Forgotten God, and like Manfredi wouldn't have been able to build out his board.
So you're telling me basically I need to work on my dice rolling skills in Magic.
That's what I told my friends. Like you better start winning the dice rolls. It's pretty important. But I'm not to say that this is what the format's about. It's just pretty important thing, and it's going to play out really interestingly throughout the tournament. I can definitely see towards the latter rounds people trying to play for top 8 seeding, so they play first and top 8 as well. I think that could be also very important. So maybe fewer draws. We'll see how that turns out.
And it looks like the damage did just go through. There was no blocks there, so we're just going to advance to the battlefield. And that's one of the new cards from Brothers War, I believe.
Yeah, Recruiting Officer, 1 mana, 2/1 human soldier, and for 4 mana you can look at the top 4 cards and put a creature with converted mana cost 3 or less into your hand. A great 1-drop, like an additional 1-drop alongside Soldier of the Pantheon and Kithian that is usually being played. But let's see now, Samuel is on 4, and he knows like he either has to win this turn or stabilize this turn.
Well, you think that now with the mana he's got, right? So he plays a Mayhem Devil because we didn't put a counter on the creatures. We played on our 2 big creatures. We can sack 2 creatures, ping the 2 small ones down, so they have to sacrifice one of these big ones, right?
Yeah, potentially. But I think Samuel really would have wanted a 4th land here as well, just to be able to play the Mayhem Devil and let's say a Gilded Goose.
Yeah, same.
But I don't think he's.
So no, if we do have to sack, we potentially could sack a Mutavault animating itself because it's not really doing too much at the minute.
Yeah, that as well. But I mean, like the recruitment officer also is not doing that much. I think if I look at his hand, he has another recruitment officer. Okay.
I think that's a giant killer.
Yeah, giant killer. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, not super. I don't see a brave in the hand just yet. Let's see.
So the Mayhem Devil does come down here.
Yeah, but Manfredi is playing 4 Brave the Elements in his deck, but he has his one-off giant killer in his hand.
I did on this battlefield. That was a
okay.
joke.
There's the but here's what Sam is thinking here. If he uses the priest to sacrifice the Woe Strider and token, he's gonna get 2 triggers off the Mayhem Devil. He's gonna go 1/1 there. That's still in response to the Priest of the Forgotten Gods on the stack. So first the 2 small guys are gonna die. Yep.
Another trigger for him to sack, draw a card, 2 black mana is going to float.
Yeah, so 2 black mana, draw a card.
Hoping for a land here.
Okay, sacrifices the. Okay, he has 2 black mana floating. He has another priest in hand as well, so he can play that. He has suddenly the value plan coming to fruition. Here's the priest.
Use up to 2 black mana that we had floating to play a priest for next turn. And now the battlefield doesn't look
as
bad.
Brave. What was the last card? Brave. He does have Brave the Elements, protection from black, and swing for 6. I think Manfredi is lucky that he won one because I think he forgot 1 Luminar Aspirant trigger now. Almost forgot it again here, but Brave the Elements does the job. Good. Yeah, no problemo.
This sideboard. So looking at the mono white, what are we going to bring in here? What are the good cards that we want for this sort of matchup?
Portable Hole is maybe decent, but it still kills only the smaller stuff. Raydan can stop the Bolas' Citadel, I guess. Not not too much, I guess.
It kind of just looks like it's a good matchup, right?
I mean, he just has to beat down fast, but the Citadel that can be super explosive. So maybe the portable holes could make their way in as well to kill the priests and the mana elves, something like that. But he only I think he can only board out a couple cards. The giant killer is obviously not that great. You can maybe board out a couple of the small creatures. Even
All right, let's try and get on what the Jun Citadel players got on their sideboard.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, look, Ray of Enfeeblement, Fatal Pushes. Yeah, there's a bunch of good cards there. The Goldblang is not going to be relevant, or a Scavenging Ooze.
Do you not like Scavenging Ooze? So the game plan is to kill the creatures. We could gain a bit
Could
of a
be
life
if
back.
he wants to go mid range, but no, like his main deck is already, I think, pretty like tuned towards just powering out good stuff early. You know, he has collected companies. I could see him probably bringing in some amount of fail pushes just to slow down Manfredi. Hopefully, maybe kill a Thalia to be able to play out those companies on time. We'll see. One of the things that I'll tell you is that it's really difficult to sideboard with this deck.
Okay, why is that?
It's just because your main deck is so tuned towards playing out an early Citadel or companies, or each of your creatures plays a very specific job in the deck, and so it's you can shave a few numbers, but it's still difficult. One of the innovations I saw actually on Magic Online was playing either green black or just playing Karns instead of companies, because those can find you the Citadels, can actually give you sideboard cards to use for Karn, and you don't sideboard that much anyway. So it was like one way to get around this. But he's playing the traditional version with the collected companies, which work pretty well with the value Mayhem Devil plan that you mentioned. I could see him also like board out the Bull Citadel, right? If he thinks his opponent is on Thalias and Raydans and even portable holes killing the mana creatures, right? Like he knows he's not gonna have maybe that much mana to play the Bull Citadel. He could just try to go for the value, but we'll see.
He died that game with obviously them in his hands. So maybe that is gonna cross his mind. Do I need to bring these in? Do I not need to bring them in? Can I trim on a few?
Yeah.
It was nice that you talked about the green blacklist. We've actually got a deck set of the green blacklist, which we're going to play after this round if we've got enough time to play it. But using the Calm Wish package to go find.
Yeah.
If you can go find a Citadel, if you want to do the combo route, or it can be a value card, depending on how the game's going and what you need to bring in, or some disruption.
Yeah, I think the version that you did, we played Diabolic Intense, though, right?
Yeah. One of the new cards.
Yeah, but it's kind of like an interesting approach because you can, traditionally there are versions of this John Citadel deck or even Golgari Citadel that plays something like Blister Pods, and those are really nice with the Diabolic Intense because I think that version relies more on like Zulaport Cutthroat to drain for damage when creatures are dying. Here it's mostly about Mayhem Devil, so it's a different, and you're splashing for the Mayhem Devil.
And one thing you say about obviously the sideboard and trimming, it's like with most sort of big combo decks, you don't want to dilute your game plan enough.
Exactly.
I think this is something that new players do quite a lot. They don't. They think, oh, these 10 cards are great, so I have to bring all these 10 cards in.
Yeah.
And they dilute their actual game plan. They realize, well, they don't win the game. So if people watch it, I feel like just knowing, as I spoke about, your role and what the key bit is. Like, actually, Citadel is the game plan, but maybe this isn't the matchup for it. So trimming on a few of them, I feel like that's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah, that's the only problem with deck that you kind of, when you're in a like good seed, like you always kind of want to draw the Citadel because if you have somewhat of a board, like it's going to win you the game. Almost always, unless like you're really far behind, or like your board is really small and you hit 4 lands off the top that you can't cry away with the Woe Strider or the Catacomb Sifter, which is one of my favorite cards there. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out ultimately. But I like the deck. And both players are 3-0. I mean, John Citadel is working so far.
Working so far, so obviously, lost dice roll, mono white humans just managed to do it. That was like a turn 4 win, turn 5 win, maybe something like that. Turn 4, I think it was. Yeah. And but now they're on the draw, so I think this is going to be quite big for the German player. We'll see the players are just shuffling up now, offering the cut to each other. Let's see if we can get some keep opening hands.
Hopefully not too many mulligans. That's always a downer. So, but still, it's now with John Citadel being on the play. If they get a decent hand, I think it can be tough with the mono white deck to keep the pace. However, something that we haven't spoken about, but which is a thing that you can do, the Hopeful Initiate, the 1/2. Like when you put the counters on them, like you can remove them for 3 mana and destroy an artifact or enchantment.
Yes.
So at some point, if the mono white deck pressures enough, attacks for enough, they can leave up the mana to blow up the Citadel. Or alternatively, we saw it last game. The Brave the Elements is still really good, even though it's playing as a 3-color deck, but it's mostly black creatures or
Feel
a lot of black and green creatures.
The Gen Zero player's got a pretty good opening hand. I
Yeah.
think we've got Freeland, Elf, Raven Fieldsman, and a Mayhem Devil.
Yeah, it's very nice.
And a Collective Company just to go with it if you end up drawing that
Oh,
fourth
okay,
land.
that's one of the best that you can have. You have acceleration. You have one of your pieces already. You have the value in company. Look,
Oof.
oh, told you,
You-
he's gonna bring in the portable holes. He's gonna
Called
try
it.
to restrict him on mana a little bit. That's gonna slow down the deck, but that's the other side of the coin. Being now that Manfredi doesn't have a creature, he's not really advancing the board. I think Samuel's gonna have enough time. And Talia's
Oof.
Lieutenant is not a great 2-drop. It's gonna die really fast still, but it's the one that you want to play it just a little bit later.
I don't know about you, but I am slamming this Mayhem Devil this turn. On an empty board, slamming it.
Yeah. And
Next
he's
turn, we've
slamming
got
it.
our 2 land drops. We'll be able to cast Collect the Company if we choose to.
Yeah. Not,
Or-
not much else left in Samuel's hand. And remember, sometimes, okay, it's a giant killer. I
Giant
think
Killer
so.
with
Yep.
Ballet's Lieutenant. Obviously, you put a counter on it as a
Okay.
human at the battlefield.
Now also Prosperous Innkeeper. That's also one of the cards that helps you. If you're asking like, okay, how does the Bolus Citadel deck win? Like, if you land Bolus Citadel and you have a Prosperous Innkeeper in play and a sack outlet like Wolf Strider, Mayhem Devil, it's really just easy to sacrifice a creature to scry the top of your deck to play stuff for free, paying life, but eventually you build up a board that's so big that you can finish your opponent by sacking everything to Mayhem Devil.
So I'm going to ask you a question on that one. Would you like playing the Collective Company their main phase while your opponent's tapped out, so you can play around things like Brave the Elements? Or
No.
do you like doing it now, like in response or end of turn?
I mean,
then have things
Manfredi
go?
knows about it, but now it's kind of if Manfredi decides to attack with his creatures into a company, it's very risky. But in response to Thalia's Lieutenant, he's gonna go for the company here, so that maybe he can pick off some of the smaller creatures there.
See what you can do.
Not grade
It's-
6. Oh,
Yeah,
he
second Mayhem
hit
Devil was better than that.
very lucky. Priest and Mayhem Devil, just the only 2 creatures in the top 6 there. But double Mayhem Devil is really difficult to deal with for the mono white humans deck. And he also animates Mutavolt, and now with the Thalia's Lieutenant trigger resolving, he's gonna put some counters on all his guys. The Lieutenant's gonna be 4/4, yeah.
Obviously, we almost saw a whiff there from the Collective Company. How many creatures do you kind of want to play in your main?
Ooh, look at
With
that!
Collective
Another
Company.
portable hole. Okay, so but Manfredi's out of cards, and he's facing 2 Mayhem Devils. But okay, let's see. Attack with a 4/4 Thalia's Lieutenant. So I'm in a tough spot. Do I double block here? Could be a valid play, but he takes it. He wants those. He wants the Devils, and if he draws, we'll try to. Oh no, just another land, and he has a Prosperous Innkeeper that gives him a treasure that he
Yeah,
can
I
sack. So he can definitely deal with something on this board. And Manfredi's out of cards. So see
Is that
how
treasure token?
yeah, let's see. I mean, also if he decides to play a land, he's almost there for the Bolus's Citadel. And I think, does he have Boseiju? No,
No, just two land in
it's
hand.
2 lands.
I think we'll see one of them
If it
played on
was
this
if
turn.
it was Boseiju, it would have been nice as well to kill maybe one of the portable holes. But no dice so far.
The portable holes came in, like you said, and obviously we've seen the Collective Company cast. We almost missed on it. We managed to hit the 2 creatures. What's
Mhm.
the go-to creature count in a deck for that plays Collective Company?
Ideally as many as possible, like at least 30.
30?
30, yeah, at least.
And that's where like sideboarding now comes in, right? Like,
Yeah.
do I take
Yeah.
out creatures but leave my Collective Companies in?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's diluting the game plan we spoke about before.
Yeah, we kind of we can joke around that sometimes collecting companies pay for mana and look at the top 6 cards, the bottom 6 cards of your library.
We've
Yeah.
all been there. Anyone plays that card, we've all been there. We all know how that works. So maybe this is a bit of like showmanship here, making them think we've got something.
Yeah, I think I think the main thing that Samuel is just thinking here is that, do I sack the treasure now to try to kill something right away, or do I wait? How do I play this? Because he's gonna have decision about potentially doing some blocks as well. But Samuel, okay, Dauntless Bodyguard, Shifet Dunes, I think in hand as well. He can make his board okay.
So animating
Never
this.
mind. Mutavolt, a 3/3 because it got a counter. There's a Shifet Dunes. Yeah, he's playing Shifet Dunes. Yeah. Just checking. It costs 4 mana to sacrifice, so it's not gonna get activated just yet.
2 mana.
Okay, tap. Tap one of the Mayhem Devils. Okay. Swing with
Yeah.
a 4/4 and a 3/3. Okay, that makes sense.
So basically, they're happy to offer the trade this Mutavault with one of the Mayhem Devils, right?
Yeah, potentially, yeah. But he still has the treasure. Remember when you Mayhem Devil says whenever you sacrifice, whenever a permanent gets sacrificed, you deal 1 damage. So that's relevant with his opponent's Shepherdunes, by the way. Like activate my Shepherdunes, like
Yep.
2 triggers go on the stack. And now Sam is in a really tough spot. He has to decide if he wants to keep his board or take a bunch of damage here. Remember,
How much damage does this come across?
Uh,
4, 5,
se-
7 damage?
Yeah, 7.
Half our life total here.
Yep, just casual half. And he's scared already of Brave the Elements, so... Okay, interesting.
So if we block here, imagine we're sacking the token to finish it off at the end of the turn.
Yeah, he's gonna sack the treasure. No, he's gonna still do combat to do 2 triggers. So to finish off the Thales Lieutenant and to kill the other Lieutenant. So try to get rid of both Thales Lieutenant off the board. Yeah. So before damage, sack the treasure, deal 1, deal 1. And so that's gonna reduce the board slightly, and damage is gonna resolve. Samuel's gonna go to 11 here. He has reduced the board quite significantly. And Dauntless Bodyguard. No, okay, he doesn't play it. Interesting. But yeah, Manfred. Ooh, Priest.
That was a priest off
Yeah.
the top.
Not bad, but not great in these sort of
Yeah.
spots. But it allows you to that if you do draw a Woe Strider, Catacomb Sifter, it really allows you to, I wouldn't say pop off, but do a lot. And the Innkeeper is going to also gain life
Now
back.
we start getting some of our life back here, which is what we're going to need. Ideally, we want one of our like little dawdly creatures so we can sack. It's realistic. We don't want to be sacking our Mayhem Devil here. When things happen and you have to, sure, we get it. But
I think in general, Samuel would be happy with one of the value creatures or collected company. We can he can Hardcast a Citadel because he has the 6th land in his hand. Here's an attack with Mutavault just for 3.
yep, just free
Easy.
coming across, drop it down
Easy
to 9.
peasy. Okay, now we're gonna get the bodyguard. No, might be something else. I might have.
Just play the land for a turn. No, I think it is a bodyguard.
Okay, Gilded Goose.
That's one of the creatures we could do with getting rid of. Plus, we get the food tokens. So we can gain a bit of life if we need to.
Yeah. Also, yeah, when you sack the food, you get a trigger of the Mayhem Devil. So, and you can do that, turn after turn as well. Like the Gilded Goose is, I think, one of the better draws here. Better than a land for sure. So yeah, and gain 1.
Gain a life.
Nice.
We're gonna tap this down and turn. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I mean Manfredi's in tough spot because he lost his board, and he still wants to keep presenting damage. He does have Dante's Bodyguard in his hand. I'm still surprised he hasn't played it, though he's probably scared that it would just die to
One of the pinks.
one of the pinks as well. Okay, something's happening.
Yeah, the tapping is going to resolve basically. Tapping the food count tokens being generated.
No, I think he's tapping he just tapped the Priest of the Forgotten Gods in response to the Gilded Goose.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't get an activation off, which I don't think would have happened anyway, but yeah.
What are we getting for 4 then? Now we're on the beatdown plan.
Yeah, now it's like,
Ooh, that's the new free drop that when you attack you get the 1/1.
yeah, Adeline,
That's the one, Adeline.
Resplendent Cathar. Yep,
That's a good draw off the top. That's very
that's a
hard to get.
very
pinged, right?
good draw. Yeah, it's one of the better creatures. It's almost like a must answer because it just the power is based on number of creatures you have, and because it gives you extra creatures when you attack with any creature, it can really grow out of proportion. And now again, Samuel has to decide. Okay,
We're getting in there.
who's racing now?
1/1's made. Comes to play attacking.
Yep.
Works really well when you've got Valleys, the talents on the battlefield. Obviously they've been
Yeah.
pinged off by now, but
It's really nice. Well, we can, yeah. He can block one of the he can block the 2/2 with this Gilded Goose, but he's gonna sack the food, gain 3, ping down the 1/1 that was attacking, and no interesting, no block with the Gilded Goose. Surprised. And there's Dauntless Bodyguard protecting the Adeline.
Sure.
Okay. Let's see. Big draw.
oh, that's a big
Another
draw.
Mayhem Devil. Now that's
We can play that, right?
Yeah,
Sack the
yeah.
Innkeeper.
that
Like,
that does something, yeah.
so how many pings can we actually generate this turn? 4 pings. Should we play the bodyguard? Play the.
He can play the Mayhem Devil for 3. That's not going to leave him that many options. However, if he plays the Mayhem Devil, he can use the Priest to sack the Innkeeper and the Goose. Maybe in response even to that, he makes another food token with the Goose. And then he's gonna make his opponent sacrifice. He's gonna get triggers, a bunch of triggers. Yeah.
So I think 6 triggers we can have, right? Because we can sacrifice the food here with the 2 black mana floating as well.
Yes, exactly. So he can do it. look at Samuel just played in like crack my knuckles. Let's go.
Start counting. Let's go.
Man, the chat goes game 3. It is. It's
Chat and their one-liners.
still not over.
If you just joined us, chat, welcome. We are in round 4 of Pioneer action. Watching the Jund Citadel deck versus the White Weenie.
I said it was going to be fast. It's not super fast.
You always say that. You said this every round to me so far. That I've got a fast matchup. Fast matchup. Yeah.
Will, I told you I'm a liar.
Okay, it's fine. Look, someone's going to clip that, and that's going to be,
Nah,
go
I
on for
can
the
live
rest
with
of the time.
that. I can live with that. It can be a fast matchup, but obvious there's too much decision. But I mean, look, we talked about this before the run. Frank Carson on mono red aggro is 0 wins, 2 losses, and a draw. And when I asked him like a draw with mono red, and he's like, yeah, a typical draw with mono red.
It happens. It happens.
And he said it regularly happens. And then he added against mono white, so I can see that.
How
Like,
does aggro deck good?
It's just like the board clocks up, and both are like no one has good attacks.
So what we're doing here, it looks like we're going to make this food token.
Okay, yeah, as I predicted. All right, so there's the food. Now we're gonna see some action. Yeah, there's the priest. So sack goose on the loose, and the innkeeper.
So where are you putting these first 4?
So
triggers?
now he has 4 triggers, if I'm not mistaken. Right, so 2 from each.
Yep, he's got 2 from each. Obviously, remember the bodyguard is also on the battlefield.
Yes, so he's gonna go 1. Okay, so he's gonna ping the bodyguard for 1. Ping the giant killer for 2, and probably 1 face.
For free, right? It's got
3.
a count on it. It's got
Yeah,
2
yeah,
counters,
and then
it's
the
got a
Adeline's
counter.
gonna die to the priest of the Forgotten Gods, and that was enough to be like, yeah,
Going
I've seen enough.
to game 3. We might actually end up having this quick one if that's where you're going with that. So let's see if we can get the sideboard guides, sideboards up again. Sideboard guides. Imagine we could put sideboard guides up. Okay, so here's
we saw the ray of enfeeblement, right, being
The
brought
one-off.
in, the one-off, yeah. Maybe just 1 or 2 fatal pushes, but I don't, as we talked about, I don't expect too much to happen. It dilutes your deck. It makes your companies worse. So I could see maybe shaving a Citadel as well, but yeah.
Okay, so let's look at what the white deck had in their sideboard. Because obviously we saw the portable holes come in, which you said that you got it right. Love to see it.
Yeah, I called it, yeah, because you don't have that many options. Even here, it's like. I could see, in theory, you could cut the Brave the Elements as well, because like if you see a board like Gilded Goose, Elvish Mystic, and then black creatures, white creatures, like it not always is it just something that can win the game on the spot, but I guess there's still.
Where do you feel with the play draw element? Now I'm on the play. Do I want portable holes as my turn 1, turn
Yes,
2?
yes.
turn
I think
3
now they're
plays?
a bit better because you can play turn 1 creature and turn 2 creature and portable hole. Like you
Okay.
can really put up the pressure. Even though we just saw the downside of portable hole, it only exiles creatures with casting cost 2 or less. And a lot of the good ones cost 3 or more, but it doesn't really have any other answers to the more expensive creatures.
Is
so.
there any call for wedding announcement here? Obviously,
No,
makes you some guys, but it
too
pumps your
slow.
team with a +1/+1. You think it's too slow? We're not
Too
going to get into
slow.
a
No.
match.
I don't think you want to play that kind of game. I think you just want to try to be as aggressive as possible and get your creatures on the board. Try to swing with them. I think the hopeful initiate in something like Thalia can do a lot of good job because Thalia is also difficult to block, right? And just want to get a big Thalia's Lieutenant there done as well.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm looking at the other match. I really wanted to kind of show you from the other match that we have going on, where we have a blue-black mid-range.
Okay.
Yes, blue-black
Yeah.
mid-range on the other table. And it's like, you take Rakdos mid-range, right? And you take out all the red cards.
Place him with blue cards.
I replace them with blue cards. So like no Blood Tide Harvester. Okay, so Ledger Shredder, right?
Okay. Actually, they're also
4
Frio.
Trespassers. So really mid-range, like a Tassiger.
And when you were speaking with the players, how they find it today? They play, what are they wanting to play against?
No, but it's just a different approach. I don't know how good that deck really is, but it's more like a.
Wow, it's the Frio, right?
Yeah, the 3-0. Yeah, I mean, like they have treasure cruises as well. Like the Thoughtseize, fatal pushes, like the good black cards. But they're adding a bit more of the blue to have a bit more tempo. I think in general the Rakdos deck is by far popular, like the second most popular deck here. And the advantage of having something like Bone Crusher, Giant, Red Boar, you don't have a lot of these tools in a blue-black build. I mean, Gabriel and Steve can attest to that if you have been watching his stream over the last couple of weeks. He's really trying to make blue-black work, but you don't have some of these cards that can really make a difference. So I wonder how that matchup's going to go, because the deck seemed fun.
Well, if we get what you promised me in a fast matchup here, because we're going into game 3, we'll be able to get across to you all.
No, we won't.
Watch that.
We won't.
Come on, have a bit of faith.
No, okay.
For everyone just tune into the stream and how we're working, basically we have a table 1 and a table B feature match.
Yes.
Nothing new there. But when one of these matchups finishes, we go to the other tables where all the rest of the players are, and if we catch anyone sideboarding, we're trying to move some of the top tables across so we get the most amount of gameplay coverage for you all to watch the stream. As much as you want to look at our beautiful faces, we know that's not what you're here for. You're here to watch Magic the Gathering. And realistically, the end of this weekend, we're going to have 409 players whittled down to all the 6 and 3s tomorrow.
Yep.
And then all the 6 and 3s are going to start playing off, and the top 36 are going to get Pro Tour invites. But the big one for this whole weekend is at 2 spots for Worlds.
Yes.
That's like obviously a dream of the lower level people like myself. I would love to say I played Worlds one day. That is the goal for all competitive Magic players, in my opinion.
You know what I like more? Like, if you win this tournament, you can call yourself European champion.
Yeah,
right?
Because exactly,
at least
can.
You're one of the European champions. I think that prestige is really good. Something that we didn't have European championships since 2003. I played last one in London.
Okay.
Yeah, really a long time ago. Some of you might not have been born by that time.
Some of the players in this room might not have been.
Yeah, for sure. So this is kind of like a return of the regional championships, and I really like that. And look, Manfredi is trying to get the title for himself with a really good turn 1 hopeful initiate, exactly where you want to be with that deck.
And then we would follow up with an elf.
Yeah, great as well for Samuel.
So both players doing their game plan. Exactly what we want to see game 1. And we see the same play here. We're putting the counter back on the creature itself.
Yeah,
on the side.
I prefer doing more damage, but I can see like next turn you can, if you put it on the hopeful initiate, like you're only attacking with that, and you don't really want to have a 2/2 Luminaire Sprint. Maybe attacking into Mayhem Devil or Catacomb Sifter, but looks like Samuel has a pretty decent hand again. I see a Mayhem Devil in his hand. That's always good to have. He now learned that Portable Hole is not going to be able to stop that, and it's a decent blocker as well. So I think he should play it, but let's see. He has the Citadel too, a bunch of land. I think he has the Liliana Heretic Cathar, I think, in his hand.
Is that a one-of?
It's a one-of in his deck, yes, correct. Not traditionally a heretical healer. I apologize. Too many Lilianas being printed, so
that's not a sentence in Magic. You can never be too many Lilianas.
Yeah,
love that card.
But I get lost in the names. But let's see what he's done. Okay, he goes flow, fatal push, and attack.
Getting everything up. I love it.
Nice.
I'm the beatdown deck.
Yeah, I mean this is really good. Punishes the play with the Luminar Aspirant a bit more, but.
Sign that side. That's got to be a good sign. Just the 1 point coming across.
Yeah. No Adeline. Another great sign. Okay, Brutal Cathar. Okay, on the elf. That's going to slow things down again here.
We've definitely got our land drops, but it could obviously stop something on turn 4, like a collective company or something like that. We could have. We obviously we know we don't have it, but we might see that Liliana come down this turn.
Yeah, let's see. Mayhem Devil or Liliana, that's the big decision, because I think he only has lands and a Bolus Citadel in his hand.
So looking at this mono white player's mana base, how would you sit on the mix matching basics?
Love it.
You love it?
I wish he had more whiteboarded ones.
Ooh, okay.
Controversial, I know.
Chat will let us know. They'll let us know what their basic of choice is.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Someone in there will be saying Guru. Someone will say it.
Yeah, Gurus are great. I don't like them because I don't own them.
So.
Easy enough.
I'm really liking the new Ben Make stuff, Secret Lair basics at the minute. That's my basics of choice.
All right, let's see what he plays. Okay, he's gonna go for the Liliana Heretical Healer. It's a mouthful. Well, it's a mouthful.
She's come down. She's got lifelink as well. She had the big 2/3 lifelink. Matches up good on this board because we can
big
block.
2/3 lifelink. Okay, swing.
Okay.
Interesting.
So what are we playing around here? What could we?
It's a Genjo, and Samuel has to know it's a Genjo. It's the only thing that makes sense. A Wandering Emperor, right, would be also pretty good on this board. But if you don't know, decklists are public, so they've seen each other's decklists. So now Samuel, like if he remembers, he has to know what it is, and it is going to be Iganjo, the land that you can deal 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature.
And that's one thing with these open deck lists that people that you might not know about. You're allowed to only look at them before the game and during sideboarding. You can't, I couldn't like pull out the deck list now and be like, oh, let's just see what I'm playing on.
Yeah,
you have to be able to like only get a certain amount of time to see. I think it's 3 minutes are getting called out at the minute for this tournament. So you get 3 minutes, review your opponent's deck, then you start playing Magic.
Yeah, and or during your cyber, as your cyber, you can look at it, but the moment you like present your deck, you need to put the deck list away. It's good for some, or worse for others. And Samuel really deep in the tank. What could it be? He's gonna figure it out, I think. And I assume he's gonna want to like keep his Liliana around.
Well, let's say we take 4 points of damage here. That only drops us down to 14. We can we're using our life total as a resource here. We can almost crack back next turn if we need to. If they end up tapping out and not having, the 3 mana up to cast a spell or cast a land. It's a trigger. Is it a trigger instead of cast? You don't actually cast it, do you?
The land?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just an activated ability.
Yeah.
So it's like it's like something you just play, and it goes on the stack. But yeah. But he's gonna block.
We're seeing it.
Iganjo.
Make him have it. Make him have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
It could be a good bluff. And you're on camera, and if you get caught with a bluff, you're never going to live it down.
It also kind of taps him out. So now if Samuel can...
You don't, because it doesn't get count as casted.
Yeah, no, he can flip
this.
it. Yeah, so now Samuel has to be careful about casting 2 spells, because that would flip the Cathar back. You can take another creature. So I think he's just going to play the Mayhem Devil. But this was a really good turn for Manfredi, because being able to play the Iganjo, flip the Brutal Cathar, and now he can do training again. And the Mayhem Devil is actually not a good blocker anymore, because he's facing off against a board of a 3/3 first striker and a 3/4. That also is now with the 2 counters on the Hopeful Initiate, can destroy Bolus Citadel as well.
Exactly.
So great. Ooh, he did board in the wedding announcement.
What do you know? I know everything.
Oh,
look at that. Look. I see the argument for it, right? Like, the +1 on all my creatures means that you now need 2 targets on the Mayhem Devil to be able to kill creatures. But that means I'm sitting in for the long game here, the grindy game, which maybe is not what you want to do when you're on game 3 on the play. Maybe I would have used it more, when I'm on the draw when I think it's going to go grindy. But we've seen it in. We'll see how it plays out. Land finishes off the turn as we pass it across. Oh.
Tough turn now for and I'm surprised that we didn't get to see an attack with the Hopeful Initiate there. But let's see. Shefet Dunes. That's could be a big attack.
You've got to watch about the Saka, obviously, because we've got the Mayhem Devil.
Yes.
And we're just turning
now
sideways.
I think he might be really missing the damage for next turn. We'll see. But he's gonna take 6 down to 7. We're gonna go both Citadel or bust. That's gonna be Samuel's turn. There's not a hope, but with the Hopeful Initiate, if he keeps 3 mana open, he's safe.
So he's got to think now, what am I playing around?
Yeah. The card he's worried now would be something like Collected Company into like a big board. But no, so there's...
Here we go. It's going to have to be big. It's going to have to be pretty. We've got... Obviously, the life total's got to be a resource in it. We attack 2 creatures, so we get to draw a card end of turn instead of making the 1/1. Big draw.
Well, let's see. I mean, Samuel Eberhard knows that if Manfredi knows his cards, the Citadel is not going to do anything.
The chat they're asking, to make day 2 of this tournament, you need a 6-3 record. All those players will be invited back tomorrow, and then they'll be battling out for the top 36 players will get invites to the Pro Tour in Philadelphia, and the top 2 players will get Worlds invites.
Look at that. Samuel Eberhard is like picking up the Shefet Dunes, kind of reading it. I think what he's trying to do is, he knows he's lost. If his opponent knows his cards, he knows he has lost. The only way he wins if he plays the Bolus Citadel and Manfredi doesn't realize that he can kill it with the Hopeful Initiate.
Got to play you out.
Exactly, but I like that he's kind of distracting.
He's making them think about
other things. Yeah, like you can attack. He also can maybe pick up the land that makes the Castle Ardenvale. Here's the Bolus Citadel. He can play. So far no response yet.
We're doing it.
He's dropping fast.
But we've got a way to gain life now. We've got a way to gain life.
Yes.
We still haven't realized that we can destroy
But he's on 2. He needs an elf. He stays on 2.
Game 1, he stays on 2.
Yeah. He can also play cards up top with mana as well. But he gained a bunch of blockers now. he doesn't realize the hopeful
So
initiate.
hold on, are we still even dead? We've got what, four creatures on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah.
We've played 2, so one is going to flip. We're going to be able to take out one of those Mayhem Devils.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. There's a treasure that can deal with something. He could actually, if the werewolf flips back, on with the trigger on the stack, he can sacrifice the treasure to kill the brutal Cathar. He would get the elf back, another blocker, and another life.
Oh my god, this game is so crazy.
Because he missed it. He just missed the hopeful initiate.
Maybe that worked, but the bluffing works. Looking at the land, making them think about other things.
Now I need to know if I'm not doing if I'm not going crazy, right?
No, you can remove 2 counters.
Right? Remove 2 +1/+1 for my monk creatures. You control destroy target artifact or enchantment. He can.
You know what's going to happen? We're just going to rip Brave the Elements anyway, and be able to push through some damage.
I mean, he can still make a token with the Castle Ardenvale, right? He has 4 creatures already in play. This is tense. I know Samuel's like, oh, he missed it. He missed it. I'm still alive.
Oh, I think we picked up free land. Maybe we've realised now.
Let's see, what is he gonna do?
Okay, we realised.
Oh my god, he's destroying
Take
the
out the
treasure.
token? Okay, talk me through this.
I mean, he's now trying to avoid he wants to make sure his brutal Cathar is gonna flip and live, right? So the treasure, by sacking it, he can use the 2 Mayhem Devil triggers to kill the brutal Cathar on the human side.
Could also be forcing something like a Raven Enfeeblement or a Fatal Push if it's in hands. Maybe that's their thought. Like, I need to know what I can attack with, and I don't want any surprises next turn. But
yeah.
do you like taking this out?
Yeah, this is some 9,000 IQ magic. I mean, like, it's easy to miss something like that. But I mean, maybe Manfredi wants his opponent to put himself down to 2 life with the Citadel, right?
Yeah.
Like, just try and go for it, right?
Told you, watch this Brave just get ripped off the top.
Yeah, he can't really use the Shafet tunes very well, but he's looking at the top. I think it's a land. He's gonna sack it, that's for sure. Like, it definitely is gonna get sacked. But he's deciding like what do I want to kill? One human or one of the initiates? Okay, sack it. Deal 2.
Yeah, we're just gonna take out one of these.
Okay. Now Manfredi cannot sack the Shafet dunes, or I mean he could, but that would trigger those Mayhem Devils. Yeah, there we go.
Day becomes night. Get rid of a Mayhem Devil.
Yep.
Big draw for the turn.
Yeah. This is fun. I missed this.
Was that a Kithian off the top?
Maybe not too great. And
Can
on
quite
the
make
sort
out
of
some
board.
sort of foil. So we've got 3 creatures to attack with, 3 blockers on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean Samuel's still not in a super great shape, I would say. Because he's on 2 life, he can't really cast spells from the top of his library that well, so.
Okay. So, what's the win on Kithian? What if we play that attack? Is it
No,
Jeff
no,
attack with
he
Kithian?
needs to attack.
Oh, Kithian.
he
Kithian
needs
has to be
to-
one of the 3 that attack.
One of
Okay.
one of the.
So that's not
He
any
needs his
line we can go
buddies.
through.
Yeah.
I feel like we almost have to attack here just to get the chump block on each. So do we have to chump block? We can take
mean,
one, I guess.
I mean, he doesn't have good attacks now. If he attacks with the brutal Cathar, it can just get blocked with by the Mayhem Devil, right? So it's just a 2/2 now. What Manfredi, I guess, what he's going to do is play the Kithian, flip the wedding announcement, right? To make his creatures that much bigger, and make another token with the Castle Ardenvale at the end of turn. So yeah, I think he has, and we know that Sam Eberhard probably is not gonna have a good card. I don't even know what he can draw to get out of this whole situation.
How many permanents we got? We only got 4 on the other side, so we're not
Yeah.
close to a Citadel at the minute.
No,
Obviously,
no,
we're
no.
at 2 life, so it's quite low. So maybe that's not going to do too much for us.
Yeah, I think despite I'm not gonna call it blunder, but unorthodox play. Okay, he doesn't play anything.
Did we miss an attack phase this game? Was it this game we missed one? Or was that game...
There was I think one attack that Manfredi I think that he missed by that he didn't realize that the training would make one of his hope finishes a 3-4. But now he gets to flip the winning announcement, get another 1-1 trigger. And I mean, the best card that Samuel Eberhard could have drawn and like not have played last turn was something like Collect Company, but I think it might have been a land. That's one of the problems with both Citadel. If you get a glut of lands. Okay, what?
We'll try and work out a situation where we can get back.
Okay, he has 1 drop on top. Okay, he
Yeah.
has that land well, so he's gonna gain 1 land back. So he's still on 2. Okay, that's is it a Ghost Rider? That would be. What is it?
Is it what, the one in his hand?
Yes. I can't make out the card.
Flicking a bit too quick. So that's a land for the turn off the top. Comes play tapped.
Fatal Push on top. That costs 1.
Are we doing this? Are we getting back into this?
That would be amazing if he did. Yeah, he's counting. He's flicking his cards too fast.
What is this on top?
But he
It
has
is a
most. That's incredible as a card because he can play it. It gains him 2 life. He's gonna go up to 4, and then it allows him to scry through the top of his library. So that's an incredible draw. Like alongside Company, probably one of the best cards you could draw. Samuel Eberhard is really getting back into this game.
We love it. We love it. So I suppose the ward on the werewolf is
Pay
for your life. So we
Yes.
can actually go up to.
Okay, but
Okay, we're just going to push instead.
it's gonna go to 1 then. The reason why he's doing it, he wants more information. Now once he plays the Woe Strider, he's gonna know what the next card after Fatal Push is and can decide how to scry it away or not. So
What about if we did something like play the woe that turn, go up to 4 life, then
he's gonna play the Woe Strider anyway. I mean that's a given here.
I'm thinking.
And it's like he's taking his time because he's figuring out how do I machine gun this board down with the Woe Strider. So he gains 2, he goes up to 3, and now he has options again. Another Prosperous Innkeeper would be crazy.
taking a look.
Yeah, taking a
How
look.
quick he flicked. That might be a land.
He might just decide to pass the turn and then try to kill the Brutal Cathar. It's gonna flip. He has played many spells, like more than 2, and then try to sacrifice 2 things to kill the Brutal Cathar, get his guys back, and then have a sizable board enough to survive any attack with the 1/1s. Or actually 2/2s now.
2/2s.
Oh, but remember the Brutal Cathar actually gonna flip. Once it flips, it's a 3/3 thanks to the wedding announcement. So he would have to invest like 3 creatures to kill it. But it's close though. He's taking his time. I mean, it's almost deciding the big play here this turn.
Make a 1/1 end of turn.
Plus, one of the good things potentially could be he can try to block and trade with his Woe Strider because he can play it from his graveyard with Escape. Get again 2 life thanks to Innkeeper and so on. He can keep going with maybe with the Citadel again. So let's see. So
What would you be targeting here with this flip? What's the one card here you want to take out? Is it the Mayhem Devon or is it the Woe?
no, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like Samuel Eberhard is gonna kill it anyway. So with Mayhem Devil trigger, I assume. Yeah. So it flips. It triggers. It's gonna target the Mayhem Devil. Yep. I think he said Mayhem Devil.
Now, how do we want to stack this? Obviously, what we play around Brave the Elements is probably the main thing that we've got to be concerned about here.
He's gonna sack I assume the goat and 2 elves to kill the Brutal Cathar. But let's see. Yeah, they're running out of time. I promised you fast magic, but mono white humans, getting to time again. But let's see. So here we go. So sacrifice the goat.
Ping this for 1.
Ping for 1. Scry. Bottom. Have a look.
I kind of want a collective company to be on top so we can cast. Like,
like if he finds something like another Innkeeper, it's almost over. But let's sacrifice an elf. Ping the Brutal Cathar. Gonna go bottom.
down.
I hope he announced it. Yeah. And now sacrifice the other elf.
Get the last point across.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a lot on the line at this weekend. There's a lot of nerves thrown around. It might be the first time in feature matches as well. So we want to make sure we do everything precise, how it should be done, so we can get our maximum effect. And that looks like it's going to be the third.
3 squares on the bottom and now a huge. That is. Look, back gets back. Mayhem Devil
Gains 2 more life.
gains 2 life. Goes up to 5 with his Citadel in play. You could think that this was avoidable.
Yeah, if we managed to take that Citadel before we went, but here we are.
Oh. You should look at chat. They're loving you, Will.
That's a paid actor. That's
Probably,
nothing more than a paid actor. I'm pretty sure so early on someone put in chat GG, like that was it, game 3, and now look what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mono White GG next match.
And here's the flip side. We've drew another weather announcement.
Yeah,
Not too good on this battlefield now, is it?
Too slow. And Kitty, no cards in hand. And now Samuel Eberhard, he's going to take over the game thanks to Double Mayhem Devil, and of course the Bolas Citadel. Now he knows what he has on top. So he's going to draw.
Love you too, chat.
Good.
Never changed.
Innkeeper. He drew another.
He drew another Innkeeper for the turn.
I think that's going to be it.
This could be game here, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now he has the Innkeeper gets a treasure, gets a life.
So we're just trying to get 10 permanents now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Sure. It does, like as long as he can already sack a bunch. Okay, there's the priest. He pays 2, loses 2. Now he doesn't. He has one that he doesn't like. Oh, it's a land. He doesn't play land. Okay, Catacomb Sif. Now it's over. It's definitely over. He can definitely get sack anything he has. He gets 2 guys, 4 life, and he's gonna sack everything to the Citadel, trigger all the Mayhem Devils, and the 10 life from the Bolas Citadel. Yep, sack 10.
So that's like 30.
GG. Samuel Eberhard. Wow.
That's we were thinking the game was going to be over about 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Let me just see if we've got a backup match for you.
Yeah, they're still playing. We do.
Okay, let's jump across to our backup match. So we've got Mono Blue Spirits versus Angels.
Interesting.
Now, there's the deck. I wouldn't expect to be 3-0, but we're going to jump in here. So it looks like we're on at least turn 6. Can I see 6 lands on the battlefield, and the Spirits player turning things sideways.
Yeah, so Mono Blue Spirits doing really well in this tournament. I saw a bunch of them floating around. I don't get the first name. Noe. It's probably not the only one at the top tables playing this. So, and he's doing well. I assume it's game 3. Yeah, our scoreboard is so well updated. Our staff is doing so well this weekend. But look at that, Celestial Angels with the Resplendent Valkyrie, Bishop of Wings. But there's a bunch of flyers in the air.
I was about to say, one of the advantages of Mono Blue Spirits is normally everything's got evasion. But when you play against Angels, they also fly.
True.
So that advantage has almost been taken away from you. So what are we actually playing the green for in these Angels decks? Is this going to be like a collective company?
Collective company. Yeah, that's the main one. It's going to be the collective company.
Oh no! What's going on? What's happening this for?
Maybe Kyla's Reconstruction. Yes. So that's one of the new cards that's being played. So from Brothers War, it's X white. You look at the top 7 cards of your library, and you can put up to X artifact and or creature cards with mana value 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield. So gonna sack the Wanderer to counter it, and then Geistlit Snare to make sure it gets countered, because that would gain life through the Valkyrie. It would be annoying also with the Bishop of Wings, which is a 1/4. Whenever an angel comes into play, you gain 4 life. So
you were not lying when you said you found some spicy decks this round.
I didn't choose this one.
Spirits versus Angel tribal decks. Like, let's go. I'm all about it.
Yeah.
As we pass over, and we're just gonna animate the
Faceless Haven swing.
How big is it? There's 2 lords on the battlefield, so everyone's going to have
so
+2/+2 besides the lords themselves.
Okay, there's that was a hidden there a little bit. The Skyclave Apparition, I think.
Yeah, but that's the promo art one.
Yeah. Not making it easier for us.
So we're at 7. This is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 points coming across.
Yeah, but there's a block there, so it's only for 8 now.
11, right? 11.
This is a 6, 8. I enter. Yeah, 11. You're right. Your math works out. But if Noah's on 6, that's not a lot.
No. What's the? I feel like we've got no cards in hand, so we're ripping.
Okay, a Resplendent Valkyrie again. Righteous Valkyrie. I'm sorry, Righteous. It's Resplendent Angel. That's the other one. This is Resplendent Valkyrie. So comes into play, gains 4 life. As long as you have at least 7 more life than your starting life total, creatures you control get +2/+2. We're not there yet. Noah is pushing with his creatures, especially because of this, right? You want to keep the Celestial Angel's life total low, so exactly effects like these are don't work. But also remember, there's also the Bishop of Wings that gains life whenever an angel enters the battlefield under your control. So it's an uphill battle. Like attack you for 11.
That's what I mean.
Like yeah,
You're playing
gain
an
8.
aggro deck here, an aggro mirror. You're like, well, I'm going to keep gaining life. But, you know,
Yeah.
negate almost your whole combat phase.
Yeah. And they're going to be shortly in extra turns as well. Maybe the die already signals that it's going to be another draw. There's already a lot of draws in this tournament.
Well, this being our backup feature match, so these do start 5 minutes after everybody else.
Yeah.
But
it's a draw.
that looks like it's going to take down, be a draw.
Yeah, you don't have that much time. But that's one thing to remember. You have to play quickly in these sort of tournaments. You have 50 minutes, and you have to make sure that you play fast. By the way, that's one of the reasons why I know that a bunch of players decided against playing blue-white control because they thought they wouldn't be able to finish 3 games in time.
And speaking of players, these are players to watch in the tournament that we've got on the floor. Let's see how a couple of them are doing. So we've got one obviously the only 4-0 player is going to be Strasky. Mr. I'm retiring every tournament. It turns out it just pulls it out.
Classic.
We haven't got Nassif to score there. Obviously, he's playing blue-white control, so I imagine he's still out there playing at the currently. Mangucci's dropped to 2-2. That's Joel Larson's picked up his first loss this round. Poor old Frank over there. That might be it. Yeah, he was a bit on mono red aggro with like Ember Cleaves and everything going into that. Users 3-1.
With Phoenix. Nice.
With
Doing
Phoenix going
well.
into
Yeah.
it.
Arne Huschenbid also on Phoenix as well as Golgovsky. Doing 2-2 and 3-1 respectively. And yeah, Jan-Johan Dupras, another player also on Phoenix, 3-1. A lot of Phoenix players here, but still number 1 deck is Mono Green Devotion, and I don't think none of our top players are playing it.
Why would they choose not? Why do you think they chose not to play? Or maybe they bought the decks that Phoenix is meant to have a good matchup against it. They brought to come and try and battle that, like, or was a better game choice, you reckon?
I think, you know, based on what Mangucci was saying, I don't like luck decks. You know, they want to control their own destiny, but more. And with Mono Green Devotion, you have Storm the Festivals, and sometimes, you know, you can't really influence how the game goes. So they wanted some decks that they're more.
And look, we've got this beautiful graphic on the screen for you. This is what everyone has brought for day 1 of this tournament. These are the percentages. No surprise, the Mono Green decks at the top. And Raxos. So kind of, if I was going to call this matchup, that's the 2 I'd think as well.
Yeah, it's the top 3 decks basically. Of course, Devotion is the biggest one at 20%, and but the top 3 decks were clear coming to the tournament, and it was also about how the other decks stack up, and you can see they're all fairly close in terms of percentages. And Karuga Fires, Azorius Control, Mono White Humans, Band Spirits, Abzan Greasefang, and even Vehicles, and then it's another drop off, and then you have the the decks that are being played like by 7-8 players maximum, so they're fairly a small part of the field. But the field is varied. Like, yes, the top 3 decks are taking up nearly half the field, but the rest is pretty.
And we've seen quite a lot of, like, we've seen a couple 4-0 decks now that are not even in that list. These other decks at the bottom, and other ones that you've been keeping your eye on, trying to find, bring to you all at homes. But if there is any decks you want to see, maybe we can try and find something spicy. Let us know in the chat. We'll try our best to try and find it for you all. I think that's going to be it for round 1, round 4. So we don't have any more Pioneer action for the round, but we're going to go from this now into a deck tech that I recorded yesterday. I recorded a couple of them for the, to kill the downtime that we've got. So we're going to end up playing one of them. That's going to be us for this round. We're going to get Harry and Philip back in for round 5, and you'll see us at round 6. So for me, for Matej, hope you all have a good evening, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Legacy European Tour. This time in the deck tech, we are joined by the one and only Hall of Famer, Martin User. How are you doing, my friend? You all right?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. We're going to talk about this the deck that you bought. We've seen it quite a lot just on Modo. We've seen it a lot doing pin up a lot of good results. Why have you brought Phoenix this weekend?
I like how the deck plays out. There is a lot of interaction. There is a lot of card selection spells. So you see a lot of cards. You get to make a lot of decisions. That's exactly the kind of magic that I like to play.
Well, let's talk through them. So what sort of cards we got to filter through our deck?
So you usually start in the early game with some card selection, opt or consider. Those dig deeper into your deck. They help you make land drops, stuff like that. You have cards like Fury, Impulse, and Lightning Axe, which helps you if your opponent plays some creatures. Maybe there's like mono
Keeps the
green,
threat
they have
down, yeah.
Llanowar Elves, you need to kill them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Legacy European Tour. This time in the deck tech, we are joined by the one and only Hall of Famer, Martin User. How are you doing, my friend? You all right?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. We're going to talk about this the deck that you bought. We've seen it quite a lot just on Modo. We've seen it a lot, picking up a lot of good results. Why have you brought Phoenix this weekend?
I like how the deck plays out. There is a lot of interaction. There is a lot of card selection spells. So you see a lot of cards. You get to make a lot of decisions. That's exactly the kind of magic that I like to play.
Well, let's talk through them. So what sort of cards we got to filter through our deck?
So you usually start in the early game with some card selection, opt or consider. Those dig deeper into your deck. They help you make land drops, stuff like that. You have cards like Fury, Impulse, and Lightning Axe, which helps you if your opponent plays some creatures. Maybe there's like mono
Keeps the
green,
threat
they have
down, yeah.
Llanowar Elves, you need to kill them. You have Lightning Axe that also kills Shield Dread, so pretty versatile removal spells. A lot of card selection, which usually leads to
The name of the deck, like Phoenix. Obviously, the Phoenix is what we're going to try and put in our graveyard. But we've also got Ledger Shredders in here. We've seen some people go more towards Thing in Ice. Some people play Crackling Drakes. Why are we going with Ledger Shredders?
Yeah, Ledger Shredder is just goes really well with like the idea of the deck. It is a threat that also lets you filter cards, and it lets you put Phoenix in your graveyard. If you only played the Thing in the Ice, then it would be pretty hard to actually get Phoenixes in the graveyard because you would only have Lightning Axe and maybe pieces of the puzzle. Sometimes it would go there.
Which is a good segment
that
into
way.
it.
But with Ledger Shredder, not only do you get to grow it, but you also get to put the Phoenixes in the graveyard where they belong, and then you get to start drawing more cards and bring them back.
So the more cards we get to draw, we're going to do onto it. It's a puzzle, pieces of the puzzle and treasure cruise. Kind of almost the best cards in this deck. Some of the people I've been speaking to have been saying.
Piece of the puzzle is how you stay ahead. You're gonna play a lot of cards, but a lot of the time it's gonna be 1-for-1s. Opt draws one, consider draws one. Fury Impulse kills one creature. Lightning Axe is basically card disadvantage. So you need to make the cards back in some way. Pieces of the puzzle is look at top 5, take 2 instants or sorceries. And Treasure Cruise is pretty much almost always 1 blue mana, draw 3 cards.
The cards
we've learned that is a pretty good deal in Magic. Yeah.
Couple of value cards we've got here. So we've got the Galvanic and we've got the Trespass. How many of these are we playing in the deck?
Yeah, there's 2 Galvanic iterations and 2 Temporal Trespasses. It's just like a little bit of a combo finish. You don't always get to use it that way, but you can also just use iteration in combination with, Treasure Cruise, draw 6 cards. Sometimes you copy
Seems
a burn
nice.
spells. It depends on what you're playing against. But there's a lot of decks that are like relatively slow, something like mono green. They're always setting up with cards and all that stuff. So you have a lot of time. And in those kinds of matchups, you usually use iteration to copy the time walk. Then you have 2 extra turns, and you bring back the Phoenixes. And
So in your sideboard, which we forgot to lay out here, what sort of are the key cards in there? That have you got anything spicy, or is it just pretty stock?
it's a little bit of counter magic. Cards like Mystica Dispute, obviously. Cards like Ether Gust that help you against mono green. Not only does it stop, Storm the Festival or like the expensive cards, but when they resolve the 5/6 Cavalier, you can put it back on the top. You can attack through it. There are cards like Abrade and the Brotherhood's End from the new set, which is basically a sweeper for low to the ground creature deck, something like mono white aggro. But they also help you destroy artifacts, which is important against the Unlicensers, which is
One of the best cards that people bring in against you.
Yeah, because it exiles your Phoenixes and stuff like that. So that is in the graveyard. It's a lot of 2-offs and 1-offs because you see a lot of cards. Like this deck digs really deep into the deck. So playing a lot of 1-offs and 2-offs is better than in a normal deck because you have a higher chance of seeing those cards. So it's a lot of 1-offs, 2-offs. The other cards there's 2 Crackling Drakes. I'm playing two Young Pyromancers because there are decks like a white-blue control deck. If they resolve Rest in Peace on turn 2, then you're never really going to have a graveyard, but that's exactly where Young Pyromancer comes in. Crackling Drake doesn't care about that. It's
Still going to be huge no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, edging towards those sort of decks. I love it. Love to see it. So Good luck this weekend. Thank you very much for that deck tag, and hopefully that's been insightful for everybody watching at home. See you soon.
the Legacy European Tour. I'm HerMTG, this is Filipa, and we're going down into round 5 of this event of the RC Finals. Now, as always, we have some amazing feature matches coming ahead of you. Filipa, what are we going to be watching?
So, as we see throughout all the tournament, there's a lot of well-known competitive players, and we are going to feature one of them. Andrzej Strasky, I think most of you should know at home, recognize his name, is going to be playing Karuga Fires, which is such an interesting deck choice. He's at 4-0, so clearly something is working. And he's playing against Phoenix, which we watched a bit here, played by Ben Stone, which I think is a well-known UK player, right?
Yeah, Ben Jones is very popular in the UK, arguably one of the best players in the UK scene. Many great results, also very well known on Magic Online, specifically for Death Shadow in Modern. But we're going to be seeing him play Arclight Phoenix against Karuga Fires, which is an interesting matchup because Karuga Fires is something that became only recently popular, being I think because there was an arena event that actually showcased the deck, and people are like, well, wait a second, I can play that in Pioneer. And yeah, it's a very interesting build because your removal spells have to be more than 3 CMC because of Karuga, but you can kind of work your ways around that with Bone Crusher Giants and other things. But now they have access to a lot of cheap sweepers, and one to highlight is Temporary Lockdown, a card that is new to the format and has a lot of impact against a lot of cheap things, specifically the elves and anything that you want to wipe the board like Wolf-Willow Haven, all the little things that people put on the board, you can get them away for 3 mana, which is really good in this Karuga Fires deck, as well as it stays on the battlefield as a 3 CMC permanent. That'll draw you a card when Karuga comes down.
Exactly. It's just really good. It's never going to get out anything that you own. It's always going to get something that your opponent has, probably slows down your opponent's game a lot, which you need to when you're playing Karugas because it's a high mana deck. And what key card do you think here in the Karuga deck?
I definitely think that while Fires is the most important card because the deck doesn't function without it, the best card is most likely Kenrith. You can sink a load of mana into it. You can use the 2 Omnath Locus of Creations maybe, and that extra mana, and the Cavalier of Flame may loot you cards, but the Kenrith will give all of your creatures haste. It'll put counters on things. It'll draw you cards. I really like the Kenrith. And honestly speaking, in terms of against Phoenix, I'm very interested in how they'll navigate the game because I would assume that Temporary Lockdown is not the best removal spell in the world against something like a Ledger Shredder. So the Phoenix list, we're looking at 4 Ledger Shredder, 1 Thing in the Ice in the main, obviously 4 Phoenix, but for those concerned about maybe, are they playing any new cards like the Obliterating Bolt? No, we're only seeing 2 Brotherhood's End in the sideboard for Ben Jones, clearly saying, look, the Phoenix deck already is so good, the only card I'm really worried about is Unlicensed Curse and other annoying artifacts, so I'll put Brotherhood End in the board.
Yeah.
But both players are now, I believe, shuffling up and playing, so we're going to be going down to the table right now. And watch them play some Magic the Gathering. I think that we have Andrzej Strasky on a mulligan to 5. The names are the wrong way around. We apologize for getting that fixed as soon as possible because Is It Phoenix does not play Karuga.
And this deck here is very interesting. It reminds me of Fires when it was legal in Standard. To be honest, in the main deck, not that many things have changed. So it's nice that after so long of nobody really playing Fires, the deck gained some popularity back in Pioneer.
Yep. Okay, the head judge has just given us confirmation that the players are ready and we're going to be watching them play some Magic. Karuga's revealed. That's a triome.
Yeah. I'm just going to ask here to our technical team to just switch the player's name. On the left, we have and
there we go. Okay.
And to fix as well on the right the name of the player.
Yeah, we apologize. We do have Gabriel Nassif in our backup feature match. We have Ben Jones playing Is It Phoenix.
Yeah. Ben Jones on the right playing Is It Phoenix at 4-0. So doing pretty well here. So
important turn for Andre. Don't forget, his deck starts at 3 mana. So in theory, they're going to be doing something here. This Ben Jones.
And here
That's
we have
okay,
like
she's
just
Ben Jones.
casting Bone Crush Giant, a 4/3. If the EZ player tries to get rid of it, it has to pay 2 life. And already starting to eat for 4. Now, there's a fires or not, that's the question. That's the key card of the deck.
Oh, Karuga to hand. That's a tap Temple Garden. Galvanic Iteration on the end step. We're going to see something. An opt. So this is going to be a double opt for Ben Jones. Bottom. Okay, now we have a second opt because of the Galvanic Iteration. Going to keep that on top. Now this is also a big turn for Ben Jones because 4 mana is where Phoenix wants to be. You can cast a Lightning Axe, an opt, and a Spikefield Hazard. You got Phoenixes coming back. You can cast a Charter Course and a Lava Axe and something else. You know, this could be a very explosive turn. Let's see what happens. 2 cards off the top. Have to discard 1. Discarding a land is not what you want to see. So, what can Ben follow up with?
Unfortunately for Ben, there's no land. There's no Phoenix to discard, and it has to be a land, so... I assume Strasky doesn't have fires, otherwise he would have played it, since he could pay the 2 life for the Temple Garden and just play the fires.
Yeah. Okay, Thing in the Ice comes down. At least you have some way to essentially answer the Bone Crusher in a couple turns, but, you know, bouncing the Stomp to hand doesn't feel too great. We kind of know that Strasky doesn't have a fires, right? Because it would have been on the table already.
Exactly. So, for sure, maybe some Cavalier, but still not being able to cast it. So, we have a kind of weird spot here for Strasky. That Bone Crush Giant definitely doing some pressure, but maybe not enough.
Yeah, it's going to be really annoying if you think about it in Strasky's position. You see something like Fable of the Mirrorbreaker in his hand there, you put a 2/2 Goblin token into play, that's going to get bounced. Especially Ben has access to up to 5 mana next turn, 4 or 5 mana. And you know that Ben double opted, you have Galvanic Iteration in the graveyard you can flash back. Next turn could be extremely explosive.
Yeah, attacking here with Bone Crush Giant, and Ben is now at 12, I think.
Tough turn. Tough turn for Strasky. I mean, maybe even just cast the Fable with the logic of, my hand is so bad that I need to smooth my draws. I wouldn't be surprised. And also, in some spots like this, you could say, look, okay, I understand that you're playing the Phoenix deck, but there is a world where your hand could be not set up into the position to flip this thing in the ice. And sometimes you just have to force your opponent and say, look, if you've got it, you bounce my board. So I assume that Andre is fetching here to cast something like a Kenrith.
Exactly.
Oh no, he's not. Casting a Fable, I would assume.
And that it is. So it's going to make a 2/2.
Oh, and a Binding.
Is that a Martin Juza token?
Yes, that is.
So Binding gets rid of the thingy nice.
Yeah.
And definitely Ben needs something here now. Clearly doesn't have a Phoenix to discard, otherwise he would have done it so last turn. So here he needs to have some answers to being able to apply pressure.
Yeah. Okay, so realistically, this turn for Ben, he's either looking to add a threat to the board or start drawing a lot of cards. Okay? Is this going to be a Treasure Cruise potentially? It is. Right, so Ben is about to draw 6 cards. That's Galvanic Iteration. It copies the next instant or sorcery that you cast. Treasure Cruise, draw 3 cards, so you draw 6. That's not bad. That is not bad.
Especially if you find some Phoenixes to put in the grave in the end of the turn, right?
Yeah, so you can move to your discard step. Like you said, that's 2 Phoenixes to the yard. Well pointed out. But again, Strasky, ooh, top decking a land. You can loot 2 with Fable, though.
So Ben did a great job here setting up a great turn for next time. So next turn he can probably find a way to get both Phoenixes as a lot of cards in hand, a lot of options. And Strasky needs to do something now.
Yeah. I think that Strasky ultimately is in a decent spot. You've got the Fable to make treasures. You've got the Fable flipping next turn. You've got the Bone Crusher. And not only that, your Karuga that we saw him put into hand earlier in the game is now going to draw a lot of cards. What, 3 cards? That's you know, That's not a joke. That's what we're going to see, I guess. It is. Draw 3.
Karuga being also a great way to draw cards. Attacking for 6, making a treasure token. Now Strasky has access to 2 mana.
Yep. Now, you might think that Ben Jones is in a bad spot, but this is Phoenix. You play things like Temporal Trespass. There are ways that Ben can win this game. However, with both Galvanic iterations being used, I kind of... Okay, that's a 3rd Phoenix, but I kind of wonder how... Oh my gosh, and that's a Temporal Trespass. But you don't have... You haven't cast... Yeah, you haven't cast 3 spells, so...
Consider here, 2nd spell of the turn. The Grave, and we are drawing. So, I see a hazard, so definitely there's 1 mana spells in end for Ben.
Oh, that's the 4th Phoenix. So, I don't know how many cards Ben has in hand, but you got 3 Phoenixes coming back. I assume you want to say go.
Yeah. All entering top. Another way that Izzet Phoenix deck wins this land has been really good in this deck.
So I think Ben went to discard there and put the 4th Phoenix in the yard for those being curious. We have Fable of the Mirror flipping.
Yeah.
And it has Summoning Sickness, because don't forget Fable exiles and comes back. But
if it didn't, it would be really crazy,
yeah,
right?
that would be mad. Yeah, that would be mad. It's going to be... Because we know that Strasky has at least 1 binding. So if you binding a Phoenix... Wait, what just happened? Did Ben Jones draw a card? Am I missing something?
So we have a Leyline binding for the Phoenix. Other Phoenix gets
Right,
Otawara, and yeah, Jones just says GG. This game is for Strasky. Is now 1 ahead. I do think these players are going to sideboard. If we could get players sideboard, that would be great.
So, Ben Jones sideboard, 3 Disdainful Stroke, 3 Crackling Drake, 2 Mystical Dispute. I would assume that Disdainful Stroke is good against the deck with only 3 CMC or higher cards. Leyline's Binding, although it costs 1 or 2 mana, you can Disdainful Stroke it. I would like to see a lot of interaction coming into play, because don't forget, Andre Strasky's deck is pretty slow on most games turn 2 and 3. So, you do get a lot of time as Phoenix to set up, and we're going to see Ben Jones try to take a more controlling route there, because he was really cantripping all the first game. For Karuga Fires, though, in the board, we have 4 Leyline of the Void. Now, Leyline of the Void is nice, because it's a card that you want in your opening hand, but you're playing 4 Fable of the Mirror Breaker in your deck, so if you draw it, you can just
Can
discard
always
it.
discard it, yeah.
Exactly.
It's not so terrible if you end up drawing it later on. That's a great point, and these decks are really fun to watch. This Karuga Fires, I haven't seen it playing much. It really reminds me of the standard version, but it definitely is strong, and we saw that this game. And Strasky at 4-0. Just a reminder, this is round number 5. Today we have 9 rounds with a cut to top 64. Tomorrow we have 6 rounds and then the top 8. A very important number to keep in mind is 36, because top 36 players get an invite to the Pro Tour, which I think is what most players here are looking for. And if you manage to spike up the event and finish 1st or 2nd, you get an invite to Worlds, which is crazy. Like, it's the biggest Magic event, top of the top, and you can qualify here. So the stakes are really, really high.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, honestly, the atmosphere in the hall amongst players has been really nice. It feels like you're walking around a very high-stakes event, something like a day 2 of a GP, or, yeah, we're trying to get the right deck list on the screen now. I think you see mono-white humans. Here we go. This is Andre Strasky's list, and as we were discussing in the board, we have 4 Leyline of the Void. That's definitely coming in, but also potentially Mystical Dispute. because obviously Ben Jones' deck all blue, but what are Ben Jones' castable threats? Ledger Shredder, Thing in the Ice, all blue spells. And you can counter Treasure Cruise. So it's quite easy for Andre Strasky to sideboard in this matchup. I think it's more how do you use your removal spells. And I think that cards on the chopping block to be sideboarded out, I would put Temporary Lockdown as quite weak. Of course, it kills things like Thing in the Ice and Ledger Shredder. It is slow for 3 mana.
It doesn't deal with Phoenix.
Yeah.
So I I do like the Leyline of the Void, as you said there. And I do like this list that Strasky is bringing here with the disputes, Brazen Borrower. Do you think Brazen Borrower is a card we are going to see in this game?
I think that because it's public deckless and we know that Ben Jones is not playing a lot of Thing in the Ice, I would be surprised if there were a lot. Sorry, if Brazen Borrower is coming in at all. Brazen Borrower is nice against a flipped Thing in the Ice, and that's about it, right?
Yeah.
If you bounce a ledger, like bouncing a Ledger Shredder, it's not in, or sorry, bouncing a Ledger Shredder is nice, but bouncing an Arclight Phoenix isn't that great because they'll just end up discarding it again.
Yeah, since it's a
You'd rather use
non-creature,
Leyline's Binding.
since it says non-land, I think it says a non-land,
Yep.
so it doesn't really deal with the land at all,
Mm.
the 7/7. So yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, and I think that it's evaluating the quality of your removal spells and how they line up, because ultimately speaking, Andre's deck, all the removal spells do something. Like Bone Crusher Giant, for example, kills an Arclight Phoenix, but it doesn't kill a Ledger Shredder or a Thing in the Ice. And you don't want to board out all your Bone Crushers because that's your only that's one of your turn 2 plays. So maybe Borrower is good because it's a turn 2 play, like you can bounce Ledger Shredder on turn 2.
Mhm.
Maybe it's actually not that bad for early game and just not great late game.
We were seeing Ben sideboard there a minute ago, and I wanted to ask you, what do you think of Shahili in sideboard?
Which card?
Shahili.
Oh,
the Planeswalker.
Saheeli.
Yeah, Sahili.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, I think Saheeli is there to help you go wide in some matchups. Now, do you want to go wide against the Karuga deck? I would say that it's probably... It's not terrible, but I would expect it to be in more matchups where you want to apply pressure or have card advantage. So specifically things like Blue-White Control, I'd find it come in. And you know that Andre is playing 4 Mystical Dispute. I don't think you want to have a 3-mana threat that can be disputed. If he was Young Pyromancer, I could see more of a reason to board it in, but I'm not too sure if you would want his matchup. Twitch chat, why don't we put things over to you? Going into boarding, we've discussed all the cards, what these players might do. Who do you think is going to be favored here? Can we have a 1 for Andre Strasky or a 2 for Ben Jones? What do you guys think? Let's put it on Twitch chat. Who are you rooting for?
Well, I think both players have a fair chance. Ben is now on the play, so I think maybe it might be favored because of that. But I just saw Andre Strasky, Karuga Fires do amazing work. So if I would have to vote, I would say maybe Strasky is favored. What about you?
I think that, well, in terms of quality of coverage, I'll root for Ben Jones. Got to root for the home country. Love him with all my heart. But I think he's fighting an uphill battle, especially against 4 Leyline of the Void, 4 Mystical Dispute. Think about how much hate that is, right? 8 cards in a 60-card deck. It's very likely that Andre finds something like this. As well as, look, he can afford to take aggressive mulligans. Not only do you have the Companion as a quote-unquote extra card in hand, you have 4 Leyline of the Voids where if you hit one of those, it makes Ben Jones' life so insanely awkward. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Ben Jones is just praying that Andre doesn't hit it. Also, to even add on to that again, we completely forgot, but Andre mulliganed to 5 game 1. It didn't seem like that, did it?
No, it definitely didn't seem. He had so much card draw. Fable works really well into getting the cards that you need in your hand, and then just Karuga drawing 3 cards. It's really good. Other thing that it's important is that Andre Strasky is playing with Bone Crush Giant, so that's an adventure spell, so it's like a 2-for-1, and we see a lot of these with the adventure cards. Even if you don't have a lot of cards, they do end up doing 2 purposes a lot of times, so
Yeah. Crazy. Okay. We see Andre looking to potentially keep this hand. He does like it. Oh, there's a Leyline of the Void. What has Ben Jones got to do about that?
It's a bit tricky though with these cards like Leyline of the Void, because when you bring them in and you try to look for them aggressively, then sometimes what ends up happening is that of course they are great removing your opponent's plan of game, but then a lot of times you keep an end that is not as optimal just because you have Leyline of the Void and you miss on your own game plan. So it's going to be fun to see how this works if Andre has the cards that he needs to make his plan work.
Yeah. And I think something that people are going to say in chat, like, oh, game is over, go next, why are these players playing? Ben Jones has a sideboard plan, and this is an open decklist event. Ben Jones knows that 4 Lane on the Void's on the other side of the table, so what's he going to board in? Most likely the 3 Crackling Drake. Maybe Ben even says, okay, I know that my opponent plays 4 Mystical Dispute, but I'm already putting Crackling Drakes in my deck, which is an expensive card which gets beaten by Dispute, but if I have a load of threats in my deck that gets beaten by Dispute, you know, Andre isn't going to have infinite disputes in his hand. Maybe I just bring in the Saheeli, because if they do have the ley line, it's at least a threat. Also, you can't cast Mystical Dispute if Fires of Invention is in play. That logic too.
Karuga goes into the end, and it looks like Jones did
Galvanic Iteration plus
Galvanic
Consider.
intervention consider, which really good, but unfortunately Leyline of the Void is not as great to have the cards in the exile. One thing I noticed is that Ben does have Shaili.
He has it in his deck.
He has it in his hand.
Ooh, nice. And this is a turn where Andre's tapping out. So is... Oh, okay. Well, I presume you're not going to cast a Saheeli because you cast... So he must have a counterspell, right? He must have a counterspell if he's holding up 2 mana.
And not much that Strasky can do against a counterspell, I think. Land pass.
Okay.
Looks like there's another Consider in the end, a Saheeli, and then I'm not really sure.
So that's an Arclight Phoenix off the top. Here's a Saheeli. Is there a dispute? No dispute. Instantly resolves. And what we do know that Ben has 2 Mystical Dispute in his board, as well as 3 Disdainful Stroke. Would you bring in Dispute against this deck when you know that they play things like Leyline's Binding, Fires of Invention? Like, what does Dispute even counter? I'm not even sure if you want to bring in Dispute against the opponent.
So it looks like Ben here, Strask here, Skyclave Apparition, the Saheeli, and in response Ben doing Consider playing a token. I think it's fun that Strask is playing the Juiza token, and Ben Jones is playing the Javier Dominguez one.
Yeah, that's great. That's hilarious. Okay. That's very funny. Javier versus Martin Yuza. Let's go. Big draw for Ben. That's an Arclight Phoenix. Probably not what you want to be looking for. I assume that Ben just wants to hit his land drops here, to be honest. For those wondering, this is not the RCQ. This is actually the RC itself, the RC Finals, Championship Finals, here in Bulgaria. And
this event qualifies not only for the Pro Tour for the top 36, but the first and second place have a spot in the world. So this is high-stake event. Like, imagine spiking up this event as like not that well known as a player and being able to spot your game in the worlds. It will change your career completely, or your Magic competitive side a lot. Being able to say, I went to the worlds, you know?
Okay. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Martin Yuza comes down in the face of Javier Dominguez. That's a 2/2 goblin. When it attacks, creates a treasure token.
So this stopped being a Strasky versus Ben Jones to be Martin Yuza versus Javier Dominguez one.
Okay. Playing land tap. That's interesting because don't forget, Strasky is looting 2 cards next turn. So basically saying he's going to be either have more lands in hand to discard. Oh, that's a Crackling
Drake drawing a card. But Crackling Drake not being that amazing when all your cards are exiled, right?
But do you know what Crackling Drake says?
Exiled and grave, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So that should be a very big Crackling Drake.
Not big enough for that Leyline of the Void, though.
Yeah.
I think Ben just went to discard, getting rid of a Spell Pierce, and that's going to be rough, because now Strassi gets to loot for 2. I think that's a Leyline, what we talked about in the boarding. You draw extra Leyline of the Voids, that don't matter. You got Fable of the Mirror
Yeah.
Break in your deck.
You did call exactly the situation. And for those of you wondering what is beneath the Fable is Leyline of the Void that has been there since the beginning of the game, making every card from Ben Jones being in exile.
Okay, now realistically speaking, missing your 5th land drop, going to discard, how is Ben going to come back in this game? And looking at his deck, to get rid of that Leyline of the Void, it seems like he just has one Otawara, if I'm not crazy. I genuinely think it's one Otawara, that's it. So, you're potentially looking for the Otawara, maybe you even think it's too slow if you don't have a Charter Course in hand. And now with
Karuga drawing
Yeah.
4. And really nice that Leyline of the Void also counts for the Karuga draw, right? A free spell that ends up later on, like so much value for free, right?
Yep.
Really, really nice.
Okay, Ben just takes it.
Yeah, creating a treasure there from the attack from the 2/2.
I would say that Odawara probably isn't in the combination of cards Ben needs to win this game, because it's too slow. But then if Odawara isn't in the combination of cards to win, can Ben even win? I think you have to bounce the ley line to produce chump blockers, right? I guess you could have the second Saheeli and then, like, maybe have, like...
Oh, and we have
yeah.
a second Fable here entering, making a 2/2. Does he have another Martin Juza token? No, that one is just a goblin.
Okay, big draw for Ben. I'm not... Oh, he does have Saheeli in hand. And a Crackling Drake. Maybe you just Crackling Drake for the land and hope that you can snipe a win because the Crackling Drake is getting so big.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. Think about it. Maybe you can just steal a win. Hope that somehow Andre has literally all air in hand and the Crackling Drake gets there. I don't hate it. Still not finding that 5th land, though. This is looking really rough for Ben.
But these Fables are also doing their job. So now this Fable goes to 2, tries to find something. And the other Fable is now the Kiki Chiki. One thing that I think interesting is that we saw Strasky on turn 3 put Karuga from the companion zone into end and paying the 3. And it might seem like a slow turn, but look how much worth it was when that Karuga just, first of all, is a big body, and then he drew 4 cards.
Yeah, this is... Well, I would say that Ben Jones had a chance until Andre discarded 1 Leyline's Binding and 1 Temporary Lockdown from his hand. And I think when you see your opponent discarding spells that would be good in that spot to be cast, I think you know that you're going to lose the game very quickly. This is... Oh, wow. This is very nice.
Cavalier of Flames.
You can also give the Fable haste, right?
Yep.
Well, you need a land. So he's discarding his whole hand to try and find an untapped land. Does he find it? Yeah, that's a mountain. So now you can give your board haste. You play your land, give your board haste. The Fable now has haste, and you can copy the Karuga. That's going to be how many cards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards, 8 including, or is it? I think Karuga's other, right? So it should be 7 cards. What did he copy? Oh, he copied Cavalier, I think.
Another Cavalier.
Or Skyclave? Did he copy Skyclave maybe? Oh, I'm not sure.
It wasn't Skyclave because
Oh, you can't copy legendaries, of course. Yeah, I'm silly. Yep.
Binding on the Drake, and this is GG. 2-0 here for Andrzej Strasky, that now is 5-0 in this tournament, the regional championship. Going pretty well today for Strasky with a deck that is definitely not one of the most played. And we saw this deck just crushed Phoenix, which is one of the most played decks in Pioneer. Definitely one of the decks of the weekend, this Karuga Fire one. And I think we might go to table 2 now, where Nassif is playing Blue-Eyed Control and is also doing pretty well in the tournament at 4-0.
Yep, we are going over to the table now to our second feature match. But you know what Gab is playing against? Angels. And Angels is the matchup that Gab told me he wanted to play against today because I am sharing a hotel with Gab. He said, Harry, I need to play against Angels. He quote-unquote said, it's the bye. So let's see if Gab is actually going to show that it's the bye. We are in game. We're getting the information on which game we're in right now as we look at this board.
Let's see if it's the buy or not. I mean, so far it's looking pretty well for Charles here with Prince, Charming Prince in the board, and also
Yeah.
Let me get the deck list
Yeah,
here.
we're gonna get their deck list up right now for you, so that we can give you some information on what we think they are playing with. Oh wow, Gab actually lost game 1. So much for being the buy.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like that well now. This I think this is Valkyrie. Let me.
Twitch chat. Okay, we are trying to sort out all the information for you, with live totals, records, and such. So please bear with us. We apologize.
So I have the list here from Charles that I'm just going to open now, which is in Selesnya Angels, and he has 4 Giada, Font of Hope, 4 Util Valkyrie, which is the card on the board, I think. We have 4 Righteous Valkyrie, 4 Skyclave Apparition, 4 Bishop of the Wings, 4 Replicant Angel, 2 Charming Prince, and 1 Skyclave Cleric. What do you think this deck wants to do against Nassif here?
So the Angels deck is very good at going wide because of Collected Company as well as the Resplendent Angel. You can make 4/4s with the Resplendent Angel if you gain a specific amount of life, and it's good at going wide, but what's bad against going wide? Well, Gab plays 4 Supreme Verdict in his deck. So, let's quickly get Gab's list up right now because he plays so many different amounts of removal spells that we're going to have to get the specifics in what he's playing with. So,
Yeah, exactly. This is the Righteous Valkyrie.
So Gab's playing 3 Supreme Verdict, 1 Farewell, 2 March of Otherworldly Light, no Leyline's Binding, 4 Portable Hole, 1 Detention Spear. So you are looking at multiple ways to disrupt, but looking at Gab's board, I can see a Verdict in his hand, 5 lands, and our Angels player here is probably representing Collected Company. I wonder if Gab's just going to cast Behold the Multiverse here. I think that's what it's in the front of his hand. Yeah, you're gonna. Because if a Collected Company is done in response here, because your logic is, okay, Gab's tapped out, I can resolve my Collected Company, well, then he'll just Verdict it away. So, not the end of the world. Does Gab have Settle the Wreckage in his deck? Yes, Gab has 1 Settle the Wreckage in his sideboard. That is a good point. We are in Game 2, not Game 1. So sideboarding has taken place for both players. I would assume that Gab would bring in the big, he has Angels of his own, kind of funny. Potentially Gust if you're really scared of Collected Company. The problem is there aren't many green cards for the Angels player apart from Company. Yeah, all of the other threats are all white, so I would probably doubt Aether Gust coming in from Gab.
Although Company is the biggest threat
Ooh.
here, but yeah.
Nice pickup, Portable Hole, halving the clock. Also got Absorb in hand as well. Just like so many,
Ways to interact, right?
exactly. Oh wow, Avacyn. That's an interesting. I haven't seen that in Pioneer actually in a very long time. Where is that? Is that from the board potentially? Yeah, that's a 1-of from the sideboard. Gab absorbing that, gaining a nice 3 life.
But Gab also needs to start finding his own threats. He does have 1 Owl of the Storm, the 7/7 land.
Okay, so I think there's. Oh wow, there's a lot of. I was gonna say 3 cards in the Angels player's hand. That looks like 5. I can see 2 lands, a Resplendent Angel, I think. You got to start casting something. You can't just say go forever.
Nassif already has Marshal of Multitudes. He has Dovin's Veto.
Yeah, that's a Skyclave apparition trying to snipe a portable hole. But don't forget, Gab has a card in Foretell. We don't know because it was foretelled before we tuned into this match. Could be a counterspell, could be or a sideboard copy of the Starnheim Unleashed. So it's going to be interesting to see what is actually put in Foretell there. I would assume it's a counterspell because why else is Gab thinking so much with only 2 mana up?
There's a lot of decisions here by Charles, the Angel player as well. Skyclave Apparition.
Yeah.
So getting one portable all, then getting the other Skyclave. Oh no, it's getting Charming Prince, flicking the Apparition, and Nassif makes a 1/1 illusion, attacking with a flyer.
No, Gab does not play Doomscar. The only Foretell card it could be is Saw It Coming or Starnheim Unleashed from the decklist that we have, and the Behold the Multiverse has already been cast.
End of the turn, the Skyclave returns from the flicker from the Prince, and Bishop is back. Bishop also a really nice card in Angel decks, don't you think?
Yeah, it's very nice. It gains a lot of life. Now, I believe that Supreme Verdict does not cost 4 mana on this board, right? Because does it cost extra mana because of the angel there? Which angel is this?
It's Righteous Valkyrie.
Oh, okay, no, Gab can cast. So if that's a foretelled counterspell, yeah, there's no extra cost, so you can just Verdict and have counterspell up, right? I was only thinking like, why would Gab tank so much? But then I realized, oh wait, it's Gab. He's probably just going to tank even if it's a good play anyways. Verdict, got counterspell up most likely if that's if that is a counterspell on Foretell.
Yeah, making a flyer there because of the Bishop.
Yeah. For those wondering about what cards are under Skyclave, they're just keeping it tracked but in exile. Don't worry about it. Okay. Turn pass back to our Angels player. Now it's their chance to rebuild, right? They've just had a verdict on Gab's side, but probably just it has to be a counterspell, right? Gab's just gonna counter the best spell. One in the air.
And Gab already at 13.
Okay. Resplendent Angel, it does resolve. Dream Trawler off the top. So Gab's not casting the Dream Trawler because he has March of Otherworldly Lie in hand, as well as the Foretell card, as well as Dovin's Veto for Collected Company. So I would assume that Gab is looking to remove key angels off the board and be able to cast the Dream Trawler with counterspell.
And we have there a March on the Resplendent Angel, which is a big threat. Because at the beginning of each end step, if you gain 5 or more life this turn, you create a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying and vigilance, and that's really good.
Yeah. Twitch chat does highlight, if Gab's going to win this match, he has to play quick. If he is actually down a game, and that's verified by the judge.
Another Righteous Valkyrie here.
Wandering Emperor off the top. Now that's a threat that you can just flash in. I would assume you just say go again. Because you can't Dream Trawler plus counterspell.
And here the key life is 27, because if Charles manages to get 27 life, then as long as you had... Then Righteous Valkyrie says that as long as you have at least 7 or more life than your starting total, creatures you control get +2/+2.
Okay. What is that? For 4. He's okay. So what? I'm interested. Is that Kyla's recollection? Kyla's reconstruction.
Yeah, and
Look
that's
at the
one
top.
of the new cards from Brother War, right?
Look at the top 7 cards of your library. Put up to X artifact and/or creature cards with converted mana cost 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. But Gab countered it, so doesn't matter.
Yeah, but still pretty sweet to see the
Yeah.
new cards showcasing here in the regional championship.
So we do now have a lot of mana for Dream Trawler. We also don't have the 2-minute counterspell anymore, so I wonder what Gab's logic is to navigate here, because we have Wandering Emperor or Dream Trawler. The third card is something. Keeps flicking it. I can't read it. Do you know what the third card in his hand? He's got Dream Trawler, Wandering Emperor, and something.
It looks like a dream. It's some
Oh,
alternative
Farewell.
art.
People say it's Farewell.
Farewell alternative
So you,
art.
oh wow, lots of farewells in the Twitch chat. Okay, so I guess you don't play Dream Trawler. You want to play Wandering Emperor. But I don't even know what you want to do with Wandering Emperor because you can make a token. He's gonna get exiled. If you exile a creature your opponent controls, I mean Farewell does that.
Yeah. These alternative arts are really pretty. I like the Japanese altered arts. The style that we got from Strixhaven.
Yeah.
They do make our life a bit easy, more difficult sometimes, but
Oh, Angels player now empty-handed. We know that Gab has a sweeper, but our player is gonna gain a lot of life.
for sure. And
So everything should get +2/+2 now, being at 20, above 27 life.
also in the end of the turn, if they gain 5 or more, they'll make a 4/4 angel creature with flying and vigilance because of the resplendent angel.
Yeah, so if Gab can live this turn, he's looking to be in an amazing spot. All he has to do is live. Yep. I mean, yeah, he lives. Farewell and GG, right?
Yep.
Well, it's not farewell GG because Gab has to win the game and then win game 3. But
And not only Gab has to win this game and game 3, he also has to do it under 10 minutes plus 5
yeah,
rounds. So
there will be some sort of extra time because don't forget the players are in the coverage area. So we don't know how many extra minutes the head judge has given them, but they will have extra minutes. So, you know, kind of remember that.
Celestial Angel's definitely doing very good here.
Field of Ruin, Farewell. Exile everything, no death triggers. Then you make a 2/2 with Wandering Emperor, and you pass the turn.
I'm curious to see if Gab manages to win this and then be able to win the next one in under 9 minutes.
Yep. Okay, just put a token there and pass back the turn. I'm interested in why there's faff. There we go, go.
Gabriel Nassif does have Dream Trawler, which is a great card to start putting some pressure on and can win really early, just in some turns. But Charles is at 42.
Yeah, so we're just going to see token, Dream Trawler token, and this will, in theory... Oh, okay, we're going to pump the Dream Trawler. Okay, sure. And we're going to just see the clock attempt... We're going to see Gab try to make the clock as fast as physically possible.
Well, it's often that we see Gabriel Nassif playing and also have to keep an eye on the clock. He definitely does use it as a resource, though, right? Because time is also a resource.
Yep. Okay. Shark Typhoon. Oh my gosh, are we going to see Gab hardcast it? Come on, Gab. For the Twitch chat, hardcast. Let's see it. I want to see it. I highly doubt it because he has so much mana, right? Oh,
Ooh,
Teferi,
Teferi.
can you cast both? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, you can't. Oh, you need 11 mana and he only has 10. Dang it. Come on, Gab. Still do it for the memes.
No, it's at the ferry.
Nah, never lucky.
The ferry is really good though. To be fair, I don't think Gab would do something for the memes in the regional championship, but it would be pretty fun to watch. You're right.
That would have been great.
Yeah.
Obviously, Gab cycling is most likely a better decision.
It's not often that we see Shark Typhoon being cast.
Yeah. And I believe that Dream Trawler has lifelink, so Gab's life should be a lot. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, okay. We have the scoop from the Angels player. That is great. We're going to be going on into a Game 3. Gab has to win a quick Game 3 if he wants to win this match. Only about 6 to 10 minutes, depending on how many extra minutes the head judge has given them. We don't know that information right now. We apologize, but one thing is that in sideboarding, I don't think there's going to be many changes. On the draw for Blue-White Control, I didn't have a chance to see what Gab took out there, but I presume that you want as much pressure as you can, because you have the clock now as an issue, right? In general, sideboarding against a deck, you're not going to board in all your threats because maybe you need counter removal, but you're not going to win this game. You just go counter removal, counter removal, counter removal. You'll clock out. So I would assume Gab is going to go all threats, just start slamming, I would assume.
Definitely we are going to see here a game very influenced by the clock, and Angel player has a better chance to win fast, but we can see also Nassif have a lot of good draws and just manage to win this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, oh, the Angels player making... Wait, was that game 1? The Angels player's taking out a lot of cards. I'm interested in what their logic behind this is.
And here, do you think Nassif is already playing for the draw, knowing he probably cannot win?
Gab always plays for the win. So, at what speed, I'm not sure, but Gab will always play for the win.
And that's smart, because here a draw is only 1 point. It's not getting you too much, and a win, you being able to be at 5-0 in this tournament, it's a very, very good start for tomorrow.
Most definitely. If you're 5-0, potentially you're almost locked, because 6-3 is the estimated record needed. But when you're 5-0, you're going to get to the point where people potentially look at IDing with you. Not at the 5-0 table, but down the line, if you have a 5-win record, you can start looking at drawing in the very late rounds with 5 wins to potentially make top 64. It's all down to the players to work out if that's whatever record is needed. Can drawing work to kind of get there? See, I see lands and spells for Gab. I see a Supreme Verdict. I'd be very surprised if this was a mulligan. You got lands, spells, removal, keep. Angels player, yep, this is going to be quick. Lightning speed Magic the Gathering. Something you don't really see on the Yellow Hat stream, but we're going to be seeing it here today as 2-drop is cast. That's probably going to be portable hold.
Yeah. None of these players, as you said, wants to draw here, so both of them trying to play as fast as they can, especially these first turns that don't have any decision making.
Yep. Last reminder to Twitch chat wondering, we do not know how much extra time the players have been given, so do not take the 3 minutes as exact, but they are on a very low amount of time.
We have the Riotous Valkyrie here, attacking for 2.
Okay. So, I mean...
I see that Nassif has March of the Multitude. I think that's a Behold the Multiverse.
Are we going to see a Coco? We are. Gotta counter that. What's Gab got? Only Absorb. I mean, maybe you could... I highly doubt it, but with Verdict in your hand, you could really risk it and be like, okay, because you have Absorb on their turn, but you never know what the Angels player... It's very scary to let Coco resolve, but potentially Gab could have just let that resolve there, to be honest.
And here Gabi doesn't take any risks.
Okay.
A
Land
pass
off
here.
the top, not bad. Not bad. Probably going to put something into the foretell zone. I see a Behold and a Sot coming. If I had to guess, I think the Sot coming will go, because at 6 mana you can go Verdict plus Counterspell. Oh, you're gonna put Behold.
Foretell the old,
Okay.
and portable old doesn't do much because the
Ooh.
Valkyrie.
Beseiju Portable Hole.
That's a fun play there. And
Gab is thinking with Beseiju. No? Oh, I was thinking about what land to get with Beseiju. Okay. Gab is looking to be in a decent spot here. He just needs to get the board clear and a threat down, and he can probably win.
and now Charles has both Valkyrie, the youthful Valkyrie and the Riders Valkyrie. Already doing a nice setup for the Angel
Ooh,
player there.
love that. You can foretell at any point in your turn, even on the end step. Beseiju was
Yep.
done on the end step. Foretell that saw it coming. You now have 2 mana up to do it on their turn. Love that play. Very tight. Even though Gab has to play quick, still play great. Okay. So, our Angels player is deep in the tank. What do they want to do?
They're really taking their time here to
I see an
decide.
Abyssin in hand. That counters Supreme Verdict. The problem is Gab has 6 mana. You can Supreme Verdict plus saw it coming. We're going to behold the multiverse here. That's going to be a scry 2, draw 2 for Gabriel Nassif.
What do you think he's looking for
Threats. You just need win conditions. That's it. Maybe I would keep a counterspell, but you need threats to win this match. You're not going to win in time if you top counterspell removal spell. You know what I mean? You're playing to win here, not playing to survive. And I say survive, Gab's in literally an insane spot. Just cast your verdict, cast your counterspell. It's going to be so hard for the Angels player to come back, if they, especially if they cast the Archangel Abyssin in response. So you just slam the verdict, cast the counterspell, and even from Gab's perspective, let's say, okay, I don't know if they have Abyssin in hand. Maybe they have Coco. Verdict, counter Coco. So,
Yeah, it's difficult to play against everything. Like, we have the foretell here of
Oh,
the
okay.
Behold.
so Gab basically saying, look, you got no pressure on the board. Go. But it makes sense, but I think this is going to be a draw. There's no pressure from Angels, no threats from Gab. It's not looking good.
Do we have Bishop here?
I would assume that resolves. You have March of Otherworldly Light in hand. He's playing around Avacyn. Yes, I understand he's playing around Avacyn, chat, but he has saw it coming in the Fertile zone. So all you got to do is counter the Avacyn. So Gab is more saying, look, the board is not enough pressure for me to verdict and counter. I understand. We all know that he has they have the Avacyn in hand, but Gab doesn't really know that, does it? It's a one of. Gab knows it's public deck list. Blah blah blah. But yeah, this is a draw. I assume it's now in turn 1, which is why they're tanking so much.
They do have an extension because they are on the feature table, and it does take a bit to set up the feature table. So we are not sure how long that is,
Yeah.
but it's not that long. So soon we'll be entering turns.
I would assume that with both players, instantly they look relaxed. They're playing
Yeah.
slowly. Come on, it must be in time.
We have Bishop of Wings, and a good thing about this card is even if Nassif does clear the board, it does leave a 1/1 white spirit creature token with fly whenever an angel you control dies. So March on the Bishop.
Oh wow, okay. Interesting. Memory Deluge, land, verdict. Yep, to stop the 1/1s like that.
Yep.
And now you have a counterspell. I mean, this actually would be game over if Gab had time. Yeah. I mean, maybe they most likely still have time because there's no dice on the table, so we can still see a Gable Nassif win here. We don't know how much extra time they have. They might have 5 minutes right now. We're gonna try and get someone down on the scene, on the table to find. Wow.
Sensor.
To see
Oh, that's not what you want to see.
how much extra time. Okay, everyone, we have confirmation they have 6 minutes of extra time. This is a very plausible win for Gable Nassif. We just need threats on the board. Get threats down and you can win. 6 minutes, come on. Can we get some ones in the chat to support Gab for these 6 minutes that he needs to win this game? That's Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. That's going to be a card drawn 2 lands untapped.
But here, fun to notice that
Faster, 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 faster.
that Gap thought this would be a buy for him. So definitely big props for Charles for playing Angel so well. He's been playing this game really
Wandering
well.
Emperor, Exile, boom, boom,
Exile.
boom. Here we go. Another one. Cast your spell, Gab. You got this. Let's go, Gab. Come on. This is not biased commentary, by the way. As I've been hired by Legacy, I provide very unbiased commentary. Looking from the Angel side of the board, they definitely need a lot to potentially win this game, especially with the amount of pressure that Gab has now with the Hall of Storm Giants and untapping lands on the end step with Teferi Hero.
This is definitely turning out for Gabriel Nassif. But Charles just doing an amazing performance this tournament.
Oh. Okay. Oh, okay.
It's exiled from the Wanderer, right? Is that
Yes.
the issue?
So Wandering Emperor exiled the attacking creature, which is
Uh-huh.
-2. And then Gab -1'd it to make a 2/2.
Oh, I see.
But who cares? Because you need to play fast. Let's go, 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 go. And, okay,
Another bishop.
go. Oh, Detention Sphere in head for Gab! The one of Detention Sphere, get that down. Exile those creatures, let's go! Come
Oh,
on!
that's so bad for Charles.
Really unfortunate draw for Charles there that Gab found that.
Yeah.
Going to be 9. I think Gab's going to do it. He has around 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left on the clock.
Plus rounds. Plus 5 turns.
Plus 5 turns.
Turns, yeah.
That's a brutal Cathar. Okay, token gone.
Qatar is pretty good. But it might be too late. Gabriel just has so much pressure, so many answers in end.
Okay.
It would be fun if Gab ends up winning. He comes here and he's like, yeah, I told you easy buy, right? Which was definitely not easy. So Charles definitely making this matchup really difficult for Nassif here.
Oh, did Gab not attack? Oh, animate, haul, and block. Yep. Dead. Okay.
Another Riders Valkyrie.
Sure. I mean, you're just going to ult the Teferi, but hold the multiverse. There's Shark Typhoon. Oh my gosh, Gable Nassif, please hardcast Shark Typhoon and be a beast, but he's probably not. This is going to be a Teferi emblem. Hollow Storm Giant, activation and attack. Most definitely going to win this game. Go. One Dross of the Angels player. Okay, you can exile that in the draw step.
Yeah, that's the
Draw,
youthful
exile,
Valkyrie.
attack.
Yeah.
GG. Wow, Gable
GG.
Nassif winning. Arguably one of the most stressful game 3s I have seen on coverage here on the Legacy European Tour. What a match. Managing to win that game with 2 minutes left on the clock. What an insane match. Well played by both players.
Both players. Charles also playing really well here. And one thing I like that you said, Ari, is Gab doesn't play for the draw. Although it takes his time to make decisions, you saw there, he was able to win with the time that he had. So time is a resource, and Gab led us very nervous, thinking he cannot make it on time, but then he managed to make it, right?
Yeah, that was a really insane match. Honestly, I'm still baffled by it. Don't worry, Gabriel Nassif fans, Gab is 5-0. We might not have him back on for the next feature match, but you will be seeing a lot more Gab today. Looking at the players to watch, we have Jean-Emmanuel Deprat, 3-1, yet to be updated for this round's record. Javier Dominguez, 3-2. You've got some very nice results. Joel Larsen, 4-1. Piotr Glagowski, 4-1.
Strasky 5-0, as we saw here.
And also Gab 5-0. So we've got 2 big 5-0s, couple 4-1s, and everyone else is cruising along.
One thing that I noticed is I think Javier Dominguez started 2-0 or 3-0, and he's now 3-2, which probably doesn't feel very well. And he has the same deck as Mengucci, that is also 3-2. Both of these players can still make day 2, don't get me wrong. Like, they can still do a comeback. But definitely Strasky and Nassif right now being the players that are doing the best.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be the end of round 5 here at the Legacy European Tour for the championship. But don't forget, as soon as players are shuffling up and playing, we'll make sure to show you that gameplay. But for now, we're going to have a quick break.
See you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Championships. I am Will, I'm joined by Matej, and we are going to take you through round 6 of Pioneer action. Reminder, there is 409 players turned up today to try and win their spot on the Pro Tour, and the main goal for them is to try and hit a 6-3 record to be invited back to day 2. We've managed to get 2 more spicy decks into the well, at least one of them is a spicy deck.
Yeah.
One's the standard you would expect, but one's quite spicy. We've got what we got for the audience at home.
So we went for a deck that actually showed up for the first time yesterday in the LCQ. A couple of players showed up with it and got picked up a little bit, and it's been actually featured already quite heavily on Twitter. But it's humans, which might not sound that interesting, but it plays 4 Vanifer. So Prime Speaker Vanifer, which is a 4-mana 2/4, and it does basically Birthing Pod. You sack a creature, you find a creature that costs 1 more, and you put it into play. And it has some nice plays where you kind of chain Extraction Specialist, Glasspool Mimic, and you can make your board really big, really fast. And it's just a different take. It plays some really unorthodox cards that I'm really excited to see. So
well, I hope you're on your game to be able to mention these.
Yeah.
As it looks like the players, it is an open deck list tournament. Just to remind everybody watching, this is open deck list, so the players will have 3 minutes before each round to review your opponent's deck list, and you're not allowed to look at it again until sideboarding happens. Obviously, if it goes to a game 3, you get to look at it for the 3rd time, but that's how this weekend's rolling. There's a lot of big names. There's 4 Hall of Famers here this weekend. A lot of big names from the old Pro Tours on the circuit and stuff, and now we're slowly getting into the caster side of the the old circuit, getting the big boys in.
I'm washed up.
No, come on,
really washed up.
You're beautiful. You're doing a great job this weekend, and I'm loving it. So we're going to go down to the players.
Yep.
As they're shuffling up.
Yeah, and just by looking at this angle, I've cast so many matches already in my career that I know that Joel Larsen sitting on the right, even without having to look at the names, just because of I used to test with Joel. He's actually Pro Tour winner. He won Pro Tour Origins playing Mono Red. So the good old times. That was in Vancouver. 2015, 14, I would say, but good times, and he's a fantastic player. He's also, I think, won the Players Tour nearly 3 years ago. Just an overall really good player. And I'm excited that they brought a really different deck. There's, I think, 3 Swedish players who
brought the same deck. We're calling it the Swedish deck actually, but people are referring to the Swedish deck.
Swedish humans.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's a mainly 4-color deck, but it's playing all the traditional human land that you can see in those multicolor decks, like Unclaimed Territory, Secluded Courtyard, and etc. So, but it plays some red cards, and we'll see how it plays out in practice. I'm very excited to see it. Just do its thing, because I saw Joel play a little bit already, and it's just fun to see when the deck is going.
Do you do this? Have you got your own player tokens?
I don't have my. I think I get all the other player tokens from the first series
Like the full set.
Yeah, but look at. Yeah. So
straight up already on the battlefield.
Joel with his own card, and of course we didn't talk about. That name is really interesting. That's just called Alp. I think that works, right?
And then the traditional mono green that we've seen. We kind of know how this rolls, how what works for it. I don't think there's anything spicy in the deck list.
Yeah.
So we're actually the most focus this round is going to be probably on Joel's deck.
Yeah, for sure. And Mono Green Devotion, is a deck that can sometimes struggle with aggressive starts, and I think just by the virtue of winning the die roll, Joel's already doing pretty well for himself. So
we're telling Joel, no, you cannot have the token of yourself on the battlefield, especially while we have them sat next to you. Yeah. What's he going to let on to? Thalia.
Thalia, turn 2. It slows down, kind of doesn't stop like Old Growth Troll, but it does stop Wolf Willow Havens, Kioras. Look at that. Now the Haven costs 3 rather than 2, and it's really going to slow down the Mono Green deck.
So what can we do on turn 3 here?
There's always a bunch of options. Like there's like the regular Thalia's Lieutenants that you're grown accustomed to. Just grow your board, attack. You're playing only humans really. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we're just turn it sideways. There's nothing crazy like Mantis Riders in this list, is there?
No, I wouldn't say.
No.
I wouldn't say so, but we'll see what he can cook up now against the aggressive start from Joel. And now with 3 mana already a decent board, like Joel can threaten the Prime Speaker on turn 4. He can threaten the Collected Company also on 4, or even just another Thalia's Lieutenant would just be heaps of damage. So let's see what Nykthos can do.
There's the powerful card, one of the key cards of this actual deck itself.
Yeah,
and I think that's a Cura.
Yeah, 4 mana Cura. Yeah, and now he gets to play the old control, which doesn't get taxed by the Thalia, draws a card, and it kind of stabilizes the board, and that's where you want to be against mono.
Valley's doing a lot of work here, right? Like, so it stops the Cura coming down last turn, which potentially could have led into an even bigger turn this turn.
Yep.
But that is a big 4/4. He's not going to be able to attack through that unless he manages to have another counter maybe on that Valley or something like that, or maybe start getting the cards down and start podding.
We'll see. He also has the clue at his disposal, so I mean, I think he has the 4th land, so definitely has options. But we'll see. Ooh, just look at that. Swing with everything. I love it. You're putting on the beats.
It is open deck. Is there anything he should be playing around? Is there anything instant speed that we could be doing?
Don't doubt it. There's no Iganjo in this list, so Iganjo, so no fear of that. And even then, I think he wouldn't mind blocking. But he goes for the Thalia. Alp takes 3 here. Probably Extraction Specialist now. Yeah. So Extraction Specialist, get back the Thalia back, and Thalia's Lieutenant gets two counters. How appropriate, right?
Mm. That card's really surprised me that that's been popping up, especially in Pioneer. Like, it's that sort of generating value that they've got from the White Weenie sort of decks, and he's kind of adapting that into the humans list.
We'll see how far that gets Yoldo, because now another elf joins the fray.
So what's the devotion count?
Yeah.
1, 4, 5, 6, 7 devotion.
Yeah, and that the Cure still hasn't been activated as well. It's going to be a big turn for Alp here, and I think he has Karn, so it's going to be cost 5. Of course, that might limit some of the options. Yeah, here.
So 7 down to 5 up to 13, if my math's correct.
Jeez, that's
14 with the elf.
see.
And a land drop.
I'll let him figure it out.
Hopefully the judge down there is going to. There you go. We're getting dice out.
Lovely.
I have put Forest next to the players for this exact reason, so we can keep track of it in the booth. But it's fine. We've got 10 mana floating at the minute.
For now, yeah, and still a forest and an elf at his disposal. Okay, right, so 12.
There you go.
12.
Look
Oh,
at this.
lovely.
Look. It's like I read it up. 12.
Okay,
4
so
for Karn.
5 for Karn.
Oh, 5. Yeah, we've got a Fallow on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, so 7 left and 2 more at his disposal. Maybe Cityscape Leveler or Sky Sovereign.
I like Sky Sovereign here.
Yeah.
Looking at like that, they're not playing a Ratchet Bomb or anything crazy like that in the board, are they?
No, I don't think so. There's like Karn Silex used to be played by. It's gonna go for the leveler. Yep, as expected. So that's a new card from Brothers War. So 8 mana, 8/8 Trampler. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, you can destroy a non-land permanent, and the controller of that permanent gets a tapped Power Stone token. It also has Unearthed for 8. So
Yeah.
but it's just a massive creature.
What's Joe got in his deck? Has he got any ways to get that off the battlefield?
No, I don't think he has one in his main deck. So just Reflector Mage to kind of. But that's only temporary, I guess.
That's a rough one. They want to be bouncing back to the hand.
Yeah. But it's it's kills the Thalia's Lieutenant. But I think because I think you'll attack the Kiora before, it's tough. Yeah, he even draws a card.
Did you see what he drew though?
No.
I believe that is a Storm at the Festivals.
Yikes! Like
Joe's going to draw for a turn, just
think he
another
has
land.
too many lands, and his deck doesn't. It only plays 22 lands, but he's just not doing very well. And can't sacrifice the clue because of the Karn.
Oh, wow.
He forgot about that. That Karn's so annoying about this. Like just these small things.
These static effects that we
Yeah,
see
he
on
can't
the
even use the runestone that he got from the leveler. So, right? So
brutal.
yeah. So there's a. Okay, this is nice. So brings back the Thalia's Lieutenant.
Pump the team a little bit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? We get maybe. I think I say we go wide, but we can't. We don't have enough time to go wide.
Mm.
With mono green having this much mana,
Yeah.
access to two active planeswalkers on the battlefield. Your creatures are bigger than them. I think mono green's just doing what mono green does.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's really hard to come back from these boards against mono green because there's no sweepers, and usually the creatures are too big, and you have to start attacking planeswalkers that give them more time. It's just overall very annoying, and this leveler is.
And there's a Cavalier off the
Yeah.
top. Yeah,
Like,
that's enough.
Yeah. He plays a little bit, I call it. He plays for the arena quest, right? He plays a couple of spells,
Yeah.
just to have fun.
So see if we get the sideboards up for you all at home.
Yeah, let's see. There's some spicy ones in the sideboard of Joel Larsen. So I wonder which ones he's gonna bring in. But he plays Gigantha. That's his companion.
They wouldn't turn up this weekend, right, with this deck if they didn't have a game plan for mono green. I feel like people of their caliber, they've come, they know they're going to play against these decks. They have to have a sideboard plan for this. Maybe the game one's rough, but after game one it gets a lot better.
Yeah, I know that he has Archon of Myria that is a pretty popular choice in some of the combo decks. You could have played against Mono Green as well, just because it has flying by nature, and it like kind of slows down the deck. They can't go Karn and something, or they can't go for those.
And that's quite
big
key, really,
turns.
right? Like trying to not let them combo off in one turn or cast multiple spells in one turn.
Yes, that's usually one of the interesting, but it's also pretty slow. It's a 3-mana 2/3. It's not even a human, right? So it might not be that good. Maybe he's gonna bring in this one, and it's spicy one, the 4th Bridge Prowler. I mean, that's that's something I haven't seen in constructed yet, but it's a 1-mana 1/1 that when it enters the battlefield, you may have to other creature get -1/-1.
Looks like
Perfect
we got
for King Elves, but we get.
looks like we got the mono green on the battlefield.
Yeah.
They don't tend to sideboard too much, right? A lot of it is a kind of a wish package, and in fact, I'm pretty sure this whole sideboard is a wish package.
It is, and nothing unusual there. It's like the couple of the new cards, like Woodcaller Automaton, Cityscape Level, Haywire Might. Those are given for these decks. I do think I think he does have the Ratchet Bomb that you mentioned, so that's one way to kill maybe a big board of humans, but it also is pretty slow, right? So So he would have to get that down early, and that time you're probably going for the Sky Sword.
Okay, here we are. Here's the deck that we want to have a big look at.
Right. So get out your magnifying.
I say talk me through this. This is a pile of Magic the Gathering cards. How would you want to sideboard using these?
Yeah, so one of the cards that I think is most exciting about this one is Bloodlust Insider. So 1 mana red, 1/1 human that taps to give another creature haste. So that's best used.
Staple, some would call that. Someone would call that a pioneer staple.
It was bad in constructed, in limited. Sorry, in draft, you didn't really want to play these guys that much. So yeah, it's but it gives Vanifar haste, and you can already start going with the so you can already sack the Inside himself and try to go up the chain. So that's probably the weirdest card. Also, there's Corridor Monitor. It's 2 mana 1/4 that when it enters the battlefield, it untaps a creature or artifact, I guess. And it can untap the Vanifar for another activation. You can go from a 1 mana card to a 2 mana card to a 3 mana card pretty easily. And also a fancy one is Keldon Strike Team, a Dominaria limited special.
Yeah, but it's really good limited. I've drafted this card.
Yeah, but it as long as you enter the battlefield this turn, or all your creatures have haste, so it's kind of partly the combo aspect where you can definitely you can make a big board with Vanifar and Extraction Specialists. You can keep sacking stuff that untap Vanifar, and then at the end you can find the Keldon Strike Team and attack for a bunch of damage. So
I don't know about you. I'm looking at this. I'm trying to think what is the plan here against Mono Green.
It's
got. I'm about to say that's the only thing they've got. There's no like spicy tech for this matchup. It is. I just think I can be quicker than the Mono Green matchup.
I mean, that's how usually the white decks kind of try to approach, like really try to unsettle the green deck by being very aggressive and putting up a lot of pressure. But this deck slightly has a kind of pseudo combo finish, right? To make your board really wide, and that's problematic for Mono Green. So
Reflector Mage could be pretty big in this matchup, right? Like. It's got other words besides just bounce back. It means that they can't cast it the turn after.
Exactly. Yeah.
You can bounce it down. If you can bounce back like a Cavalier or something, the big devotion cards are the ones I feel like you want a bit.
Or even elves. Yeah, like you can just try to slow them down and try to bounce their elves. It can get pretty annoying pretty fast. So. And Reflective Mage is a classic. Yeah, Alp is playing a traditional version with 1 Nicol Bolas.
Well, I say this is like the 2.0 version. We're probably on about 2.7 now, but 2.0 version used to play the Nicol Bolas in the main. And speaking to a few players this weekend, and why they were doing that is it's for the mirror. Because it gains all the abilities of all planeswalkers, etc. But they're using this to kill other planeswalkers or kill some of the sideboard threats from the mono green. That's talking to the players that they're telling me. How do you feel about that? Do you think that's a good plan, good hedge?
Realistically, the mono green decks, the way they're set up when you're building them, you have 57 cards that everyone plays. And then you have 3 other slots that you can like decide to spice it up a little bit, and it's always been a combination of Lovestruck Beasts, Sylvan Caryatids, and then some other cards. But we're already.
I'm about to say, it looks like we're already into the game here, so we'll see if we can catch you up. It looks like we are on turn 3 as Joel's turn. Turn everything sideways.
Joel's too fast. We're too slow. Look at that. He has Bloodlust Insider. He also had the 4th Bridge Prowler, which killed an elf. Probably on around turn 2 or something. There's also Thalia's Lieutenant and Thalia herself on the battlefield. So let's see with Al being already on the back foot already, if he can muster up something good.
So that's just the forest of the turn. I think I saw a Cavalier in hand. It looks like a Storm, a Khan,
Yeah, Storm can't be played now because Talia's in play, so it costs 6. And so probably the Cavalier would be the best bet. Okay,
Okay, we'll play a Karn. We'll play
5 mana Karn.
what we're getting here, because realistically, this Karn's probably not going to live another turn, right?
Yeah, Ratchet Bomb, but that costs a bunch of mana.
That is a bit slow. So we do Ratchet Bomb on 1, we get rid of 2 threats.
Yeah.
Do it on 2, we get rid of 2 threats, but we're still losing one of our permanents if we do that.
If you're looking for a blocker, I think he's going to go for the Haywire Might, which is the new 1 mana 1/1 that you can sack to destroy a non-creature enchantment or artifact, and when it dies, you gain 2 life. And that's the only thing he can play out his sideboard now. Or he's going to try to get something to play for the next turn. And that's
I was about to say, like, what do you like? Like, what's that going to do this turn being able to block?
Nothing.
You can't still going to die, so you might as well try and set up next turn. You know you've got the land drop in hand. You know you'll be able to cast that boat next turn. Ideally, get that. Or yeah, you'll be able to cast the boat next turn. as long
Ooh,
as one of the
another
elves does.
Thalia's Lieutenant.
No.
Yikes.
This is how you be quicker. In case you're wondering at home chat how to be quicker than mono green, this is how you do it. Keep playing Thalia's Lieutenants and watch your creatures just grow huge. And then imagine we're just going to see everything get turned sideways.
Yeah, but they're not that huge. You know, there's a bunch of 3/3. Thalia's a 4/3.
Don't
It's a big
underestimate
board.
that. Don't
It's
underestimate
a
that.
big board, but like Yol has to decide if he wants to maybe attack the Karn.
That's
right?
this is the problem here, right?
Okay, and he does. Yeah,
You've
he's-
got to make sure that the one blocker doesn't stop the Karn dying, so
Yeah.
we have to commit our 2 biggest ones to it, and then everything else goes towards face. So that should drop them down. That's 6 points damage to face.
it was 7 to face because it was the Thalia and the Lieutenant attacking face,
Seeing,
and the
yep, Thalia
2
2 up.
3/3s were attacking the Karn just because of the carry it would have been able to block. But now
Here we
Storm the
go.
Festival
Spin the wheel.
needs to be good. Cavaliers are already very good.
What was that last card?
Yeah.
Cavalier, 3 land and 1. Oh, and a boat.
Oh,
my.
wow.
Okay.
Jeez.
Well,
Good last card.
I'm pretty sure that Valley is not going to live. But then we could go at the Lieutenant here. Which one do you like choosing?
Oh, he's going to kill the Thalia. It's also like 4/3, but I mean, he's down to 6 though. So and he only has 1 blocker. So I think it's over. Right?
I mean,
Didn't matter.
he's just
Didn't
talking to me
matter.
like, sure, kill you?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's as quick as there is. We'll basically we'll watch these players just shuffle up again, and then we'll
Yeah.
try not to miss half the match this time. It's fine. We'll. They were too quick for us, chat. Too
Yeah.
quick.
Too quick. Yeah, Bloodlust Insider and Fourth Bridge Prowler doing work.
So we asked about like what was the game plan? We've seen it. Okay,
Yeah.
they had to go quicker than us. So
Yeah. Yeah.
we'll just put up Joel's sideboard one more time. See if we can have a look at it.
Yeah, let's see. So he did bring in the Fourth Bridge Prowlers, and those are really good.
Just remind everyone what
on
they
turn
do.
1 or 2.
Remind everyone at home what they do, because that's not really a card we see much play.
No. It's a 1 mana human, 1 mana 1/1, and when it enters the battlefield, you can have an opponent's creature get -1/-1 to end of turn. So what that basically does is you're trying to nab their elf and just slow them down, because I think that's one of the most important bits. Is trying to slow down the mono green deck, and in combination with Thalia, that's exactly where you want to be doing.
I'm looking at this deck. I'm looking at the mana base. The mana base here is pretty painful at times, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean 4 mana confluence already, right? Like that's the biggest giveaway. But he needs 4 colors of mana fairly early in the game, right? I mean, it's still a base white deck, so all his lands, almost all his lands do white, except the Ottawa and Boseiju. So that's his main goal of getting the early white beaters down. But yeah, you want to play that turn 1 Bloodlust Insider, right? I mean, that's
right, we managed. We were quicker than
Yeah.
the 2 players playing now. We managed to get balance deck down for them.
what I think how Yol can approach this matchup. He doesn't like maybe on the draw Prime Speaker Vanifire is too slow, right? Maybe he just wants to be as aggressive as possible
Okay.
and not wait, but it still offers you that really good combo kill even later in the game. So I assume he still probably has it. Let's see Yol
We
has
worked out how quickly he could actually combo.
I mean,
Like, what turn is the earlier?
four.
Turn 4?
No,
Okay.
you can't do it earlier just because Vanifire costs 4 and there's no way to make it cheaper. I think Yol's hand has some good cards, but I don't think he just had any lands, just
Yep.
1.
We're taking them all there. Go down to 6.
And this is actually another kind of thing that it's easy to miss when you're playing the format that like Mono Green is the #1 play deck in the room. It's also super consistent, and I think in general mulligans well. Like
Yes.
if you go down to 6, but you have your Elf and your Wolfwiller Haven or your Kiora, like you can exert your game plan and you don't get punished as much.
Chat's
Right.
asking what's the combo kill.
Oh yeah, so combo kill with Prime Speaker Vanifire. So you play Prime Speaker Vanifire. Ideally, you give it haste.
through our staple 1-drops. Yep.
Yeah, Bloodlust Insider, so that you can use it right away. You sacrifice 1-drop. You can find the 2-drop, the corridor that untaps your guy. You can then untap the Vanifar, tap him, sack the corridor, find the extraction specialist. So it's a 3/2. You can then you can bring back the corridor with the extraction specialist, etc., etc. Look at that again.
And we see this is
Mulligan
exactly where
into
you
Prowler.
want it. You want it turn 1, kill the elf on the draw. And
Another one.
We broke serve.
Yeah, but still, like another elf for Alp, so he's doing good to try to pick it up there. And one Prowler might not be enough, but there's a Glasspool Mimic.
That's not what you want to be doing.
Yeah, that's a shame for Yol, but maybe he is, he's building up his board for something else, but he's going to go for turn 4 Karn, turn 3 Karn actually. And that's difficult to stop for Yol's deck in general. Not much you can do about already active Sky Sovereigns. So
no, I think that card's really good. I think like when I play mono green, I actually play 3 in my deck.
Yeah, now Reflector Mage. Yeah, now he has to Reflector Mage to keep Alp off of mana. So and now the Karn Minus will kill him. So I mean, Yo's trying, right? But he doesn't have the clock yet. That's the biggest problem.
But it doesn't look like there's going to be much unless we get rid of this Karn and we cash it in for something here. Which it looks like we do. Chariot, get some blockers on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's another great card as well and tough card for Yol to deal with. So 4 mana vehicle. It gives you 2 cats, 2/2 cats, and can also he can crew.
There you go. Our Judge Staff are all over it. Look.
Okay, 4 mana, Vanifar or Collect Company. Okay. Hello.
So what we could be seeing a combo win next turn?
We'll see. We'll see what Alp has to say about that.
Oh, so there's a Sky Sovereign in hand that Last doesn't know about. That could disrupt this player here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Seeing what they could end up doing.
Yeah. So the good thing with Vanifar doesn't get killed by Sky Sovereign. So if Alp plays it, he can kill the Reflector Mage, but the deck doesn't really function around like bouncing. There's no 4-drops to Vanifar into. So if Alp knows his stuff, he might go and try to kill the Prowler, but then Yolo just can play something. So let's see.
We do see the big Skyboat come down. It's going to do 3 points damage.
Look at that.
Say the one up. It's almost like he knows what his opponent's doing.
Exactly.
Maybe they've been sat next to each other in previous rounds and they know how what the combo is and how it goes off.
Yeah, and open deck list. That always helps. But here comes the Chariot.
We're going to start making some more cats. That cat is not tapped, I believe.
Yeah, it is untapped.
Does it copy the? I'm pretty sure it's untapped, right?
It's untapped.
Yeah, there we go. We sorted that out. And then we're going to pass back to Joel. What we got, Joel? Let's go.
Let's see.
I want to see like a Coco or something.
Show us. He has a Coco in hand actually, but he might want to wait for the Coco until he does some stuff. Even though once he gets the cards over, he's like, okay.
Okay. Is it? Give this cat -1/-1.
Okay, let's see.
Right.
So sack the
Talk us through
Prowler.
it. Talk us through it.
Yeah. So now he's going to look for a 2-mana creature. I assume he's going to go for the Monitor just to untap the Vanifar and try to keep going. But now I think what Yol is going to try is make his board as wide as possible. So with a bunch of extraction specialists. Yeah.
Untap that. Sack this.
So find the corridor monitor, untaps. Yeah. Now, he's going to get out he's going to do slowing down. Basically gets all the Glasspool Mimics. These are all extraction specialists as well. So 3 2 lifelinkers, and then. Yep, so there's all of them. So because they each bring back the monitor, and that gets immediately sacked to the Vanifar that it untapped. So he's gonna make his board really wide. So there you go. So here's all the extraction specialists. Yeah, and then he can sacrifice the 2, the last monitor.
He is popping off.
Yep, to find the Calvin War Strike team, the one that gives haste as long as they enter the battlefield this turn, and so all of those are gonna get haste. It's like already, am I alive or am I dead?
That's normally what you ask your mono green opponent, not on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah,
so.
this is turn 5, by the way. And there's the handshake.
And that's it.
Yol Larson win. That's how he wins.
And that's the combo. We thought, be quicker than mono green.
Yep.
Love to see it. Chat, I hope you enjoyed that one. Matej went really, really hard for it. So it looks like we do have our backup feature match as well, which is going to be ideal. Some more magic for you all at home. As it looks like we're going straight into the sideboarding, into game 3, it looks like we're moving into. We've got Rakdos Sacrifice versus Mono Green. We are going towards the later rounds of this tournament, so these decks are going to start filtering their way to the top, being the most played decks this weekend.
Yeah.
But we don't know who's on the draw We don't know who's on the plate.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I chose this match because Andre Santos was on table 1 last round with Rigged Ragnar Sacrifice. He was playing against Enigmatic Fire, so I already felt that's pretty fun match to have at table 1 because Ragnar Sacrifice is maybe the 10th most popular deck in the room. Not
Yeah.
that many people have played it. Enigmatic Fire is even less so. But he's 5-0, and I really like the way he set up his deck, and he's playing it really well. And I mean 5-0, right? Like you can't really argue against
You can't be arguing with that. So you're 1 away from being guaranteed to come back tomorrow. So all the players that are here this weekend, 409 turned up, and anyone that's going to make a 6-3 record will be invited back tomorrow to play out for a slot in the Pro Tour, where the top 36 players will gain those invites. Then they're playing for a bit of money.
Yep.
But the big one is 2 slots to Worlds for the top 2 players this weekend. Fingers crossed that it's going to be some actual, epic, dramatic gameplay, and no one's just going to get rolled in the final. Because I couldn't think of anything worse. Getting to the final and then just getting rolled, I suppose you got the PT invite to fall back on, so you don't feel as bad. But your shot at Worlds, man, I can't tell you. To me personally, shot at Worlds would be, I'd be shaking. I'd be so nervous. There'd be a lot on the line, and that's what you can see with coverage. Now Paper Magic is back. We've had to stick to online Magic for so long. All the triggers get done for us. We're back at Paper Magic. Personally, I enjoy watching Paper Magic a lot more than I do online Magic because you can miss triggers. You can decide not to do things. And
you can do mind games.
Yeah,
you can already start,
you can
right?
do mind games like we saw last game. You can outpsych your opponent. You got I just love it all. And plus, get the gathering part of it.
Yeah.
Okay, we haven't managed to have that for years.
Yeah.
Now we're back with the gathering part. We've played the first round of stops where we had it at all different locations around Europe. All those people managed to qualify. You managed to qualify at your local game store. All those people got invited here, and now they're battling out for it. So if you want to join us, the next one of these is going to be in Barcelona in a couple of weeks in December, 2nd week of December, and that is Modern.
Yes. For all you modern lovers out there,
I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
There's a bunch of them. What's your deck?
Currently Yawgmoth.
Okay.
Currently
that's
Yawgmoth.
Fair. That's fair.
I'm a sucker for Phyrexia. So if I can't infect people, I like to creature combo people out.
Yeah, and you're looking forward to the next
Oh
couple
my god, I
of
can't
sets,
wait.
right?
I hope we get something printed.
Yeah.
It's like, just come on, Wizards, one time. I'll cash in my one time.
Just more infect, right?
You took away my probe. Just give me something, and then you change creature type to Phyrexian just to really screw us over.
Yeah.
Chat, what would you be playing if you were here this weekend in Pioneer Action? What would you bring to this tournament?
Yeah, tell us know.
A cheeky thumbs up from Joe Larson. Popped his head in and was like, yeah, a comment for you guys. See you later.
Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thanks for that. And I'm happy. I feel justified whenever I bring a sweet deck in. We get
and
to
it
see
combos up and does
do
well.
its thing. Yeah. So, but you're also nice 5-1. I remember you talked about this. The winner of this match is actually already qualified for day 2. They're going to be 6-0. Right, they can lose
technically a winning in for day 2. This is
exactly.
what it is. It's what it is.
Yeah, some responses already with people like Blue Red Opus. It's interesting, and I love to see first-time chatters joining as well. If you're not logged in, or even if you are, just let us know and come hang out in the chat. And you're gonna get a lot more Magic today because after we're done today, there's more Magic to come, right?
Exactly. So we're in Europe. So obviously we start a lot earlier than most people. I imagine everyone in America and Canada, etc., is just waking up now. So welcome if you just join us. We will be trying to, as long as it overlaps, right? DreamHack has got an event on today as well. The same tournament we ran today, but over in America. That's where the Americans are going to try and qualify for the Pro Tour. So we're going to try and, if it all pans out perfectly and the times overlap, we will raid you beautiful people from here and we'll send you straight over there. So you're going to have a full day of Magic the Gathering content. All Pioneer Action brought to you by some of the best presenters we can, in the world. But the casters crew for the DreamHack is insane. Obviously, Europe, we're killing it. But over on that side, they've got some big names as well. And a lot of hard work, I know, on that side of the ponds going off to it. As we see both players start drawing the opening 7.
Yeah, and the Ragnar Sacrifice deck, I'll be honest, one of the reasons why I also chose it because I'm just biased and I just love the deck. One of my few trophies in the last couple of weeks on Magic Online was with Ragnar Sacrifice, and you can do. It always feels good when you steal your opponent's creature. And
I was about to say, here we go. Tell me some key cards in this matchup. But look, we don't want to keep it. We're going to mulligan this. How important is it to mulligan in this matchup? I guess you may. I don't know if you're on the draw. You look like a keepable hand. Yeah. But maybe we're on the draw. Maybe we need to have some of our big impact cards. What are the key cards we're looking for in an opening hand versus mono green?
I mean, in general, you want some early interaction with your opponent's elf. So ideally, turn 1 Fatal Push if you're on the draw. If you're on the play, maybe you want to develop your board a little bit more, right? But even just getting some stuff on the board is very important. Or just alternative, just having like a thought seize, right? Just to be able to know what your opponent's up to, be able to really slow them down. But once you get through those early turns, then you get into your Blood-Tide Harvesters, your Fables.
Yep.
You also have your Deadly Disputes, and of course, one of the things that you like doing the most is maybe claim the firstborn on your opponent's elf, sack it to like Village
I
Right.
feel like that's quite a big card in this matchup, right? Being able to steal some of the earlier threats, and then if you've got a sack outlet, you sack outlet and gaining value for yourself. What's the difference from like Rakdos mid-range to Rakdos sack against the mono green mirror? Because traditionally everyone says that mono greens meant to stomp the Rakdos mid-range decks.
Yeah.
Sit on whatever side of the fence you want on that. But how is it against the sacrifice decks?
It just plays out a little bit differently. The main card that this matchup is about is Karn on the other side, because Karn stops your Witch's Ovens, your treasures, your blood tokens, etc. But let's see. I think Andre kept a one-lander with a bunch of interactions. So turn one, Thoughtseize or push. He's gonna go for push first, but I think he's gonna go Thoughtseize turn 2.
I wonder if we've got extinction events in this. I'm just
I
trying to work
don't
out.
think so.
Round 6, aren't we?
Yes, we're in round 6 now. You're gonna get 9 rounds total today, and you get more of Harry, more of Filipa, more of me, and Will. And look at that, pretty decent hand there, especially when there's a second elf in play. So Old Growth Troll, Storm the Festival, and Cure.
What do you like taking here? Are we taking the ramp or are we taking the big threat?
He has an Urborg in hand. I think he's gonna, after seeing this, he's gonna play another Thoughtseize. And in that case, I like taking Troll and Kiora and just leaving him at the Storm the Festival. But it's quite likely that he'll see the festival again eventually. But we'll see. Okay, goes for the Kiora first, and now we're gonna see Urborg, or maybe Urborg push.
It could be a push.
But he goes Catrola.
No.
Yeah, takes the troll. He's gonna push the elf next turn, and like you can see, like this is ideal. It's like a Rakdos mid-range start, right?
Yeah.
Rather than a sacrifice start, which is what you mentioned. But now the game is going to develop a bit differently from the sacrifice side, where he's probably going to try to get the Witch's Oven going. Hopefully, draws red mana for one of his creatures. So.
Ideally, would want some sort of threat on the battlefield while they're doing this, right?
Yes.
To apply a bit of pressure. Because I've been on this mono green side. I play mono green. That is my pioneer deck of choice. I know. Don't come at me, chat. But I've been on this side where, okay, you Thoughtseize me. Yeah, you've killed my creatures. I'm just going to get to 6 land and I'm going to play a Storm off the top. And you just end up going off from there. And that's almost the power of this mono green deck, right? Is it's got a 6 mana card that can almost win them the game on the spot.
So now we're basically where we get some time. This is top decking war. We have Andre with all his mana now, all his colors of mana, with a Deadly Dispute in hand against the Mono Forests and Storm the Festival.
I think we've got 2 Storms in hand now.
Okay, but now we'll see if he'll sacrifice the Witch's Oven to the Deadly Dispute or not, because he just wants to get something going. He has a Thoughtseize, but he knows what the card is. He might not want to play it yet. The Storm is still quite far off. So but he does. Okay,
I'm going to take one of these.
Seeing doubles.
Do you think you need to get rid of the Witch's Oven here? Like, are you so far behind that you need to, like, hit a land drop this turn if you end up ripping one?
If they both just keep drawing normally, I think the green deck has, any mana is good because of the festival, right? So even if they draw mana sources, it's not great. So that's why Andre is thinking here, like, do I want to sack my oven to the dispute, which is almost never something that you want to do.
But I think I like this. In their spot now, I think that you have to, right? You're so far behind technically in the spot. I know you're both top decking, but what's going to happen on the green side? Eventually they're going to cast a Storm, and then how are you going to start coming back from that? And there's a land.
Yeah, there we go. One more land. Yeah, one more land away. He drew Karizev's Expertise and a Swamp, but now he has the second red, but now he doesn't have a sacrifice outlet. I like Karizev's Expertise in this matchup.
Remind everybody at home what it does.
It's basically a threaten effect, meaning so for 3 mana you gain control of a creature that our opponent controls, and you can cast a card that costs 2 or less for free.
I've never seen a Storm Festival slam so quickly in my life. That was land off the top, slam, but it doesn't look like we've got too many good hits unless I missed that. It looks like Nykthos, couple of land. I can't make out what that is at the back.
Yeah, it doesn't look too great, but we'll.
Let's have a little look to see what we decide here. So,
okay,
Karn, that's actually quite good.
And Lair.
Lair of the Hydra. Love. So there's a thing that happens on every stream, and I get a lot of stick for it. And eventually people will always play these new creature lands, and because they're from the Dungeons and Dragons set and I'm a big Dungeons and Dragons player, I always end up commenting on them. So do you know why the alternate arts look like that?
No.
So the first edition of Dungeons and Dragons used to have modules that used to look in that art. So when they
Okay.
redid the set, they did all the creature lands in that, and I'm a huge fan of it. Any D&Ders in chat?
Okay, Boomer.
Well, come on, I'm a paladin. I don't want to brag about it. I'm a paladin at heart.
Yeah, like he minuses the card to get the pestilent cauldron, which
What
is
was that off the top?
I don't know.
Was
but
that not
it better be
Nixus,
good.
maybe?
No, blood.
Oh, it's Bloodthirst. The alternate art
yeah,
Bloodthirst.
but yeah, just not that great.
Yeah. Does bring
unfortunately.
along with it a blood token, so we can cycle, some of these dead cards in our hand
You
away.
you can't because of the Karn. It's already played.
Obviously, I mean when we kill the Karn next turn, that's where I'm going with it.
Of course.
Damn it! I hate it when I get caught out.
No, that's my job. I'm gonna keep you honest, Will. But like this game already, I think just because of what we talked about, there was no pressure from the Ragnar Sack deck. He was able to deal with the early stuff from the mono green deck, but he had no pressure.
Oh, we ripped a boat off this. Oh no,
Yeah,
Karn got a boat.
Karn
Karn
got
got. I was like, jeez, we ripped a boat. Mono green doing mono green things.
Yeah,
As
Sky
we went that.
Sovereign.
Well, now we've got a sack outlet.
Okay, that's good. Carries a
That's step one. It might not be because that boat next turn can get ticked up, become a 5/5, get turned sideways, kill a blocker. We're not even deploying it.
The tricky thing about carries of expertise, I think you can steal vehicles as well. It's not just in control target creature, but it also gets vehicles. But he wouldn't have a way to crew it.
Yep.
So we'll see how he plays that out. But I think in general Andros is in a tough spot, especially 2 Storm the Festivals in the graveyard. It's like,
Yeah, this is.
if you deal with this, there's just waves more of cards coming and coming.
So that's 5 mana.
He's going to play the Restorative Burst, so the other side of that Pestilent Cauldron. It's going to make him return, I think, creature and a Planeswalker.
Yep.
Yep.
It also both players will end up gaining 4 life. And this is
Yep.
part of the combo, right? But they're using it now as the value side of it. You don't have to use it as a combo. It's just value. We've got 3 more mana. I imagine we're going to see the Troll come down this turn.
Yep, and probably crew the Sky Sovereign. Oh, doesn't even have to. But he's going to kill the blood token that can't be used anyway, so that's fine.
I come across 6 points of damage there. Okay.
They're just a bunch of lands.
I mean, we were scooping already. Then I was like, "Ooh, that's good."
Yeah, under Mulligan as well, and his hand just was,
Oh, we are scooping up. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Just too far behind. There's too much going on there, and that's the top deck in War. Turns out mono green just hitting the land drops into storms in the festival in the graveyard was just where it was at. That was really good. Let's check if we've got any more feature matches for you all.
It looks like we brought in some play. I see Andrei Strusky on. Oh, is it him? I think it is him. Yes, on the.
Yeah, it looks like we've got another feature match for you all. So we'll go see if we can go down to that for you all.
They just finished their game as well, but
Have they just finished?
Yeah, they just finished? Yeah. So.
Well, that's probably a game 3, I imagine.
Yeah,
right?
they're probably gonna go for it. So we can stay here, I guess. So.
Yeah, we'll. Oh, the sideboarding.
Yep.
Oh, so okay, so they're going into a.
Yeah, so let's look at I think Andres Santos' deck is going to get pulled up. Yeah, there we go. So Rector Sacrifice by Andres Santos. Pretty straightforward deck in terms of what he has there. Like the main deck, standard configuration. You're trying to get your Cauldron Familiars with your Witches Ovens, your Bloodtide Harvester with your Unlucky Witnesses. You're trying, really cheap cards that you can play out and gain incremental advantages with Mayhem Devil, the biggest kind of haymaker and your finisher, because every time you sack something, you shoot something for 1, and this deck can really sack stuff fast, while it also has a bunch of manlands that now, if he had a manland, right, he could have at least pressured the mono green Devotion player.
What's the reason to play this over the Jund's Citadel decks that we've been seeing?
This is just all the cards are much cheaper, and your deck's a bit more consistent, because with John Citadel, you can have your Citadels but no mana acceleration. Maybe you have your companies that don't always hit. This is like a really straightforward, consistent deck that also has good sideboard options. Like there's the 4 Thoughtseizes, I think are quite important, but as well as the lane lines. But the card I really like there is Obnixilis, the Adversary.
I love this card.
Against some of the creature decks, it's just really hard to beat if you go turn 2 Bloodtide Harvester, turn 3 Obnixilis, get 2 of them out, and even against the control decks, because you're getting copy, they can't counter it.
Yeah, it's so rough.
It's really good, and it just starts draining them and so on. Plus the Giganta there is never came up. I'm wondering if he. Oh, you know what happened? Because he brought in the Carries of Expertise.
He's not allowed to have it as his companion, you see.
Anymore. Yeah, so
And
that's tricky. Yeah,
the
very
mono
nice.
green deck that we've seen, we'd see it. It's got a lot of lands and a Storm of Festivals. Do we need to talk about any more? No, probably not.
So the only weird the 3 cards that are different, in every deck, one nickel ball, one love struck, one sylvan carroted. So that's kind of the same. On the sideboard, I don't think he has anything special. Heart of Kiran still there. Transmogrifying wand is something that I've seen players play as well, but the other cards are pretty standard.
Why are we seeing love struck beasts now coming into the mono green decks?
It's actually in and out. It used to be like they used to play 3, but now it's been less and less. And it used to be because mono white humans and mono red was a lot more popular, but especially mono red got less and less popular as time went on. Mono white would kind of remain at the same level, and so it's still really good in those matchups. But even against Gruul, like Gruul vehicles, it's nice to have a 5/5.
Yeah,
just
it helps a good little blocker. Even if you can't turn it sideways, you can still just use it as a blocker.
Yeah, exactly.
It does look like the players are now shuffling up, so we'll be back down with them very shortly.
Yeah, but yeah, it should be there. There should be close, I guess. Yeah, they're already starting to draw their hands, so we'll hopefully no mulligans. You know what the best thing about Pioneers that I love?
Go for it.
No fetch lands.
What? See,
It
why
makes
am I
it-
the only person that loves fetch lands? I love it.
But from a coverage perspective, there's so much shuffling and so on, like manipulations. Like it makes the games go by a bit faster. So
That's what
I
you
really
think, because
enjoy
you've
it.
got a gigantic brain. Me, I need that shuffling time is where I start thinking. That's my thinking time when people start shuffling.
Yeah, and in the chat, Shabu Gamu asked any blue-white control doing what I saw. The
Oh,
Gap
yes,
was at least
about to say.
4-0.
I think Gab's 5-0 going
wow.
into this round. So, yeah, we've had him on coverage a couple of times. Happens to be on the times that Harry's on. Not that,
What a coincidence.
there's no favoritism there, I'm sure. But keep around. If not, there'll be a VOD for this. This will go on YouTube. So if you're not hit the follow button on this channel, make sure you hit the follow button. If you want to follow us on Twitter, you can see all the deck lists getting posted up there, pairings, links. What's happening just generally this weekend if you want to think about coming to one in the future. As we see a turn 1 Fortsies. What do you like taking here?
Yeah, so the Wolf Willow Haven, it makes me think that probably Andre has some way to deal with at least one elf, because the hand's not too great actually. Like Storm's obviously nice, but if one of those elves dies, it's the hand's not doing that much. But Oath of Nissa can really prove to be a good card in getting you devotion and getting you some of the cards you need off the top.
So this is where I like, if my opponent's left me with the 2 elves in hand, it makes me think that they've got the removal. I'm in the side of, I like playing Oath here, because I feel like it's going to die, right?
Yeah, so claim on the elf.
Use it for mana ramp.
Use it for mana.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, so it has haste, so
Yeah.
so it's like tap the elf for mana.
That's flavorful. I like
It
that.
is,
I've
it
got a
is.
lot of time for that.
It's like the elf making his own
Yeah,
oven, right? Like
exactly.
and just chucking himself in it.
I
at the
love
end.
Yeah, so we're going to basically float the 1 green, cast the oven, and then we're going to
That
sacrifice
was
the
a
elf to the
really
oven.
nice play, and I know that Andre actually has another claim the firstborn. So when the second elf comes in, now he has the oven already in play. He doesn't have a
Did
second
miss
land.
the land drop, though.
Yes, only one land, but he can still play out his card. Look, it's gonna elf, and it's gonna do the same thing.
Are we going again?
Oh, and
There's another land off the top, so we could. Well, if we got, I can see another. Well, let's have a claim. We're just going to try and turn them off the early mana.
so
I'll have to take this again, please.
it's like this thing again.
This one can get in for damage though, or we're going to use
Oh,
mana.
but deadly dispute though.
Oh, the value.
And now he can get a treasure, and he can even use that treasure to cast the Cauldron Familiar that he has in his hand. Or he can try to play it slow as well. He might want to keep it around for next turn. He also just drew a
I'm about to say
Thoughtseize.
drew a Forces for turn. I like the idea of snapping off a Forces here.
That's why I love this deck. You see, just 1 or 2 lands, and you can really play out your cards. It's really nice way to do. And if the mono green player doesn't have another land, like they're just gonna be stuck playing just another elf and not really advanced in their board anymore. So. And there's the Thoughtseize.
Here we go. Let's have a good look what you got. So we do have 2. We've just drawn elves. All we've drawn is elves. And we keep throwing these elves in the oven, but I feel like next turn might be an oath turn. So I feel like that
he
might be
just
the card I
take the
take.
oath, yeah.
Yeah, I think the oath is the card I take here. Oath enables them to be able to, play 2 things next turn, where if they
Essentially,
play an
yeah.
elf, they can't. So I like the idea of taking.
Yeah, 4 elf draw, not the best one, but yeah. It's even worse, like if Andre draws something like a Mayhem Devil, right? Like that's when the elves start getting shut down.
So yeah, oath is the one that's going to go to the graveyard. We're going to pick up our storm and 2 2 elves. And
Yeah,
I think
that
that's
was
going to be the end of
sweet.
our turn. I'm
That
going to
was
pass it
sweet.
across.
You can see why I chose this deck.
Oh,
Like, you
look,
can see why I like it.
The steal your elf, use the elf to cast an oven, sacrifice that elf to the oven play is probably one of my highlights for this weekend. As we actually hit the other land on the top, double elf comes down here, and now we're threatening a storm next turn.
Yeah, exactly. It goes back and forth, and no third land here for Andre, who just has to hope now that if his Blood-Tide Harvester survives, he can off one of the elves, but if there's a land on top, it's a Storm the Festival.
This is
That's Pioneer magic, right?
Yeah,
Like it's
exactly.
so there's so many small key turns early that really define the flow of the game. So that's why I really enjoy it.
okay. Boom. So we do play it. We get our blood token, and it's just gonna be a straight passive turn. Is it
Land?
the land? No, I think that was an oath.
But that can find something. Another elf.
What was that back card? Is that back card a land? So what's devotion amount? Devotion's free, so we're casting free. We're paying tapping free to getting free. So there's no
Yeah.
bonus yet. But what if we hit? I think we get to live another turn over on the Rakdos
You
side.
can play 2 more elves. So you can guarantee the festival next turn.
Keep playing elves.
Yeah, I wish. I don't think Andre would wish that there's something like end the hostilities in his deck, but no dice. No, he goes for a forest. Okay.
Yeah, gets the forest, plays it for the turn. We know we got a storm in hand.
Yeah.
We need a Forces, right?
Yep.
We've
Right about
cast,
now.
We've already cast a few, so big draw. What we hit? It's a land. It's our third land drop. We can at least cast a Fable or something. Might not be enough. When it,
I mean, he can kill an elf here, right? So that's
so if he kills an elf, we're still on the top deck plan of a land.
Yeah.
I think you kind of cashed it to do that then, maybe.
Yeah, I
like,
think so. Yeah. I think Andre is very happy that he didn't have to face off against the Storm the Festival this turn. But it looks like he's going to go after one of the elves here and then cast a Fable probably.
This is my problem though. This is only going to last a certain amount of time, right? Until eventually that storm will get cast.
Yes. Well, we'll see how long. You know, like how long this is going to take, because if Mono Green now draws the land, Storm's coming, and if not, then something else is coming.
And we know we're not scared of just slamming it. That
Well,
looked like a
the
Sage off the
the
top.
Sage,
That's
yeah.
our land. Storm. Let's go. What are we going to hit?
Let's see.
Top 5. Hit 2 permanents into the
Cura?
battlefield.
Ooh.
5 seems to or less. Troll and Cura. This is going to enable him to draw a card if this is the 2 we pick.
Yep.
So the trigger's going to happen. We're going to draw
Not
a
too
card.
bad.
We can't do any more shenanigans this turn, really.
No, but this is ideal. Like if your troll survives, you have enough devotion to do Nick Toss stuff
I
with
think that was the Karn
Cura.
off the top as well. I think that was the Karn.
That's
So
okay.
Cura's just going to, I imagine, stay at 7.
Yeah, I don't assume he has anything to untap here. So good turn here for Bergerlin there.
We'll pass the turn. Right, what we're going to do here. Big draw. Land for the turn. So we've got Oven, Cat, and Land. Fable takes up to 2. I feel like that Cat's definitely going to the graveyard.
Yeah, he has a spare food from sacrificing earlier, so that can definitely go.
So land food. Draw 2. That's a Dreadbore. That's a double Dreadbore. We can get a treasure token by attacking with our creatures. So we can
Is
Dreadbore.
it good enough though? Because like
So the devotion still sticks around then, though, doesn't it?
exactly, yeah. It's I mean he can kill the Kiora, so that it could constrict the mana a little bit, but he still has 5 devotion. Okay, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so if he kills the Kiora, Jakob can only get up to 8 mana, so that's not too bad. But he can't really attack. But he can start going with with his Cauldron Familiar, so it's pretty good.
He's
It's not
just
too
trying
bad.
to
It's,
count
it's
the
a
mana here,
really
isn't it?
tense game and only 6 minutes left. So both players have to be really careful about advancing game state. But with 2 ovens, it's already 2 drains per
Yeah.
turn. That can add up.
So do you think prioritizing killing the Cure here
Mhm.
is the right line?
Probably, but yeah, well,
Quote unquote right line. Like,
Yeah.
Do you think that's what you do?
but if there's a Karn,
In the agreeing
okay,
review?
so let's see. So then second oven, I assume it's going to come down as well.
Called it.
Not too hard. Playing this out from it's people kind of tend to joke around with casters. Oh, they don't know what's going on. But one of the advantages that we have, we get to see both players.
Oh,
it
exactly.
makes it seem like we're so
Yeah,
smart.
We've
but-
got God views. It's fine.
yeah, exactly. When it's pretty unfair, right? Like on the players, they only know of their cards, so it's sometimes some
It's
plays might
so
seem
unfair
obvious.
having to play Magic
Yeah,
like a normal person.
exactly.
I didn't get a good look at what we drew for the turn there, but devotion count is currently 5. It looks like that's what we're going to use our
Okay.
neck face for now. Have
Okay,
5
5.
green mana floating.
Okay, 5 Karn, I assume.
Oh, it's another Nykthos in hand.
Oh, he could actually work his way up towards the festival, but
I think we could have got a storm that turn.
yeah, but he's gonna go for the Karn for the safe play here. But in
It
response,
turns off the Witch's Ovens as well.
yes, exactly. That's why in response, Andre is gonna start sacking, doing the shenanigans. So bring back Cauldron Familiar by sacking food, sacking the Cauldron Familiar to get food, sack the food. You know
We've
the
all
drill.
been there. We know how that works. We've all played a bit of arena during COVID, and this was obviously the main sort of combo we used to see back then. Obviously works a lot better with a Mayhem Dev on the battlefield, but we currently don't have one of them, as we now, I think we're passing the turn back. I don't think we're getting...
No, he's going to use the car, and I think minus first.
Oh, yes,
so he's going to try to look at his sideboard and go for like a good option. Maybe it's going to be the Haywire Might to destroy the Fable, or maybe just going to go for a big Haymaker, like what we saw those Cityscape levelers, like we're doing a great job. Oh, or yeah,
just
okay.
Go for the Sky Sovereign.
Go for the
big
Sky
boat.
Sovereign. Yeah.
It's had such a big impact in Pioneer recently, this boat.
Look, and he also was going to play it the same turn. Nice. He still has the 5 mana.
The one
I guess.
floating.
Yeah, one floating. Yeah, nice. It worked out really well for Jakob by drawing the second Nykthos. He was able to just have a much more explosive turn while still probably having enough mana to maybe next turn do the Storm the Festival thing as well.
Well, I feel like I kind of want to get in there with the troll there. Like why would we not be attacking with the troll?
No idea. But now, I mean, Andre, we know Andre has the Dreadbore, so he's going to at least be able to kill the Karn and get that off the board. But the Sky Sovereign is going to eat him alive eventually.
And that's what we see. And that's why I kind of like the Sky Sovereigns. I think against the Rakdos decks, it's such a house. Like, it dodges all the sorcery speed removal. There's no instant speed removal that can deal with it. It's just once it sticks on the battlefield, it's so hard for them to go. And it's the one piece of interaction that Mono Green get, besides obviously the Karn sideboard. And
it provides also ample tempo because it's just 6 power flyer, right? It can finish off the game very quickly. And a lot of these matches end up being like Sky Sovereign Fest and trying to shoot down the boards, etc. But I think Andres he doesn't have many choices. He knows that there's not that much time, so. He wants to make sure that he gets a chance to win. Although saying that, he needs to make a play because otherwise it could be considered stalling or playing slow. Maybe he thinks
I don't even think it plays into his advantage if he ends up getting a slow play warning and add extra turns to keep going because he's so far behind here.
Yeah, but that's maybe one of the things that he might be considering, trying to get into extra turns. Maybe he doesn't think that the Mono Green deck can kill him in 3 turns, in the 3 extra turns.
He does have a Dreadball. Maybe he is considering that.
He doesn't have that many options. He has a Hive of the Eye Tyrant and a Dreadball. There's not that many options.
Everything's face up, right? For both players, pretty much.
Yeah.
Especially after this Dreadball.
Yeah, so kill the Karn. And now that unlocks his Witch's Ovens again. He still has the food to bring back the Cauldron Familiar. So what he can end up doing is also bring back the Cauldron Familiar, block the Troll if it attacks, but it's probably not going to attack due to the Sky Sovereign. But he's trying to maybe find a winning line through all of that.
So if we had an advantage bar, which side are you putting it, left or right?
Probably right, but extra turns kind of can change the thing. But I think Andre's going to play the landing. But at this point, I would, if I was in Jakob's shoes, I would have called the judge already, at least a minute ago.
Okay, interesting.
Yes, because to me, this he's like it looks like Andre is trying to get an advantage by thinking so much. He doesn't even play the land here, which is fair enough. We can use it to sacrifice the blood and try to find something like Karizev's expertise. So. As a caster, and I've been here. I've casted many GPs and Pro Tours. I have to give the players some benefit of the doubt. But there's a third Nykthos that Jakob drew. So now he's able to
Storm time now, right?
Now he has exactly 10 mana to play the Storm from the flashback.
We're gonna do a count.
Yeah, of course. But
use up a few more valuable seconds.
Yes. Yeah, but he now confirms.
Yep, 10 Storm, top 5. 2 permanents into the battlefield. CMC 5 or less. That's a Troll. That's a 2-land and a Cavalier.
Wow. That advantage bar all the way to the
right.
All the way to the right. Even extra turns don't change that.
So these both going onto the battlefield. We're going to see a trigger here. Top 5. We're going to be able to put a land into play if we manage to hit one. These are all going to the graveyard. There's another Storm. 2 Elves, a Karn, and the Cleanse. So no, we actually do a whiff on that. Not that I think it's going to matter too much.
Oh no!
We're going to use the one to crew the boat here. We're going to turn sideways. We're going to kill this, and this is going to be 10 power coming across, going to face.
No, but first we're going to sack the blood to So now they're going to get into extra time, I think.
Draw this.
Yeah. People are asking about Piotr Glogowski, aka Canister. He was 4-1 going into this round. If he wins, I'm sure Harry's going to want to feature one of his buddies.
Me and Cast actually we did coverage last time we
Yeah,
went live. It was
exactly.
me and
Yeah, I
Cast.
spoke to him about it. Yeah.
He's having a good weekend. He's enjoying himself. I spoke to him a little bit there in between
Mm-hmm.
rounds. But now we're going to use this. I believe the Troll's got trample, right?
I don't think so.
Does it not?
I haven't played mono green enough to know.
I think the Troll's got trample. So, you know, throwing the cat in front of it and then sacking fight doesn't really do too much besides the cat.
Yeah, the drain is still decent enough, but just by looking at the card, it does.
And that's another land off the top there. Yep, that's it. We're going to get the handshake there. GG's. Yep. That was basically a winning in for day 2 there for Jakob. Manages to take it down with mono green. It looks like we
still have someone.
We got
playing.
that backup feature match
It's still Strasky.
Is that still going?
He's still fighting.
Okay, we're going to have more paper magic for you guys. We're going to go to our backup match.
Yeah, I see. Strasky has a huge board already. I see Cavalier of Flame, Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, Bone Crush Giant. He has the Fires of Invention and Karuga. I mean, he looks to be in great shape. So
he was on camera last round.
He's
obviously, this
5-0.
match to pop up. Yeah, they saw him win on camera last turn and just saw it sort of pop up. It looks like we caught him in the middle of a judge call or something going on here.
Yeah.
But this deck looks impressive. It managed to take down the Phoenix decks in the last round against Ben Jones, one of my friends from back home. I've known Jones
Name
since
drop.
he was younger, but you know, don't want to brag. But obviously, you know, I imagine he said I'm going to retire. That's why he's currently 5-0, right?
Yeah,
it seems to be the way it goes with him.
The deck's quite present in the metagame. I think it's the 4th most played deck, and it's fairly decent. Like, you have lots of powerful cards. And
it looks really powerful watching it so far this weekend.
Yeah,
I stood over the shoulder and watched it, and I was just like, geez, like after turn 3, this deck just starts turning and burning for its own.
Yeah, I think there's an issue, something about I guess Cavalier or Flame, maybe something to do with its trigger or its ability, and it looks like Michele is trying to explain something very using quite a bit of his hands to say something there. So let's just get the judges to deal with it. I think it's something to do with the trigger of the Cavalier Flame. I assume it was probably just cast this turn. But it looks very heated from here. So,
well, it could be the fact that he reckons, like chat picking up there, that maybe he went to combat and didn't activate to give it haste.
Yes.
Maybe that's what they're talking about.
Yeah. If you don't know, Cavalier of Flame is 5 mana for 6/5. When it enters the battlefield, discard any number of cards, and you draw that many cards. And then, but for 2 mana, you can activate it for your creatures to get +1/+0 and haste. So we assume there's 2 tapped mana on the board, so we assume that's the problem.
And that's the key part of this card, right? Well, they've been able to turn and burn through your deck by ditching some cards, drawing some cards.
Yes.
It's just added value to this card. Realistically, we want to pay 2 to give it everything haste.
Yeah. And so judges are dealing with that, and Michele probably explained the same thing like the 5th time.
Well, if we look, if every card there on the battlefield, that is a lot of damage coming across. So it'll be 6, 10, 12, 14. So yeah, potentially we could be looking at almost like a lethal swing here. So it's going to be super important.
I've seen this situation happen. What I've generally seen, what can happen is, like, one player says combat, and what does that mean? Am I going to declaring attackers, or am I going to the beginning of combat phase? And that's where you can still activate the Cavalier, give your team haste, but you need to declare it. So it might have been just some sort of miscommunication where Michele is trying to argue about, like, what was said. It
could happen. We are a European tournament. There's going to be multiple languages spoken at a European tournament. Things like this could get missed, but this seems like it's going to be. It is basically a game-changing act right now, being able to either almost take lethal or consume lethal. But I don't know what the outcome is going to be.
I'll add another kind of caveat to that.
Go for it.
Michele has no board, and Andre has five really important permanents in play. It might be, Michele's maybe thinking, it's either maybe, a way to get a draw, right? Where it's like trying to win some time, or maybe he's trying to get, that maybe Andre did something illegal potentially, right? Maybe he played the Cavalier, gave everything haste, and then he tried to draw cards with the ability, something like that, where things weren't in order. I'm just, fabulating here.
No, we got to talk about it. We've joined it at this point, so we can only speculate what is actually happening.
Yeah.
We think that we've narrowed it down to that is probably there's 2 mana tapped and cards are not turned sideways. So I think we're in that sort of combat phase at the start. But we'll remind people why this is getting resolved. That this is the Legacy European Championships this weekend. 409 players managed to qualify and turn up. That's the main one. You need to turn up if you can't play. They're battling out to try and get a 6-3 record. So the winner
Ooh.
of this match here will
Nice
be able
graphic,
to.
as you can see there. I think there was a judge decision, and as if you haven't been to these tournaments, these large tournaments, this is
Go for it.
I think I had a young player come with us to this tournament. We had to explain to him, if you get a judge ruling, you can always appeal to the head judge. If you're not satisfied with the ruling,
Yep.
you can always call the head judge. The situation gets re-explained. I think that's what maybe Mikhail is doing right now, and then the head judge will make the final ruling.
You basically think this has been escalated up to
Yes,
the head judge.
yes, I believe so. Yeah, and so you can see it by the fact that Andre is also now pointing and explaining himself. So I think both players are
Getting both
explaining
sides. Okay. Yeah.
what is happening from their perspective. So yeah.
That's where we are. Obviously, this is technically a win-in for day 2 because
Yeah.
6-3 record will get them an invite back to tomorrow, where they will all be playing off. We don't have an exact number. It's not a cut top. It's just a 6-3 record getting invited back tomorrow.
Yeah.
But then they're battling out to try and hit that top 36 players and get that Pro Tour invite. But do you know what's better than a Pro Tour invite?
World's invite.
A Worlds invite. I'm going to harp on about it so much because I think that is absolutely insane that we can now qualify for Worlds for these tournaments.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get someone in to explain the situation. Maybe if Filipa or Harry are in the feature match area, they can explain it before the next round. So because I'm very curious about what has happened here. So
Yeah, but I'm a better man. I reckon we've hit the nail on the head here. I think we've got to that combat stage, and there's been a bit of miscommunication of what part of the combat step that they're in. Is it the beginning? Are we going to it? I think that's where it's going to be at. And realistically, one player could just be playing to the routes here because that looks like a lot of power on the other side of the battlefield that could get turned sideways. Maybe the Fables players. Can you?
Yeah, we have the lovely Filipa here, so maybe she can find us about what exactly is the issue or in the feature match area.
What's the question? What's the judge call? And then what's how it is resolved?
We got you've seen Harry and Filipa in the other feature matches, right? So you've enjoyed them, and we'll use their that they're not here bound by microphones.
No.
We'll try to understand.
We'll get Filipa. I'll get Filipa. I'll give her a headset. She can talk for it. She can inform you all. And that's why it is very much a team effort to be able to bring you all this paper magic that we're seeing this weekend.
I love it.
I hope you're enjoying it. Paper magic is back. We've been saying it for a couple of months now, and now this is the biggest tournament we put on at our championships. Yeah. It is a huge team effort, not just from the casters, not just from Legacy putting it on, but we've also got a whole crew behind setting up all the technology, the cameras getting all that, and the judges helping us bring it all to you. Without them, we definitely could not bring you the most amount of paper magic we've got. So I'm going to pass my headset over to Filipa, and she's going to tell you all what.
Okay, so there was apparently an issue also where they have like a judge call, but then when other judges got involved, they were looking for the result, and that's when they had to start redoing kind of the investigation again. So but there's still something going on. Yeah, so Filipa is going to go back in.
She's back up. We're sending Filipa back and forth like a yo-yo. She's all over it. So there was one, they were trying to find the results for this round for these two players, but it turns out they're still playing. So, and I imagine they're going to get quite a hefty time extension.
Yeah, there's also something to do with the Kiki Jiki. I think they may be explaining what happened in following turns. Maybe it could be that in theory, what something happened that maybe Andre played also another spell, right? That he played Fires of Invention and he tried playing 3 spells in a turn.
Okay,
that's also another possible thing that maybe that's why he's trying to. Maybe that's why he's saying that. Maybe he played the Cavalier as a third spell, or he discarded the cards, and then they're like, but you can't. I don't know. Again, we don't know exactly what happened.
That's what we've got Filipa for. We've sent her out there. She's going to get the gossip, or what's actually happening, and bring it back to us, so we can inform you all at home. Because at the minute we're just seeing a lot of people pointing at Cavalier and pointing at two land. We're like, two land Cavalier, two land Cavalier.
I like how animated Twitch gets, and they're already kind of like, we're like, whoa, why don't we have microphones? Because the players swear too much. They swear too much, and other chatters have been saying, maybe it's miscommunication with like language barriers.
It could
be, but like one of the players is Andrei Strasky, a player with so many accolades on his resume that he should be really try to avoid a situation. But we got Filipa back, maybe with more information.
Okay, we got Filipa back.
Yeah, please tell us what happened.
So what they said was that he played the Fires of Invention, it resulted. Wait, another Fires of Invention, it resulted.
Okay, so 2 fires was played, and then he tried to play the Cavalier. Okay. Okay, so there's no agreement on timing about the Fires of Invention. Apparently, there was a second Fires of Invention played, and then another spell played afterwards. So it looks like that's what they're trying to see. And I would guess that what Michele is trying to argue is that maybe he does that the Cavalier should not be in play. Maybe the judges allowed Andre to roll it back, and play only the 2 spells, and he changed which spells he played. Because I don't see the second Fires of Invention in play.
No.
So I assume it could be just like that he tried to cast the 3rd spell in a turn.
If it will get resolved at some point, it has to, otherwise we're going to be stuck in this vortex of seeing people tap this Cavalier forever.
Yes.
But moving forward, just to remind people what's happening. So
look, and also just to point out, just to set the stage, like, but the judges should resolve it, or it doesn't matter. Look at the board, like that doesn't matter. The role of the judge is to make the correct ruling and get the game to game set that is legal. And if there was a genuine mistake, that can be fixed, even at this rules enforcement level, right? And I assume Michele does not like the ruling,
no, yeah.
And he's trying to argue against it. So but if the head judge decides something, it's going to be final. So I think once the judge call is resolved, the game's going to end very quickly.
Yeah, one way or another.
One way or another, yeah, because it could be that they could be a situation where Michele could argue that Andre Strasky's cheating, right? That he's trying to play an extra spell to get an advantage, right? And the Cavalier is going to win him the game in 2 turns, and that's why he played it, and he's trying to play the 3rd spell, something like that. Again, we don't know because we came into this situation already after the judge call has started, right? So we're again just coming up with some reason of what it could be in theory. So let's wait for things to settle out, because at some point this is going to end.
It has to. Okay, so what's going on?
Okay, so there's now Fable.
So it looks like it's resolved. It looks
Okay.
like everything on the battlefield is staying on the battlefield.
Yes. Now we're going to get another Bone Crusher.
Yep, which is it's going to be another 4/3.
Yeah, and now it looks like we're
So
okay. Now we're going to give a haste, a +1/+0 in haste. What is this?
well, you can pay it multiple times, right? So I think maybe it was the first time he activated it, he didn't make a copy, and he wanted to make a copy in response to
possibly. Yeah.
Filipa has come back in.
Okay, so we came back to the point where Cavalier resolved and the ability
abilities
went
on
on
the
the
stack.
stack, and that's where we picked off the game. And then Andre activated the reflection of Kiki. Kiki copied Bone Crusher and attacked. The one is noting the.
So
Oh
that
yeah,
is
so that's what it.
six-
So that's what it was. Basically, he was trying maybe something to do with he wanted for the copy to get +1/+0, right? As well from the Cavalier. And there we go.
As we predicted, it was just going to be a straight handshake on that.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I'd be arguing that, because I was dead either way. So maybe there was another thing that was stopping, but it doesn't matter. It's over. We'll see if we can work it out. I'm guessing there's no more backup matches.
I think this is the last match of the
do
round.
quite a lot, and that I imagine is probably
Yeah.
holding up the rest of the tournament here. So we'll see if we can go get our players to watch up, see what they've got.
Yeah. Very, very nice though. Very nice finish to the game. And Andre Strasky 6-0.
6-0, definitely coming back tomorrow.
Yep.
For day 2.
But he's aiming for more. He wants to go back to Worlds.
Of course he does.
He also wants to retire and then come back at the biggest stage, right? So.
If only I could do that, and if I was that good.
I tried it once, didn't work. It really didn't work. What can I say? but yeah, good job for him. And he's playing Karuga Fires now at 6-0. He's also going to there you see the players coming into the round. Some doing better than others.
Yep. So let's have a little look. So obviously that takes Stratsky to 5-0. It says Nassif's 3-1. I believe he's 4-1. Or no, 5-1. I don't think that's been updated, but we'll make sure. Because he was 5-0 going into this round, so he looks like he's took a loss there. Mangucci drops to 3-3.
Yikes. Still in it.
We saw him combo off.
Yeah.
Taking him down to 5-1. Poor Frank. Frank's still playing though. God love him.
Not for long.
And then we got user. Looks like that result hasn't been updated yet.
Mm-hmm.
Then what we got canisters in there. Canisters 5-1.
Yeah, good job. Javier Dominguez 4-2 and Geronimo Duprat still no result updated, but either 5-1 or 4-2. Still decent. I think the pros, there's Frank. You might not count him properly because he doesn't really play that much anymore.
No, but God bless him. He just brings what he wants to have fun.
Yeah, exactly.
He bought Embercleave this weekend, and I love a man that'll bring Ember Cleave like that. Love to see it.
Yeah, like Nassif is like he's so far back. He's still playing the match from 2 rounds ago. But no, unfortunately, there's still time limits, and because he just finishes his matches the last, we haven't updated the results because yeah.
Let's see if we can get the meta game for the weekend up.
Yeah, just so you know, because the field's really coalescing towards top 3 deck kind of metagame at the top tables.
It's what we thought would happen, though,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
there's some outliers, of course. Like we saw John Citadel came in 5-0, Rakdos Stack 5-0, right? So there was a bunch of decks here that were playing at the top tables there, and still lots of people at like one. Oh, look, updated. So Strasky Nassif 5-1. Look at that, very good.
Or the judges come in. I imagine that's to tell us all about that last judge call.
No, it's the next round already. Next round
The
probably.
next round's already up. Okay, well, on that
Yeah.
one we're gonna have to wrap it up for us. I was here. So that's round 6 over and done with. We're gonna pass over to Filipa and Harry for round 7. We'll see you for round 8. On that one, we'll see you all soon.
Bye.
LEC European Tour Regional Championship. Today we are already at a lot of rounds of Magic, and we are going to add up to the seventh round. And I didn't have my headphones. I'm sorry. And we are going now to the seventh round. So the day is passing by super fast, and we have some interesting matchups to see. What do we have, Harry?
Yeah, so we are actually having some problems getting the deck list, but we do have some information. We are being passed it now. We do have a win-in down here in the feature match area. If you have 6 wins, we believe that you are locked up for day 2, top 64. It seems to be about X in 3 or 6 in 3 is looking to be good for day 2. And both of our players, 5 and 1 down the feature match. We have Rakdos mid-range versus Is It Creativity, a very interesting matchup. Something that you don't typically see. Everyone's seeing mono green everywhere. So we're getting both of the players' deck lists up as soon as we can, as there were some technical difficulties with the device we were using to look at them.
And Charles here already playing an Harvester, making a blood token, but it's removed right away.
Yeah, Fire Impulse there. Okay, we do have paper deck lists now, so we can actually do some analysis. I will take Rakdos mid-range. You can take the Is It Creativity list. So, looking at Charles' list, super stock, 3 Misery Shadow in the main for those curious about Brothers of War cards. Everything else looking great. 2 Crocs, a 3 Shieldred, and your general range of spells. I would say the only unique card Charles has is 1 Power World Kill in the main. Don't forget this event is open deck list, so whatever cards both players are playing, they all know about them.
Yeah, and it looks like Alexander here is playing Creativity, and he's playing with 1 Shenanigans God or Revels and 1 World Spine Worm.
Yes.
What do you think of these cards, Harry?
So this is actually the combo. If you cast Indomitable Creativity, X is 2 in this deck, what happens is you put World Spine Worm into play, you put Xenagos into play, and you target the World Spine Worm with the Xenagos, and then you attack for 30 trample. It's a pretty simple deck. You want to just get to 5 mana, cast it on 2 treasures or whatever artifacts or tokens you have in play, turn them into the 2 cards in your deck, and you win. Now, it's going to be interesting because the cards that our Is It Creativity player will produce typically can't be destroyed easily by the red-black list, especially in game 1. Here we are. So this is the we're going to discard a card, draw 2, and make 2 treasures, I believe, here.
Yeah.
I believe this is the big score. And it's going to be a nightmare, because if they have creativity, potentially they just win.
It looks like it, and I don't know what forms Rakdos has to interact with the combo. Charles played a Misery's Shadow, and only 1 man left. So what can Charles do to stop the combo with 1 mana? Can you think of something?
Well, we don't have to think. We can just look at the deck. I mean, you have 4 Fatal Push, but you can't Fatal Push a treasure token. Yeah, you just needed a Thoughtseize there, let's be real. Okay, do they have the creativity? Let's see. They have 5 mana. That's an Indomitable Creativity. Targeting the 2 treasures. Do you have any interactive spell? Not looking too great for Charles. Yep, here we
I
go.
think we're going to see the combo here.
There's Xenagos.
Xenagos, and now just looking for a World Spine Worm to finish up the combo.
Yep, so the way Indomitable Creativity works is it says destroy target artifact and or creatures. Sorry, X artifacts and or creatures. Then you flip the top card of your library until you reveal an artifact and or creature. So obviously you only play 2 creatures in the deck. You don't play any artifacts. You can only flip into these 2 things. Then the Xenagos targets the World Spine Worm, doubles its power, gives its haste, and you attack him for 30 trample. Not too complicated of a combo deck. What a fast game 1, and that's because Rakdos cannot destroy an artifact treasure on the battlefield in game 1. Looking at boarding though, does Rakdos have any good way to destroy artifacts? In Charles Cyber, I can see an Abrade. A Colligan's Command. That seems about it to disrupt. You've got 1 Duress to go up on extra discard spells. You could bring in something like Go Blank if you really wanted, but I highly doubt that that's effective, right? Because a Go Blank is not going to discard a creativity. They're going to just hold the creativity. So I'd be surprised if that comes in. Extinction Event only exiles creatures. You could bring in the Bank Buster, but maybe that's too slow for what you want to be doing this matchup. So I definitely expect Charles to load up on the Artifact Disruption. So we're going to have the Abrade, the Duress, the Colligan's Command. And you're going to take out all the slow things. Like, does Fatal Push really do much against their deck? Not much. So I take that out, but what are we looking at here for the creativity list? What do they play in the sideboard?
They are playing 4 Rending Volleys, 2 Ether Gusts, 2 Dig Through Time, 2 Strokes, 2 Allbreaker Order, 2 Shark Typhoon, and 1 Niv Mizzet Baroon. Very an interesting choice. As you said in other matchup, the Ether Gust usually it's not like amazing against Rakdos.
Yeah, definitely.
What would you bring in if you were the Rakdos player, the creativity player here?
So, if I'm the creativity player, I'm specifically scared of discard spells. And when you play the big score, you pay 4 mana to get 2 treasures. So on turn 5, if you cast this big score on turn 4, you have access to 6 mana. So I would assume that Niv Mizzet is the perfect card to bring in as well as Hullbreaker Horror, because there are additional ways to use your turn 5 after casting the big score. So I definitely think we're just loading up on win cons, trying to fight all these discard spells, and not making it just creativity. But then you have the problem of if you bring in Niv Mizzet and Hullbreaker Horror, well, now your creativity is going to flip into those. So you have to make the decision of is creativity good in this matchup, or do you want the Niv Mizzet and the Hullbreaker Horror? Maybe not, actually, now that I properly think about it. Maybe you're just looking at Shark Typhoon for your cards as well as Dig Through Time because they're going to discard a lot of your hand. I don't know if you're going to play Niv Mizzet or Hullbreaker because you don't want to flip into them with creativity.
It's definitely an interesting choice, and we have to see here what the player decides to do. And 2 different game plans, right? Like completely different. But we saw how powerful creativity is if it's played on a right curve. Now being on the draw, being a bit more complicated to combo out before Rakdos applies some pressure. The question is, how can Rakdos win? Like, is it Ender's Eruption enough? Tot sees the rest.
It's close. You know, it's something that... Okay, let's look at it this way. If Charles has a turn 1 Thoughtseize and strips a creativity from their hand, if Charles has no pressure to follow up with, then he's probably still going to lose because the creativity is going to outdraw the Thoughtseize card. So it's a combinations of things that Rakdos needs to actually realistically win the game. And if I believe that if you need a combination of cards rather than just a couple cards, you're probably behind. So I definitely would put Rakdos somewhat behind, not by a lot, especially with artifacts and more discard in. But yeah, I would definitely put Rakdos behind here. Why don't we just leave it to the Twitch chat, though? Because we're just, rubbish, washed-up casters. Twitch chat, can we have a 1 in the chat if you think that Rakdos is going to win? And can we have a 2 in the chat if you think Is It Creativity is going to win? What do you think, Filipa?
Well, based on the game that we saw, I would say creativity as an advantage. I did see a go blank while Charles was shuffling up the deck, so it's going to be a very difficult one, and it could go either way. I will give the advantage to creativity right now.
Okay, I believe this is a mulligan 6 from our creativity player, and that's what you want as the Rakdos, right? If you have a turn 1 Thoughtseize, and the opponent has 7 cards, I mean, that's still good. But if your opponent has 6, maybe 5, the more they mulligan, the more quote-unquote free discard you've had on the opponent, right? And that makes your 1-for-1s better because your opponent is working with less and less things. And a deck like this creativity list, you're looking to survive to turn 4 to cast your big score, to then survive on turn 5 to combo and kill. So this is the start that Charles wants, but again, the creativity can steal any game. I see a creativity...
I already see one, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be a keep here.
Okay, I think that's an Otawara to the bottom. Are we going to see... That has to be a Thoughtseize. Blood Crypt coming into play. Oh, it's a Duress.
It works.
Yep. Okay.
So we see 3 lands.
Okay. So that's a Fiery Impulse, a Creativity, and another card. Let's try
Impulse,
and work out.
I think.
Oh, Impulse. That would make sense. Yes. Yep. They do play 4 Impulse in their list. That does look like an Impulse to me. I mean, yeah. Creativity already in the graveyard. Makes a lot of sense.
The rest here being really good, and disruption is really important. But once again, if Alexander is able to top deck a creativity, it doesn't really matter. It's only needed 1.
Yep. Okay. What do we have here from... Ooh. Okay, this is what you want.
Another one.
This is what you want. They've mulliganed to 6.
Now.
and you have a Thoughtseize, I mean, yeah, you have to take the cantrip, leave them with the removal spell, and now you can easily play around that.
Duress and Thoughtseize is definitely the start that Rakdos mid-range needs.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what do we... You want something like a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You want maybe even a Hardcraft Bone. This is what I was saying. You can have the discard spells from the Rakdos side, but if you just don't have the pressure, you give the creativity player so much time to rebuild from your discards. But that's a Shieldred coming down from the table from Charles. That is going to cause not only him to gain 2 life every time he draws a card, but also the opponent to lose 2 life. But I actually think here, while Shieldred is a clock, don't forget, the creativity combo deals 30 damage. So if you can draw enough cards to get your life higher than 30, then you're actually in the clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, now obviously gaining enough life to be past 30 and the opponent not be dead is difficult, but that's specifically relevant with this deck if you're playing something like Angels, because Angels consistently goes above 30 life.
Yeah, and Alexander here doing 2-on-1s with the land, probably keeping one behind to block Shieldred. Already at 12, which is not ideal.
Okay, so we're getting some... I think the head judge... So for those who don't know, the head judge watches our feature matches. They organize the tokens, so we're trying to get some tokens into play. We're working at... I assume that one of the tokens blocked the Shieldred. Oh no, okay, yeah, it makes more sense that one of them didn't block the Shieldred,
Yeah.
because you can creativity both of them and win, right? So I was a bit confused by that. Yeah, the judge was just making us some tokens. That's a Castle Lockthwain, drawing Charles a card and obviously losing.
Gaining 2 life, yeah.
Yeah, gains 2 life, loses more life though from the Castle Lockthwain.
Yeah.
Now we see a jump. That looks like a graveyard trespass. Oh no, Blood Tithe Harvester.
Exactly, making a blood token.
Yeah.
And removal here.
Okay. Yep. So I think I'm wondering if Charles has Colligan's command in hand. And my reasoning for this is, don't forget, on turn 3, Charles passed. And there's either 2 reasons for that. You saw double Thoughtseize hand, you're like, wow, this is amazing, I'll keep. Or you saw double thought, yeah, game over, Abrade. Wow, quick games. Just shows discard plus pressure makes it really hard to play a combo deck in Pioneer. Does your opinion on this matchup change after that game?
No, I think Alexander also drew a bit poorly here, in my opinion, and we have to consider that Charles did have 3 disruption spells. So out of the 6 that he plays, I think, he had 3 in the first 2 turns, so I'm not sure if my opinion wins, it changes, and now the creativity player is on the play, so things might change a bit.
Yeah. But then again, you can take it from a completely different angle. If you're on the play, you're drawing 1 less card. Charles is an extra draw step for that additional Thoughtseize. If Charles can go Thoughtseize on the play, the same, even more, the logic applies because the creativity player will be left with less. So again, this matchup to me seems like you got the Thoughtseizes and you got the pressure.
Definitely, but here we saw that even with the pressure that Rakdos was putting, if the creativity player did top deck creativity, at some point he could win. But yeah, here it was really difficult with 2 Thoughtseizes and 1 Duress in the first 2 turns.
Yeah, most definitely. Okay, so as always, Twitch chat, we asked you to vote on what deck you thought you were going to win. Now who you rooting for? You rooting for Charles, put 1 in the chat. If you're rooting for creativity, 2 in the chat.
Both decks are very interesting. Rakdos is one of the most played decks, and this version is not really different from the ones we see, right? It's like anything that distinguished these from Menguchi, for example, and the other players we saw on this list. I don't think so. They are all pretty similar.
Yeah.
One thing that I noticed is that I don't think we saw any Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which is a very important card here for both players, actually. And we haven't seen it in this game.
Okay, so both players drawing their opening 7s. Sorry about this. We're gonna both players are drawing their opening 7s. We're gonna be getting the gameplay on soon. We're getting the gameplay up right now. We apologize. There we go. I believe Charles took a mulligan. Sorry you didn't see that, but yeah, that's a mulligan to 6, I believe. Okay.
I see a Fable, some lands.
Do you see a Thoughtseize? I don't.
I see one Ive, one Den.
Okay, Charles wants to keep it. Tap land. Okay, that's a
Let it is.
Thoughtseize. The game has begun.
Oh, there's one creativity.
I
Yeah.
would assume you take the creativity and leave them with an impulse.
Unless you have another Thoughtseize, then you can take the impulse because you have more time to take the creativity later on.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you do have an impulse, so Alessandro is going to be looking at the top, essentially looking at the top 6 cards of his library. Was that another impulse off the top? I didn't quite see. It might have been a land, actually. That's a Blood Tithe Harvester. That's a Thoughtseize plus a clock. I would put the advantage bar somewhat in Charles's favor right now.
Yeah.
So the lands in play, I believe, are Den of the Bugbear and Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Sorry, that's a tongue twister.
Exactly. One makes Goblin, the other one a 3/3 that exiles the grave. When it attacks, it exiles one card from the grave. Both great addictions. Like, all these lands that do stuff and become creatures have been so good because a lot of the times players get flooded and it's not a fun experience, but this allows you to have some opportunity to play even if you are drawing a lot of lands.
Yeah. Okay, another impulse. See a Dig Through Time, a Fire Prophecy, and a Fable. Now, you don't have a lot of cards in your graveyard, so I would definitely rule out Dig Through Time here. I would assume that maybe even take the Fable if your hand is that weak and start making treasures that you can creativity potentially. This is, to me, almost seems like a game-changing choice. Did they take... Oh, they took the Dig Through Time. Wow. Okay.
I
So
also saw Fable going to the bottom.
I think it was Dig Through Time. Maybe I missed it, but... Okay, I do see 2 big scores. This could be just game over super quick. Charles needs to find a way to destroy an artifact.
I see a Shield Running End.
Oh,
And I think it's a Castle Lockdwain, a Giant, and maybe Goblank? No, I cannot really realize what the first card is.
Yeah, this is not... Now, okay. While Charles is at 18, you could also potentially make enough toughness so that you don't die. I mean, that's also difficult, right? Because it's 30 trample. Yeah, I mean...
Children here.
Okay, so you big score in response. Okay, I mean, do you have the creativity? Here we go. 1, 2. No
2.
creativity there. 2
Yet.
treasures being created. Have another draw step. This is a literal all or nothing here for Charles. Do they have the creativity? Big draw step here. Win this game.
No, it's a
Spire Bluff Canal.
land.
Okay.
Land.
Okay. I'd be sweating it right now if I was Charles. 5 mana. Hardcast Shark Typhoon.
Ooh.
Oh.
Is there any
my
1 mana
gosh.
spell in Alexander
Yeah,
hand?
Fiery Impulse. I think it might just be Fiery Impulse. Yeah, it's only Fiery Impulse and Spike Field Hazard as well, potentially. Yeah, 3 Spike Field Hazard. Also a Mystical Dispute, but I mean, you can't... There's no blue spells from Charles' side.
What do you think went to Alexandros' head to play this Shark Typhoon here? Definitely a very interesting decision, right?
Well, it's clearly just, look, I've got a load of non-creatures in my hand. Right? And you also just make... Yeah, Fatal Push.
Fatal Push is very, very difficult. Is this
Is that
over?
lethal?
I
4,
think so.
5, 6, 7,
Yeah.
8, 8, and you take 2 from the draw step.
Yep.
That's Charles stealing lethal.
That's a 6-1 for Charles here. Great score on this tournament.
Oh my gosh. Untap. On your upkeep, dig through time. Okay, so if you can find a way to kill the Shieldred, you don't take 2 damage because dig through time doesn't draw cards, it puts cards into your hand.
Oh, let's
You also
see.
make a massive shark.
Let's see.
What can they actually hit to kill the Shieldred? I guess Fiery Impulse plus... No,
Nope,
that's it.
that's-
Charles, wow, what a
What
game.
a game.
Bone Crusher Giant plus Fatal Push face to win the game after beating Hardcast Shark Typhoon. That was insane. We're now...
Such a close game. And we are going now to our second table. And what do we have in the second table, Ari?
So we do have Grinning Ignis combo. I believe we saw this round 1. This player, Dimitar, won the LCQ yesterday. That's why they're here today. 6-0. Very good record against, I can't see it's being blocked, but our player here on Azorius Control.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't know, Dimitar is a Bulgarian player. He's a very good player.
Oh, it's...
He
yeah,
not
TU.
only won yesterday the last chance qualifier, he also in Warsaw last month won the classic qualifier. So he's been tuning in this deck really well. It's his pet deck, and he's been like tuning it for this tournament specifically and doing amazing in last tournaments. Like 2 first places in big tournaments. That's really crazy in a space of 1 month. So definitely a player to watch, and 6-0. So
Yeah. We can potentially see a combo here. The fact that Dimitar is thinking so hard with a Burgie on the table, I guess also you have to navigate through a counterspell, right? Logically speaking. It's going to be 3 mana. What's it going to be? That's a Hazard's Monument. So what Hazard's Monument does is it reduces all the red spells that you cast by 1, but whenever you cast a red spell, you draw and discard a card. So, it's just good with the Grinning Ignis because it reduces the Grinning Ignis by 1, and then whenever you cast and bounce the Grinning Ignis, you get a load of mana and you draw your whole deck. So
that's how the combo works.
yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
And I assume there's an asking of Oracle text here. I would assume, or maybe working out what Dimitar is going to specifically do with these cards, but yeah.
And Dimitar has a nickname here that our friends call him. Do you know what the nickname is,
No, I
Eric?
don't.
So it's El Mágico. Do you know what that means in Spanish? El Mágico?
I don't. Well, I mean, I could guess, but not officially. No.
It's the mage, so we call him the mage, El
okay.
Mágico, and he's doing some magic lately for sure. What do you think of this matchup against Blue-White Control? We saw Nassif playing this, and just for your information, last round Dimitar won against Nassif on Blue-White Control. So if he can beat the best Blue-White Control player, is that a good sign for this matchup in specific?
So I actually watched that match live. We were on our break. I watched Nassif play against Dimitar, and it's close. It's all about collected company. Supreme Verdict is very powerful, and it's more down to Dimitar's hand than it is the Blue-White Control player's hand, because the amount of collected companies you draw is so relevant, and the Blue-White deck is full of counterspells and removal spells. You would think the creature combo deck would struggle against Blue-White, but Collected Company completely changes the dynamic of this matchup.
Definitely a very fun match to watch. I'm really excited. Like, I want to see this combo in action. I really do.
Well,
Vito.
Theo clearly does not want us to see this combo. That's 1 red mana from the Burgie, though. Okay. So, okay, so you don't want the mana, just attacking in. Or, oh no, does Burgie make the mana not go away this turn? I don't quite remember. I haven't played with Burgie in a very long time.
Let's have
Let's quickly
the
get up the
card text,
card
yeah.
on our thing. Okay, the mana doesn't go away. Thank you, Twitch chat. The internet connection, the hall here is quite bad on our phones, so we can't. It's very difficult for us to get up Oracle text of cards right now.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's not every day that you see Ignus combo
Yeah.
at a 6-0 in a tournament like this being feature match.
Okay, so that's Runaway Steamkin. Every time you cast a red spell, put +1/+1 counter on it. Then if you can remove 3 +1/+1 counters from Steamkin to add 3 mana to your mana pool. So this is an alternate way to make a lot of mana as well with Grinning Ignis, because every time you cast Grinning Ignis, you get 1 red mana from the Burgie, you get a counter on the Runaway Steamkin, you bounce, replay, bounce, replay, bounce, replay, 3 counters on the Steamkin, remove them, extra 3 mana.
Oh, but that it is Supreme Verdict, exactly what
Yeah.
Dimitar doesn't want to see.
And now, even so, not only does Dimitar need a collected company, he needs a land off the top.
And I already see that Theo as Farewell, he has Wandering Emperor, I think. So a lot of answers in Theo's end.
That's a Grinning Ignis. Very sad Grinning Ignis. Shocking. Are you gonna Farewell? No. Yeah, I was surprised. I would be surprised if you did that.
Let's see.
People questioning why was Supreme Verdict cast? It's just because so many combo pieces were on the board, and it's just about mana efficiency, right? And how the Azorius control player thinks they need to go about countering the opponent. You know, is this a good time to play around collected company? Just hope they whiff their draw. Okay. Grenadier is being bounced. 2 colors and a red in the pool. A is that Dragon Siege? It's the 4 mana enchantment. You can either choose dragons. Well, you're just gonna draw a card every turn, aren't you? Outpost Siege. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, Twitch, I can't lie. This is the first time I've seen Outpost Siege not only cast in a year, but also in Pioneer. My apologies for the name. Outpost Siege.
We usually have some assistant from the internet to read some more complex cards that are not played every day, but unfortunately we have some connection issues.
Yep. Okay, that's a Teferi Hero of Dominaria. Yeah, I mean, this is just clean-cut blue-white control. Not much analysis here. Tuck.
Protection.
Oh, snake. Is that Snakeskin Veil?
No, it's Tamio's protection, right?
Oh, yeah, Snakeskin Veil is only a creature. Yeah, Tamio's protection is a permanent.
Yeah.
Wow. We really need these deck lists up. Let's try and connect them.
It gives X-Proof or Indestructible gain 2 life as well.
Yeah, Tamio Safekeeping. Thank you, chat. We apologize. We will have the deck list for the next round. It's only this round, but yeah, we're running off of improvisation here as we see Tap Botanical Sanctum. Collected Company is now possible.
The truth is that our main feature match went by very quickly. So we had to jump into the backup.
Okay. So you can farewell to, yeah, exile all creatures, enchantments.
Yeah, and you
not
keep your
graveyards,
planeswalkers,
though.
so that's really nice.
Yeah. You don't want to do graveyard, there's a memory delusion there. Untapping 2 lands on the end step. I mean, this is exactly where you want to be from the control side.
But Dimitri is just a great player. He's been playing this deck so much lately.
I believe that's an alternate art Burgie, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's a very pretty art.
Okay. Another card. Hall of the Storm Giants. Nice way to try and end the game. So this is an interesting question. Why in the world would you play Grinning Ignis combo over Mono Green combo? And it's, to me, the logic is this. Everyone knows Mono Green combo, right? Whereas, what percentage of this Twitch chat and this Twitch stream knew about Grinning Ignis combo before this stream, before this round, you know? And I think the idea is the surprise factor. You surprise your opponent. Obviously, it's open deckless, but most of Dimitar's opponents probably have very little experience in playing around a lot of intricate lines that he's memorized because he has so many good results on Magic Online with this deck. He's been playing this deck, I believe, over a month, 2 months on Magic Online, and yeah, he's been doing really well with it in the challenges.
Yeah, and also, exactly, it's what you say, like, it's not always about playing the best deck, but the deck that you play the best. I think it ends up a lot of times being more important, especially in a field like this where the best players are playing the best decks, and then you have to have something different, something that only you know how to play that well, or that not a lot of people know how to play that well, and how to play against it as well.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah. This is essentially, you know, everyone's saying, oh, it's game over, it's game. It's not really game over, because what if Dimitar draws 4 collected companies in a row? Okay, statistically, that's unlikely, but things like this happen. When you're 6-0 in a tournament, you probably don't want to concede because you could get so lucky and just win and steal a win, you know? So, yes, it's very favored for the bullet control player here. Very low percentages for Dimitar, but he might as well take his odds and play it out.
Exactly. And there's not like a time issue yet, so both players still have a lot of time to play this match and the third one if it's needed. So Dimitar really just wants to take things slow and make sure he doesn't miss a line.
Okay. Yeah, we're just seeing the blue-white control player do blue-white control things. Not really too much to think about. We're just gonna see, yeah, make tokens, draw cards, just try and find all the counters in your deck, keep untapping lands with Teferi. I expect them to start making either attacking with the Hall of the Storm Giants or just making 1/1s with the castle.
Yeah, and at this point, blue-white player just having fun with so many answers, 2 planeswalkers on the board, 2 creatures. Dimitar really needs something here.
Okay. Okay.
The enchantment again, veto.
Yeah, I mean, it's so unlikely that any of this resolves, let's be real.
Yeah, and Dimitar says go, end of the turn.
Make a 1/1.
And Castle being very good here, able to, if your opponent doesn't do anything, make a token in the end of the turn, making some pressure.
Can never draw too many cards in blue-eye control. Can never draw too many.
Never too many.
Never.
Have you ever milled yourself with blue-white control? Be honest.
Ooh. I've actually milled myself with mono green before in Pioneer because the Cavaliers mill yourself a ton. And my opponent, I was the mono green mirror, my opponent had the Immortal Sun in play. So I accidentally milled myself like that. Have I ever lost by milling myself in blue-white control? I mean, against Demir Mill in Modern I have. I would probably think that I'm not as greedy as someone like Gabriel Nassif and just keep drawing even though I can plus my Jace to win the game. But it's definitely something potential.
And I just see the companion here. So a lot of people bringing companions for this tournament. Kahira.
Okay. So now you come to the spot where it's like, what is Dimitar looking for? If you could stack your deck, if you're Dimitar, right? Realistically speaking, you're like, okay, what are the odds of me winning this game? What does my deck have to look like? I don't really know what you'd stack on top of your deck. Like, you put 4 collected companies on top? Is that really your best combination of cards? If it's in that case, is it really worth it to burn the 5 minutes of time? Not too sure. But again, that's down to the player's assessment. They can concede or play for as long or as little as they'd like.
Even if they have it, though, What are the odds that a blue-white control player with like 6 cards in hand doesn't have an answer for it, right? So you're looking for your out, but at the same time, you have to hope your opponent that's playing blue-white doesn't have anything, which is highly unlikely. But this is a high-stake tournament, so our players here and very well playing for all the outs that they can have.
Yeah. So I also want to highlight, while the clock says 17 minutes, that's not the exact amount of time our players on the feature match have. The head judge has their own personal timer for them. That timer is for all the players in the room. So also don't stress too much. Maybe these players are playing slowly because they have a 15-minute time extension. We're not too sure. We will get information on that. If the time goes low enough, we'll contact the judge and get the information for you, but don't take it too literally as of now.
Exactly. They always have some extra time because they are feature match.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Dimitri here thinking of what is the sequence of cards that can win me this game.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think there's any. I actually think it's edging very close to 0% now.
We do have an important card here, Coco.
Okay. I mean, do you really think they don't have a counterspell? Make disappear. Yeah, this is game over.
This is game.
Awesome. That's going to be Blue-White Control taking game 2. We're going to be seeing a game 3 of Blue-White Control versus Grinning Ignis combo. After you saw that game, and with the information of this Grinning Ignis combo beat Gabriel Nassif last round, who do you think's favored?
It's really hard to tell here. I would say the combo deck on the play, but at the same time, Azorius Control has so many answers in sideboard, and that's the question I have. Like, do you think they are going to sideboard differently now for game 3, or are they going to keep the same plan?
I think that Blue-White Control's general plan is I'm going to kill and counter and make sure no collected companies resolve. But that's quite an obvious game plan. It's more down to Grinning Ignis combo responding to this game plan. How do you navigate the counters? Because a lot of these unique Pioneer decks that we're seeing, they're going up against very fine-tuned meta decks that have a very streamlined game plan. And when you're playing something unique, you got to navigate around that game plan. And I would assume that from the board, you're just looking to disrupt and gain card advantage. We don't have access. Oh no, we do have access to Dimitar's deck list. We just have them in now. Why don't you read off what they have access to in the sideboard?
So Dimitri in the sideboard is playing 3 Renly Warriors, 3 Tamiyo Safekeeping, which we saw game 2 and it was really good, 2 Abrades, 2 Cemetery Prowler, 2 Outlander Liberator, 2 Outpost Siege, and 1 Scavenging Ooze.
Okay.
What do you think goes in here against TO?
So we saw the Tamiyo Safekeeping. That's safe to assume it's in. The Outpost Siege. And honestly, we basically... I wouldn't expect anything more than that. We can't get Cemetery Prowler up on the screen, which is a bit sad. Do you know what that card does? What does Cemetery Prowler do, Twitch chat? Cemetery Prowler, something to do with exile in the graveyard. I couldn't quite see it.
It's the 3/4 Vigilance
okay,
that
okay.
exiles a card.
Sure, I
yeah.
highly doubt that you'd bring that in. Yeah, I think it's just going to be the Tamiyo Safekeeping and the Outpost Siege. Don't forget, your game plan has to be somewhat streamlined to put pressure on the bullet control player. I don't expect you to alternate your game plan too much, dilute your deck, that kind of thing. Okay, no turn 1 play. That's nice for a bullet control player. Tap land. That's a Hazardous Monument off the top.
Oh, a Steamkin. Runaway Steamkin can get crazy really fast. It's really good to play it early on, while the blue-eyed control player can't do anything about it.
Yeah. It's hard to run away, though, when blue-white keeps you in the same place. Sorry, that's a bit... but yeah, Lango, where blue-white wants to be, on a smaller board, I would assume Hazard's Monument is going to be put on the stack. Let's see there. No, it's going to be a Burgee. Trigger.
Trigger. And Steamkin should get a counter.
Now, we know that Blue-White Control has a verdict in hand, so, yeah, you ain't countering that.
Draw here for Theo, and I cannot really see what he has in hand. I see an auto hour. I see some lands.
It's so tightly kept.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like a Field of Ruin here, right?
Oh, I still can't see, even though they flicked through everything. I saw Memory Deluge.
I saw
Tef.
Marsh of the Altitudes, and I think there's a Teferi.
Okay. You need a way. Oh, okay. This is really good because Dimitar is not going for Coco on the end step. If this is. Oh, gotta counter that.
Yeah.
Do you have it? I mean, you can also have March of Otherworldly Light. Oh, it resolves. Okay. So 1 red mana in the pool from Burgi. Using that red mana. Don't forget. Oh, okay. Attacking first. Don't forget. Hazard's Monument reduces all red spells by 1. When you cast a red spell, draw a card and discard. It's like a, 3 mana Ledger Shredder almost, but a bit, obviously way better. Okay.
I really want to see what Theo has. The Marsh is a really good card.
I think we are asking the judge a question about something. Don't forget, both players being at 6-0, clearly very skilled at what they do.
Yeah.
Do you know how many 6-0s there are in the room right now?
Probably not many. Do you know exactly how much?
I think it's around, it's around 6 to 8. I don't know the exact amount, but there aren't too many 6-0s.
Definitely a spot you want to be in. You basically guarantee day 2 already.
Okay, thank you Twitch chat letting us know. 6-0s.
Pretty nice here.
Absorb
Oh,
in
I
hand.
see an Absorb. Okay, Absorb is pretty good.
Wow, passing back. Could get a bit scary. That's a lot of mana on the board.
And it's a really tight game here. Dimitri really considering what is the best play. He already has kind of the setup, right? Steam King is really good. Oh, a Reef.
Okay.
So does the Reef resolve?
Okay. Oh, is Hazard's Monument just whenever you cast a... Oh, is it whenever you cast a creature spell you draw and discard? Maybe it's... Instead of red, it might be creature.
So we get the Risen Reef trigger. I think it was a Innkeeper drawn there. A Prosperous Innkeeper.
Right, any creature, my mistake. Thank you for correcting me, Twitch chat.
It is a great card.
Yeah, that is very powerful, especially in this list when you play a ton of creatures. Things like elves in the late game still help you loot away your lands. Not a bad card. I'm very interested in what we're looking to do from the control side of things. I would assume Deluge on the end step, logically, is what this implies. Ooh.
Only one land open, but it can be open for Tamio Safekeeper on Dimitr's side, which is a green land.
Yeah. So this is infinite mana, right? Because of Grinning Ignis, Burgi, and Runaway Steamkin, so you gotta counter it.
Oh, looks like that's the grave there.
But now, Dimitar's tapped out. So, no Tamio Safekeeping is up.
No,
I
no, that
would
Busejo was on the
assume-
grave.
Oh, okay, we're gonna go for Teferi Hero? No.
4 mana.
Yeah, well, this is a verdict, but I wonder what the extra mana is for. Oh, maybe, they're holding up, probably March of Otherworldly Light, right? You're playing as a creature combo deck. Paying the 2 life is not terrible on an empty board.
Theo at 9 life. And what can Dimitri do here? Oh, okay. That's been one of the cards that we've seen. It's the Defiler of Instinct.
Yeah.
So now every red spell can be paid, the red cost can be paid with 2 life instead of mana.
Yep. Only the red pips though. So for example, I don't know, Burgie, 2 and 2 life.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever a creature enters the battlefield, you can ping for 1
Yep.
on any target. Okay. Now, I would assume Teferi Hero of Dominaria will be put onto the table unless there are other options. Really difficult to see what.
But now the mana is open for the Safekeeper, so if he tries to Teferi and...
I would definitely draw a card. I think that the...
Just say go.
Oh, okay. Nice. So, scared of Collected Company. Oh, wait, no. Is Dimitar... Oh, no, yeah. I was going to say, is he Hellbent? But no.
And slowly but surely, Teo going down on live, already at 5. And now every red spell starts pinging him as well.
So this looks like a Memory Deluge on the end step. Okay, paying 2 life. This must be something... It can't be a Burgie, right? Because Burgie only costs 2. Oh, it's a Grinning Ignis. But... Didn't they pay... Haven't they overpaid?
They didn't. They can pay the mana instead of paying life, so they did decide to pay the.
But
2
doesn't
mana.
Hazoret's doesn't Hazoret's Monument make it 2 mana? Like 1 in red?
And they did pay 2 mana, right?
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. I'm tripping. Sorry. 5 hours of sleep.
We'll get you some
Yeah,
coffee.
5
Don't
hours
worry.
of sleep, long plane flight.
Yeah.
My apologies, Twitch chat. I messed up.
You're doing really well after having to commentate on Gabriel's Nassif blue-eyed control and now another blue-eyed control match. So
Oh, am I right? Am I right or am I wrong, Twitch chat? Make up your mind. I would assume that it. How expensive is Grinning Ignis? It's 3 mana, right? Grinning Ignis is 2 in a red, and Hazoret's Monument reduces it by 1, and the Defiler makes it 2 life.
It's optional. You can pay 2 life or you can
Yeah,
pay the cost.
but the Hazoret's Monument makes it 1 in a red. So if you pay, but he paid 2 life.
Oh, he paid 2 life. Okay.
So she only pay 1 mana.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm right. Let's go. And I did that while I was tired.
Because he can decide to pay or not. So if he paid 2 life, then he only pays 1 mana. But if he decide not to pay life, it's 2 mana.
Oh, so I am wrong. Am I wrong? Whatever. I give up.
It depends on if they paid life or not, basically. So the card costs 3 mana. It gets a reduction.
Okay.
It stays 2 mana. And then because of the Defiler, he can choose to pay the 2 mana or to pay 1 mana and 2 life instead of the red.
Sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, please.
It's not that I can't read. It's that we don't have the card. We're going off of memory. We don't have these cards in front of us, sadly.
So what they are saying is that they did take damage from the pain lane, not from the...
Huh?
So there's a judge call now, and Will is trying to explain us what the judge call is.
Okay. We're just getting some information about the judge call there.
Yeah.
And, yeah, everything should be fine now.
Yeah, so the 1 damage was from the pain lane, not
Okay,
the magic from the Defiler. Yeah, but it's difficult to see what it shows, right? Because we are not there to have them, like, say, I'm paying the 2 mana or I'm paying the 2 life.
Is that all lands in hand? No. Oh, Deluge.
Deluge.
That's a quite desperate Deluge.
But I already see Vito.
Okay. So, I mean,
And Teo already at 4 because he did take 1 damage from the Defiler. So not looking too good here for Teo. Taking some more damage now, back at 2. And what does Demeter have? Okay, it's a Mana Confluence. Oh,
Oh.
he decides not to play the Mana Confluence?
what's happening? Okay. Grinning us back to hand. Red in 2 colors in the pool. Okay, Burgie.
Does it resolve?
Yeah, I would assume this is going to resolve.
Yeah, I only see a veto in
Yeah, I'm
Teo,
wondering-
and I'm not sure what other card he got with Deluge. Ooh, is it a binding?
Wait, what? I think they discarded before they drew. Getting a bit messy. Everyone in the hall being very tired.
Yeah,
blame 'em.
it's been like it's their 7th round. They're already very tired, but we do have Judge there to track everything, so don't worry. So Ignos in play.
This might be... You have to... Oh, that's a Fateful Absence. Okay, nice. Oh, Monument is discard first? Oh my gosh, okay. We are really doing some scuffed commentary. I apologize, Twitch chat. I apologize. Wow.
Oh, and they create a clue. Yeah, there is the clue, because that card destroys, but your opponent investigates. Do you like this removal spell for blue-white, the one that makes the clue?
Say that again?
Do you like this
Oh, Fateful
removal spell?
Absence.
Yeah,
I think it's decent in spots like where you're in desperate need for a removal spell. So against something like green, right? You have to disrupt the combo. Potentially Fateful Absence does something. I don't think it's bad, but it's really rough to give them a clue because you're not really killing it because they get to replace it
oh,
for
and
2
we have a
mana.
Coco here.
Oh.
And Theo just looking defeated, like, go ahead.
Yeah.
And does he get what he needs?
Wait, I think it's only an elf.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. So this is an elf, and it's also one of the cards from Streets of New Capena, I think. And I haven't seen this card play a lot. I think it can enter... Or it's a different art. No, I think it's the... Yeah, it's... This is GG.
Yeah, I mean, it's just game. No? Oh, they did it. Okay, they did it main phase.
Yeah.
That's Teferi. I mean, 5. You can't
And
draw.
yeah.
Yeah.
Demeter runs one of Devilish Valet, the card from Streets of New Capena, that doubles the power.
Okay. So if you tuck something with the Teferi, it's playing to live.
Staying alive.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think they are going for Teferi here. Do they draw or do they tuck?
Yeah, I think you just gotta get lucky, right?
Yeah. So a
Yeah.
draw here. Land for the turn. And tapping 2 lands from the Teferi. Really deciding what lands he wants to untap here.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
And
lethal.
pass.
They just Dovin's veto land. All they gotta do is attack. I mean, obviously, we're representing things like Wandering Emperor and whatnot, so it's kind of forcing Dimitar to say, look, attack my face. What's happening?
Breeding the
Glacial Fortress.
Yeah. Maybe wondering if it's like a celestial colonnade, I don't know. Or one of the lands are a creature.
This is a good bluff. But will it work against someone who's 6-0? Not too sure. I would assume that attacking the Teferi hero is pointless, right? Because
Yeah.
if you can kill the Teferi hero, then you can kill them. So you just go for the kill.
Exactly.
So this is now extra turns. We've been informed. This is turn 0, but this game will be over very soon.
And how many settle the wreckage does the blue-white control player have, if they have some? Let me see here. I think they don't even have any, so this is open deck list.
Okay.
Representing Emperor. Emperor does gain you 2 life.
Right. So we're just making our devil big. We know that there's no settle the wreckage.
Yeah.
It's just the bluff.
And every time a creature enters the battlefield, that devil is going to double the power. That it can get pretty good.
I would just my logic is this: you should just go to face, because if you're gonna kill the Teferi, you're gonna kill them. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. I mean, it's easy for me to say when I know that the Azorius control player has nothing, right? But I would assume you have to go face.
Yeah.
I'm interested with though. Yeah.
And that's a shake.
They go face, have nothing. That is going to be a win for Dimitar. Going to 7-0 with Grinning this combo. What a difficult deck to commentate on. Lots of new cards. Very difficult deck to play as well. I was impressed by the level of play there. Shocked me with also my card knowledge and game knowledge. But yeah, what did you think of that matchup?
Well, I think that we have a lot of homework to do about this Ignus deck tonight because it's doing pretty well, now advancing at 7-0, so for sure we will see this deck tomorrow.
Yeah.
Really fun to see Dimitar, Bulgarian player here from Sofia, so it's nice to see him do such a good result home, right? It feels more special, but greatly played by both players. This Azorius control player bluffed so well. I was really impressed by the eye level on both players. And I really enjoyed it. So we have the players to watch here. We are watching that some stand out here, right? We are seeing that Strassi lost, so now he's 6-1. So he lost this round.
Yep. Still information on how Nassif is doing. Do we know how Gabriel Nassif's doing? No, we have no information on his result. Hopefully 6-1.
Yeah.
Martin User, still no result. Arne Hushembeth 4-3.
Yeah.
A lot of X1s. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting end to the day. Sadly, Mengucci 3-4, most likely being knocked out top 64 there. X3 is the record you're looking for.
Last time I talked with Juza, he was also 3-3, and a lot of the players that tested that deck were 3-3 at the time, so not looking too good there. But there are some players doing really well. I see that Canister was 5-1, so now let's see if he end up winning this game or not. But it's nice to see all these competitive players again, right?
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
People that we've been looking up for so long, and I think like before COVID, I used to go to these events and just really want to see these players, and it's so nice to be back here and see them all live.
Yeah, so that is going to be our round 7 here down in Bulgaria for the Legacy European Tour Finals. As soon as we have players shuffling up cards and playing, you'll be seeing it. But for now, we're going to take a quick break.
We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Championships. I am Will, this is Mateus, and we are... Mateus? Matej. I apologise for that, but... Well, I'm going to call you Big Z. It's a lot easier.
That's much
Big
easier.
Z. Okay, I'm with
Thank
Big Z. We all
you.
know you as
Thank
Big Z. You're
you.
Big Z. And we're going to take you through round 8 of Pioneer action today. This is going to be the last time you see us, but we do have 2 kind of seen decks in the first one. We feel like this game's going to be pretty quick. And then we've got the backup feature matches. There's only 3 undefeated players left this weekend. Just to make it clear to you all, there were 409 players registered today, and everyone's battling out for that 6-3 record that they need to be able to make it day 2. So we're going to start... We're not going to show the the XO players. We're going to start showing some winning in, some people playing to get into the second day of playing competition this weekend. So, what are the 2 decks we're going to see this round?
I mean, I didn't go for really spicy brews.
Are they quick?
Well, look, Will, every single round we've been here on camera, I've told you it's going to be quick. Every single time we went down to at least less than 10 minutes going around, at least, right? So even though they were quick decks, or what I thought were quick decks, the matches still took a bit of time to play out, especially they were all like 2-1s, right? So they played 3 games. So
well, I'm going to say this is going to be a quick matchup.
Well, it is Mono Blue Spirits against Absent Greasefang. So I'm thinking...
Let's jinx it. Let's jinx it. I think it's going to be quick.
I think so. I mean, we haven't seen like much of these decks. I think some of them were on camera before already, with like Mono Blue Spirits on the left and Absent Greasefang on the right. So I think you've seen it in like backup matches or like the tertiary matches, etc. But I wanted to bit of I wanted to see something else.
Well, what's the game plan of the Mono Blue Spirits player?
Hopefully land a spirit, put a Curious Obsession on it, and start attacking and counter everything else that's relevant.
And then with the Greasefang deck, some people might just be watching it for the first time, don't know what it's all about. Talk to us about how that ends up coming along.
Yeah, so with Greasefang, you're trying to put a Parhelion in your graveyard somehow, which is a huge vehicle that creates angels when it attacks. And then try to play Greasefang, which is a 4/3 legendary creature which returns a vehicle to you to play. And you can use Greasefang to crew it right away and just swing for 13. And hopefully the 2 angels that you get alongside the Parhelion will stick around and deal the final 8 points of damage the turn after. So it's kind of like a combo deck, but it has other ways of playing out a little bit. Yeah.
I've lost it many times with kind of the grind out value through like chariots and stuff. It looks like both players are going to keep the opening 7 here. I think we just got to give them the thumbs up. Yep. There you go. The judges give it the thumbs up. They're going to start playing. Both keeping an opening 7. That's good. We're going to see. We didn't catch the dice roll of who won, but it looks like the Greasefang's kind of more keen, and they're just going to play the land and pass the turn.
That roll is very important for the Spirits deck because it tries to play, at instant speed. All these flash creatures. I would assume there's a Spectre Sailor coming up or something along those lines.
We're just going to play another land, untap, pass the turn, but end the turn we're going to flash in the beautiful little 1-drop. Gets better when you've got a bit more mana in it, but it's still a threat on the battlefield. We may play a Lord next turn, and in response, while there's no spell pierces to play around, etc., we're going to play this Grizzly Savage.
Yeah, it's really nice way because the Mono Blue Spirit deck has quite a few counter spells, and now actually the Greasefang already in hand, so there's always the threat of the Greasefang coming down, even though there's no vehicles in the graveyard yet, so it's not that threatening. But already, if it's in play already, the Spirits deck sometimes has trouble dealing with it.
So having a little look how many vehicles have they got in this deck. This looks like we're playing 9 vehicles, 1 Sovereign, 4 Chariot, and 2 of the massive sky ship thing, whatever it's called. What's it called?
For Parhelion the second.
Parhelion the second. Where's Parhelion the first? Am I missing something?
Yeah, it probably, maybe we need another set to come back to the origins of
the OG of it.
Yeah, OG.
I'm
event.
down for that. I'm down.
Yeah. All right, another Spectre Sailor coming down for Jack. I mean, not too threatening from the Greasefang side yet, but they're probably still going to try to look.
Was that double spec? So
yeah, another Grizzly Salvage. Okay, so triple Spectral Sailor against double Grizzly Salvage.
So we're at the point where we were just looking for some sort of vehicle to be put into our graveyard here, and again, it looks like we missed.
No, yeah, but Rafine's Informant is a good way. Usually you draw 1, right? You have 9 of them, so it's very common that you draw it. And Rafine's Informant is actually, there's a Parhelion in hand actually. So Patrick is going to have a way to get rid of the one from his hand. If it again, I'm saying this like if these things resolve, right? Because that's
if we look in the hand, it looks like there's at least 1 counter spell, I believe, there, and also we've got things in the Spirits deck which can stop it. We've got the what's the 2-drop one?
Rattle Chains?
No, Shackle Guys.
Shackle Guys, yeah.
Shackle Guys is actually very good again in this matchup here.
Yeah. So with the Greasefang player, what usually can happen in these situations, that they're just gonna have to grind them out with the Isika's Chariot, like we see
And here
one
we
being
see it
played
getting
right
cast
now.
now. If it resolves, it's going to bring along two cats with it.
Yeah, we'll see if that. I mean, there's full stack of cards in Jack Doherty's hand. He has a Brazen Borrower, and I see at least 2 Supreme Phantoms, but he doesn't have the mana. Now it's gonna.
So we're just going to counter that.
Sky Slide Snare, so that gets cheaper if you have a creature with flying. You can untap your guys as well. Yeah.
That's how Magic works. We're keen. Obviously, players in the feature match might not have ever played feature matches before, or they've got the added pressure of being in a feature match.
Yeah.
But the fact that they say yes, they would like to be in the feature match is obviously great on them. They're not forced to do this. It is a voluntarily thing, and if we choose them, they can obviously say no. We do get it occasionally, but these players decided, no, I want to play on camera. We can maybe watch it back later on Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not hitting that follow button, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you hit that follow button. We will be going live with some more modern action in Barcelona in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and before that, tomorrow we're playing day 2, right?
That's the bit. Yeah, but to be fair, you don't want to miss tomorrow. Tomorrow's where all the action is. As we see it, how many Grizzly? This is the third Grizzly Savage.
Yes, third Grizzly Savage against the triple Spectral Sailor draw. It's
Cool.
pretty something. Still, he doesn't mill Parhelion, just another Chariot there. Now double Greasefang action. So it's trying to basically Patrick is going to try to overload the hand of Jack Doherty because he's restrained on mana. So
Cast this.
and Fiend's Informant, Connive. Okay,
Ooh,
Thoughtseize,
that
very good
force
draw.
could be huge next turn, right?
Yeah.
Because they can get rid of the Brazen Borrower that's in hand.
Yeah, and there's also the Parhelion discard. That was a really good Connive there for Patrick. But here comes Rattle Change. Rattle Change.
Battle Change gives everything All Spirits Flash.
Yeah.
Which is obviously a big part. We spoke about how this was played at instant speed. We are kind of tied on our lands, though, at the minute. This is the problem. We're only able to cast 1 spell a turn.
Yeah, but still it's fine because this is a swing for 5. And if now Jack Doherty survives next turn, he can play a Supreme Phantom and swing for heaps more.
So, how are we going to go about this? I'm pretty sure I'm starting on a Thoughtseize here.
Yes. He's gonna. I don't think he's gonna be happy. And remember, Thoughtseize also. If it resolves, it's gonna be like two life.
Yep.
Look at that. I have Geistlight Snare, I have Fading Hope, I have Brazen Borrower.
Yep.
Choose your poison.
I don't think we've got any line here, right? No matter what we take, we're still going to have a pretty hard time.
Yeah.
Because we'll be able to bounce back whatever threat. So, Greasefang comes down, we bounce it before the trigger, they're tapped out, we just play a Lord, we fly over the top.
Yep.
We could counter it. We could return it back to the hand multiple ways.
There's so many things we can do.
I think we're going to game 2 in this one.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah. I mean, Patrick is just kind of counting it up and realizing, I'm going to go down to 6, and you already have 5 in the air anyway. I think one of the things that was a problem for Patrick is that he stopped playing lands. Sometimes you can get to 6 mana and try to do like Greasefang. Okay, counter then another Greasefang, right? And ideally the turn before you Thoughtseized and try to do something else.
Which is one of the annoying things about playing against this blue deck, right? That's what it does. It's just going to show you. It's going to have these early little threats early, and it's going to stop you.
Yeah.
So they'll be able to cast maybe 2 spells a turn where you're only able to cast 1. And so the only way to get around that kind of magic is you having enough lands to be able to cast these 2 spells. But normally you end up being GGs by then, as we see there. We're going to scoop it up on the Greasefang side. So we'll see if we can get the sideboards up on the deck view. There we go. Look at that.
Wow.
The team's all over it. So with this Mono Blue Spirits, what are you going to bring in? What do you think we need to trim on? What are we taking out for?
I think Unlicensed Herd is probably coming in just to be able to force the Greasefang player to deal with the hearse before going for any more action. And then not much else. Like Disputes, not playing against blue deck. Ether Gusts are not great either. There's not that many green cards in the deck. Witness Protection is pretty funny, but that usually probably means that something has already happened, so it's too late. Maybe the blue March can come in if you have something.
Swirling Mist.
Swirling Mist. The March of the Swirling Mist. If you can board something out, but I think like the main deck's pretty solid overall. You can trim a few cards.
All right,
Not sure.
We'll see if we go across to the our Greasefang player, see how they can try and claw back this game 2 using their sideboard.
Yeah.
Just give us a second. See the team all over the first one. The second one, there we go. We're all on it.
Yeah, here's the Greasefang there. Oh, an interesting version. So he's playing 3 Eldritch Evolutions. So because this is a pseudo combo deck, right? You need to get your pieces, which is primarily Greasefang and the Parhelion is kind of the best thing you want to be doing. And he's playing the version with 4 Stitcher Supplier and 3 Eldritch Evolution, which means you can sack the Supplier and find the Grease Fang from your library and put it into play. Hopefully you already have one of the vehicles in your graveyard by that point. So, but overall, like I would say, a standard list. Those were moving around. There were, some lists were running 4 Wayfinders, shaving on some other cards, etc. So, but overall solid list. And I imagine he's going to side in Abrupt Decay, which was great. Can't be countered is an important
I think that's
clause.
pretty huge in this matchup, right?
I think in general in this matchup, the Grease Fang deck just needs to try to get on the board somehow, because the way to beat spirits is try to land things and hope that they don't have answers for. And so I could totally see him like boarding him, even something like the Trespasser, but maybe like Fatal Pushes and try to go for like a Abzan mid-range approach.
Yeah, I feel like in this matchup you kind of got to be a bit of the control deck, but the blue deck naturally becomes the sort of half aggro, half control deck, right? All the tempo deck, should we say? So we got to kind of try and break serve there. We saw the Abzan player was on the play then, and didn't really get there. They were just Grizzly Savage didn't really affect the board much. I do like dropping down my curve, bringing in the pushes, bringing in the Abrupt Decays, trying to get in that, break up their game plan a bit to give me the opening to be able to play my game plan.
Yeah, especially when, with open deck list, the Grease Fang player, Patrick, he's going to know that Jack is bringing the unlicensed hearses, right? It's not going to be a surprise because, of course, you're going to bring that in. So it's going to be interesting how the dynamics play out, because you would think it's going to be more of the same, but actually the post-sideboard games can look a lot different, especially when I think a lot of the games, it's with how the blue deck kind of draws, right? Because sometimes you go for the turn 1 creature, turn 2 Creator's Obsession, and you just ride that home into the sunset. So we'll see how that plays out. And even now, I think one of the best thing for the Spirits deck recently has been just the addition of like the phasing effects, like Slip Out the Back. The fact that you keep the creature with the aura and can protect it from removal is so important. Looks like Patrick,
we're taking a mulligan over on the Abzan side here.
Not great.
I think it was just a 1-lander, a couple of forces, and cards we couldn't cast. So yeah, I like throwing that back. Although we do have a keep from our Spirits player, definitely not what he wants to see happen here.
It's still going to be interesting. I'm, both players are at 6-1. They already made it to day 2, but we were.
Well, now we're out of day 2, Toad. Now we're like, we need to start locking up these PT invites for these two.
That's what I wanted to say. It's like day 2, you're gonna have, I don't know, let's say 100 players or just under 100 players with who managed to get the 6-3 records, and like you're gonna want to look at top 36, and like based on my preliminary math, maybe 10 wins and 5 losses.
Okay.
Can probably make it. So if you get your 7th here, you're only really 3 away, and you have like 7 more rounds to go or something like that, right? So or 8. So really important to get that done.
So I think I can see multiple lands. Maybe this looks like a keep.
Yeah, doesn't.
Do we have anything to do though?
A lot of land.
4 land actually.
Double can't stay away. I don't think.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
I'm surprised they actually stayed in deck. Is it a double?
How many rounds in day 2? There's 6 rounds in day 2.
Yes.
Cut to top 8.
Yeah. So 15 rounds total, I think, is what we're going to have. So and then the top 8, which is going to be very interesting because we'll plan something special for the top 8.
I'm trying my best. It depends on the players, but potentially we're going to try and stream both the semi-finals individually, because realistically, there's a world invite for both of those games. The winner of both those matchups will get the world invite, so I feel like there's a lot more on the line for them. When we get the final going, as much as that's for a lot of money, and the legacy or European champion title is realistically those 2 matchups I think will be a bit more hyped up in just taking down this whole tournament. I think the world invite is
100%.
Like I would take a breather if I got the world invite and I was like, okay, I'm in the final. I'd be like, cool. Like, I'd probably be a bit too lackadaisic, really.
Mario Brega was asking how many people qualify for the PT for this regional championship here in Europe. The top 36 qualify for the Pro Tour, which takes place in Philadelphia in the middle of February. So that's going to be fun, and that's going to be after the next set releases as well. So it's going to be pretty exciting, and it's Pioneer 2.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah,
like,
me too.
honestly, I can't wait.
Yeah. As we see, Patrick Johansson actually mulliganed under 5. I'm not surprised he mulliganed the
he's
that
trying
hand.
to find a keyboard hand. But at what point do we stop and just be like, okay, I need some lands. I've got some spells. I've just got to touch the top of my deck and hope for the best. Like, we can't mully yourself into oblivion. This isn't, a certain deck that needs 3 lands to make 7 mana to then just top deck your way out of it.
Yeah, indeed.
And we're deciding on the second card.
It's really tough. Like mulliganing down to 5 already, and
As we spoke about, when it's kind of like a creature combo deck where you
Yeah.
need the key pieces, and if you have to start pushing them to the bottom, all the cards that find those key pieces to the bottom.
yeah, I mean his hand looks okay in terms of I see a Raffine's Informant, I see a Parhelion, there's a Grizzly Salvage, so he definitely has the pieces. I'm just not sure if he has the mana to cast them. But we'll see soon enough.
These two are going to go to the bottom. Looks like one of them's a Beseiju.
Okay, maybe he needs a white source for the Informant. Let's see.
I think this is where I taps on my deck and just hope. I'm also
Pray.
you're on the play as well, so that means you don't get that extra card from being.
That's your white source. Okay, so just a Blooming Marsh. Start things off. Let's see what Mono Blue Spirits can cook up.
Yeah, I suppose what you don't want to see is you don't want spirits just start curving off
Yeah.
beautifully against your Mold to 5. Don't think we hit that white mana, but there was a Grizzly Savage in hand, so
No second land. I mean, at 5, I guess you have to keep them if you have multiple good.
no. But I think this is one of the
Okay.
flip lands, right?
Ooh, okay,
It's just in
good.
a darker sleeve, and so it's going to give us the white.
Okay,
So we are going to do this way. Okay, sure.
pretty good.
All our coloured mana sources are on. It resolves. You're gonna hit the big.
Yeah. And you're on the board. You have a 3/2. Like, let's see what Mono Blue Spirits deck has. If
See-
there's
Seen this before.
yeah, Curious Obsession. No, I don't think I see that. Just there's more spirits on the way, I would say.
But like we could be threatening the combo literally next
Yeah,
turn.
exactly. That's always the problem when playing against the Greasefang deck. It's that it can always find a way to not kill you, but create an overwhelming advantage already on turn through. That's why on turn 2. That's why the deck's so good.
That's what was Wanderer. I can't even pronounce the first bit.
So let's see. I see a third land.
Well, I think we just ripped the third land for the turn.
Yeah, and
Do we have the Greasefang in hand?
don't think so, but he might surprise. I don't see his cards that well. But at least now he has the Grizzly Salvage available to him. That
You gotta have a big sigh of relief there, right?
yeah, it won't get countered by the Mausoleum Wanderer. If he hadn't drawn that land, I think Jack would have countered the Salvage with the Wanderer.
I'm thinking over on the mono blue side, like when they go to a combat and they just swing with a 3/2, you're like, okay, cool, I've got away with it this turn.
Yeah.
And now we're going to be able to have 3 land and almost like now we can start employing double threat spells a turn, holding up counter magic. We've got, I think there's a 1-drop and the rattle chains in hand, so maybe we can just start like.
There's a
again,
Supreme Phantom, a Rattle Chains. Like there's a bunch of cards in hand, but not that much counterspell action going on. So this Grizzly Salvage can be huge.
well, we could flash in a spirit here, boost the Wanderer, sack the Wanderer if we wanted to, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Looks like we
But
choose
yeah.
not against that. I'm not saying that's the best
There,
play. I
and
don't know.
there's a weekly and Can't Stay Away is decent long in part. He needs a Greasefang though.
Nope.
Okay, but Raffine's Informant is alright. But
Dig some 1 card deeper, right?
yeah, exactly. And he wouldn't even mind lands. Would like Can't Stay Away, right? It means like you just want to work yourself up to 5. Make sure you can try to return the Greasefang to the battlefield if something were to happen to it. So, oh, do we draw Thoughtseize?
It's a duress.
I guess so.
Yeah, it's the alternate art dress.
Interesting.
I'm good with my alternate arts.
That's
Naming
good because
cards.
I need that. There's too many that I've missed.
Only because I'm a sucker and I end up buying them myself.
It's one way how to solve that issue.
Yeah, it's one way to just buy them yourself.
Yeah.
I have just upgraded my dresses though to the League of Legends ones.
Oh,
Pretty cool, the Arcane
nice.
ones. Okay, so we're going to flash the spirit in response,
Okay.
and I think we're going to sack it and make them pay another 2.
Oh, interesting. That's an interesting play. This is because he knows that if he pays the 2, that there's no threat of Greasefang coming down. So, but Patrick now has to be like, okay, he's doing so much for me to still duress him. Like something fishy has to be going on there. Okay, you see, he's confused. Like
Yeah,
he's like, why? Like, what's the point here? Because there's only one instant or sorcery in hand. So like now that he has paid the 2 with the rest still on the stack, he slips the Spectral Sailor out the back.
So it's basically what that does is it fades it out, comes back with a +1/+1 counter on it.
Yeah.
So now there's no spell to stress to take. I
Yeah, but-
imagine once we see this get resolved,
Yeah, like
it's just going to see a grip for the creatures.
Yeah.
Here, I have these.
But if Patrick Johansson has a grease fang in his hand or can draw one, like this is what you want to see. Like there's no disruption for that unless
Well, we
the
do.
Shacklegeist comes down.
I'm about to say, yeah, if we end up hitting another land, we can deploy 2 spirits
Oh,
next
yeah,
turn, one of them being Shacklegeist. Again, we're in for a hard turn to try and fight through that.
Yeah, indeed.
Maybe I'm guessing that the abrupt decays came in on the fortsies, etc. But I'm not sure if it's the fatal pushes.
Yeah, if you're here to also watch the Atlanta stream, you're in good luck. As soon as we're done, we're gonna raid the stream from DreamHack Atlanta, where the regional championship for the US is taking place. So you're gonna get a really nice day of Magic.
Do you know what's better than 9 rounds of Magic?
9 more?
9 more rounds of Magic. 18 rounds of Magic. For all us in Europe that have got up nice and early to watch this stream, we're going to obviously pass you across. So you can watch Magic all day, wake up with Magic, go to bed with Magic. what more do you want this weekend? As we see the card we were talking about, the Rattle Chains come down, and we saw the attack with only one of those creatures there. So now we do have 2 spirits untapped, just in case a Grease Fang does come down this turn.
Yeah. So it presents another problem for Patrick, who is probably just going to go with the Rafine's Informer, it looks like. Remember, he did mulligan down to 5, so he's not, his draw hasn't been optimal. Okay, cards.
What's the record needed to day 2 is 6 and 3. 6 and 3 will get you into day 2. So both these players already qualified for day 2. They're just trying to make it that little bit easier tomorrow when they come back to get on the Pro Tour.
Indeed. So, no, I suspect we might already. Oh, Geistlight Snare was a great draw for.
Oh, is that what we do for the turn?
Already? Yeah.
That gives us the protection we need.
Mm.
So how much? We look at the battlefield. So we 5 power versus 6 power.
Mm.
Technically, as we're on the play, we're going to win this race if we just go back and forth.
Yeah, it's now. I think now Jack's gonna. He has to figure out, like, he's taking 6 on the backswing now from the 2 Rafine's Informer, right? It is a legitimate race that in theory he could lose, but now he's swinging for 4. But I think he's in a mindset of, like, if he plays something that's threatening, I can play the Geistlight Snare. If Patrick doesn't, I can untap Supreme Phantom. I can still tap down something if I need to. But he has the life total to afford it. I mean, especially with the Shacklegeist in play, he can control the tempo of the game.
How are we going to start navigating this? I see a land in hand. I think it's maybe a Grizzly Savage in hand. No Grease Fang though.
Yeah, that's sometimes the issue with the deck. Like you want to draw your pieces, but they might be hiding somewhere. All your Parhelions in the bottom 20.
It looks great when you go off game 3 or turn 3, but when it doesn't, you're just like, this deck doesn't look like, what I mean, you're just playing land with a couple of 2-1s. I'm over here doing my game plan.
Yeah.
It's asking how many cards are in hand, trying to play around. What do I need to play on? There's 3 cards. What if they do like Spirit and a counter, untap, play Double Lord? Do I just lose the game on the spot? Is there any way I can play around that? A lot of stuff going through the mind here. As we said, there's a lot on the line this weekend.
Indeed. Yeah, and I mean, both players are probably happy to have made it to day 2 already, and so with them locking in 6-6 wins, they're now trying to, you still want to play for the top 8. I mean, there's a bunch of cash being given out to the top 64. And of course, that invites to the Pro Tour that we talked about.
That's the main one. That's what we're all here for, right?
So that's what dreams are made of.
Indeed, indeed.
And I'm so glad the PT is back.
Oh,
The Pro Tour experience is back, and I love it.
You managed to do a lot more of them than me, but when I did it, I very much enjoyed it. It was just watching it as well, just at home. Sat at home watching it is what I would do. If I wasn't here casting this weekend, I'd either be playing this weekend. Actually, I was qualified. I would definitely be playing this weekend.
Oh, wow, nice.
Or I'd be sat at home watching. Yeah, I qualified, chat, but I decided to cast for you people at home. Make sure this coverage was absolutely stellar for you all.
We had even Corey Baumeister in the chat.
Big Corey's in it. That's actually going to be one of the casters in Atlanta.
What a coincidence.
So we're going to be raiding you shortly, handing all these lovely people off to you, good sir. Hope you're well. Hope you're all rested, ready for this 9 rounds that you're going to be.
Yeah. And just a correction in the chat, actually, the top 36 gets portrait invite, not the top 32. But it's only a thing for the first of these regional championships. In the following one, next one is in Naples in March, I think, or April. That one only top 24.
It's because we were re-kicking the Pro Tour, right? Normally there was a lot of people qualified with the old Pro, like gold, silver tier sort of select, so it always had a large volume. Now we've had a couple of years off. That's died down, doesn't work. We don't have that anymore, so now we've got to replenish, get the numbers back up, give enough people the opportunity to get the points that they need so they can carry over to the next Pro Tour. So yeah, we will see these numbers reduce. Realistically, would you say that this is the best chance you'd ever have to qualify for the Pro Tour in Wales?
So far, yes. Top 36 is pretty generous. You still need a good record, of course. Here comes the Witherbloom command. So he wants to destroy the Spectral Sailor. I don't know what the other mode is. What the other mode is.
And
Well,
here's
maybe,
the rattle chains.
Yeah.
Giving it hexproof, flashing another threat.
Yeah.
This leaves us with, what, 6 power on the battlefield with a Lord.
So that's 10.
Yep.
It's lethal.
Have we got any other way here? Tap land's not
No.
going to do it.
So now, with just a...
And they know about it, right? They've
Yeah,
known from the
they
early
know,
40s.
yeah.
They know it's there. So we're bluffing. We're bluffing that this is an abrupt
And he even has
decay.
the land for the Geistlight Snare backup, so he can easily play Supreme Phantom. But light tools have been changing a little bit here, so I don't think that's lethal just yet.
Okay. Curiously gain 2 life. Suspicious.
Yeah. Here's the Supreme Phantom. So
we've worked
10?
we worked out this is attack for 10, but do we need to attack for 10 here? Is it worth just attacking for 6, making sure we don't die on the back, swing from anything crazy?
Exactly, especially with the Geistlight Snare backup that he just drew in, and that Patrick Johansson doesn't know about, so...
Let's see how they plan to navigate this turn. 2 cards, 5 creatures on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think Jack can afford to play it slow in this sort of situation. I would just probably swing for at least 3. Okay, he's gonna. If you're attacking, I guess he wants to maybe have a backup.
This is a 2-turn clock, right?
Yeah.
6 damage at you. Plus you've got the not the rattle chains, the Shackle Geist.
Yeah.
In case any shenanigans start happening and randomly
No, it makes sense because he wants to use 2 to tap down a creature, and if there's like something like Thoughtseize into Greasefang, he can tap down the Greasefang and while still be able to block one of the Raffine's informants. So, okay.
How about a hard cast boat?
I think that's gonna meet it's gonna get snared. Geistlight Snare off the top.
To counter this. Is this gonna be the handshake? No.
Not
okay.
yet. He's enjoying the camera time, right?
I don't blame him. Don't blame him. Look, you got to attack with both. You have to block you at 6. You've got to block with one of those creatures.
He still didn't have but he can just
Because only one of them can only block flyers as well, to be fair.
Yeah, true.
So yep, this blocks. Trade happens. As long as the life totals are correct on our screen, pretty sure we're going to... Yeah, there's the fist bump. GG's. Get your time. So now we'll go over to our backup feature match on table 2.
Yeah, but nice, quick enough for you.
It's quick. Look, when I say it's quick, it's quick. Doesn't she know that? So now we're going into table 2.
It looks like okay, they're just
could
packing up.
Are they packing up or are they sideboarding?
It looks like they're packing up already, or settling down.
Let's have a...
Oh,
bear with us, chat, while we're second. While we...
Oh, they're changing seats, looks like. Oh, yes, I think it was Mark Tobias against Oscar Franco. And it looked, I think Oscar was 1 game up, so might have already finished. So we're going to get some.
But I say, I think what's happened is that game's finished, and actually we've grabbed another couple of players into the feature match. So if people just join in, what we're doing is we have a table A and a table B feature match. Once one of these tables finishes, we actually start grabbing players from the top tables when they're doing in the middle of sideboarding, so going to game 2 or game 3, and we're moving them across to the main feature match area, so we get the most amount of paper magic for you all at home. So I believe that's what it is. We're going to get the players' names, the decks. We're going to bring that into them. Hopefully get it all updated. This could be correct for all we know at the minute.
Yep, yeah, I think that's correct. I know Thierry on the left, solid French player. He's been around a while, and he was doing pretty well in the tournament. I saw in the top table playing against another mainstay of the old GP circuit in Oscar Christensen, and it looks like Thierry won that battle. And now we're going to get to see Thierry is playing Izzet Phoenix, and Francesco Bifera is playing actually a fun deck. Ors of Humans. He was like, okay,
talk to us about it.
Yeah, it's a bit different. It's kind of like the mono white humans deck, but you play the black for. I think they're playing Dire Tactics, which is a 2-mana removal spell. If you control a human, it exiles a creature. If you don't control a human, I think you lose life equals to its converted mana cost, something along those lines. But I'll open it up just to be sure.
Let's open it up. Let's see if there's any spice in this list.
It's Dire Tactics. Yes, I think I got that right. Yeah, exile target creature. If you don't control a human, you lose life equals to the toughness, so not power. But fair enough. So, but it's a removal spell for 2 mana that's almost unconditional, and the deck's just full of the usual
The name
humans that you encounter. The only kind of one that's different that they're playing is General Kudro of Draenei. So which is a 3-mana 3/3 that pumps up all the humans, and when it enters the battlefield or another human, you can exile a card from a graveyard, from an opponent's graveyard, and you can destroy creatures with power 4 or greater if you really have to when you sack 2 humans.
It's that exile effect. That's going to be quite key in Pioneer. We've seen a lot of Phoenixes running around.
Yeah.
You can maybe snag some sort of Storm the Festivals. That's
especially Phoenixes, yes, festivals, but in general, graveyard removal is relevant in the format.
It's strapped to one of your lords. Like you'd play this card anyway if you didn't have that text on it, right?
Probably, yeah. But
so
this kind of puts it over the top. It's
yeah,
like,
yeah, exactly. It does exactly
there's 2 players from Italy who chose to play this like the same 75 cards. I assume they tested together, and you've seen it running around. It's so like, I mean, you lose a bit by having to play Godless Shrines and Muta Vaults, Caves of Koilos, and all these things, right? So it's not free compared to the mono white deck, which can run the Chefette Dunes much more easily, right? And some
the mana base is a lot more smooth. It is open deck list, so don't think people are just tuning in and watching why these people are looking at bits of paper during rounds. They're not sideboard guides. They are the opponent's deck list. This is an open deck list tournament all weekend live. If you want to see it in chat, I believe if you go !deck or standings, it will come up and you'll be able to see what every player brought this weekend for Pioneer action. As we're now going to start doing the shuffle, do the classic power shuffle.
Yeah, they're going to shuffle up because we moved them in moved them over from a regular match over to the feature match area. So it's always going to take time. They'll wanna shuffle up correctly. I assume they're already sideboarded, right? And maybe it's interesting to see like the fact that you played the black mana. Francesco already decided to go for Fatal Push in the sideboard as well, which is great removal spell. But
if he is against Phoenix, I also see in that sideboard there's 3 Rest in Pieces.
Yes,
I believe this is the matchup for that card.
You could say that, yes. I mean, the Phoenix decks know about it, right?
So what sort of cards do they have to play around that? Like I'm playing against someone playing white. I assume that they've got Rest in Peace in their deck. That kind of hoses my main game plan, which is obviously get Phoenixes into my graveyard, bringing them back into play. So I must have some sort of plan B. What sort of plan B do they normally have?
The plan B for Thierry specifically, he has a couple of options. He has 2 more Thing in the Ice in the sideboard, which he can decide to bring in, and I think he will.
Yep.
He also has 2 Crackling Drakes, which again are a good card, especially if you're on the Thing in the Ice kind of sort of plan.
Doesn't
kind of
care
play a
about
bit
Rest in
more slow.
Peace.
Doesn't care at all. And I think against the small creature decks, you can bring in a Young Pyromancer as well. So you can and Ledger Shredder is just good on its own as well already.
It's not bad when if you've got a Pyromancer in play, every spell you cast comes along a 1/1 blocker basically in this matchup, right?
Yeah, so you can basically what these Phoenix decks are able to do is like board out something like Temporal Trespass, shave down on the treasure cruises, the pieces of the puzzle, and try to not load up your graveyard for those kinds of effects, but try to play more to the board with the Thing in the Ices, the Shredders, and you can even sideboard out a few Arc-like Phoenixes because with the Rest in Peace, they're like a slightly above rate limited card, 3/2 flying with haste.
Yeah. It does the job when it needs to do the job, but realistically we can upgrade those threats to something else.
Yeah.
Just try next level our opponent. Right? Are you bringing the Rest in Peace as well? Guess what? I boarded out. I boarded down on these. Maybe I boarded them all out. Really next level, would you?
Yeah, I mean, especially when the issue for the Phoenix deck is that it can't answer Rest in Peace once on the battlefield. If it resolves once, it's over for your graveyard. So you have to play a bit differently.
And here's one of those new beautiful planes that we've just seen in the unset.
Yeah.
Into our little 1-drop. Then we're just going to pass the turn with a tap land on the other side.
Why not? So let's see. Turn 2.
2 mana. We've seen this before, right?
Yeah. Lieutenant. Why not? So the humans are starting to come, and I see another Thalia's Lieutenant in his hand. So it's a very aggressive draw.
Well, they can start getting growing. Like imagine if we go 1-drop into another Lieutenant next turn. Like how much power is going to be on that battlefield then? Obviously, with the Izzet side, we've got a lot of access to cheap removal. Like, normally it's 1 red mana to be able to have some sort of way to kill it. We've decided just to play a Steam Vent tapped and pass in turn, preserving our life total here. Maybe we've got one of the new sweepers, like, an Anger of the Gods type effect.
Yeah, there's actually I think it's the 3rd most played card, or 4th most played card in the whole tournament. Brotherhood's End.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's very popular. There's Thalia's Lieutenant, and look at that.
Axe, getting rid of it.
Axe.
Just how you read it up, right? There's no other card in your deck you'd want to discard more.
I guess so, yeah. No Rest in Peace yet, so
we're going to untap.
And the Izzet Phoenix deck is a very popular choice among a lot of the pros here, or
a lot of the
former
pros and our former pros in brackets and our players to watch. A lot of them that are doing well are all on Phoenix.
Yeah, Second Phoenix discarded to the Charter Course. So Cherry Rumble is really setting up for a big turn on the next turn.
No human to play this turn to pump that Lieutenant. I'm just going to pass it. I think we've got
Okay.
the removal spell that you were talking about.
Yeah, he has Dire Tactics in his hand, so that's 2 mana exile target creature. It's gonna work nicely on one of the Phoenixes, but it looks like Cherry's not scared of Rest in Peace. He has pieces of the puzzle, so he's gonna take another turn off, and gonna try to make sure that he can play 3 instants or sorceries the following turn. It looks like.
Gotta make him have it.
Ooh, third Phoenix as well.
Jeez.
So he's definitely gonna be able to bring back 3 Phoenixes next turn, unless.
Watch this. Tap top your deck, rest in peace. Easy. Easy peasy. Let's go.
Oh, no for
No.
land either. Okay.
I think that was just a 1-drop.
You said you promised me Rest in Peace.
I just said it was easy to do that, obviously.
Oh,
it's a wedding
annou-
invitation.
Wedding announcement.
Oh, but yeah, announcement. Why do I think wedding invitation?
I don't know. You just want to be invited?
Just excited. That's what it is. I do have a weird liaison with this card. I really enjoy this card. I think it's like it's for 3 mana. It does a lot. It's fair as well. I think it's like just a nice fair card for like a Pioneer format, standard format.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if we're talking, people who are in the zone in the game, Thierry Rambeau is one of them, known as El Gran Boa on Twitch. Actually, regularly streams in French. Has been around for a while, and looks like he has some fans in the chat, which I'm not surprised about. So, but he starts off with a Consider, and he's gonna want to bring all those Arclight Phoenixes back, which might actually, some of them might be on defensive duty. Let's see. Okay.
Just at 7 life, but
Casual Treasure Cruise. Yeah.
do we have Brave the Elements in this list?
I don't think they
No.
play Brave. That's the difference. Like
Okay.
they cut the Brave the Elements for the Dire Tactics.
That
That's
was a
the
fatal
plan.
push brought to the front of the hand, though.
There was also, you could have drawn Rest in Peace or the General Kudrow, right? To try
Ooh.
to exile the Phoenixes, but big cruise now. Just one more spell needed to trigger all those Phoenixes. But
That is a lot of cards in hand.
doesn't it feel good to draw all these
I
cards?
know you like drawing. I prefer killing my opponent with all these cards in their hand. We're gonna make 2 mana here. What we're gonna cast?
Okay,
And
so
a Braid.
Yep.
And I'd like to return 3 of these Phoenixes.
There we go. A sound effect from Arena incoming. Nice thinking what to do. I think he has a fatal push that can now kill one of the
Obviously,
Phoenixes.
Revolt's been true because the Braid managed to take down one of the lieutenants there. And I think he's just trying to clear up the board with what he's got. Right, he's obviously got an exile effect in his hand. He chose to use the fatal push because realistically, he might not be able to turn the fatal push on next turn, right?
Yeah. And I definitely think that some of the Phoenixes will come back the next turn again. But at least Dire Tactic, that's the reason why I want to play it. It exiles, right?
Yeah.
So that's the difference. It's not like a traditional removal spell, but even if it's 2 mana, at least it exiles.
Howard's son go back. So there is a card in his hand. I can't remember. It looks a bit like a portable hole, but I don't think this is the matchup for portable hole. Unless we've got it for maybe thing in the ice.
Yeah, if he's scared of thing in the ice, yeah. Let's see. It'll look like attacking without playing Dire Tactics. Like, yeah, do you want to double block? Yeah. Yeah, 3 cards in Francesco's hand.
So we're looking, we're thinking. We are going to go for this double block.
Yeah, there's the Dire Tactics on 1 that gets exiled. The other Phoenix dies. But here comes another
Just
hopeful
another one.
shit.
You get a token and a turn, so we only attacked with 1 creature this turn.
Yeah, I think 2 of the Phoenixes will make a comeback. The comeback tour.
There's got to be a better name for that. Like, what would a
Probably.
Phoenix comeback tour sound like? We've got a lot of land now. We did miss that land drop that 1 turn, but now it looks like we've got a grip full.
I mean, after drawing so many cards. To be in Cherry's position.
This is the magic you enjoy, right?
Yeah, I love it. What's that?
That is a good question. What is that? I think that's the...
Oh, Young Pyromancer.
Yes.
Yes,
I was
Young
about to say, I think that's the
Pyromancer, yes.
alternate art, Young Peasy.
Young Peasy, yeah. But so that means that the Phoenixes are not coming back. But at least there's a Connive. Takes 2. Ooh.
Goes down to 5. So value and block is over. I suppose we can do. We have got a removal spell in our hand, right? We could kill something and also get a.
We'll see how Francesco decides to play this one. I mean his 3/4 initiate is pretty good here. He has the wedding announcement. He can, in theory, he can start setting up for a big turn on the next turn. With after the wedding announcement is flipped, and he also has Shafet Dunes. Like he can try to have a big board, but that's why the young Pyromancer can be really good. Like though for those big all-in swings, he can just try to chump block, try to stabilize, and go big the following turn.
This could be the card that ends up stabilizing for them. We're just going to do some math now, because obviously math is for attackers that Frank Carson was telling me about yesterday. He's like, the saying's wrong. It's about attackers is the math, not for blockers. I was like, okay. And he broke it all down for me because he's a very lovely man.
You gotta love Frank, the tank. Karsten.
So we're going for it.
But I mean, Francesco has to know that there's a fiery impulse or
why else would we
something in the wings, right? So
why would we be paying 2 life to have this Steam Vents untapped
Exactly.
last turn?
interesting spot. And you know, people will tell you, oh, but playing aggro decks is easy. No.
Not really in these. So it is when the opponent does nothing, he gets to just steamroll. But here, obviously, there's a lot to think about. Maybe we're deciding, do we want to attack with two creatures? If they live, I get to draw a card on a turn, or am I just going to wait, get my token on a turn? Is it even worth me attacking? Because realistically, the blocks are probably bad for me here. I've got to think there's going to be a removal spell coming at some point. And as we keep saying, there was a lot on the line this weekend. Yes, we've made day 2, both these players, but we want to try and get the extra few points and then the extra wins that we need. Because I think you said you worked it out, it's about a 10-5 record.
Probably
should get you in, or your roundabouts the sign of area you want to be able to get one of these Pro Tour invites.
Okay, so there's the Shafet Dunes being sacked. There's the Fire Impulse, no surprise. There's the young Pyromancer making a 1/1 elemental token. Okay, gets a.
We actually have them out there. I wonder if
someone's gonna jump in soon, hopefully.
So both of these creatures now get +1/+1.
Okay, white mana. Okay, portable hole.
Okay.
Interesting, but that's the second spell. No, not just the first spell because it was Shafet Dunes. He's pointing to his Shredder. Yeah, but not like exactly the same as I was thinking. It was just a Shafet Dunes. That's not a spell, so no Shredder trigger just yet. Interesting. But you can see the way Francesco cybered. He was scared of Ledger Shredders. He was scared of the thing in the ice, right?
Yeah.
And even the fatal push can destroy Crackling Drake as well if something dies or you manage to get the revolt trigger.
I like this. I think I like taking out on the young Pyromancer. You're playing for the long game. It's clearly this game is going to go a bit longer.
Yeah,
so
I like it too.
making the blocks awkward for them.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to have to. It doesn't have to be a jump up. We could technically just take it and drop to 2, but I don't really think that's a good play. So yeah, we can just throw this token underneath it.
And then the wedding announcement is going to flip, so that's going to give all of his creatures +1/+1, and he also gets another human token.
Yep.
There we go. Very nice. So
Still a massive grip of cards though.
and still at least one Phoenix in the graveyard, maybe 2. Let's see if he has enough spells. Okay, Otawara is an interesting one.
I see pieces of the puzzle in that hand as
Yeah,
well.
He had that in his hand for a while.
Is that a Drake also at the back of the hand?
Not sure. It's there's a bit of glare, so I knew he discarded one like earlier I think to the Knife from the Ledger Shredder. And so yeah, probably only has one left. But
Let's have a go.
so
4
4 mana sounds like a Crackling Drake to me.
Yeah, I think that is a Kraken Drake.
Yeah.
It's the fun.
Nice. I love Crackling. One of my favorite
Maybe we're
cards.
deciding against it. Maybe we're going pieces.
Thinking. Okay.
It looks like it's going to be a
Tough decisions. Look, still hasn't made his mind up. Yep.
pieces. And what sort of cards we're going to try and hit here?
1 mana spells.
Okay.
Just Fire Impulses. Yep. And
How-
Spikefield
how's this? How's this?
Hazard's not that great now, just because all the creatures are bigger thanks to the flip wedding announcement. So he can't kill anything with just the Hazard. But he'll be able to. Maybe he can double spell on the initiative, but no, because now it's 4/5. So
Yeah, it's a
one
bit
short.
too big.
Yeah.
So maybe we're just going to go straight face, just try and get some of these Phoenix back. But then the
Yeah.
Phoenix is coming back. There's just going to be blockers, really, right?
Yeah, but he's also gonna get a so consider first. Yep. Trigger the Ledger Shredder.
Another pieces.
Wow. Of course, the Spike Field because it doesn't really
Yeah.
kill anything. It's a land at best at this point. consider.
Land goes to the graveyard. We draw. That is what? I think it's the flip land, the passage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the pathway.
That's it, pathway.
And there's the fire impulse. Okay.
That's our 3 spells. That means that the Phoenixes are going to end up coming back
Just 2
here.
of them. One was exiled.
Bam,
Those make for
bam.
good blockers and good attackers, but I think he's just gonna say go. Yeah, he wants to play it safe. Francesco has no cards in his hand either, so it's
A land for turn is not what he wants to be seeing.
and now the tide is slow. This is what the Phoenix deck does. The tide's slowly drifting away, and
It's survived the early onslaught, right?
yeah, and it's at some point you really turn the corner and you run away with the game with things like Crackling Drake, or in game 1 usually it's like the galvanic iteration into temporal trespass, like take 2 extra turns and kill you in a couple of swings. So chat is full of Thierry Ramboa fans, so they're having a good time watching him turn a corner with his Phoenix deck. But he's been through a lot of cards in his deck, like already 2 pieces, the Treasure Cruise and some of the Ledger Shredder triggers. Just a pass.
But you'd love to see it, right? You love. I don't think I've met anyone that loves to draw cards more than you.
What?
You know what I mean?
Have you met some of the players out there?
Clearly not.
Yeah,
like
obviously.
you.
Yeah, I need to introduce you to them.
I try and stay
They're
away
madmen.
from them. Here comes down the Crackling Drake.
Yeah.
That is a thing in the ice as well. That we see in hand.
I think we're gonna see a thing in the ice or another piece.
Other pieces.
I think he's gonna, like, the Crackling Drake has to be massive at this point. It's like I don't know how many he has, but it's going to be at least 10. Okay.
There's a beautiful young pyromancer.
Yeah, just a whiff though. Just one card with a piece of the puzzle and a braid. Pretty good.
Well, I think that's good enough here, though, right? Yeah. You're drawing all these extra cards, being able to like double 2, 3, 4 spells a turn. Your opponent's drawing 1 card a turn, and realistically, if I draw another 1-drop here, it's not going to look too powerful. But we do have to cross the line. We're still at 20 power on the other side.
He's counting now.
Twitch chat. How big's that?
I think it's 9 in the graveyard and a few more in the exile, so it's definitely more than 10.
Twitch chat will tell us. They know everything. They've got the keenest eagle eyes.
Yeah, he's figuring out if he has actually lethal right now on the board.
Well, Drake doesn't have haste, so we can't be swinging with the Drake, right?
True. Yeah, but I mean, like, lethal for next turn.
Oh,
So he's just trying to figure out, like, how much do I have to attack for now so that I guarantee lethal on the next turn. So that's what Thierry is calculating. But he stays. Looks like he's gonna stay home. No, he's still thinking. No, he's he passed. He can play it safe.
Just a Mutavolt, yeah,
Yeah,
cool. 2 land in hand. I'm gonna GG's scoop out to you. Do we have another backup match? I'm looking over at the team.
Yeah, we do.
It looks like we do.
Of course. The master of control. Nasiv.
Wow, look at the pairing.
Yeah, it's good. I could have chosen Nasiv against Trusky, but we've seen them, a couple of times already. So I thought, like, even though it's a superstar matchup, that we'll see some of those matchups still in day 2. But they're playing. I mean, Gab's obviously still playing. But
I'm about to say, yeah, it's a given really. Like Gab's still going to be one of the ones at the end of the round. We managed to get him over across the feature match for you here. Both players 6-1 going into this round, so they will be back tomorrow. We'll get to see them maybe on coverage. There's some of the bigger names. We are following both these 2 players. They are our players to follow list as we see a Wanderer come down and a turn for Gab as he untaps.
And I played this matchup quite a bit. And it's actually pretty difficult for the Karuga Fires deck. It can still win. It has some good lines of play, especially involving like pressuring early with Bone Crushers. But if the blue-white deck is not like constrained on mana, or is not flooded, like you usually can win. And speaking of flooded, like Gab has 3 lands.
That looks really flooded. That hand there. He does have a way to scry on the battlefield though, but he decides to play the Hall of Storm Giants.
Yeah, but the way this matchup usually plays out is that the Karuga's Fires deck is just every turn it's playing a threat, like it's Fires of Invention, it's a Kenrid, it's a Cavalier, and a blue-white is kind of forced to answer it because they all bring some sort of value. Ooh, Petty Theft.
Trying to bounce that token out the way, and then we can obviously turn our Bone Crusher sideways, take out the Planeswalker.
That's the plan.
But it does look like one of the spell lands in hand, so we could end up killing the Bone Crusher if he tried to try and do that.
Yeah, has the Aganger, has the Absorb, so that's gonna work out really nicely for Gab here, and there won't be anything that can be done about the Aganger activation. It's not a spell. It's not even a spell that targets it, so no, not even 2 damage. With Gab Nassif at 18, he can, if he doesn't fall behind super like a lot, like he should be fine.
Draws another land for turn, but I believe that's the one that makes the 1/1 soldier tokens.
Mm.
So we can start, like, maybe building the battlefield a little bit.
Yeah.
So probably end of turn, we're going to see that Brazen Boa flashed in, right? That's what I'd imagine.
Yes. Should be.
Gab decides to just make a 2/2 token with vigilance for this turn. There is an absorb in his hand.
Yeah, and that's the part where the Brazen Borrower is very useful, and it kind of forces action on the opponent's turn, and because it has flying, it can do a bunch of different things. And now, like if Nassif counters the Borrower, then Andre can land a big spell on his own turn probably.
What are these big spells? The people just tuning in that haven't seen this deck on camera yet. What are the big spells that you could end up casting?
Yeah, so that deck plays Omnath. Kenrith is a very big threat because it's a 5-mana 5/5 that can give itself haste, right? So it can attack straight away and do a bunch of other stuff as well. But even just the Fires of Invention is really important. So big turn now for Andrei Strasky, and I think I even saw a Mystical Dispute. So I think he has a lot of the good tools. Here's the Omnath.
Here's an Omnath.
There's the Absorb. But he has 3 mana open, so Dispute doesn't do anything here. And now he can finally swing, kill the Wandering Emperor, and he can try next turn again.
Then we're just going to play a tri-land for end of turn. Gab looking for something big. Sees a land.
Oh, and
We'll go.
swing for
Okay,
9.
sure. Sure. I've got a game plan. This is it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, here's just a bunch of lands. Why not attack, right? Like,
So, we got enough better do? What else are you going to do? Scry, or are you going to try and put a huge clock on your opponent?
okay. We'll fix those life total. You can see the life is going down. Tapped out now. Nassif. I like the way that Nassif like went from the control matchup to like I'll start swinging at
So
you.
that's the master, being the master of a control deck, is knowing when you should switch from that control phase to being able to, protect your threats or go to full aggro, which we saw there.
I see world's top 4 competitor Jakub Todt in the chat as well. He's rooting for his friend Andre right here, and there's a Fable that can block the Hall of the Storm Giants. And
when you play your Hall of the Storm Giants up where your creatures should be, even though you haven't activated yet, you're like, I've won this game plan now. Cool, we're at that phase of the game.
Yeah.
And don't underestimate how much of a super matchup this is.
Yeah.
These are 2 of the world's best playing Magic against each other right now.
Great. That's what we missed, right? That's what we wanted.
That's exactly why we watch these big events.
Yeah.
I think I could look at what Gab managed to draw for the turn there.
I think it was. I'm guessing it was March of Otherworldly Light. But I'm not 100% on that. Let's have a look at his deck list. Maybe there's something spicy there.
So I think he had a sip of water there. 2 cards in hand. We know one of them is definitely a land. Yep, that hasn't been put into hand yet for Strasky.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 3 cards in hand. I think 2 of them are land.
Oh.
And we're going
Outswing. I love this Gab. This new Gab that taps creatures to attack. Like I love this guy.
He's literally playing an aggro deck, chat. That's what it is. It's just a unconventional control / life stealing deck.
He's gonna another unorthodox card that Strasky's playing. Behold the Multiverse. He's gonna scry 2 to the bottom, draw 2 more. Now he's with the Fable. He can really go through his deck, and now's your chance. Gabriel Nassif's tapped out again. You have to do something here. I see Fires of Invention, but that's.
Well, I think chat were concerned that there might not be green mana. I'm seeing to cast maybe the Omnath.
With all these alternate arts, alternate hard lands, it can be hard to tell.
Yeah, it is a really hard to touch.
Yeah, but I think one of them should be green, right? So I think one of them in the middle is the rock green, the teamer one, so a red, blue, green. But I it's difficult to tell. But there's Fires in hand. It's kind of the double other side of the coin. If you play Fires, that turn you only get 1 more extra spell.
Let me run out there and try and stop this match.
No, you can check. I don't think they're going to be able to do much about it because it was already a while ago. But we'll check Twitch chat. That's we'll make sure we have a look there. Okay, was discarding Dispute and Fire's Invention to the Fable trigger.
So basically, I told the judge, and he says, obviously, that's it's happened. It's gone too far. They can't rewind it from this point.
Yep. Oh dear.
Well, it looked like a fire's got cast, and there was a bit of a counter battle.
Yep.
I believe that's probably what I've missed.
No, you didn't miss much. So let's see what Andre can muster up here. I see Kenrid. That's a
big threat when it comes down. Obviously,
so
normally you want to bring
Bone
it down.
Crusher, that's nice. So that's deals with the 2/2, and while also being able to present a block against the Hall.
That's what we're going to do. You called it. They're going to play it for 3 mana. Untap for Gab. What's he looking for? He's looking for a way to get that.
Otawara, I don't think he's enough. Does he have enough mana to do everything? I don't think so.
No.
The Hall costs too much mana. It's like Gabriel Nassif trying to figure out how to do the last 2 points of damage. That's a new thing. I didn't expect to see here. He also has the Castle Ardenville, but that only pumps up the 1/1. So he's thinking.
He's got a couple options for his land, right? He can either have the Storm, he can Scry, he can make a 1/1. I think with the aggro Gab might be on hold right now, but then activating the Storm Giants and attacking, it means that you're forcing a chump block here. Like, what are the other options? Are literally we make a 1/1 or we Scry, or we use the Otawara end of turn, but we know that the Fable's going to flip, so there's going to be more creatures on the other side of the battlefield, so getting 1 off probably doesn't do too much. And yes, let's go aggro. Aggro Gab, let's go. Come on.
It's a blocker as well, right? So he can block with it, and
he's not in any threat of dying this turn.
No,
well, technically, I suppose, you know, if we
has
see something get a fires come down or something on the other side.
Yeah. Okay. 6. So that's farewell, I guess.
Farewell,
yeah, farewell. Yeah, exile everything.
Exile
even graveyard.
everything. It's a land off the top, just basic forest.
Okay, so it wasn't March of the Otherworld Light, it was the farewell. Yeah.
So we need a blocker. All I'm hearing is
Come on, Andre. Gab wants to take this home with attacking with creatures.
So we've got. It looks like it's a Fable. So there's a blocker.
And there's a Kenrid as well. Now would be a good time to play it. Yeah, no haste, not enough mana to give it haste, but
we've got 2 blockers. What else are we going to do? And that's basically when you're like, oh my god, I need blockers against Gabriel and see if you're like, hold on, how did this match turn around so fast?
I think they're Interact returns now as well, probably because I don't see any more time. So
there's a chance they might have an extra couple of minutes.
Might have,
they probably got moved across.
We'll see.
But when we see that dice on the table, we'll know.
He's Gab's thinking if he should Scry with
upkeep, right?
Castle Vantress. Yep. He has Otawara in his hand, so okay, Veto not the best, and like if Andre untaps with the Kenrid, that can be a problem because Kenrid gains life pretty cheaply, draws cards as well, so it can. Okay, it just passes. Interesting.
Okay, Fable goes up. Are we going to keep all our cards or are we going to ditch any? Ditching one land. Redraw. Didn't get a good look at that.
Fable, I love that card. Did I mention to you that I like drawing cards?
Even when it's from a red spell?
Yeah, especially when it's from a red spell.
I think Fable's so good and has such an impact on multiple formats.
Yeah, it's great.
So he's thinking.
Yeah, we're not going to spend too much time talking about what happened with the Omnath and no Greenland, etc. Right? We can't change it.
It happened, we moved on. Judges aware. We'll crack on.
Yeah, we'll let the judges deal with the situation. They've been informed, and it happens, you might say, oh, it was intentional. Probably not. Knowing Andre, it's unlikely that he did it on purpose, especially against Nassif, who is, one of his friends. So, I doubt it was intentional. And Gab also didn't catch on, so. These things happen in paper Magic, right? Like
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
Something that you can't really get on Arena.
In a digital form, no. Both players are definitely deep in the tank, though. as we are seeing literally two of the world's best players play against each other. 2 cards in hand, a load of cards on the battlefield for Straussy. How does he want to go about this turn? I don't think we're in a turn where we can try and get lethal here unless he's drawing something crazy like one of the big Cavaliers or something like that. Gab's just got land and a veto in hand, I believe.
We love the support from the Twitch chat, guys. I really thank you for your shoutouts. You know, if you want to make us happy, follow us on social media. Will Hall, Big Z. Follow Legacy European Tour on Twitter. Follow Play MTG. Just get your info. As you know, Twitter still exists for now, so might as well, right? Get the info where it's presented. Oh, oh, it looks like the judges are getting involved now. It looks like it's just way too late.
Yeah, like
it's for maybe someone. Yeah. Okay, but there's the handshake, but maybe this.
Not entirely sure what the outcome of that is. We'll see if we can get the outcome. Someone might run in and tell us. But
I would imagine it's probably a draw.
Yeah,
just because we're pretty past time for the round, and it looks like with an untapped Kenrit gaining life, like maybe both players can really do anything in those extra turns. Yeah.
But welcome back to the booth. Obviously, I am Will Hall. That we am joined by Matej. We've taken you through, that was round 8 of Pioneer Action. We're going to get Harry and Filipa back in for round 9 to be able to seal off today. And remember to stick around because we will be trying to raid Atlanta when they go live very, very shortly. So that's going to be us. That's us for the day. Yep. Hope you enjoyed it. And you enjoyed it as much as I did.
I loved it. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final round of the Legacy European Tour Finals here in Bulgaria. I'm HaramGG and this is Filipa, and we just have to clarify something that happened in the last round with Andre Strasky versus Gabriel Nassif. We had some clarification. Basically, Andre cast an Omnath without any green mana. That's not allowed, but because the game went too far ahead, the judge decided it couldn't be rolled back. Andre and Gab ended up playing out the match, and at the end of turns, Andre conceded to Gab as almost a gentleman's agreement, as obviously he did cast the Omnath by mistake. Andre scooped, Gabriel Nassif got the win, still holding up at X&1, which is a very good record, especially since he's locked up that day 2 slot. But you know who hasn't locked up the day 2 slot is the players down in our feature match. But before we even talk about that, Filipa, you had a message for everyone.
Yeah, so I just want to say that now we are going to watch two very interesting matches that we have here. And I think the first one is going to be, is it Phoenix, right?
I believe it's going to be... Oh, well, the deck lists have messed up on our screen here. We're going to be getting confirmation on the deck list down in the feature match. Yeah, it's going to be... Yes, you're correct. Yes. It's Karuga Fires versus Is It Phoenix. And both players are shuffling up and sorting that out. And we have a Yorion revealed here by the... That's not Karuga Fires. You don't have Yorion in Karuga Fires deck? Or are they playing Yorion and Karuga? No. Okay, we have the wrong deck list here. Let's get the right deck list up.
It looks like Selesnya Angels by Charles. It's not the first time we watched Charles here. So Charles was the Selesnya Angel players that played against Nassif early on in the stage. And we have against Enigmatic Fires, which I'm really interesting to see. So I think both players are 5-3 now, and they need the win to lock in.
Yeah. Okay, we have the deck list up on screen now. Charles and Selesnya Angels. Let's see if they're playing anything new. Yes, we have the Kyla's Reconstruction.
Yeah.
This is the white X spell. You look at the top 7 and put X. You put X artifact and or creature cards with CMC 3 or less into play, which is a very powerful new card being released from Brothers of War. And
people are calling this card the White Collected Company.
yeah, White Collected Company, White Dig Through Time. It's very powerful, and we've actually seen it cast in the feature match before. Sadly, Gabriel Nassif did cast a counterspell on it, but I'm definitely interested in seeing this spell being resolved today, especially showcasing Brothers of War being a very, it's somewhat impacted the Pioneer format. We've seen a lot of sideboard substitutions for Brothers of War cards, like Obliterating Bolt, as well as the Sweeper.
Yeah, the better version of Anger of the Gods, or definitely a different one. And we are going to update Charles' score there, because obviously it's not 4-2 since we are in 9th round.
Yep. Let's get that sorted out now.
I believe he's 5-3 as well. So...
yeah, the record for Charles is incorrect. We want him at 5-3. This is a win and in, so they are playing for day 2. The winner of this match should be in day 2 from the math that we've done. Top 64 is the cutoff point for day 2.
Yeah.
So 6
and
and
these
3 next up.
players guarantee a money prize. But I think what most of these players want is tomorrow to make top 36 because that gives them a spot at the Pro Tour. And if they really spike the event, first and second place get an invite to Worlds. So that is really, really nice. And do you know where the Pro Tour is going to be, Ari?
No, where is it going to be?
It's going to be in Philly in February, so
Oh, yeah.
Philadelphia, definitely a fun one to watch. It's going to be like the Magic 30, you know, like a celebration of 30 years of Magic. And I'm really, really excited about all these events that we've been having.
Yep. I'm just getting the deck list here for the Fires list up because it was incorrect before.
Yeah.
Okay. Both players seem to be shuffled up and ready, so as we're doing that, anything unique, we got, oh my gosh, that's a lot of 1-ofs. I'm not going to list off all these 1-ofs, but what I will tell people is 1 Agent of Treachery, 1 Dragon Lord Atarka in this list on the right as we see a tap Temple Garden passing over to the Fires player.
Let's just say that all creatures in this deck are one-offs,
Yes.
and they are not few.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of chaos because of the Ignatic Incarnation. Sacrifice an enchantment on your end step and go find a creature, but it has to be CMC. The CMC has to be 1 or more. Sorry, I'm trying to fix some stuff here.
So basically this deck
1 or
has
less, of course.
16 one-off creatures, which is going to be really interesting, giving a lot of choices here for the enigmatic player to get it from the enchantment ability.
Yeah. Okay, we do apologize about the phone. That is the judge's phone there in the feature match. We're going to get that moved for you.
Yeah, it has the timing because the timing for the feature table is a bit different. As you said, it says 49 minutes. These feature matches do have some extra time because they take some time to set up, so they have different clocks than the rest of the players. And here, Angel's doing a great setup already with Riders, Valkyrie, Bishop.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's going to be really rough.
Yeah, and definitely here, very consideration for the enigmatic player. It definitely needs to put some pressure on the board. And here, baffling ending. Getting rid of one of Charles' creatures. What do you think of this baffling ending here, Ari, from the enigmatic player?
Baffling End. Wow, that's nice because the way Baffling End is worded is that when it leaves the battlefield, the opponent makes a 3/3 dinosaur, doesn't it? So it's similar to Skyclave Apparition, but it's an enchantment that you can sack to Ignatic Incarnation. So to me, it makes sense. You delay the game, and when you do sacrifice it, they get 3/3.
And another angel entered the board. This angel deck was really good. Almost got
it is.
Nassif there some games ago, some rounds ago.
What are we gonna get? I'm guessing you're gonna get some sort of removal spell style creature. If I had to guess, it would be Skyclave?
Skyclave Apparition.
Yeah, makes so much sense.
Getting the angel there, replenishing angel, and now Charles only has the rightful Valkyrie and the Bishop, which is not bad at all, but enigmatic player already at 10 life. He needs to find some answers there with the enchantment. An attack here.
Yeah, I actually, at what will agree with Twitch. I'm surprised about that Nykthos. But when you think about it logically, this deck is now playing the new Kyla's card. The full name of the card is
Ooh.
Kyla's Reconstruction, and you need a lot of white mana to cast that.
Yeah.
So if you cast a load of small angels and your devotion is above 3, it's ramp, and it really helps with Kyla's reconstruction. So honestly, I don't hate this, right? You get, because the extra 1, 2, 3 pips of mana that you get will really help.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. Skyclaver Apparition getting the Enigmatic, though, making Gordon life a bit more difficult here in this spot.
That's a chain to the rocks. Gonna exile that angel onto the Triumph, which is honestly, it's making things rough. Obviously, the Ignatic Incarnation was exiled by the Skyclave. Yorion going to hand, not too bad either. But I think that...
But Gordon is at 7 here.
That is true, but I think that with only a 1/4 on the table.
He
and
also
a
has
2/2
Skyclave, but they would
yeah.
just trade.
Yeah. So, it's close. I would definitely favor the deck that has Yorion in their hand right now. And, okay, now that we have the 4th mana, we have Collected Company. Now the
And that
advantage bar
Coco was
swings.
so fast. Charles really going for it. There's a lot of good cards that can come out of Coco here for the Angel player.
Yeah. So it's really, I really can't see what I see. A lot of, I don't really see any lands. I think we're just gonna see 2 big angels slamming down.
Yep.
Gonna be interesting. No, I think there's no lands in that pile, Twitch chat.
There's a lot of options for Charles, which is not a bad place. So we have Rider's Valkyrie, right? And then we have Charming Prince.
Yeah.
Charming Prince is going to flick something.
Yep.
And did you notice what did the flick? Oh, I think it's Skyclave. Okay, so
Okay.
Skyclave is going to flip. Gordon is going to create a 4/4 illusion token. There it is.
Chucks the token at the opponent.
Yeah.
And what is this Skyclave gonna take? So I guess you take their Skyclave, that's their blocker.
That makes sense. You cannot do it on tokens.
Oh, of
so
course, Chain to the Rocks. Wow. Yep.
getting the young Valkyrie back.
It has
Really nice
definitely
play
been a
there.
long day down
Yeah.
here in Bulgaria. That is a very tight play, the
Yeah.
right play by
Exactly.
Charles. There's a reason
Yeah.
why they're playing the Angels
Yeah.
deck down in the coverage booth.
Gaining life now from the young Valkyrie entering the battlefield because of the Rider's Valkyrie. And now all the creatures have +2/+2 because Charles is over 27 life. Because what Rider's Valkyrie says is that if you have 7 more life than you started, so 27 in this case, all creatures have +2/+2, all creatures you control.
Yeah.
So definitely a big board there.
So for those wondering, the Skyclave did not give anything back. It's from Collected Company, and also the Chain to the Rocks is exiled, so they get a creature back. For those confused, we have Yorion flickering things. Believe that. Wait, what's
Giving
happening?
some illusions.
Yeah,
So
So yeah, two 3/3 illusions from the Skyclaves. Sorry, there's a 3/3 Dino from the Baffling End, and there's a 3/3 illusion from the Skyclave.
exactly. And then they are going to exile the Rider's Valkyrie and the Youthful Valkyrie. A lot of Valkyries going on.
Yes, so
I hope I
many
don't
unique
confuse them, but
triggers.
I think we are right. Beautiful being the one with the being wings there in the Skyclave, and the Rider's Valkyrie being the one now exiled with Baffling End.
Okay. Big Draw Stereo Angels player, what do we find? Couldn't quite see it tucked away in the hand.
Oh, they did a sweet dino token. Can you see that?
Yeah. Even got a little picture on it.
Yeah, I definitely love it. I see that Charles has one Sky Parisian in end. Oh, there
There
it
we
is.
go.
I think he activated Nykthos, as you were
Yes,
saying.
everyone criticizing Nykthos in chat. We're
Yeah.
about to see why the extra points of mana matter.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, is that 6 lands? Okay, maybe the extra mana didn't matter. Twitch chat is now correct. Wow. Okay. 6 lands in the top 7. Wow.
Well, that's pretty unfortunate for Charles there. But he is at 41 life, and all his creatures have +2/+2. So, is this lethal?
Do they have +2/+2? I think it was.
Oh, yeah, it was
yeah.
exiled. Yeah, my bad, yeah. So, no lethal there, unfortunately. Gordon does have a 4/4 illusion to block, 4/5 flying with Yorion, and the 2/2 Skyclave apparition.
Okay.
Yeah. Somebody mentioning that it's good to get rid of 6 lands, at least of the top. Yeah, at least you're not going to top deck 6 lands in a row.
True.
How frustrating would be that? Hopefully it was the last one.
Okay, drawing a lot of cards here. Now, what is Gordon actually looking for? I mean, obviously, it's things to remove, but I feel like you just find an Ignatic Incarnation.
Ooh, and taking 2 damage here with Overgrown Tomb.
There we go. Yep.
Yep.
This is where you want to be. So what enchant... Oh, instantly sack. Yep. Makes sense. And that CMC lets you get quite a few things. Let's try and predict. I guess he's going to get it faster than we can predict.
Gordon has a lot of options. As we mentioned, he's playing 16 one-off creatures.
So many. I would assume that you're gonna go... Okay. What is that? Is that this?
No. It's also not this. Yep.
It's a Moonblessed Cleric. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an enchantment card, reveal it, shuffle that, put that card on top of the library. So this is Moonblessed Cleric coming into play. We're
Yeah.
gonna search for a Leyline's Binding and put that on top of the deck.
It is not a new card, it's a card from Adventures of the Forgotten Realms, I think, and it's a 3/2.
Yeah. And what's nice about this is Leyline's Binding is a way more expensive enchantment that you can cast for way less than its cost. So you're gonna find something like an Agent of Treachery from that. How much CMC is Dragonlord Atarka? It must be.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
7.
7. Yeah. So this is gonna get something like an Atarka to wipe a load of things, or a Treachery. It's gonna be rough for the opponent next turn.
Yeah.
You can also exile one of the tokens with the Leyline's Binding because you're sacrificing it to the Carnation in the end of turn. So there's some nice setups here.
Charles at 41 life, but game going pretty well for Gordon with the setup. This deck has a lot of decisions.
Yeah. When you have such wide board states being made, it's going to be very tough. But look, Gordon's only on 5 life. You need to slip through 5 damage. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 blockers. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attackers. But the problem is 2 of those 6 attackers are 1/4s.
Yeah.
So you've got to navigate through that. For those wondering about the round timer, just look at the cell phone here at the bottom middle. This is the head judge's timer in the feature match area.
Another bishop
Okay.
and a Skyclave apparition.
Yeah.
So Skyclave apparition going to get the other Skyclave apparition.
Yep.
So he does make a 2/2 illusion from the youthful Valkyrie.
And one less blocker.
Yeah.
So now do attacks change much? Not really. I doubt that you would attack all unless you have
I mean,
some.
you can
oh,
just
Besage
go wide
you.
because your opponent is at 5. Isn't that like
Okay.
enough? Your opponent is at 5. No, he does have 3 blockers.
Yeah. So now that you besage you the Carnation, if you search your library, you shuffle away the Binding. Wow, not wanting the Binding. Okay, so Binding is being shuffled away.
And Skyclave apparition mirror, it looks like. We've seen so many.
Wow. Not wanting binding.
Definitely an interesting decision. Why do you think they don't want the binding area?
My only assumption is your hand's all bricks and removing one creature isn't enough to win. You need something better?
I cannot think of something better. I was thinking there's a lot of options, but I cannot find the reason here.
We need to know the contents of the hand to actually
Make a
Yeah.
call here. Yeah, he does have a baffling ant, getting the
Oh my
Skyclave.
gosh. Skyclave triggers.
So many triggers here from Skyclaves. Another illusion on the battlefield.
For those wondering about the Beseju, there was one floating from the Nykthos.
Yeah.
Okay. That is a Kenrith. Okay. And I don't think he can attack. Big draw. Coco, just any angel is decent. Don't really have good attacks. But if you let Gordon untap, this Kenrith's going to be drawing a lot of mana. Portable Hold, a 4/4?
is good, yeah.
But what does this achieve for you? If you attack with everything, so you have 3 blockers, you have 1, 2, you have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 attackers. So you can block, and then,
You
yeah,
have
you
4
die. I
blockers,
think
yeah.
that's lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Game over. Wow. Beautifully played by Charles. The Portable Hole at the top of the deck. An
Yeah.
amazing draw. And this is going to be a very interesting
Great
match to
top deck
predict.
here for Charles. Really liking this Angel deck. We saw it against Nassif, and it did lose, but very, 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 very tight games there. And now just crushing Enigmatic Player. Again, creating a board state that's really complicated, but getting there. And one thing that I really like about these Angels deck is the fact that they do have the Nykthos and they do have the new white Coco from the Brothers War set. And yeah, it's just really, really good here.
Yeah. Looking at boarding, trying to work out exactly what our Ignatic Incarnation players looking to play. And to me, realistically, I only think you're going to see Titan of Industry come in because of the reach. Maybe you don't want Titan of Industry. I think it's a pretty decent card. Maybe Lyra Dawnbringer, Flying Blocker.
Well, Lyra Dawnbringer is very good because it's 5 mana, which means that it cannot be targeted with Skyclave Apparition, which you saw was a key card last game.
Yes.
So I do see a point to playing Lyra Dawnbringer.
Yeah. I think, honestly, you've only really got 2 choices. You got 4 Land of the Void, 4 Destiny Spinner. I mean, Angels is not a graveyard deck. Angels doesn't have counter spells. You've got Kambal. Well, Angels is not really casting on creatures. Sure, you got 4 Coco. You got the Kyla's consultation, but yeah, it doesn't seem too good. It's only Lyra Dawnbringer, Titan of Industry you're looking for here. Now, looking at the Angels players deck, though, what have we got on the board? Pulling their list up. Got 2 Pithing Needle, doesn't seem great. Shaper Sanctuary. What did we see that game? So many Skyclave triggers, so many removal spells, Leyline's Binding, Shaper Sanctuary, decent card. You've got Raydane, a very powerful card to have access to. Causing non-creature spells your opponents to control with CMC 4 or more to cast 2 more.
What is for CMC exactly?
Ignatic Incarnation, Leyline's Binding, Fires of Invention, and there are probably other 1-of enchantments in the deck that you want to tax. What else do we have here? Tomic? That could potentially come in. We did see some play with the Chain to the Rocks, putting on your lands. This Angels player actually has a ton of incidental sideboard hate for Ignatic Incarnation, or maybe it was intentional. Even Vivian Reed, a card I haven't seen since what? Teamer Explore in Standard. That's really cool seeing Vivian Reed here potentially going to win the winning in because obviously -3 to destroy enchantments or creature with flying. So
Vivian, definitely a solid card that we haven't seen, and I'm excited to see if they end up choosing playing it or not. And our players are now shuffling their decks. They are looking at each other lists because this is an open deck list tournament.
Yes, definitely.
This is a win and in. They don't want to do any mistakes, so they are really, really considering what does my opponent have, what is going to be their sideboard plan for game 3, and what do I need to do to combat that.
Yeah, it seems like both players are done sideboarding. They're shuffling up. You know what I like to do? I always like to leave this decision down to Twitch chat. Who in this matchup is favored? Give us a 1 in the chat for Selesnya Angels. Give us a 2 in the chat for Ignatic Incarnation. What do you think, Filipa?
Well, I think the Angel player might be favored. It is really fast. Coco is really good, and I don't know if the Incarnation player can be fast enough, even on the play. But let's see. What do you think, Harry?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to give it to the Angels player. Flying attackers, easily able to put a load of pressure on the board. And honestly, you can Skyclave the Skyclaves, you can do whatever. Very disruptive. I love it. You know what I also love, though? The Legacy European Tour, this live stream. I just want to thank everyone for being here. I don't think you guys realize how much it means for the team here for you to just click that follow button. So if you have enjoyed the production, you want to see us grow, you want to see us have better live streams in the future, then please click that follow button. It helps us fix our mistakes. We learn from every time we come out here and do coverage, so click that follow button. It really helps us a ton.
And this is the last round of the day. We have a lot of more Magic tomorrow, but hopefully everyone is enjoying the coverage. We are definitely enjoying spending the day with you and just enjoying our favorite game.
Yeah, and I believe that we're raiding a special channel after this stream.
Yes, yes. So, Dream Arc, they are starting right after us. So it's the regional championship in America. So we are in Europe. So they are doing the one in America. So we are going to send you over to them after, obviously.
Thank you, yeah. Don't forget, without Legacy, without DreamHack, you wouldn't be seeing paper coverage. You know what's the best way to keep seeing paper coverage? Literally clicking that follow button. It really helps with stats that these companies use. Just seeing the number of new followers per stream really helps them doing more paper coverage. You'd be shocked at how much it means to these companies for you to take 2 seconds to click follow. So if you can, please click it. Appreciate it. We won't say it anymore. Thank you for all your support as we see tap lands being played by both players. Obviously with the Ignatic Incarnation being on the play. That is... Oh, this is the Loot Enchantment. I don't know the exact name. These Ignatic Fires decks literally turn jank into treasure. It's insane what cards they turn into.
I really like that
bombs.
expression that you used because it's exactly that.
Yeah. Is it Bitter Reunion? It is. When Bitter Reunion enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards, and it's a 2-mana enchantment. You can pay 1 to sack it to give creatures haste.
Yeah, one of the new cards. I enjoy seeing new cards playing in these tournaments. It's always fun to watch. So we have Bishop entering for the Angel players and now a Fable. Fable, I think it's definitely one of the most played cards this weekend. A great card. Making a 2/2 every time it attacks, you create a treasure token. Now, let's see what the Angel player can do. 3 mana. We might see a Riotous Valkyrie. Yep, there it is. Gaining life from the Bishop. And it starts, the life gain starts there.
Yeah, so we have to get, I believe it's 27 life to start getting the team pump.
It is.
And 27 life isn't that hard when you gain 4 life per Angel.
Yeah.
Not only that, Fable the Mirror Breaker is good because it makes treasures. You can't really make treasures when the opponent provides good blockers.
Exactly, because that Rider's Valkyrie is a 2 for flying. So it does block pretty well, that 2/2.
Yep.
So discarding there with the ability from Fable.
That's an Eldrazi Displacer, a 1-of in the deck. Obviously, well, you play a load of 1-ofs in this deck, right? It's Ignatic Incarnation. But yeah. Wow, choosing to
Attacking?
attack.
So it probably does need the mana for something.
Definitely.
Maybe the Incarnation.
You also just have the chance of, if there's any burn in the deck, I don't think there is any burn. Yeah, there looks to be no burn. So actually blocking doesn't really do anything. It's public info.
Yeah. Fabling Passage there.
Yeah.
Fable
And-
Passage, a really nice card that I haven't seen played as much lately. There was a time that every deck had Fable Passage, but now with access to so many new lands, especially the ones that become creatures, we have seen it less and less to play.
I'm surprised that they didn't block with the Righteous Valkyrie. Am I missing something? It's a 2/2 attacking into a 2/4? Didn't
is.
block it?
It is definitely. Maybe we are just missing some of the cards that
Yeah.
these fire player is playing. So
Okay. So that's going to be an incarnation. We're going to find a 3-drop. Most likely Skyclave Apparition. Who would be surprised? Want to get those going. I don't see any other 3-drop that you'd realistically want over a removal spell right now on this board.
yeah, and they went exactly for it, targeting the Ryder's Valkyrie. And suddenly things are looking really good for Gordon. Although a Coco might change things. So let's see if Charles does have the Coco.
Yeah, I think you definitely need a Coco into 2 Skyclaves here.
Yeah.
Or you need to get this incarnation off the table. Oh, I see a Coco at the top of the hand. But do we have a land?
I think so. I think I see one land there, but maybe, yeah.
No Omen of the Forge for those wondering. You can find the deck lists on MTG Melee. So if you want to check out what these players are playing with, go check that out. They're all public.
Yeah, public deck lists. They do make our job a bit easier when there's public deck lists.
Definitely, yeah.
And also a completely different game to play when there's open deck lists. Especially after sideboard. Okay, so we have Coco here. And that's exactly what Charles wants to be doing. But this is going to be really important, what he sees with Coco. I think it's a Raidane, right? The alternative out of Raidane. I see
Resplendent Angels.
2 of them, yeah.
But that's going to gain a ton of life. They're both going to trigger on the end step, gain even more life. So maybe Charles is like, okay, look, you're getting a ton of value, but you only get to activate Ignatic Incarnation once on your end step. So if I make a load of angels and just flood the board, gain a ton of life, delay the game by so long, if I just have a couple things that can attack in the air, you're going to struggle. Now, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure that Skyclave Apparition is non-token. So, I believe that even if you flicker Yorion, you can get rid of the Resplendent Angels. It's going to be very awkward for Gordon to get rid of the tokens.
Yeah, definitely not easy there. So 2 angels created from the angels, and then Bishop gaining more life, and Charles is already at a crazy amount of life.
Yeah. Now, Yorion's in the companion zone. There are a lot of value permanents on the board. And now Charles is in a spot where he's like, look, if I draw lands, I'm drawing to pump my Resplendent...
Trollstani of the Wolves fighting with one of the angels.
Okay.
Tolsimir. Sorry, it's Tolsimir, right?
Tolsimir, yeah.
So when Tolsimir enters, it makes a 3/3 that fights with a creature. It fighted with the angel and...
Yeah, and don't forget, Fires of Invention is in play. You can cast things for free equal to the lands you control. Only 2 per turn, obviously. But now that's Tolsimir plus Yorion. That is a beating. That is a beating.
Yeah, and 1/1 flyer there because Bishop says that when an angel dies, you create a 1/1 spirit token with flying.
Okay. They did have the opportunity to flicker fires, and they did. Now, obviously, we said you can only cast 2 spells per turn, but if the Fires of Invention goes into exile, the effect goes away, and you can now cast things again. So this turn was perfectly navigated by Gordon. They'd only Tolsimir, Yorion, they exiled the Fires for the end step, and managed to use all of their mana.
And this is going to be madness now. Another fight there, so the other angel is gone. 1/1 is going to be created from Bishop.
Okay. Well, what's happening? Okay.
So Bishop is targeted by Skyclave Apparition.
But wasn't...
An
okay,
illusion,
okay.
yeah, because
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was flickered, so
Yeah,
it had
okay.
the right of Valkyrie, and now since it got flickered, he has to give the illusion, the 3/3 illusion, to the opponent.
Okay, now it seemed like Charles was in a really good spot with that Coco. Now maybe not the best spot.
It's so fun to see so many triggers, right?
Yeah, it's fun for the people watching.
Oh, imagine playing 9 rounds with this deck.
Oh my gosh.
Gordon needs to sleep well this night.
if he wins.
If he wins.
Gotta have that winning in. But for players who do not make day 2, there is actually a PTQ tomorrow that won't be covered on the live stream, but the PTQ top 8 deck list will be released on Legacy's Twitter. So lots of deck lists being released this weekend. Actually, an insane amount of Pioneer deck lists is going to be released.
Yeah, definitely with also DreamArc happening this weekend, I am sure the meta is going to shape. I know a lot of people were in the alls already talking about the Ignis combo, so I think the format is going to shape a bit after all these tournaments.
Okay, so believe everything has been resolved correctly. I wouldn't put my life on it, but seems like every trigger has gone through this deck.
A land there and 5 mana.
we
Oh, there
go.
we have.
Okay, For those who
Hopefully
don't know
they
this
don't
card.
need again 6 lands.
yeah, this is Kyla's reconstruction. Look at the top 7 cards. Wait, what? They had 6 non-hits again. What are the chances of that?
They did it something there.
Yeah, they hit the angel that puts counters on things. Is it Bishop of Wings maybe?
No.
Oh no,
Gyada.
Gyada.
Yeah.
Font of Hope. Okay,
So
okay.
Gyada is a 2 mana 2/2
Wow.
flying vigilance angel. Each other angel you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each angel you already control. And then you can tap it for a white, spend this mana only to cast an angel spell. So pretty solid to drop there, but not exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, and realistically speaking, okay, that is terrible. That 2 games in a row, you get 1 in the top 7. But when you're this Angels deck and you have this many creatures, 27 creatures, almost 50% of the deck is creatures, I think we have to rule that as unlucky. Genuinely unlucky here, as the Leyline's Binding should be going onto the stack for 3 mana. That's going to target one of the big Angels. And yeah, this is not looking good. Honestly, general assessment, this is not looking good for Charles.
Yeah, our angel player here having some difficulties. Really unlucky both games. The first one he still managed to overcome that really bad Kyla's reconstruction, but this time I don't know.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, to call lucky unlucky in Magic is in general like hard, but with this Dragon Lord Atarka wiping things, huge amount of power in the air, you got Yorion and Dragon Lord Atarka. I mean, what exactly are you gonna do to fight back on this board with a 1/1 and a 3/3? But Charles managed to sneak out a win in game 1. Maybe he'll do it again. This might be a collected company. No, it's 2 Angels.
Yeah,
in
so
game
it's
4.
Bishop and again Giada.
Okay. So the thing is here is Charles is at 43, and at any point he can rip a Kyla's reconstruction off the top, a
And
collected company off the top.
He doesn't need to because he has Fable, so Kiki-Jiki, right? And he's going to get the Enigmatic on top. Copying
Yeah.
the 3/2 that gets an enchantment on top. So now he's going to draw that Enigmatic incarnation, going to be able to play it.
Wait, huh? Okay, I think the players are shortcutting here, and my tired pea brain can't work out what's happening.
A lot of
Okay.
triggers going on.
Yeah. So, Fable is being sacrificed on the end step to one of the incarnations. And an okay, so we're resolving both incarnation triggers at once. One incarnation sacked the Fable. One incarnation sacked.
So this is during the upkeep that it was copied. Okay.
Okay.
Now we have Kenrit, and is Kenrit enough? I don't think so when Charles has 36 life. At least to finish things this turn.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Okay, I'll just let this play. I'm getting a bit lost. So that's Titan of Industry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And here the Charles is like, okay, you got this.
Yes,
Let's go and play last game.
that was the 5-mana activated ability from Kenrith, the black ability where you can reanimate a creature, getting Titan of Industry back.
Yeah, definitely Gordon has to be tired at this point. 9 rounds playing this deck.
Yeah,
But for sure it's going to be the last game for him of the day.
100%.
Now the question of the weekend or not, because the player that wins passes to day 2, the player that loses doesn't.
Yeah, this game is for day 2. Only 6 and 3s make day 2. We do have some information about our players down on the floor. We have Dimitar at 9 and 0
Our Ignite
with our Ignis combo. Yeah.
player.
We have, yeah, that's our 9 and 0 player. They went 7-1 in the LCQ yesterday, so they're what, 16 and 1 this weekend.
Yeah.
16 and 1 with this deck. That is some result.
And they also won a classic qualifier recently, so.
What an insane result. Claps in chat for that. But also, who's going to win this? Ultimately, it feels quite close. It actually feels quite close. I'm going to leave it down to Twitch chat. Who are you rooting for? This is who you're rooting for. Can we get a 1 for Celestia Angels? A 2 for Ignitic Incarnation? Who are we rooting for here in Game 3? Who are you rooting for, Filipa?
I like both decks. Angel deck is really fun to watch. I really like it. And after Charles lost against Nassif such close games, I really want to see him succeed. But the Incarnation deck is also fun. So what about you, Ari?
Honestly, if you asked me 4 or 5 hours ago, Ignitic Incarnation, because I could follow the game. But, 10 hours, waking up at 5 a.m., playing the night before, little sleep, Angels all day. It's easy. You cast an Angel, you gain life, get the counters, attack. Easy to follow. I'm not in the capabilities to resolve that many triggers. But we do here have our backup. No, not our backup feature match. This is our. Wait. Can you enlarge the gameplay on the screen?
There we go.
Yeah. Okay.
The same start as last game. Today we have 9 rounds. This is the last round of the day. Top 64 advances to day 2. In the end, the
wait,
top
is there
30
actually no Yorion? People in chat are saying no Yorion. He forgot to present. No, I don't think that's. I understand that's how the rules are in premise, but the head judge is there, so I don't.
maybe
know.
just not visible for us.
Yeah, like we.
Did they
might not
shuffle
be
the
able to
Yorion
see.
into the deck?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe we should check on that. But I
Yeah.
mean, he can do it, so
Yeah,
it's after
potentially.
sideboard, so
That's actually huge. A 4/5 flyer against the
it's nothing illegal.
Angels
If he forgot to,
Yeah, it's not
to-
illegal.
it's
Yeah.
like it just sideboard decision. Obviously, it's going to be punishing, but
we can't get we actually can't send someone down to get confirmation on this because that is information retained in the game.
yeah.
So it's like how we can't go down and ask the players what they think they're
And
going to
here
do this
a
turn.
perfect start for Charles. Already Angel on the board and now collected company. I already see a bishop. I see a youthful Valkyrie. So at least I see 2 creatures.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to get a bishop and the one that puts counters. Honestly, this is looking pretty rough for Gordon because we're going to have a 4/4 on the end step. Oh,
We have a
did we not have a 4/4 on the end
passage.
step? Did we miss that trigger? Or did I miss something? When was the Coco cast?
The Coco cast was on Charles' main phase, I think.
So I believe. Oh, Resplendent Angel might be 5 life. My mistake. We actually don't have access to deck list because the internet's just gone down on our deck list finder. But
Yeah. So
Yeah.
here we have Enigmatic Incarnation, and what card do you think Gordon is going to get? Probably Skyclave again, right?
yeah, it's only really Skyclave in this spot.
But even Skyclave, okay, you get rid of the rest. What is the name of the
Resplendent Angel.
Resplendent Angel? I'm sorry.
It's
It's
okay.
so many different angels.
Yeah.
And but Charles still has Bishop. It still has Youthful Valkyrie and a lot of cards in hand.
Okay.
Why is the angel in the
Exile.
yeah?
So I think they're just making their life a bit easier because they know the boards are gonna go wide. They just put the Angel in the
Mhm.
exile zone,
Instead of
knowing
under
that it's under the
mhm.
Skyclave. These players are very competent and understand the game of Magic. They'll definitely remember there's a 3 CMC card on the Skyclave here.
Mhm.
Don't worry about Twitch chat. And don't forget, head judge is there watching as well. So things should be fine.
Yeah, just making things clear here for chat.
Yeah, oh yeah, 3 dice under the Skyclave
Yeah.
too. Okay, I want to see a Kyla's Reconstruction actually hit spells this game. I want to see it actually do what it's intended to do.
A lot of decisions there from Charles. So we start with the Giada, right? Putting a counter on the Youthful Valkyrie, and now we have another Resplendent Angel. Another counter on the Youthful Valkyrie, 2 counters on the Angel, and Charles is at 28 live.
Okay, bashing in the air for 3. Can't block that. Oh wait. What? Oh, they're counting life totals?
Yeah, maybe some land. He's looking at the lands.
Okay, I think this is gonna be a... Yeah.
Yeah, they're just checking life totals because they are not sure, but there's judges there to help to track some turns back. Okay, I guess they agreed on something, it looks like. Yeah, judge explaining.
Okay.
Did they get to an agreement or not? That's the question there.
I'm...
Good thing judges are there to help in this situation. So for those of you that are asking what's happening, it's just some life confusion. They didn't have the same life totals, so they were just getting some turns back and confirming the life totals. So Angel enters here, and he has 3 counters, gains a bunch of life. It's a 7/7 flying vigilance. That
Wow.
seems pretty good.
That's pretty broken. I mean, it's gonna be rough for Gordon, right? If you think about it, you need something like a Fires of Invention here, right, to really start getting the ball rolling. I would say you
Yeah.
gotta hope that a Fires plus something, and
Is
then next
enough.
turn. That's a Leyline's Binding for 4. Oh wait, is
No.
that not a Leyline's Binding?
No,
Oh,
it's
is that a
not.
Sarah Paragon? Sarah Paragon, maybe?
Sarah Paragon,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay, so that lets you play a card from your graveyard every turn. CMC 3 or less, but it exiles. Okay. So we're now using Ignitic Incarnation. This can go find... I don't think there's a second Skyclave, So I'm interested what this will find.
It's definitely not looking good here. Oh,
Glass pool mimic, of course.
That's kind of a like a second Skyclave apparition, right? But is it enough?
Well, you get rid of the Resplendent Angel, okay. And so, for those wondering, there's two Skyclaves, both having CMC3s exiled under it.
Yeah.
And you're untapping with a ton of power. Let's try and work this out. So that's 7... It's only 10 in the air, 12 in the air. It's 12 in the air.
And Gordon is at 16. So I can see of some ways for Charles to win here. Rightful Valkyrie would be enough, giving +2/+2 to the board. The 3 flyers would get +2/+2, and that would be enough.
Yeah.
Although Sarah also has flying, right?
Oh, collected company. Doesn't matter if Sarah's flying. Yep, there we go. The team pump at 36 life. You can play that and pump the whole team.
Oh, let's go.
And Resplendent Angel. There we go. Boom, boom.
Boom. And
That's lethal.
Valkyrie.
Lethal.
Yeah, and this is
Oh,
going
Sarah
to be
Paragon can chump block the 7, I guess.
but I don't even know if it's enough at this point.
So if you chump the 7, you take
Everything as
+2/+2. So it's 3, it's 5. 5 plus 4. No, you only have 5 plus 4. You only have 9. Right? I mean, but you're chumping. The
Yeah,
problem
but
is you're chumping,
The
right?
problem is that you're shumping, so it's
Yeah.
it's not where you want to be.
Yeah. So essentially, deck next turn, you can attack with the ground creature as well. I don't think that forces a chump block. Oh, it's not 5 plus 4.
And also, Youthful Valkyrie gaining some counters there, so now is attacking for 5 as well. Everything going in.
Yeah, a lot of damage. A lot of damage.
And let's see how Gordon decides to block here.
Yeah. We are getting confirmation in the booth here that Gabriel Nassif did finish day 1 at 8-1. His only loss to Ignis Combo.
Which is the only player that is 9-0, right?
Yep. Congratulations for the Gabriel Nassif fans. And also my roommate. I'm actually staying with Gabriel Nassif this weekend.
Oh,
A
that's really
funny
nice.
story for Twitch chat. I did tell this earlier, but when I was going to bed last night with Gab, he said to
That
me,
sounded...
whatever, when I was going to sleep, when we were going to sleep, he said to me, "Oh, you've ruined the story now. Story over. Story over."
Tell us. It's really fun, Ari.
Okay. He was like telling me about how he's like so bad at deck selection, and he was falling asleep mid-sentence. So he fell asleep, and then he was like, you know, you can tell someone's sleeping by the way they breathe, and then he just goes, "I just mulliganed." in his sleep, he told me that he just mulliganed. So Gab was heavily thinking about this tournament going into today, and it seemed to pay off.
Really fun story. Really glad you are friends with Gabriel and Steve to bring us some stories like this.
Wow. Charles going up to 70 trillion life there with Angels, winning the winning in 6-3. That is going to lock up a spot in day 2. Now, we do... There's no feature match?
So I think everyone is ending. I think that's
Okay.
what...
Yeah. So that is going to be it for... That is going to be it for today here at the Legacy European Tour. Don't worry, it's not the end, though, because there is the championship at DreamHack, which we're going to be rating after this live stream. So we want to thank you. Okay. Okay, you're going to have to go to the DreamHack event.
Yeah.
We can't rate it due to some technical problems. But please go check out DreamHack for some more competitive Pioneer Magic. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. What time should people come for tomorrow?
So we are in Bulgarian time, and this starts at 9 a.m. Bulgarian time. But it's really fun that this weekend we are having so much magic. We have the regional championship here in Europe, Bulgaria, and after it starts the DreamHack just at the perfect timing, which is the America Regional Championship. Both of these are Pioneer format, so a lot of more Magic to see. Go say hello. Say that me and Ari send you to DreamHack. Just spam chat. Just say we are here from Legacy European Tour. Filipa and Ari send us over, and I hope you enjoy it. We had a lot of fun casting this event all day, and we'll be back tomorrow.
Awesome. Catch you then, guys. Peace. Don't forget to click that follow button.